1. The old man. As night fell within a university housing complex, Soo Sung-jun, his face alight with joy, set down his phone, unable to conceal his delight, which erupted into laughter. "What's so amusing?" inquired his wife, Sun Xiao, seated across from him, her curiosity piqued. Beside them, Soo-yun also turned his gaze toward his father, his expression one of eager inquiry. Soo Sung-jun glanced at the two women and, not wishing to keep them in suspense, announced with a smile, "Jason has invited us to participate in a research project." Upon hearing the word research, Sun Xiao perked up, brimming with curiosity, but it was a more animated Soo-yun who interjected, "Dad, what project is it? Where are we going? When do we leave?" Seeing his son so excited, Soo Sung-jun chuckled heartily. "We're going to Africa. A male African elephant is about to separate from its herd, and we will follow its path, documenting its movements in life." At the mention of Africa, Soo-yun's heart soared. Africa, a continent teeming with diverse species, often referred to as a natural zoo, had been a dream destination for him. To think that this dream was about to come true, and at the university's expense. "When do we leave?" Soo-yun asked eagerly, his impatience palpable. Soo Sung-jun exchanged a glance with his wife, who looked somewhat pained. Sun Xiao sighed in resignation. However, Soo-yun was too caught up in his excitement to notice their expressions. When his father remained silent, Soo-yun pressed, "Dad, where do we set off?" At that moment, Sun Xiao stood up nonchalantly, subtly signaling Soo Sung-jun before gracefully entering the kitchen. As Soo Sung-jun instantly understood her expression, feeling a bit dumbfounded. Was he to bear the brunt of their son's anger alone? Originally, the couple had agreed that due to their son's unfortunate disposition, which often delayed research progress, they would not take Soo-yun on the next expedition. But now, the situation diverged from their original agreement, and he certainly did not wish to shoulder the blame alone. Yet, with matters as they stood, he had little choice. Ahem. Soo Sung-jun rubbed his temples and cleared his throat. "Xiao-yun, this time you should stay at home. The team is already full, and we leave tonight. Your mother and I are each taking 2 students, and the selections have been finalized." Soo-yun felt as though a bucket of cold water had been dumped over him. His earlier enthusiasm evaporated in an instant. "No way. You just got off the phone and confirmed the project. How could the team already be chosen?" "You're lying." Soo-yun, not easily fooled, quickly caught the inconsistency in his father's words. "You just don't want to take me," he retorted, displeased. Seeing that the conversation had escalated, Soo Sung-jun decided to be forthright. "Yes, I don't want to take you." From the kitchen, Sun Xiao heard the exchange and couldn't help but chuckle, struggling to suppress her laughter as she nearly dropped the plate she was holding. Now it was Soo-yun's turn to be taken aback. He never anticipated such an outcome. This was not the result Soo-yun had hoped for. His mind raced. Since there were no outsiders present, he could resort to a little trickery. He was determined to go to Africa, no matter what. With that resolve, Soo-yun unceremoniously kicked the sofa away and flopped onto the floor, flailing his limbs and throwing a tantrum. Soo Sung-jun's face darkened with frustration as he pointed at the sprawled Soo-yun. "You get up this instant. What kind of behavior is this? If you don't take me, you'll never get up." Soo-yun continued his antics, showing no signs of relenting. Soo Sung-jun, feeling somewhat helpless, turned his gaze toward the kitchen for assistance. But upon meeting Sun Xiaoxi's eyes, she promptly closed the kitchen door without hesitation. Exasperated, Soo Sung-jun took a deep breath, trying to remain calm. "Just pause for a moment and let me explain." Soo-yun ignored him, continuing his display of defiance. "Stop this nonsense right now." Soo Sung-jun slammed his hand on the table, producing a loud thud that startled him, causing him to quickly pull back his hand, which was now stinging red. Soo-yun jumped in surprise, instinctively halting his antics. Shaking with anger, Soo Sung-jun declared, "You little rascal, can't you see why I don't want to take you? Taking you into the wild to observe antelope behavior and reproduction. The moment you show up, the antelope scatter. Without you, they cooperate splendidly. Bringing you to Shenangjia to monitor animal data, only to be ambushed by wolves on our first night. People go years without encountering a wolf, and we get attacked on the very first night. Taking you to the seaside for fishing seagulls perched on our shoulders, leaving their droppings, and I could still smell it 3 days later. Taking you to a May mountain for a vacation, chased down the mountain by monkeys throwing rocks. As an expert in zoology, I've lost all my dignity. Su conjuns anger intensive. I once thought your childhood escapades with the neighbor's dog and being pecked by chickens were merely childish mischief. Who knew you were so unpopular with animals? I should have stopped you from majoring in animal studies. I even encouraged you to pursue my graduate program. What a mistake. Su Yun's face turned crimson, rendering him momentarily speechless. He was well aware of his unusual predicament. It was a bizarre affliction with no parallel in the world. He had sought help from hospitals, temples, and shrines, yet to no avail. Do you think I should take you along? Have some pity on your father. I haven't had research results in 3 years. Su conjun lamented, exasperative. Su Yun, filled with frustration, was at a loss for words. He never wanted it to be this way. He genuinely loved animals. Yet the feeling was not mutual, which only fueled his irritation. Well, I don't care, I simply must go, Su Yun declared, determined to persist in his stubbornness. You're going to drive me to madness. Su Tsung-jun shouted in exasperation. Wife, you need to rein in your son. At this moment, he could only hope Sun Xiuxiu would share in his frustration, as it was certainly preferable to shouldering it alone. Upon hearing her husband's plea, Sun Xiuxiu stepped out of the kitchen, her heart brimming with resignation as she surveyed the scene of Su Yun thrashing on the floor. Seeing his wife emerge, Su Kongjin's mischievous smile briefly flickered across his face. Having someone to share this burden made it all the more bearable. Su Yun, spotting his mother, looked up with a pitiful expression, awaiting her decision. Sun Xiuxiu chose to ignore Su Yun's woeful demeanor, but noticed Su Kongjin's smirk, prompting a clever idea. My dear son, if your father won't take you, I will. At her words, Su Tsung-jun was left speechless. Utterly dumbfounded, this was not the plan. Su Yun leaped into the air, exclaiming, Hooray! Mom is the best. I love you, Mom. Sun Xiuxiu beamed with maternal affection. Full man. Su Yun instantly reverted to his earlier displeasure, casting a disgruntled glance at Su Tsung-jun. Su Kongjin's face darkened, realizing he had been outmaneuvered. The drug all right, my dear son. Go call your seniors to pack their things and be ready to set off at any moment. Off you go. Sun Xiuxiu gently tousled Su Yun's hair and smiled. The seniors she referred to were merely her husband's students, all of whom were well acquainted with them. All right, Mom. I promise to complete the task, Su Yun replied, striking a mock salute before dashing towards the student dormitory. Watching Su Yun joyfully sprint out, Su Tsung-jun immediately shot an angry glare at Sun Xiuxiu. However, with a mere glance from her, he wilted instantly. You lack integrity, Su Tsung-jun mumbled. Sun Xiuxiu rolled her eyes. How am I lacking integrity? We agreed to stop Xiaoyan from joining the research group together, yet you have betrayed your comrade. Su Tsung-jun huffed. And you promised Xiaoyan that you would take him to the research site. We haven't made any progress in 3 years. If this continues, we won't even secure funding. I've been an outstanding academician for 5 consecutive years, and now our son has mercilessly put an end to that. Sun Xiuxiu retorted, You don't understand. I'm merely employing a strategy of retreat for advancement. How does that work? Su Tsung-jun asked, puzzled. By using a drug. Sun Xiuxiu stated calmly. A drug? Su Tsung-jun mulled over the term, suddenly realizing, and exclaimed, You intend to drug our son into unconsciousness? Is this how a mother behaves? Sun Xiuxiu shrugged nonchalantly. If you don't want to drug him, let him go along. It's been 3 years without progress. If we fail this time, I won't mind. Besides, it's not me he holds a grudge against. Su Tsung-jun was left speechless by her words, feeling dazed. So all this persuasion had only placed the blame on him while she reaped the benefits. What kind of logic was this? Indeed, those who play mind games are truly ruthless. Think quickly. Your son will return shortly, and we want to have a chance to administer the drug then, Sun Xiuxiu said in a composed tone. Yet her words compelled Su Tsung-jun to make a choice. Sighing, Su Tsung-jun relented. Fine. I'll do it, but I'll make it up to him later. Then let us prepare the drug. The porridge I'm cooking is almost ready. It's a suitable medium, Sun Xiuxiu declared, gracefully returning to the kitchen. Su Tsung-jun's expression darkened. Why must I be the one to drug him? Why can't you do it? From the kitchen, Sun Xiuxiu replied. Even if I drug him, do you think he would believe I knocked him out? He would surely blame you, especially since you vehemently opposed him going. This idea was yours. Su Tsung-jun snapped. But only we know about this, Sun Xiuxiu replied, her tone still calm. If I don't say anything, even if you do, will he believe you? After all, you're just an old fogey in his eyes. Su Tsung-jun was so enraged his hands trembled. His inability to counter his wife's logic left him at a loss for words. What are you stammering about? Hurry up, Sun Xiuxiu commanded. Humph. Su Tsung-jun stood up from the sofa, muttering wicked woman before rushing into the study. As a zoologist, he was adept at field research, recording animal behaviors, fitting collars, and administering anesthesia with precision. Thus, concocting a drug to sedate Soo-yoon was child's play and would not cause any harm. However, it felt profoundly humiliating to resort to such tactics to prevent Soo-yoon from attending. Sighing, he thought, "Son, consider this a sacrifice for your father's career." He prepared the drug, though he couldn't hide a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Mom, I'm back." Soo-yoon burst through the door, followed by 3 boys and a girl, all entering the house together. "Teachers," they greeted, familiar with the household and comfortably making their way to the dining table. "Xiao Jing, come. Have you eaten yet?" Sun Xiao enthusiastically called to the only girl. "Teacher, I've already eaten." Yi Xiaojing cheerfully trotted over to Sun Xiao, helping her massage her shoulders. "Teacher favors Xiao Jing. You didn't ask me if I've eaten," one boy complained. "Why didn't you just finish eating?" The boy named Bao Tongji chimed in. "Exactly." Yang Lu joined in. The 3 were all from the same dorm, familiar with one another, and since their teachers were family, their playful banter had become part of their daily lives. Soo-yoon paid them no mind. These friends were likely even more familiar with the household than he was, as he headed straight into the kitchen to serve himself. "Wow, Mom, you actually made porridge today? This is a rare treat," Soo-yoon exclaimed, unable to contain his delight. Having grown up at his grandparents' home while his parents traveled far and wide for research projects, it was a rarity to enjoy a meal prepared by his mother. It was only in recent years, after becoming Soo Sung-jun's student, that they had spent significant time together. Yet, Sun Xiao had scarcely cooked. "You'll eat anything that comes your way," Sun Xiao playfully chided, aware of her shortcomings as a mother. It was precisely this reason that she encouraged Soo-yoon to pursue zoology, hoping they could work together in the future. Soo-yoon chuckled, clutching a bowl as he approached the dining table. "Since you all have eaten, go to the storage room and pack your bags. We'll set off right after dinner," Soo Sung-jun instructed, a tinge of guilt in his tone as he directed his students. "All right," Bao Tongji responded, draping an arm around his companion's shoulders as they departed. Yi Xiaojing bounced along behind them. Huayu grumbled, "Teacher favors Xiao Jing. I want to eat too." "You can't eat. Just get lost," Soo Sung-jun said darkly. "Can you even eat?" "I've drugged the food." "Haven't you noticed I haven't touched my chopsticks?" "Humph, favoritism," Huayu retorted, sulking. His 3 companions were nearly at their wits' end, realizing that while he was a good kid, he had the unfortunate flaw of being male. "Get out," Soo Sung-jun barked. "The report is all yours." Huayu quickly acquiesced, scampering downstairs. Soo-yu was accustomed to such scenes. At first, he felt a shiver run down his spine. But now he was completely immune. "Mom and Dad, eat up." Soo-yun expertly picked up a piece of braised pork, the dish being left over from lunch. Heated up and steaming, incredibly appetizing. Sun Xiao took a sip of tea. "Hurry and eat. Mom is on a diet. Your dad is too." "What are you dieting for?" Soo-yun asked, puzzled, yet he didn't suspect anything amiss. He then turned to Soo Sung-jun. "What time is the flight?" Soo Sung-jun glanced at Sun Xiao before replying to Soo-yun. 10. Soo-yun checked his watch. 10 o'clock? 98. 77. Soo-yun was taken aback. What is going on? Why is it counting down? Just as he pondered this, he felt his eyelids growing heavier, struggling to keep them open. 3. Just as Soo-yun was on the verge of closing his eyes, Sun Xiao suddenly pinched Soo Sung-jun's arm, exclaiming in anger, "How can you drug your own son?" 2-1. Soo Sung-jun, watching the countdown on his watch, gasped as the realization hit him. As the countdown concluded, Soo Sung-jun's words trailed off, and Soo-yun's bowl and chopsticks clattered to the floor as he slumped onto the table, fast asleep. 3. The external influence. Ouch. Soo Sung-jun quickly rubbed the pinched spot. Irritated. "What was that for? Why did you pinch me?" Sun Xiao elegantly tucked her hair behind her ear, replying nonchalantly, "We must maintain the full act. I need to uphold the image of a loving mother in front of our son, while you take on the role of the villain." In an instant, Soo Sung-jun understood the implication of her earlier words regarding drugging their son. At that moment, it was astonishing. How could you be so heartless? Soo Sung-jun stared wide-eyed. Disbelief etched across his face. "You have ensnared me completely. The grand image of my illustrious father has been shattered by you. Compensate me." "Huh." Sun Xiao chuckled coldly. Soo Sung-jun felt utterly powerless. After he carried Soo-yun back to the bedroom, Sun Xiao placed an A4 sheet on Soo-yun's desk, while Soo Sung-jun, curious about its contents, left without a word. Downstairs, the 4 were busy loading bags and packages into the car. Upon glancing back at Soo Sung-jun and Sun Xiao, their instincts compelled them to look for the little one. "Where's little Soo?" Yi Xiaojing queried, perplexed. "Oh," Su Yun said he wasn't suited for it and voluntarily relinquished this opportunity. Su Songjun replied with a casual wave of his hand, his tone deceptively light. That's impossible. Bao Tongji remarked, puzzled. Little Su was always fervently enthusiastic about such events. Exactly, Yang Lu concurred. Meanwhile, Hua Yu stood quietly to the side. Wary of inciting the teacher's displeasure, dealing with experimental reports was far too taxing. I said he is not going, so he is not going. If you don't want to go, just scram, Su Songjun erupted, furious, unwilling to revisit that topic. Sun Xiuxiu smiled and moved aside, her expression exuding indifference. With a swift motion, Bao Tongji opened the car door and courteously gestured, Teacher, please get in. Only then did Su Songjun feel satisfied. Thus, the car departed from the university complex, heading towards the city airport. In the quiet of dawn, Su Yun awoke in bed, slightly disoriented. He surveyed his surroundings and suddenly recalled the events of the previous night, jolting him awake. He hurriedly leapt from his bed and dashed through the empty rooms. The living room, master bedroom, kitchen, and bathroom, all barren. He clearly understood his predicament and felt a mix of amusement and despair. Am I truly this incapable? A wave of despondency washed over him as he thought about his cherished dream, forever out of reach, leaving him feeling utterly helpless, unable to compelled by an inexplicable force. He returned to his bedroom and plopped down on the stool at his desk, his eyes landing on the paper Sun Xiuxiu had left there. My dear son, when I realized your father had drugged you, it was too late for me to intervene. I wanted to take you with me, but, alas, you must forgive your father. The note bore his mother's name in the bottom corner, and Su Yun was overwhelmed with emotion. His mother still loved him. Yet that wretched old man had thwarted her. Fuming. Humph. Su Yun let out a disgruntled huff, only to break into laughter, which he then struggled to stifle. Tears streamed down his cheeks, dripping onto the paper and smudging the ink, rendering the words indistinct. He felt utterly powerless, not knowing which path to take. All he ever wanted was to become like his father, observing and protecting wildlife in the great outdoors, yet reality had proven otherwise. The more he adored animals, the more they seemed to detest him. He had no idea how to resolve this cursed predicament. It was said that when one is at their loneliest and most desperate, a door will open nearby. After 22 long years, just when Su Yun felt the weight of despair, the door swung open. Live animal system description, educating about wildlife and nature. Su Yun's passive skill, interaction, healing, and feeding can increase affinity with animals. With a maximum threshold of 10 and a minimum of 1. Physical quality, 0. 9. Normal adult male physical quality is 1. Animal affinity, 8. Normal human animal affinity is 1. Please claim your novice gift pack. Su Yun stood frozen, astonished. Is this an external aid? He hastily wiped his tears away, blinking rapidly, and realized the text remained. Is this real? Su Yun murmured. System? Speak to me. There was no reply. He swallowed hard. It was indeed real. This could lead to great fortune. Gazing at the text above, Su Yun felt a sense of disbelief. He was not an ordinary person. Not only was his physical quality subpar, but his animal affinity was negative. Normal humans had a score of 1. Why was he different? Goodness. All those years of animals avoiding him were due to this. Discovering this reason ignited a spark of hope within him. However, he paused, realizing he couldn't simply resolve this issue. Given the system's name included live, it meant he needed to broadcast interactions with animals. But with his current affinity, even creatures 100 meters away would flee, while carnivores would likely charge at him. No matter how adept he became at interacting with animals, he could not elevate their affection, let alone feed them. Would they mistake him for food? Just as he contemplated this, he noticed a line of text at the bottom. A novice gift pack? Su Yun eagerly claimed it. Smart gravity drone with pupil barrage, description, can intelligently follow and capture footage, with pupil barrage allowing real-time observation of comments. Note, other creatures cannot detect the drone, aside from humans. Temperature-controlled water cup, description, standard cup size, 2L capacity, maintains a constant temperature, replenishing every 24 hours to reach 2L again. Animal affinity, 10. In an instant, 2 items appeared in Su Yun's arms, and he was unable to contain his excitement. This fantastical event was truly happening to him, especially the animal affinity now at 10. Oh wait, he had forgotten about the previous score of 8. What a letdown. Clutching the weighty items, Su Yun began to examine them closely. The water cup was cylindrical, around 20 centimeters in height, and upon opening the lid, it was brimming with water. Cautiously, he took a sip, sweet and perfectly warm. This cup was a treasure, and it was surprisingly lightweight, making it easy to carry. Setting down the cup, Su-Yun turned his attention to the gravity drone. It was about the size of a robotic vacuum, round and jet black, with no visible camera. Pondering how to use this hefty device, he scratched his head, noting the absence of a user manual. There was no switch. Gently placing it on the ground, he tentatively commanded, "Fly." Nothing happened. "Activate." Still, silence enveloped him. Su-Yun's expression darkened. It felt like having a mountain of gold, yet being unable to take any away. "Can't even start it up. What's the point of live streaming?" He cursed. Just as his words faded, the drone suddenly ascended, hovering effortlessly in the air. In an instant, his visual field displayed a 360-degree view of his bedroom, capturing every detail. Goodness! Su-Yun was left speechless. How advanced? Could something like this even be manufactured on Earth? He realized he needed to concoct a clever story to mask the origins of this drone. 4. Reporting the incident just as Su-Yun contemplated how to obscure the drone's origins, the text before him changed in an instant. Su-Yun's passive skill, interaction, healing, and feeding can increase affinity with animals, with a maximum threshold of 10 and a minimum of 1. Physical quality, 0. 9. Animal affinity, 2. 0. Main quest, enter the Changbai Mountain Forest, observe and educate about the wild northeast tiger up close, and achieve the highest affinity threshold with this animal. Side quest 1, educate about 10 species of wildlife up close in the Changbai Mountain Forest, current progress, 0-10. Side quest 2, reach 5,000 followers. The system will automatically filter out bots. Task rewards, unknown. Task failure penalty, decrease animal affinity by 0. 5 points. Task requirement, enter the Changbai Mountain Forest within 2 days for education. It seems that to gain animal affinity, it must be linked to the live broadcast, he mused. Feeling optimistic, Su-Yun contemplated as the system prompted, ding. Final step, please select one of the following apps to bind and begin the live stream. Douyu, Huya, Douyin, Kuaishou, Bilibili. A long list of streaming platforms left Su-Yun feeling a bit overwhelmed. After a moment of thought, he chose Bilibili. With a flick of his hand, the interface disappeared, and he exhaled a deep breath, feeling a sense of relief as he freed himself from that burdensome condition. A smile of contentment graced his face, ready to embark on his task with eager anticipation for the rewards that awaited him. Time was of the essence, and the task at hand was to confront a wild Siberian tiger, an animal Su-Yun was quite familiar with, albeit rare. Uncertain of how long it would take to complete the mission, he decided to set off promptly. Grasping his drone and a water bottle, he ensured all utilities in his home were secure before locking the door and heading to the storeroom. Inside, he meticulously packed a tent, sleeping bag, multifunctional flashlight, ropes, a lighter, and a dagger into his climbing backpack. After confirming that everything was in order, he closed the storeroom door, bidding farewell to his home as he set out to strive for his goals, eager to enhance his affinity with animals and impress his parents. Leaving campus, he hailed a ride to Changbai Mountain, intending to visit his grandparents first, booking a flight along the way. The journey was brief, taking only half an hour to reach his destination. Su-Yun's grandparents were quintessential farmers, having devoted their lives to raising him while now enjoying a tranquil retirement. Tending to crops or fishing by the river, Su-Yun thrived in this pastoral lifestyle. "Grandpa, Grandma, I'm here," he called out before even stepping through the door. "Is that you, Xiaoyan? Hurry in. Your grandma just made some steaming buns. Come eat." His grandfather cheerfully beckoned. With an innocent grin, Su-Yun dropped his backpack and, without washing his hands, seized a bun and took a bite. "What is with that backpack?" his grandmother inquired, dusting off her hands. "Mouth full," Su-Yun mumbled. "Just going on a trip, clearing my mind." "A trip? What about your parents?" his grandmother asked, puzzled, as she believed her well-behaved grandson would not venture out alone. At this, Su-Yun's expression darkened. "They abandoned me to conduct research in Africa and drugged me to prevent me from going," he exclaimed, his tone laden with indignation as if he were there to lodge a complaint. I understand. His grandfather nodded instinctively. "What?" Su-Yun could hardly believe his ears. His grandfather suddenly realized he had misspoken, but given his life experience, he quickly scolded his son internally for such despicable behavior. "That's exactly the reaction I wanted," thought Su-Yun, agreeing. "Yes, scold him. He needs to remember that drugging his own child is inexcusable. Yes, scold him. Really scold him." Su-Yun's face darkened. "Come on. Let us take action. It's not like we don't have phones." Sensing Su-Yun's intent, his grandfather cleared his throat. "But my phone has no credit left. Alas, I've missed the chance to help my grandson get revenge." Unwilling to relent, Su-Yun slowly opened his phone. placing it softly on the dining table and sliding it towards his grandfather, gesturing for him to use it. This time, his grandfather truly felt awkward. Taken aback by his grandson's determination, he empathized with his son's actions, thinking that if he were in that situation, he too would find a way to distance himself from Su-yun. With a sigh, Su-yun lamented internally, feeling frustrated that he hadn't avenged himself. If this doesn't work out, I'll change my major. There are other paths, his grandmother suggested. Su-yun waved off the idea, rejecting it outright. After chatting for a while, he bid farewell, and his grandparents, understanding his restless spirit, did not insist he stay longer. Traveling to clear his mind was indeed a good idea. Once Su-yun departed, his grandfather took a sip of wine, sighing. I should never have let Xiaoyun study this major. That rascal Su Tsongjun insisted my dear grandson pursue it. Now you're just being hindsight, his grandmother shot back. The grandfather retorted, pausing, suddenly noticing, why hasn't the dog in the yard barked today? Upon hearing this, his grandmother realized she hadn't heard the guard dog barking either. Typically, when Su-yun arrived, the fierce watchdog would roar incessantly. I remember Xiaoyun petting the dog's head when he arrived and giving it a piece of meat, she recalled. His grandfather slapped his forehead. He wouldn't have drugged the dog, would he? Impossible, his grandmother exclaimed, rising to check on the dog. To her relief, she found the dog lazily lying in the sun, its already golden fur glistening even more under the sunlight. As the frost fell, temperatures dropped, and the dog relished basking in the warmth. The dog seems fine, the grandmother reported. Strange. The grandfather mused, there is no reason for this after disembarking from the plane. Su-yun took a taxi directly to the edge of Chabai Mountain Forest. The sky had darkened, and the driver advised him against venturing there at night, suggesting he could return in the morning as wild carnivores could roam the outskirts. Su-yun politely declined the driver's concern, showing his student ID to reassure him that he was merely looking for a research team and would be safe. The driver then felt at ease. Standing at the roadside, facing the forest, Su-yun noted the pristine snow blanketing the woods, a gentle breeze rustling the trees, and a flicker of apprehension washed over him. Ding! You have arrived at your task location. Please start the live stream. We wish you a successful mission. With a deep breath, he swiftly retrieved his drone from his backpack, glancing at the now pitch-black sky, and commanded it to activate. 5. Discovery ding. Billy live stream has started. Night vision mode activated. Viewers, 0 observing the text before him. Su-yun let out a breath of amazement. The live stream title read Searching for the Siberian Tiger, indicating the system had altered it directly. Shining his flashlight at the silent drone, he stepped into the forest. The crunch of snow underfoot echoed in the stillness, amplifying his sense of isolation. Where am I? In the woods? Really looking for a tiger? Is this guy trying to ride the coattails of the recent Siberian tiger incident? As 2 viewers entered the stream, Su-yun quickly caught their comments, and upon reading the second one, his expression soured. That individual had no manners. However, to engage with them, he had to adopt a more inviting demeanor, as he needed a following of at least 5,000 for his task. Good evening, everyone. Su-yun paused. Though inexperienced in live streaming, he was still adept at casual conversation. I'm currently at the edge of Chabai Mountain Forest, preparing to venture deeper. Precisely as the stream title suggests, searching for the Siberian tiger. 666, are you crazy? Going out to deliver food? Haha. Is the host out of his mind? There's no need to risk your life for this. Money is hard to earn, but this isn't worth it. Is the host really in the Chabai Mountain Forest? That's debatable. The outdoor streamer next door has already set up camp. Go check it out. Su-yun felt exasperated. Though gaining 2 viewers was a positive sign, one was merely advertising. Was that really necessary? Faced with skepticism, Su-yun promptly retrieved his mobile phone, taking advantage of the existing network to swiftly access the phone's location services, while the drone adeptly focused on the phone screen. I'm indeed in the forest. There is no reason to deceive anyone, Su-yun remarked with a smile, encouraging interested viewers to follow him. All right, I've followed you. You're quite bold. Is the host alone? How old is the host? Does he have a partner? Is someone playing matchmaker here? I'm 155 tall. Help me find a girlfriend. I'm quite handsome. Su-yun chuckled, acknowledging that he was alone, with the drone continuing to capture the moment. Alone? Venturing into the woods by oneself. Impressive. Hey, is this live stream about searching for the Siberian tiger? Su-yun, while walking, expressed urgency. If it were that easy to find the Siberian tiger, it wouldn't be an endangered species. We must proceed deeper into the mountains. He invited the viewers to follow him, assuring them that the subsequent content would be even more thrilling. I admire the hostess' confidence. I've followed you. At this moment, Soo-yoon noted that the number of viewers had reached 12, with 8 followers. It seemed there were indeed some who enjoyed outdoor content, coinciding with dinner time when many returned home to unwind. How old are you? What was your previous job? Soo-yoon, armed with a flashlight, remained vigilant of his surroundings and the comments flowing in. Since he hadn't spotted any wildlife yet, even the plants were scarce, and as for the trees, anyone could identify them, rendering further discussion unnecessary. This was a perfect opportunity to engage with the comments, fostering a connection with the audience and alleviating his own sense of solitude in the woods. I'm 22 years old, and my current job, he gestured towards the drone. Is this live stream? He chuckled, revealing nothing hidden. The viewers had yet to inquire about the drone's situation, which was easily overlooked. After all, such advanced technology is non-existent on Earth. Perhaps it was a system oversight, quite unsettling. My major aligns perfectly with my current endeavors. As he spoke, Soo-yoon produced his student ID from his pocket, which the drone zoomed in on, making it distinctly visible. I'm a graduate student in the Animal Studies department at a prominent university. Wow, so the host is a university student from a key institution. Is the job market really that dire? Even university students are resorting to live streaming. I'm the clown in this scenario. Soo-yoon waved his hand dismissively. This is my passion. It's unrelated to employment. I have a profound love for animals, which led me to this field. He paused and added, moreover, my graduate advisor is my father, Soo Sung-joon. Feel free to look him up. His information is available on Baidu Encyclopedia. Wow, I just searched, a 5-year outstanding academician. I'm envious. 666 is the host in the forest searching for his father to find the Siberian tiger? That makes sense. It would be quite risky to go alone. Even if you are an animal studies graduate, experience matters. During this conversation, the number of viewers fluctuated, as the visuals captured by Soo-yoon were unable to retain their attention. No, my father is currently in Africa with his students for their research project. My purpose here is to observe the Siberian tiger up close, and I won't return until I find it, Soo-yoon clarified. The host is truly courageous. I wonder how long he can endure. The night fell completely over the land. The flashlight illuminated the snow, reflecting light back, while the wind began to pick up, howling through the bare trunks, creating creaking sounds. Soo-yoon wrapped himself in his clothing and exhaled a puff of warm breath. The wind has picked up. Temperatures will drop tonight. I need to find a suitable spot to set up my tent. Being on the forest outskirts, the dangers should be minimal, and carnivorous animals are unlikely to roam. Host, why not head back? I want to mock you truly. Wait, what is the hostess name? My name is Soo-yoon. Please pay attention to the student ID I just showed. It seems some lack observational skills. As Soo-yoon observed the comments rolling in, he suddenly felt nostalgia for the warmth of his bed, yet he knew he must complete the mission assigned by the system. Retreat was not an option. Suddenly, Soo-yoon halted his steps. A number 2 appeared in his line of sight. He shook his head, realizing the number remained stationary despite his movement. A thought crossed his mind. Could it be that there is a wild animal nearby? At this moment, Soo-yoon was approximately 20 meters away from the number's location. If his suspicions were correct, it could lead to a significant discovery, as he might easily uncover hidden wildlife. Is this a static image? Am I lagging? Host, what is wrong? Why have you stopped? Soo-yoon slowly exhaled, feeling invigorated, though uncertain of the species, hoping it wouldn't be aggressive. Glancing at the letters in the comments, he pointed towards the location and softly stated, it seems there's an animal over there. Let us go take a look. Upon hearing Soo-yoon's words, excitement surged through the live stream. After all, they tuned in for outdoor adventures, seeking surprises akin to the thrill of a gripping novel. What animal could it be? Everyone, guess what it is? I bet it's a dragon. That is foolish. I guess it's a pichio. Please don't let it be a snake. I'm terrified of snakes, but I also hope it's one. Is there something wrong with my mind? Soo-yoon cast a glance at the live stream, feeling bemused by the comments, choosing not to respond as he stealthily approached the location of the number. The flashlight illuminated the area, revealing a fallen tree lying across the ground, with a small opening concealed nearby. Upon seeing this opening, Soo-yoon understood what animal it belonged to. This was the burrow of a flower squirrel. Arriving at the entrance, Soo-yoon crouched down, adjusting the flashlight to its lowest setting, shielding the light with his clothing as he peered inside. There, a small squirrel nestled in the corner, curled up with its tail, blissfully asleep, entirely unaware of being observed. Soo-yoon chuckled at the squirrel's innocent demeanor. It was undeniably adorable. Hey host, show us. Don't hoard it all for yourself. Exactly. I want to see. Am I the only one who notices how considerate the host is? Hurry. Let me see what the flower squirrel looks like. Soo-yoon maneuvered the drone to focus on the burrow entrance. equipped with night vision capabilities. The drone captured the scene with remarkable clarity. Soo-yoon realized that although the drone was visible solely to humans, its presence was subtle enough that people regarded it as an ordinary object, sparing it from scrutiny. Thus, Soo-yoon felt emboldened in his use of the drone. Wow, this little squirrel is so cute. It doesn't seem very clever. Is it really that adorable? I can't believe it. Are those winter supplies next to it? This squirrel is well prepared for the winter. Observing the comments, Soo-yoon smiled and explained, this is a flower squirrel, also known as the non-path eyebrow. Do you see the 5 black stripes on its back? That's the origin of its name. The food beside it is its winter provisions. This little darling won't store enough fat like a brown bear to survive winter. It will stash away some food to tide it over. Most flower squirrels prefer to dig a burrow for hibernation. After all, being underground is far safer. I can only say that this squirrel, using a dead tree as its nest, is quite resourceful. Isn't it adorable? The flower squirrel has a rather poor memory, often forgetting where it has stored its food, thus inadvertently playing a role in sowing seeds. It feels like the host is teasing how plump it is. Speaking of which, Soo-yoon suddenly felt a pang of hunger, having only had breakfast and not a single drop of water since then. Wow, why does this tone sound like he is going to eat the little squirrel? Host, if you dare to eat the little squirrel, I will unfollow you on the spot. Flower squirrel, I feel like I'm done for. Soo-yoon shrugged, saying, how could I? I am quite benevolent, you know. Trust me. All right, let's not disturb this little darling's hibernation. It will awaken when spring returns in April. And I must find my own place to hibernate tonight. Gently patting the withered tree, Soo-yoon stood up, brushed the remaining snow off his clothes, and left quietly. The barrage interface also displayed some gifts, not very expensive but quite numerous. And to his surprise, the viewer count had exceeded 100, with over 30 new followers. Thank you all for the gifts. Honestly, there is no need to send me anything. It's quite extravagant. If possible, please refrain from sending gifts, as I don't rely on this for a living. My true purpose in live streaming is simply to educate everyone about animals, to showcase the beauty of wildlife. And I genuinely strive for this goal, advocating for the protection of wild animals, hoping that everyone will come to love and protect them. Soo-yoon clasped his hands together in a gesture of gratitude and smiled. The host has noble sentiments. Suddenly, I feel the host is quite admirable. Host, what experiences have you had? Please share with us. With nothing much to do and no signals or numbers in sight, Soo-yoon began to recount his previous experiences to the viewers in the live stream, of course, embellished, avoiding any mention of being chased by monkeys. Gradually, the viewer count began to rise steadily, not rapidly, but consistently, which filled Soo-yoon with satisfaction. The wind grew stronger, blowing the snow on the ground into a white veil. As Soo-yoon spoke, he occasionally caught a mouthful of snow, his face now resembling a monkey's backside, with frost creeping into his eyebrows. Yet this did not hinder his conversation. He suddenly found the viewers in the live chat quite amusing, providing him with a unique experience on this cold winter day. Time passed swiftly as Soo-yoon bent down to navigate through the snowstorm. Pulling up his collar to shield his mouth and nose, he suddenly noticed lights flickering in the distance. Instinctively, he quickly turned off his flashlight. Indeed, it was a small dwelling. Brothers, there's light ahead. It's a small residence with people. Let us go check it out. If the opportunity arises, I might borrow a place to stay for the night. Soo-yoon felt a surge of excitement. Having company was splendid. Perhaps he could enjoy a warm dinner. Little Soo, don't go. It might be a monster. Have you been reading too many ghost stories? Little Soo, don't worry. If you get taken by a monster, we will call the police. Soo-yoon shrugged. The antics of these viewers were truly delightful. With a sense of purpose, he found renewed energy, his steps becoming more spirited. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of the dwelling, which comprised a small courtyard with 2 large tiled houses. The wooden door appeared quite aged, adorned with an iron plaque, the writing on which had become indistinct, though he could vaguely discern the emblem of some organization. The red brick wall boldly proclaimed "Protect the Forest" in large letters, very eye-catching. Perhaps sensing the presence of a human, the dog in the courtyard suddenly barked, followed by the sound of a chain rattling. Soo-yoon heard the noise and realized that since the dog was tethered, there was no real threat. It likely served merely as a warning, considering this small cabin was situated on the forest's edge, where wild animals might visit unexpectedly. Is anyone home? Soo-yoon gently knocked on the door, speaking politely. As soon as he finished speaking, the door creaked open, and a male voice inquired with confusion, "Who is it? What do you want?" Upon hearing this voice, Soo-yoon grinned widely. "Grandpa, I'm here to mooch a meal." The entire live stream erupted in laughter at his unabashed words. "Haha, I'm dying of laughter. How can someone be so shameless? Mooch? More like brazenly mooching. Upstairs, is that really a proper way to mooch? The forest ranger was momentarily taken aback by Su Yun's audacity, and after a moment, he replied. The door isn't locked. Just come in. 7. A false alarm. The door was indeed quite old. Su Yun hesitated to push it too hard, and with a creak, it swung open. Su Yun stepped inside, followed closely by the drone, which did not immediately survey the courtyard. Before Su Yun could carefully observe the layout of the courtyard, the live stream erupted with excitement. Oh no, little Su, run. Host, let us not mooch. Let us flee. Others pay for meals. You might pay with your life. Gun. Noticing the unusual barrage, Su Yun suddenly spotted the forest ranger standing at the door of the main room, holding a gun and staring directly at him. A chill ran down Su Yun's spine. He was stunned, and without any hesitation, he raised his hands in surrender. Grandpa, I want to mooch your meal. I forgot to turn off the fire at home. I'll leave right away. He quickly imagined a movie scene. A snowstorm, a killer dispatching the forest ranger, seizing the cabin, and the live-streaming youth who came to mooch a meal being killed, making headlines the next day. The ranger, however, seemed to understand Su Yun's expression and chuckled. Silly boy, this is a tranquilizer gun, not a real gun. You must have misunderstood something. Come in. It's quite cold outside. He displayed the short gun in his hand and opened the door wide. Only then did Su Yun closely examine the firearm. He had only seen the barrel earlier, which prevented him from getting a clear look. Now, illuminated by the light, he recognized the gun's nature and let out a sigh of relief. Stepping inside, he noticed that the dog tied in the yard did not bark at him. Instead, it wagged its tail excitedly. Su Yun understood this was a sign of animal affinity, which filled him with enthusiasm. This was exactly the kind of response he desired. So he made a funny face at the large gray dog. The large gray dog's affinity level, a prompt appeared in his vision, and upon glancing back, the gray dog's affinity level had risen to 3. This was the effect of interaction. At this moment, the forest ranger also looked surprised. Knowing that his large gray dog was typically quite averse to strangers, even his own son would be barked at fiercely. Come in quickly, the wind is getting stronger, the ranger urged. Su Yun hurriedly jogged a few steps to squeeze into the house. Host, are you foolish? What if they lure you in? The host lacks sense. If it's a trick, you might be in danger inside, especially since they have a gun. What is this? The ranger asked, glancing quizzically at the drone following Su Yun. Having lived in the deep mountains for so long without any network, he had no idea what it was. Su Yun didn't immediately address the comments in the live stream. Instead, he smiled and explained to the ranger, this is a drone. It follows me to capture the live stream. Oh. The ranger nodded. He didn't know what a live stream was, but didn't press further. What do you do? The ranger inquired. Even then, he remained somewhat cautious, as they were in a remote area. Su Yun quickly pulled out his student ID and said, Grandpa, I'm a student majoring in zoology. I'm not a bad person, nor am I one of those pesky hikers. These days, hiker has taken on a different connotation. Please, take a seat. As he spoke, the old man realized Su Yun's identity, casually setting aside the tranquilizer gun and gesturing toward the bench by the stove. You haven't eaten yet, have you? I'll go prepare some food. Su Yun chuckled sheepishly and did not refuse. After all, he had come seeking a meal. And he was not picky. The old man laughed as well. I was thinking the same thing. With that, they exchanged hearty laughter. Su Yun unloaded his backpack, feeling significantly lighter. He glanced at the tranquilizer gun resting nearby, and then at the busy old man. May I handle the tranquilizer gun? He inquired. Go ahead. The old man treated this university student with great favor. In his era, university students were considered the elite. Grasping the tranquilizer gun, Su Yun observed the barrage of comments on the screen, most expressing concern, although some were advertisements suggesting he should not trust others so easily, especially given that the other party had a gun. However, upon seeing Su Yun pick up the tranquilizer gun, the comments swiftly changed. Oh my, he's taking charge. It turns out the old man is not a bad person. When I saw the gun in his hand, I was genuinely alarmed. In my memory, only the police are allowed to carry firearms. Our forest rangers do not have that privilege. Some remote areas in our country can carry guns, but they are typically hunting or tranquilizer guns. Seeing these comments, Su Yun smiled and affirmed, that is correct. Forest rangers can only be equipped with hunting rifles and tranquilizer guns. At least, that is my understanding. He continued, for instance, this tranquilizer gun is older than I am. Yet it appears to be well maintained. It is a domestically produced BBP, though I cannot recall the model. He then addressed the earlier question about why he had entered the house without hesitation, noting the concerns about his naivety. As an animal biologist who has participated in field research, I have encountered most tranquilizer guns. Some have long needles, while others are quite short. Observing the design of this gun, it is evident that the needle is not long. He proceeded to remove the cartridge, revealing it to be only about 4 centimeters in length. He then looked at his own warm clothing, sufficiently thick to ensure that this tranquilizer gun could not possibly penetrate. That is why I dared to enter without fear. Upon finishing, the entire live stream erupted in applause. What an analysis. Full marks. Is this the confidence of a scholar? I'm in love. I have learned that a solid knowledge base allows one to act freely. After holding back for so long, I realize my knowledge does not support any witty remarks. I can only express my admiration. What are you mumbling about? The old man brought over a bowl of noodles, glistening with chili oil and filled with slices of meat. This scene was captured by a drone, and the comments shifted once more. Suyun, unconcerned, accepted the bowl with a grin. I'm conversing with the audience. This device allows them to witness our current surroundings. I aim to disseminate knowledge about wildlife and promote animal protection ideals. At that moment, the old man truly grasped the purpose of the live stream. Hurry and eat. These noodles are freshly made and incredibly chewy. This afternoon, I had 3 bowls and felt warm all over. The meat comes from the silly roe deer that old Zhao brought. It is farm-raised and delicious. Enjoy. Delicious. Suyun praised, truly savoring the flavor. Stepping from a frigid snowy night into a warm room with a stove and being served a steaming bowl of spicy oil-splashed noodles was priceless. As he slurped the noodles, he turned to the old man, who was smiling as he watched him eat. How long have you been here? Please share your story. Perhaps the old man felt a surge of desire to share his experiences, or perhaps he had long been lonely and finally found someone to converse with. With a cheerful demeanor, he said, All right, let me share my story. My name is Li Deju, and I am from Jilin. As he spoke, he looked at the drone, sitting upright on a low bench with his hands on his knees, appearing somewhat awkward. I am 58 years old, he continued, a glimmer of reminiscence flashing in his eyes. In 2 years, I will retire. I feel a mix of reluctance and relief. I have been here for quite some time, serving as a lookout. For 30 years now. I've seen 7 or 8 commanders come and go, and I've watched 6 or 7 lookouts leave as well. Now, I'm the only one remaining. My job is to monitor for fire hazards. Do you see my tower? It's right outside, the old man said with a hint of pride. Suddenly aware of the darkness, Suyun shook his head. I didn't notice it in the dark. I'll take you to see it tomorrow. The old man was unbothered, chuckling as he added, I am old now, with a head full of white hair, and the tower is old too, rusting away. I often find myself alone, and meeting people is rare. My spouse passed away early, and my children are busy. So, I spend my days here, and my children visit me during holidays, which brings me satisfaction. Just yesterday, old Zhao brought me that silly roe deer, and we chatted for about 10 minutes. I was quite happy. Meeting you makes me even happier. Only the wind, snow, and rain keep me company, huh? I still have to endure 2 more years on this mountain. The old man chuckled, and Suyun detected a hint of melancholy in his tone. I gradually grew accustomed to solitude. It has been a long time since anyone visited. This is not a pleasant place. Just last week, a foolish bear knocked on my door, and I had to bang a gong to scare it away. If you must venture into the forest, please be cautious. The old man rambled on, initially intending to tell a story, but gradually veering off topic. Suyun did not interrupt. After all, when one has been alone for too long, finding a listener can be a rare joy. Outside, the wind howled, while the fire blazed brightly within. Suyun observed the elder, who was lost in memories, his eyes glistening with moisture. The wrinkles on his face continuously reminded Suyun of the man's advanced age and his steadfast dedication over 30 years. The comments in the live stream were hushed. The viewer count had not diminished, but rather continued to rise, with only the occasional advertisement flashing by amidst the silence. After a while, the old man paused, wiping his tear-stained eyes with his calloused hand, offering a shy smile. I'm old. I tend to ramble. Suyun respectfully responded. Your story is remarkable. My friends and I in the live stream truly appreciate it. The old man chuckled. That is good to hear. Please don't mind my rambling. Grandpa Lee, how much do you earn in a month? Suyun altered his address, feeling that old man lacked respect. The elder fiddled with the fire. A little over 2,000 a month. It suffices for me. Upon hearing this, Suyun felt a surge of respect. This is true service to the people. Such selfless dedication. There are always individuals quietly guarding places we cannot focus on. I feel ashamed. What motivates you to remain here? Suyun paused before adding. May I ask? The old man reflected briefly before a smile spread across his face. Part of it is dedication, but perhaps more than that, it is love. Su-yun perked up, and the audience in the live stream erupted with excitement, eager for the old man to share his love story. Grandpa Lee, please tell us. Su-yun urged playfully. The old man glanced at him, gently patting Su-yun's head, playfully scolding, "What nonsense. You aren't embarrassed, but I am." With no choice left, Su-yun resorted to persuasion, yet this tactic proved ineffective. After much coaxing, he learned that the old man's wife had also been a forest ranger. When he probed further, the elder remained silent, though his smile never faded. Amidst the laughter and joy, the elderly gentleman retired for the night, arranging for Su-yun to stay in the adjacent bedroom. The heated bed was comfortably warm, and a drone hovered silently within the room. Sitting on the bed, Su-yun gazed out at the falling snow and remarked, "This is my first live broadcast. I have no prior experience. If there are any shortcomings, I hope you will be forgiving." After nearly 3 hours of streaming, they had encountered the hibernating dormice and witnessed the winds and snow of the Changbai Mountains, as well as the elder's unwavering dedication. Regrettably, they had not heard any tales of the elder's romantic history. Is this a summary? Outdoor broadcaster, live journal. What are you summarizing? Be clear. All right, that's enough for now. I'll end the stream tonight, and tomorrow we venture into the mountains. Su-yun waved cheerfully. For those who enjoy my broadcasting, please follow me as I unveil the true allure of wildlife. With that, Su-yun willed the screen to black out. Wow, is the summary done that quickly? What a trickster, I'm following. The broadcaster is swift. It's only been 3 hours. Is someone upstairs misunderstanding the meaning of swift? At this moment, Su-yun could still see the comments, shaking her head in amusement at how quickly this group moved. Ignoring them, she nestled into her blankets and drifted into a deep slumber. In the early morning, Su-yun was awakened by the crackling sounds of burning wood. Squinting at her fitness tracker, she noted it was 4:30 in the morning. Struggling to dress, she opened her door and spotted Lee Dizhu sitting at the table, eating breakfast. "Wow, up so early," she exclaimed. The old man chuckled. "You're up even earlier, huh? Well, come on, sit down. There is something warm waiting for you." He pointed to the table, already set with bowls and dishes. Without hesitation, Su-yun plopped down onto the bench and activated her live stream. At that moment, over 400 viewers had tuned in, a surprising and delightful development. After starting the stream, no one had joined yet, indicating that most viewers were still asleep. Su-yun paid them no mind, biting into the crisp pickled radish prepared by the elder. "Why are you up so early?" she asked between bites. "Patrolling the mountains. Then I'll head to the lookout tower," the elder replied with a smile. "Patrolling in this heavy snow?" Su-yun questioned. "One day at a time," he chuckled, rubbing his lips. "You eat. I'll head out now." With that, he promptly gathered his gear and exited. Seeing this, Su-yun hastily finished her meal and declared, "I'm coming with you today." She dashed into her bedroom, donned her gear, and hurried after the elder. The snowstorm had ceased, leaving the sky shrouded in darkness. And outside, the snow barely reached Su-yun's ankles. It appeared that last night's snowfall had been brief. The snow now swirling in the air was likely lifted from the ground by the wind. The lookout tower, aged like the elder, stood rusty and weathered. The flashlight in the elder's hand was somewhat worn, yet it still emitted a fierce light. "You're going into the mountains?" he inquired. "Indeed," Su-yun affirmed resolutely. "Be careful," he cautioned. Understood. While he knew that the freshly fallen snow made the mountains perilous, he recognized the determination in Su-yun's voice. This was her goal, her dream, and he could not hinder a young person's aspirations. After giving his advice, the elder and Su-yun parted ways. Beyond this point, the path was no longer his to patrol. Su-yun paused, watching the elder's steady figure traverse the snowy forest, the light from his flashlight piercing the darkness, gradually fading into the distance. Suddenly, a comment from a viewer flashed through her mind, prompting her to exclaim, "Every place you take for granted, every ounce of safety you enjoy, is backed by the silent efforts of others." Well said. We too should embody this spirit. If there is ever a lack of torchlight, I shall be the sole beacon. This should serve as a model, not the infamous 208. Finally, viewers began to flood into the stream, coincidentally catching Su-yun's words. Glancing at the comments, she smiled. "May we all become the light that illuminates our lives." With that, she stepped forward into the depths of the mountains. Is the broadcaster preparing to enter the mountains? The viewer count was still low, allowing Su-yun to clearly read each comment. "I mentioned my goal is to encounter the Siberian tiger. I was not jesting," she stated with a grin. "The broadcaster is serious. This is far more thrilling than fishing next door. This is what true outdoor adventure looks like. Those mere trips, fishing, and camping pale in comparison. Suyun chuckled, exhaling a cloud of warm breath. The forest was enveloped in a tranquility absent from the city, with the light reflecting off the snow, creating a gentle glow. "I've discovered something interesting," she exclaimed, suddenly invigorated, sprinting a few steps to crouch beside a tree. It's starting. It's starting. Place your bets." "What do you think this is? What has the broadcaster found?" "I see nothing." With a smile, Suyun knelt beside the tree, gently brushing away the snow from its roots, revealing a peculiar device. The reason it had reflected light was due to the beam hitting the lens. "Do you recognize this?" Suyun asked, but before anyone could respond, she continued. "This is a wildlife detection device used to monitor the quantity, species, and diversity of wildlife in this area, which is quite beneficial for zoological research. Is it of any help to you? Can the broadcaster show us the footage?" Suyun laughed. "It doesn't aid me much, as my goal is to encounter wildlife up close, not merely through video. Of course, viewing the footage is out of the question. Such actions are inadvisable." "Got it. Let me translate the broadcaster's earlier statements. I dare to observe wildlife up close. Thus, I am the best. Those who only observe animals covertly from behind a video are mere amateurs. The above comment is spot on." Suyun frowned. "Please don't misconstrue my words." Quickly wiping the lens of the monitoring device, she stood and continued on her way. Time flew by as Suyun's steps remained unceasing. After more than an hour, she finally spotted numbers ahead. Though faint, they were enough to invigorate her spirit. Meanwhile, the viewer count fluctuated, despite her efforts to keep the atmosphere lively. Few were interested in watching the broadcaster walk, as there was little to discuss. Suyun swiftly crouched down, switching off her flashlight to avoid startling any potential animals. Still unaware of what lay ahead. What is happening? Why did the lights go out? Has something been discovered? Finally, is it here? I've been waiting all morning to see real outdoor adventures while the fishing videos next door are all pre-recorded. Reading the comments, Suyun chuckled softly. "There's an animal ahead. I'll take you to see it." "Woohoo. Finally, it's here. I'm quite excited." "What kind of animal? Does the broadcaster know?" "How did the broadcaster notice?" "There are no tracks in the snow." Suyun carefully approached the target, whispering playfully, "My nose is quite keen at this distance. I can sense some scents." As she spoke, the visibility of the numbers grew clearer, with the designation of affinity 2 becoming distinctly visible. However, other numbers slowly emerged, fuzzy yet clustering together. Suyun felt a surge of excitement within her, speculating, could this be a group? No. But why is a solitary number so distant from the others? Predator? Indeed. The host has a keen nose, identification complete. In our village, there is someone with an extraordinary sense of smell. Every time I cook meat, they can detect it. It's a little dog that lies. I am that person from your village. Ignoring the absurd chatter in the live stream, Suyun gently set his climbing backpack on the ground and extracted some beef jerky, preparing for a light outing. The purpose of the beef jerky was to prevent the solitary animal, a carnivore, from becoming too wary, allowing for a potential interaction to enhance affinity. The path ahead was no longer smooth. It inclined upward, leading to the peak where the solitary creature awaited. Strategically, Suyun chose to take a longer route up the slope, carefully crouching low to the ground. As for the drone, it was unnecessary to worry since the animal could not perceive it. The winter night stretched long, severely impairing Suyun's vision, but fortunately, he could view the video captured by the drone. There lay a lynx, quietly crouched in the snow, intently gazing into the distance. Suyun maneuvered the drone to observe the lynx's line of sight, revealing 7 roe deer foraging in the snow. Oh no, a lynx. Streamer, keep your distance. This is no joke. An ordinary person cannot withstand such a creature. Is it going to hunt? The roe deer should flee. There is danger. What a naive fool upstairs. There is only 1 lynx and 7 foolish roe deer. Can one take on 7? Remove the word fool. And you should understand why the lynx is a carnivore and the roe deer has fool in its name. The scene captured by the drone filled the live stream with excitement, as anyone with common sense would not want to miss such a spectacle. Suyun felt a surge of exhilaration. This rare sight would soon be documented, serving as a valuable resource for researchers to observe and study. This was the true essence of his live stream. The lynx, patient in its hunt, compelled Suyun to remain silent, fearing discovery. He maintained a significant distance, carefully navigating the terrain to avoid detection. The drone hovered silently in the air, while the roe deer occasionally lifted their heads to scan the surroundings. And the lynx remained still, like a statue in the snow. Meanwhile, Suyun felt a sense of helplessness. He was freezing, having been prone in the snow for an extended period, and the tension in his muscles was draining his energy and warmth. While it was quiet on the ground, the live stream was bustling with activity, rapidly gaining viewers. Many early risers tuning in were outdoor enthusiasts, including university students and working professionals. Once the drone captured the lynx and a small group of roe deer, viewers quickly shared the live stream link with friends and on forums, drawing in anyone interested. Wow! I thought it was a documentary. I didn't realize it was live. Love it. Is that the host lying on the ground? Why isn't he moving? The host must be freezing. He's been lying there for over 20 minutes. Will the lynx really attack the roe deer? Why hasn't it started yet? The live stream was filled with chatter, while Soo-Yun shivered, his shirt soaked through. If the lynx did not act soon, he would need to find a way to retreat, as he could not disturb its hunting. By nature, lynxes typically hunt at night. So Soo-Yun was puzzled as to why it would hunt at dawn. Suddenly, the lynx stood up, its ears twitching, its body leaning forward as it prepared to pounce. Soo-Yun quickly scanned the roe deer's position. They had been feeding for at least 20 minutes, and at that moment, some deer had ceased eating. Soo-Yun realized that the lynx was waiting for the foolish roe deer to finish their meal. Once satiated, the roe deer would not be as agile. The live stream erupted in excitement. It's about to begin. This is real-time action. This live stream is a true treasure. Will the lynx catch a roe deer? Or will the roe deer miraculously escape? So thrilling. This is far better than watching a video. Look at the host. He seems to be trembling. You would shiver too if you lay in the snow for over 20 minutes. While the live stream was abuzz, the lynx suddenly dashed forward, causing the snow to explode from its original position. The roe deer quickly reacted, scattering in the same direction to flee. Soo-Yun finally stood up. As the lynx sprinted away, he stumbled to his feet and began to chase, but the distance between him and the lynx only widened. The sky was brightening, and Soo-Yun no longer needed to rely on the drone's view. I'm chasing after a lynx today? Soo-Yun exclaimed, charging forward. Oh no. The host has gone mad. Is the host offering himself as a meal? If the lynx fails to catch a roe deer, it might just come after him. With free delivery. The analysis upstairs makes sense. I'm dying of laughter. It does sound like that. Soo-Yun had no time to pay attention to their comments. At that moment, he was over 100 meters away from the lynx. Its affinity numbers rapidly blurring from his sight, and the roe deer's affinity vanished entirely. Soo-Yun felt a surge of frustration. He simply could not run fast enough. He wanted the drone to capture the first scene of the hunt, but alas, the drone could not stray too far from him. Streamer, run. The lynx is disappearing from view, and the foolish roe deer are vanishing too. Oh no, who knew they could run so fast? Can't see them anymore. Sigh. Just as Soo-Yun and the viewers were filled with disappointment, suddenly, two lynxes sprang out in the direction where the 7 roe deer were fleeing, surrounding the last deer and separating it from the group. The last roe deer, now panicked, hurriedly retreated, while the pursuing lynx swiftly closed in, launching itself at the deer's throat, sending it sprawling to the ground. The two lynxes, having divided the battlefield, quickly moved in to take their positions and began to tear into their prey. This scene was captured clearly by the drone, leaving Soo-Yun momentarily stunned. The coordination between the lynxes stirred his blood. Wow, is this teamwork? I thought lynxes were solitary hunters. So bloody. What did the roe deer do to deserve this? It's the law of nature. The weak are preyed upon by the strong. It's survival of the fittest. Put away your naive sentiments. Oh my, I was on the subway when the lynx attacked the roe deer. And I felt so pumped that I almost leaped out the door. Everyone in the car and on the platform is staring at me like I'm a fool. I wondered where the fool came from. Turns out it's you. Soo-Yun quickly exhaled a couple of breaths to suppress his excitement at that moment. The foolish roe deer had abandoned their companion, disappearing without a trace, and Soo-Yun's plan had gone awry. He had initially thought there was just one lynx, but it turned out there were 3, which was not favorable for his upcoming close encounter. However, this did not deter him. His educational mission had already achieved one goal, which was to provide insight into the lynx. Hence, he was determined to gather knowledge about the lynx. Moreover, he had the means to enhance affinity, making it even more imperative to proceed. With these thoughts in mind, Soo-Yun swiftly approached. What is the host planning to do? Oh no. Is he really thinking of joining in? Is this what today's streamers have become, so daring? As Soo-Yun walked forward, he tucked his flashlight into his pocket and retrieved the prepared beef jerky, uncertain of how much affinity it might increase. I have mentioned before the allure of observing wildlife up close, and I always deliver on my promises. So, a little follow wouldn't be too much to ask. Soo-Yun chuckled. As he spoke, he had already approached the lynx to within 10 meters. The hapless roe deer lay before him, its belly split open, steaming insides and organs spilling out. Graphic scene, intense discomfort. At such a close distance, the host cannot escape. I finally discovered a treasure of a host. only to be met with this. Alas, at that moment, Su Yun could already catch the scent of blood, and the lynx had noticed the uninvited guest. Crouching low and staring menacingly at him, Su Yun bent slightly, readying himself to activate his flashlight and electric baton at the first sign of danger. The drone hovered silently in the middle ground, delineating the battleground. On one side stood Su Yun, beads of sweat forming on his forehead amidst the cold, snowy forest. On the other, the lynx revealed its teeth in a show of dominance, while two other lynxes flanked either side, adopting a menacing, encircling stance. Should Su Yun mismanage the situation, he would undoubtedly face a painful lesson. Su Yun's gaze remained fixed on the central lynx, suddenly realizing the recklessness of his actions. The audience in the live stream shared his anxiety. It's over. The ensuing scene is bound to be bloody. I warned you all. Let the lynx finish its meal before approaching. Now you're regretting it, aren't you? Amidst the concerns, there were also those who mockingly jeered and tried to mediate. Su Yun exhaled slowly, searching for a solution in his mind. Suddenly, he recalled his passive skill. Through interaction, healing, and feeding, he could enhance his affinity with the creatures. Just the previous night, he had made a face at the dog in Li Dizhu's yard, resulting in a slight increase in affinity. With this thought, Su Yun hesitated no longer. It was a viable strategy. Hello. He awkwardly smiled at the three lynxes before him. The host has lost his mind. He's clearly delusional. No way. Does he really think wild animals can understand human language? Seriously. Even domesticated animals don't comprehend that. Just as everyone believed the host had gone mad, the outcome began to unfold in the opposite direction of their expectations. As Su Yun's words fell, the central lynx tilted its head, and the other two halted their advance. Su Yun's heart raced with excitement. It was working. In his vision, the animal affinity with each lynx increased by 0.5. Wow, it really stopped. The host has skills. I think the host is quite capable. Otherwise, how would he dare venture into the deep forest to film wild animals? Seizing the moment while the lynxes remained passive, Su Yun continued to interact, sticking out his tongue and pulling faces. Indeed, the affinity rose again by another 0.5. At this moment, Su Yun realized that animals differ from each other. Making faces at a greyhound might only increase affinity by a fraction, while with the lynx, it seemed to correlate with intelligence. Before he could fully relax, the leading lynx stepped forward, with the other two flanking it. It's angry. The hostess' antics have provoked it. What a reckless move. Quickly kneel and plead for mercy. It might understand you. I doubt it's an attack, not an attack. Su Yun observed as the central lynx approached leisurely. Assured that if it intended to attack, it would have already surged forward. Suddenly, he spoke, startling everyone in the live stream. Who could afford to chat in such a tense situation? Indeed, the lynx sauntered to Su Yun's feet, sniffing him, then circled around him. Although the leading lynx did not attack, it did not imply an absence of danger. Two lynxes flanked him on either side, ready to pounce at the slightest threatening movement. The primary lynx merely sought to ascertain Su Yun's intentions. Su Yun, no longer hesitating, realized he could not flee at this proximity and felt emboldened. He gently knelt on one knee, slowly reaching into his pocket. Wow, that guy suggested the host kneel in submission. Is this really effective? This is way too close. The lynx is practically in his face. If it were me, I would have already lost control. As Su Yun extended his hand into his pocket, the central lynx took a cautious step back, observing him steadily, while the two on either side lowered themselves slightly, interpreting Su Yun's movement as potentially threatening. Damn, this animal affinity is somewhat useful, yet it doesn't ease their vigilance, Su Yun lamented internally. Opting to slow his actions to the utmost degree, he gradually revealed a slice of beef, delicately offering it in front of the lynx. Here you go, brother. This is your protection fee, Su Yun jested. Is he trying to bribe it? Lynx, just a piece of me? I could devour you whole, including the beef in your pocket. The beef, sourced from a century-old establishment, was intended for scenarios involving carnivorous encounters. The lynx, drawn by the aroma, leaned in to sniff, then unexpectedly licked the beef before biting into it, devouring it in a few swift bites. It then looked up at Su Yun with an expectant gaze. Animal Affinity 1, Su Yun's spirit soared. Without hesitation, he retrieved another piece of jerky from his pocket. The lynx wasted no time, snapping it up in one bite. Animal Affinity 0, 7, Su Yun's expression darkened. How had the affinity decreased? Yet he was not one to be easily deterred. While the lynx chewed, he extended his hand to gently stroke its head, running his fingers down its neck. Wow! Petting a lynx live. Is it really this simple? Does the host possess magic? This is a wild animal. How is this happening? I've learned my lesson. Tomorrow, I'm heading into the woods to pet a lynx. Bro, get insurance before you go, and make me the beneficiary. Su Yun's inexplicable actions left the live stream audience in awe. His every move had been captured by the drone, greeting the lynx, making faces, feeding it, and suddenly, the once threatening lynx became amenable to being stroked. The lynx, now content, closed its eyes and emitted a satisfied hum, prompting the other two lynxes to curiously approach, albeit still cautious. Su Yun, employing the same strategy, produced more beef jerky, successfully captivating the lynxes once more. In that moment, Su Yun felt as though he had truly transformed into a druid. Despite the lifeless roe deer nearby, the lynxes were eager for the jerky in his hand. Perhaps that was the true power of his passive skill. In just 3 to 4 minutes, Su Yun feverishly increased the affinity with the two lynxes to 6, while the initial lynx reached 7. However, after this point, no further increase was achieved despite his best efforts. At this juncture, Su Yun felt secure and plopped down onto the ground, one knee aching from the strain. The 3 lynxes, now devoid of hostility, continued to sniff around him, seeking out more beef jerky. In this moment, Su Yun shed his earlier caution, nonchalantly pushing aside one lynx that was nosing around his leg. He had run out of jerky. The lynx, seemingly bewildered by the push, emitted some disgruntled sounds before turning its gaze towards the lifeless body of the foolish roe deer, happily darting over to feast. The other 2 lynxes swiftly joined, leaving Su Yun abandoned at the side. Goodness, a druid. Incredible, effortlessly handling 3 wild lynxes. No way. Am I the only one who thinks this is staged? Indeed, only you think it's an act. Those who claim it's staged are fools. Can a domesticated lynx strategize to hunt a roe deer? Such ignorance. Su Yun slumped to the ground, chuckling as he waved his hand dismissively, deeming the commotion unnecessary. How thrilling, Su Yun mused, reflecting on his reckless behavior this time, narrowly escaping a dire predicament. He resolved to amend his overly confident habits in the future. Let's get the streamer a new pair of pants. When the 3 lynxes surrounded the streamer, I was already contemplating where to buy a wreath. The streamer truly needs to be cautious. After all, if you don't care for your life, at least consider ours. There's no one else brave enough to venture into the deep woods to film wild animals alone. If you perish, we would miss the live stream. Dog head for safety. How could someone say such a thing? Well said. 1. Su Yun rolled his eyes, bemused at the carefree demeanor of the crowd, who, having survived the earlier danger, were now all in high spirits. At this moment, Su Yun noticed that his clothes were completely soaked, a consequence of lying in the snow for too long, and he felt a chill begin to set in. Observing the 3 lynxes in the distance, rapidly consuming their meal, he pondered the potential arrival of other animals drawn by the scent of blood, prompting the lynxes to eat hastily. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yun edged closer, ready to impart knowledge about the lynx. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for a little education. He crouched beside the closest lynx, watching it devour its meal voraciously. So bloody. How can such a foolish roe deer not be extinct yet? Seeing the meat so heartily makes me a bit hungry too. Professor Su's little class is in session. I was never this attentive in school. Su Yun gently stroked the lynx's back, explaining that the older generation referred to it as a mountain cat, a national second-class protected species, with various nicknames that he would refrain from detailing. He plunged straight into the subject. The lynx, resembling a cat, but significantly larger, including the Maine Coon, which is not even in the same weight class. The largest Maine Coon can weigh up to about 20 pounds, while a lynx can reach up to 60 pounds. However, one might inquire whether there is any relation between the Maine Coon and the lynx. The answer is a resounding no. Despite their similar tufted ears, they share no connection. As he spoke, Su Yun aimed the drone at the lynx's face, which appeared both adorable and majestic. Majestic? If I can't afford a lynx, surely I can manage a Maine Coon. I'm going to buy one now. The Maine Coon's ears are stunning, exuding an air of aloofness and authority. Lynx. I grew up eating cuteness, but I occasionally indulge in a bit of majesty. The lynx is inherently cunning and exceedingly cautious, opting to flee or play dead when confronted with danger, with no other alternatives. If faced with a pack of wolves, the chance of escape is nearly non-existent. Yet, the 3 lynxes before him defied his expectations. Su Yun exclaimed in excitement, astonished that he could capture a live broadcast of 3 lynxes collaborating. Perhaps this was why they felt emboldened in numbers, choosing not to retreat cautiously upon noticing him, but rather displaying dominance. With that, Su Yun affectionately stroked the lynx again. Their camaraderie was evident. Thus far, the central lynx led without any signs of food guarding or competition, which likely formed the foundation of their cooperation. Stop. Let me pet it. I'm so envious of the streamer, being able to pet a wild lynx that looks so docile. You could pet one too. Just venture into the mountains, but be wary. What if it decides to pet you instead? I never imagined witnessing someone pet a wild lynx, especially one so gentle. The roe deer's body rapidly diminished, with the internal organs being the first to disappear due to their high nutritional value. At this point, Su-yun felt like an outsider as the lynxes continued their feast unabated. Especially when Su-yun began discussing the lynx's paws, one even cooperatively presented its claws. And as Su-yun gently squeezed the pads of the lynx's paws, he became the object of envy for everyone. Finally, the lynxes finished their meal, leaving nearly half of the roe deer carcass intact. Once all three lynxes were satiated, two of them promptly dashed to a nearby tree, unhesitatingly starting to dig into the snow, which was not particularly thick in this area. In the blink of an eye, a snow pit was excavated, and the lynx beside Su-yun immediately seized the roe deer by the back and began dragging it towards the pit, with the other two lynxes rushing over to assist. Wow, what am I witnessing? Are they hiding their food? So clever. They even know to pack their food away. I've truly learned something new. I've seen my dog hide food at home, and I thought that was astonishing. Su-yun, however, wore an expression of understanding. The lynxes in northeastern China typically bury leftover food in the snow after a hunt, retrieving it when hunger strikes. This was the moment he had been anticipating. Fortunately, they had arrived at this juncture. The streamer is putting on an act. If we hadn't waited, he wouldn't be saying this, just backpedaling. Su-yun rolled his eyes, stating that had they not waited, he would have remained beside the roe deer's carcass, waiting for animals attracted by the scent of blood, ready to educate them one by one. I had prepared two plans. You've stolen my thunder. Damn it. He managed to pull it off. After quickly burying their food, the lynxes turned to Su-yun, making a couple of calls, before heading off in another direction. Su-yun stood still, watching their retreating figures. It seemed they had not heard his footsteps. The leading lynx paused, turned back to glance at Su-yun, and with a flick of its head, made a gesture reminiscent of "follow me." Su-yun was amused, waving his hand as he bid them farewell, urging them to continue their journey, expressing a wish not to part ways in the future. With that, he waved goodbye. The lynx appeared to comprehend Su-yun's intent, calling out again and studying him closely, as if to imprint his image in their memory before embarking on their journey. Su-yun smiled, feeling a twinge of reluctance. For both parties, it seemed they were but fleeting visitors in each other's lives, perhaps destined never to meet again. 12. New discoveries, tears welling up. Suddenly feeling a bit wistful. To the one above, if there's nostalgia, it's the streamer. If you're feeling sentimental, the lynx would instantly end you. The above is quite truthful. Streamer, why not accompany them a bit longer? Observing three lynxes together is indeed rare. Su-yun glanced at the barrage of comments as he walked to retrieve his backpack, reflecting on how farewells are an eternal topic. Now, after merely an hour of interaction with the lynxes, many expressed feelings of reluctance. If they were to follow and film for an extended period, their emotions would only deepen, inevitably leading to concerns and yearnings for the lynxes. Thus, it is wise to know when to withdraw, such is the law of nature. And our original goal was the Siberian tiger. The host speaks with great insight, suggesting that instead of worrying about the lynx, one should turn their attention to personal matters. Next month's rent, utility bills, children's school expenses, and perhaps even a handbag for one's spouse. With a resigned smile, Su-yun continues his journey into the depths of the mountains after retrieving his backpack. Passing the site where the lynx buried a roe deer, he catches a whiff of the lingering metallic scent of blood, noticing that many stains remain uncleaned. The drone autonomously focuses on the deep crimson tracks staining the snow, indicating that this food source will not last long. What shall we do? This merely benefits other animals, someone remarks. Could you lend a hand, host? Another implores. What assistance can I provide? Su-yun responds with a hint of exasperation. Excavate the roe deer? And then what? Surely, I cannot consume it myself. While I could wait here to capture footage of carnivorous creatures drawn by the scent, I am uncertain how long it might take, and predators tend to be quite cautious, likely fleeing at the sight of me. Let us proceed deeper into the mountains. Casting a glance toward the direction the lynx had departed, and then at the tracks left by the roe deer, Su-yun steps forward, following the prince. Are you searching for the roe deer? Someone asks. Indeed, he affirms. Since an opportunity to observe these creatures presents itself, I shall not wander aimlessly. Having a target fuels motivation. I had intended to educate you about the roe deer earlier, but alas, the scene was too gruesome. So let us seek a living roe deer to showcase its quirks. The conversation continues as Su-yun engages with his viewers, sharing insights about the flora surrounding them. Suddenly, he notices a fresh set of tracks in the pristine snow, so evident that it would be challenging to overlook. The drone quickly captures footage of the chaotic array of prints, and Suyun points out a distinct print. Do you know what animal this belongs to? He inquires, pausing for effect. A prize awaits those who guess correctly. What prize? Viewers chime in. Very well, I shall reveal the reward, he declares, scanning his snowy surroundings. If you guess correctly, I will return along this path to retrieve the antlers of the slain roe deer and send them to the winner. Is that for real? It would be a shame to leave the antlers behind. Isn't that illegal? The roe deer is dead. It's akin to scavenging, so it should not be unlawful. Suyun smiles at the stream, confident that no one could guess correctly, thus sparing him the need to backtrack. Look at the host's cunning smile. He looks down upon us, one viewer comments. Then what animal does this track belong to? Another asks. Has anyone guessed? Those are wild antlers. I would gladly pay for the correct guess, he adds. As the banter escalates, no one manages to deduce the answer. Well, the prize guessing is over, Suyun announces. Observing the barrage of comments without a single correct guess. Realizing that prolonging this might be to his detriment, he decides to halt the game. Enough already. Let us move on. There is no need to guess anymore. I didn't even try to guess. I know my limitations, a viewer admits. Observe. Suyun continues, the tracks are parallel, with a slight gap, and a line connecting them. This line signifies a tail. The spacing of the prints indicates a small creature, thus. I boldly hypothesize it belongs to a marten, and if I may venture a guess, I believe it to be a sable. What is a sable? I've never heard of it. I know, it's a type of fur-bearing animal. Reminds me of a reading in middle school about how a person froze and a sable was used for warmth, only to be skinned. That was merely a fictional tale, do not take it literally. Everyone, I am prepared to observe the sable. I just finished observing the lynx and it was exhilarating. That person sounds like an addict, another quips. I will lead you to what may be a family of sables, Suyun declares as he strides forward. In northeast China, we have 3 treasures, ginseng, sable fur, and deer antlers. The sable fur, of course, comes from the sable. How cruel. Am I the only one who thinks those who wear sable are rather unsophisticated? You are not alone. To exploit wildlife for personal gain is indeed a selfish act. And such behavior is disgraceful. Suyun reflects aloud, recalling a past broadcast that stated, no trade means no slaughter. Therefore, we must cherish this land and all its creatures. For their habitats have already been severely diminished by human encroachment. We must refrain from further persecution of them. Just then, the drone ascends, capturing footage of a playful group of animals on a distant hillside, alert yet frolicking. Behold, such sacred beings. Do those adorned in sable not feel a twinge of guilt? How joyous. They ought to live carefree. Indeed, the former wasteland of the north has transformed into a grain depot. During those impoverished times, we were forced to encroach upon their habitats, leading to the decline in wildlife populations. The past cannot be undone. But we must now treasure and strive to preserve what remains. Exactly. Recognizing one's mistakes is the first step toward correction. Another agrees. Precisely, Suyun smiles. We must endeavor to protect and cherish wildlife and the environment. We need the earth, not the other way around. Now, without further ado, let us pursue the sable. As Suyun takes a few steps forward, the alert sables spot him. With a few warning calls, they vanish into their burrows in an instant. How sudden. Just as the host spoke of pursuing the sable, they fled. What a turn of events. I believe this is the hostess' first major blunder. I eagerly await the next. I share your thoughts, haha. Yet Suyun remains undeterred. This was to be expected as sables should indeed be wary of humans. The idea that sables would warm those frozen in winter is utterly absurd. Observing the comments, he chuckles, confident in his ability to lure out the sables with food, a feat he would not have dared claim prior to acquiring his newfound knowledge. The host is quite audacious with his words, one remarks. Yet I sense a certain dominance. What should I do? Suyun is quite charming. Please, spare us the motherly affection. As he approaches the sable's den, the snow around is chaotic. Suyun gazes at the numerous snow holes and reflects. Can you imagine? The sables you just witnessed had vanished for 40 years, the reasons for which are well known. To witness these delightful creatures again is truly fortuitous. The streamer should not be far from the edge of the forest. Knowing the location of the sable, what will happen if poachers attempt to hunt them? I also search for sables on Baidu. They are indeed a nationally protected species. Their fur is exceptionally soft and warm, which undoubtedly tempts some to take risks. In the face of genuine profit, how many can remain indifferent? Ultimately, it is merely a pastime for the wealthy. Suyun waved his hand, urging against such pessimism. We are in the Chabai Mountain Nature Reserve, a restricted area for tourists. Typically, ordinary people would not venture here. Furthermore, in recent years, the government's commitment to protecting wildlife has strengthened. and these areas are monitored by dedicated rangers who patrol around the clock to ensure the safety of the animals. Implying that one is not an ordinary person. Someone quipped. Knowing that someone is protecting me puts my mind at ease. I want to become a ranger and interact with sables. What are the requirements? I'm waiting online. It's quite urgent. Don't even think about it. Do you think sables will let you approach them just because you want to? Su-Yun deliberately chose a wider opening and said, "Watch closely. I am about to demonstrate." With that, he set down his backpack and painstakingly retrieved a bag of nuts, revealing large peanuts. "Is this it? This is your demonstration? Here we go again." He used this trick to lure the lynx before. "I just arrived. Is this really effective?" "It works. I personally witnessed the streamer use this method to attract a lynx. If you don't believe me, give it a try and let me know the outcome." Su-Yun retorted, "Don't listen to that. It's not effective at all. Do not attempt this recklessly. These are dangerous actions, and I won't take responsibility if something goes wrong." Wow, exposed. No way, no way. Could anyone actually think this would work? Su-Yun advised once more and then ignored the frivolous comments in the live stream. After tossing a few peanuts, he knelt down since the opening was at ground level. Here we go. Kneeling was part of the previous attempt with the lynx. Rolling his eyes, Su-Yun gently patted the ground, creating a rhythmic sound, then cleared his throat, saying, "Hello, your delivery has arrived." I was in the middle of eating, and that caught me off guard. The sable, observing from a distance, seemed to ponder, have humans become this cunning? Each time the streamer engages in such antics, it leaves the audience astonished. Su-Yun ignored the playful remarks and called out again. "Could you please come out to receive the delivery?" The forest fell silent once more. Su-Yun, with remarkable patience, understood that interaction included dialogue, and he keenly noticed the affinity indicator for animals in his view had reached 1. As he contemplated this, recalling that his previous interaction with the lynx had only increased by 0.5, he noted that this sable's affinity had risen to 1. What could this signify? Just as he pondered, the numbers in his view shifted, indicating the sable was cautiously approaching. The chat room was lively, but Su-Yun suddenly whispered, "It's coming." The abruptness of his voice silenced the barrage of comments, and everyone turned their attention to the live stream. Kneeling at the entrance, he opened his palm, letting the peanuts rest there as if welcoming royalty. After a brief wait, soft rustling sounds emerged, faint but clear to everyone in the stream. "Wow, it really came out. I told you it would work. Don't listen to the streamer's nonsense. Just because he says it's ineffective doesn't mean it is." At this crucial moment, Su-Yun dared not make a sound. Scaring it away would mean a long wait. Soon, a cautious sable poked its head out, glancing at Su-Yun before fixating on the peanuts in his hand. In winter, sables find food scarce, making them particularly susceptible to temptation. The creature's wary yet adorable demeanor was immediately captured by the drone. "Wow, what an angel." My heart just melted. This is what true cuteness is all about. I'm in love. Look at it. It could sit in prison and still be charming. I'm addicted to sables. So adorable. I want to pet it. The sable seemed to demand, "Put down the peanuts. You can leave now. Enjoy. It's delicious," Su-Yun said leisurely, extending another peanut toward the sable. With a smile, he noted that the affinity had now reached 5 points. This is too easy to manipulate, he thought. What does that smile mean? It surely indicates he can interact with it while we merely observe, mocking us. I can't believe it. Does the streamer accept disciples? I just want to pet the animals. The sable, cautiously grabbing the peanut from Su-Yun's hand, quickly devoured it, then looked back at him expectantly. Su-Yun grinned, placing all the peanuts before the sable. Affinity 3. He chuckled softly, realizing how effortlessly it could be deceived. Suddenly, a bold idea struck him. He would attempt to attract the entire sable family. The sable happily munched away, blissfully unaware that Su-Yun's mischievous hands had begun to stroke its head. I'm feeling envious. How does the streamer manage to charm these creatures wherever he goes? Are all animal researchers this skilled? It's confirmed. The streamer is a druid. It was evident that this was a sable family. Su-Yun unabashedly cradled the sable in his arms, sitting at the cave entrance, and declared, I have a bold idea. I want to lure out all the sables. How about a family photo? What do you think of this idea? I think it sounds great. I'm growing more envious by the moment. A new phone wallpaper is about to be created. I will implement this plan shortly. First, let me enlighten you about this little creature in my arms. I know I am the object of your envy. Su-Yun grinned. He pulled out a piece of beef jerky from his bag and offered it to the sable, continuing to pet it. Do you know why the sable isn't purple yet is called a sable? It's because the sable's fur is soft and light, dense with hair. When sunlight shines on it, the tips of its fur can appear grayish-purple. However, without careful examination, one wouldn't notice it. As he spoke, Soo-yun glanced at the sun that had risen in the sky and held the sable up to catch the light, while the drone quietly moved closer. I see it. Wow, I've learned something new. Inhale, inhale. Addict 1. Once Soo-yun confirmed that someone had seen, he gently set the sable down and held its paw. Do you see this? Does it resemble the lynx's paw in any way? Indeed, it's large. The forepaw resembles a snow boot, significantly reducing pressure, allowing it to walk easily on snow. All 4 limbs have 5 toes, and its claws are semi-retractable, making it adept at climbing trees. Now, regarding its fur. It is predominantly brown-black or brown. This is the natural color of wild sables. If you've seen blue, white, or yellow ones, know that they are farmed. They are quite small, reaching a maximum length of 40 centimeters and weighing around 1 kilogram. Don't you find them small and adorable, evoking a sense of safety? They could be easily approached for a pet. Soo-yun laughed. If you genuinely believe that, you are gravely mistaken. Despite their petite size, sables are truly ferocious creatures. Soo-yun observed the barrage of comments, noting that everyone seemed to possess a certain understanding of the situation. This small creature, after all, is a carnivore, skilled in the art of hunting. Its diet consists of squirrels, wild rabbits, grouse, bird eggs, and insects. While most minks are solitary, the ones we are currently witnessing form a small family, adding a deeper significance to the encounter. The streamer is indeed fortunate to encounter a family of minks, and even more so, to find 3 lynxes cohabiting, which is typically an isolated species. Were it not for the live nature of the stream, one might be led to suspect that this was a staged performance. Please, let no one harm them. Are we drawing a mink? With the educational segment concluded, Soo-yun briefly summarized the information, understanding that the audience was primarily there to observe the animals. While informative commentary is important, it would be concise. Thus, he encouraged viewers to follow him, as he planned to venture into various wilderness areas for future streams. Upon glancing at the viewer count, Soo-yun noted that it had surged to 1,896, an exceptionally promising figure, particularly for the outdoor category. He knew that patience would be key for further growth. Amusingly, he began to tease the minx, cradling one of the babies and playfully rubbing its belly. The mink responded with soft sounds, its large eyes fixed on Soo-yun, eliciting excited reactions from the viewers in the stream. Soo-yun took stock of the surrounding burrows and tree hollows, counting 6 in total, indicating that 5 minks had yet to reveal themselves. His next task was to coax them all out. With a mischievous grin, Soo-yun gently placed the mink on the ground and scattered some beef jerky and nuts. The mink, immediately drawn to the food, began to eat, ignoring Soo-yun's presence. He called out to each burrow, placing food at their entrances and next to the tree hollow, as the system notified him of increasing affinity levels. Soo-yun felt a surge of joy. Reaching an affinity of 6 would alleviate most concerns. Approaching the tree hollow, he examined its structure with amusement, realizing it housed a mink. However, the previous occupant had likely been a bird, evidenced by the nesting marks, which meant that the unfortunate avian had undoubtedly been consumed by the mink. Please, do not tarnish the charming and innocent image of the mink in my mind. Survival of the fittest, nothing more. Soo-yun chuckled to himself as he peered into the dark hollow, unable to see inside, but hearing faint breaths. Skillfully, he tossed a piece of beef jerky down the tree wall, startling the occupant within. Moments later, a system prompt appeared. Animal affinity 2. Soo-yun grinned, revealing his white teeth, and threw a nut. The affinity increased once more. Wow, I want to punch that smile off the streamer's face. It's reminiscent of a scheming uncle tempting a little girl with candy. Had it not been for the streamer revealing his student ID as an intern police officer, I might suspect he has a criminal record. That smile is too sinister. Doesn't it resemble Zhang Dongxing's smile in Hidden? Soo-yun frowned. The conversation had strayed too far. This smile was genuine. Ignoring the playful banter, he noted that the mink's affinity had reached 5 points. It was time to engage further. He gently tapped on the tree hollow, enticing the mink with the promise of food. Sure enough, the mink cautiously peeked out, its triangular ears perked up, exuding cuteness. The yellow-white throat markings enhanced its fluffiness, and its large, pure black eyes gazed at Soo-yun, seemingly recognizing a friendly presence. I'm done for. I've fallen for it. My heart is melted. How can something be so adorable? Do such pure eyes truly exist in this world? I wish to become the streamer. I must enroll in zoology. Soo-yun, equally enchanted, carefully cradled the mink amidst the frenzy of enthusiastic comments. In an instant, the mink's camp resumed its lively atmosphere, now with Soo-yun as an added presence. The minx showed no signs of wariness, treating Soo-yun as a trusted companion. Sitting on the ground, he replenished his fluids while the playful minx scampered around him, some stopping to observe, before resuming their playful pursuits. The food he had placed was quickly devoured, with the clever minks already transporting excess back to their home. 2 or 3 minks clung to his backpack, drawn by the scent of food, but Suyun had zipped it shut, denying their cravings. The barrage of comments flooded the stream. Lively discussions ensued despite the modest viewer count. Suyun found himself bemused by the debates surrounding whether monkeys or minks were superior. It seemed rather pointless. Glancing at the time, Suyun realized it was time to venture further into the mountains. The daylight offered a chance to cover more ground, and resting at night would be prudent, especially since the next stretch would lack forest ranger stations, placing them in true wilderness. Time is up. We must depart from here, he announced, eyeing the frolicking minks. But before we go, let us capture a family portrait. I've become their patriarch in such a short time. With that, Suyun beckoned, come here, children. The minks paused, momentarily bewildered, but upon seeing his gestures, they dashed toward him, eager to comply. In their excitement, they collided with him, causing him to stumble. Rubbing his chest where he had been bumped, he gently tapped the head of the offending mink. To his dismay, he noticed a tear in his down jacket, with fluff escaping through the gap. Though he felt a pang of regret, he brushed it off. Knock him over. Let him crave us. Why should he be allowed to pet the minks? Alas, the delightful moments are drawing to a close. Honestly, it's not necessary to film the Siberian tiger. Capturing the minks and lynxes is enough to satisfy our viewers, and the tiger is both elusive and dangerous. I trust the streamer. PSA drew it. Suyun picked up a mink and placed it atop his head, where it curiously settled, allowing him to arrange it as he pleased. With the mink's affinity reaching a peak of 7 points, Suyun knew he had built a solid rapport. The remaining 5 minks nestled in his embrace, appearing as though he were adorned with minks. The drone quickly positioned itself, focusing on Suyun. Since the minks were oblivious to the drone, they remained calm, leaning against him without causing a ruckus. The stream fell silent as viewers, one and all, captured screenshots, their cameras clicking fervently. After a minute, Suyun gently set down the mink he had held on his head and carefully placed the one from his embrace back on the ground. Have you all captured your screenshots? Let us commemorate this moment. If we encounter these 6 little ones again, it will truly be serendipity. Suyun rose to his feet, shouldering his hiking backpack. Is this the time to depart? Upon witnessing the host's harmonious interaction with the animals, one cannot help but feel that he is rather unworthy. I share the same sentiment. Ultimately, there is a tinge of reluctance. I must enroll in the animal science program at the university where the host studies, and later pursue a graduate degree under Professor Su Songjun, his father, to work in the field alongside the host. The aspirations expressed above are commendable, yet somewhat futile. Have you not observed the host's solitary endeavors? Suyun smiled in response, saying, it will take many years before you become a graduate, but I support your ambitions. All right, we must take our leave. He crouched down to gently pat a little purple marten that had grasped his pant leg, then pinched the nape of its neck to set it aside, stepping away. The other martens followed him, and with a sigh of resignation, he patted each one on the head before guiding them toward their burrow. Perhaps they understood his intentions, as they stood still, gazing at him, no longer hesitating. Suyun realized that the more he pondered, the more reluctant he felt, and he resolved not to look back, but to leave directly. The drone captured his image from the front, while behind him, 6 martens remained stationary, observing his retreating figure. Seeing the footage from the drone stirred a pang of bittersweet emotion within him. They were so innocent. This is the image I envision of the bond between humans and animals. Tears well up, farewells are always bittersweet. Why is it that the host and the martens, having spent less than half an hour together, evoke such sentimentality? Even the martens seem reluctant. A treasure of a host, he truly deserves our attention. After walking quite a distance until the drone could no longer capture the martens, Suyun turned back to glance, letting out a sigh as he continued to observe the hoof prints on the ground. The tracks of the roe deer were still abundantly clear. Let us press on and seek the roe deer. They must be waiting for us ahead. He spoke, taking steps of varying depths. Roe deer, goodness, are they still after me? Perhaps the live stream title should be changed to In Search of a Foolish Roe Deer. Roe deer, you're foolish. Your entire family is foolish. To the one above, it's the alpaca spitting. Watching the audience in the live stream jest and banter, Suyun found the experience rather enjoyable, as it was filled with humor and joy. Just as he was delighting in the comments, a friendly numeric figure suddenly appeared in his view again. However, it was not in the direction of the hoof prints, prompting him to hasten a couple of steps toward the figure. The numeric value swiftly approached, and Suyun aptly noted, an animal is coming. As he spoke, he quickly took cover beneath a tree, ready to evade if it were a carnivore. Indeed, the live stream fell silent in an instant, The drone revealed a snow hare darting across the landscape. Just as Su-Yun was about to speak, he noticed a yellow figure suddenly springing forth from several dozen meters behind the hare, racing toward it. Su-Yun was momentarily dumbfounded, watching the chase unfold. Goodness, such ferocity. He instinctively uttered a classic expletive. Host, why are you still dawdling? Go chase after it. What? It dashed away in a flash. The white one is a hare, but I couldn't catch a glimpse of the yellow one. The host is as stunned as a deer in headlights. Just look at that expression, haha. Su-Yun, quick to react, dashed after them, exclaiming, "What was that yellow figure? It looks like a yellow weasel. How dare it not acknowledge me? It shows such a lack of respect." With that, he disregarded the foolish roe deer and hurried forward. 16. Finding the roe deer in his pursuit, Su-Yun swiftly discarded his hiking backpack, as it hindered his movement. Thankfully, it had snowed. Otherwise, he would surely have lost track of the chase. The withered shrubs were forcefully parted by Su-Yun, leaving him somewhat disheveled. The drone followed closely behind, and the chat room erupted with encouragement. During the chase, the friendly numeric value in his view flickered, disappearing and reappearing, becoming clearer, allowing Su-Yun to breathe a sigh of relief. However, one of the initial two figures suddenly vanished, leaving him puzzled. Had one escaped? Before he could contemplate further, he spotted the yellow weasel, which was fiercely gripping the hare's throat, motionless, while the hare showed no signs of life. Su-Yun realized that the disappearance of the friendly figure was due to the hare's demise. As usual, he attempted to approach the weasel for a closer encounter. But this time, as soon as it caught sight of him, it promptly seized the hare and fled without hesitation. He hadn't even gotten close before being rejected. At that moment, Su-Yun felt as though his charm had waned. However, upon reflection, it could be due to the animal affinity being only 2 points in his experiments. Trust and unguarded interaction only occurred at 6 points. Touching was only possible at 4 points. It was indeed a pity, and Su-Yun clicked his tongue, feeling that his efforts had been in vain, all while feeling exhausted. Haha, the host looks dejected. How delightful. What kind of animal is that? It resembles a yellow weasel. Didn't the host just mention that? A yellow weasel is indeed a yellow marten. Yellow weasel, do I look like a human or a deity? You resemble the little rabbit from my neighbor's home. Observing the spectators reveling in his misfortune, Su-Yun lamented that the weasel was timid and unwilling to engage with humans. If only it were more approachable, I could explain the differences between weasels and martens. Gazing at a pool of blood in the snow, he resignedly turned back. As he passed a thicket, he suddenly halted, took a couple of steps back, and bent down to inspect. Has the host discovered something? The host has been bewitched. Assessment complete. Yellow weasel, you chased me earlier. Now, witness the power of the divine weasel. Who allowed you to become so formidable post-establishment? You have quite the audacity. Su-Yun gritted his teeth in frustration. Superstitions were to be abhorred. Earlier, he had sensed something amiss about the thicket. There, he pointed to an iron ring perfectly camouflaged among the branches. The drone swiftly focused on it. Indeed, what is this? A trap. Had one not observed closely, it would have gone undetected. Its color is nearly indistinguishable from the twigs. The host has keen eyesight. Su-Yun smiled as he pulled the ring free, declaring, "This is a trap specifically designed for wild boars. It can easily ensnare a boar weighing around 200 pounds. He twisted the iron ring in his hand, contorting it into a spiral. This was a type of soft iron. If a wild boar inadvertently stepped into the ring while foraging, the trap would tighten based on the boar's weight, making it nearly impossible for the animal to escape. Although he had not gotten close to the weasel, discovering a trap was akin to saving a wild boar's life. Not bad at all. As for this iron ring, it was now confiscated. Su-Yun forcefully claimed credit for the find and retraced his steps. A forced rescue. You truly are something. Wild boar. Thank you, host, for saving my life. Su-Yun felt his own audacity growing thicker, a result of these recent experiences. Glancing at the viewers' comments, he hummed a tune, joyfully locating his backpack to continue his quest for the roe deer. The roe deer were indeed elusive. Judging by the tracks, they had evidently ceased their flight. Yet their presence remained elusive. Could it be that they had not yet emerged from the lynx's shadow? The long White Mountains forest is abundant in water resources, as it is the source of 3 rivers. The clear streams flowed gently, appearing somewhat dark against the backdrop of the white snow on either side. Su-Yun crouched by the riverbank, cupping the stream water to wash his face. The water was not cold. Rather, it felt gently warm upon careful reflection. I surmised that this water must flow from the Tianchi Lake of Changbai Mountain, as it is indeed a volcanic region. Following this river upstream would lead to the magnificent Changbai waterfall, but we chose not to go, for that area has been transformed into a tourist attraction. However, if you seek adventure, the Chabai Mountain Forest Park is worth a visit. After sharing this, Suyun pointed at the hoof prints on the opposite bank. These roe deer are either foraging or en route to find food. The scattered tracks by the river indicate they have come here to drink. Let us continue our journey. It is only now that I realize Chabai Mountain is a volcano. How ignorant I have been. Why are these roe deer so elusive? Can't they take a break? Perhaps while the broadcaster was playing with the sable, the deer had already rested. You think they are foolish. The stream was narrow, allowing Suyun to effortlessly leap across. As he walked, he supplemented his sustenance, transforming what was meant to be a wildlife live stream into a somewhat culinary experience. It was now 10 in the morning. At last, Suyun spotted the roe deer. 6 of them were grazing, their heads bowed in the snow, searching for food. Finally found them. Silly deer, woo. What a journey it has been, encountering them at around 6 in the morning, enduring various trials to meet them again. Look at their white rumps. Suyun let out a sigh of relief, observing the deer not far away. He whispered, they say deer are foolish. Hence the nickname silly deer, but I must argue that they are not foolish at all. Deer, what s up? You want to redeem us? Why call us foolish? The broadcaster is putting on a show. Let the performance begin. It's a well-known fact that deer are silly. Don't try to change that. Suyun shrugged. I shall counter your claims with my knowledge, but first, let us join them. With that, he cautiously approached the animals. For they possess acute sensitivity to movement and sound. Having advanced less than 10 meters, the lead deer detected his presence, causing Suyun to freeze in place. The lead deer tilted its head in curiosity, slowly approaching step by step. Goodness, they say deer aren't smart. Any normal herbivore would have bolted by now. Such curiosity. Suyun observed the slowly advancing deer with a sense of resignation. Its curiosity was indeed remarkable. Thus, he decided to stop standing still and took a step forward. To his surprise, the curious deer immediately turned and fled, seeing their leader take off. The grazing deer paused momentarily before following suit. Suyun, exasperated, shouted, "Come back." As if on cue, the leader halted, turned back to Suyun, and cocked its head, regarding him with curiosity. Still claiming they aren't foolish? They stop on command. Broadcaster, hurry and get those silly deer some seeds. That adorably foolish expression is too much, haha. Suyun explained to the leader, deer are incredibly sensitive to sounds and movements. The reason you stopped is that you wanted to ascertain my location based on sound, then determine your escape route. You look back at me to judge whether I pose a threat. For you, we are unknown beings, hence your curious gaze instead of an immediate flight. However, against your natural predators, such as the lynx you encountered before, you would have fled without hesitation. Indeed, during Suyun's explanation, the deer observed their leader's stillness and chose to remain in place. They watched as their leader cautiously approached Suyun, seemingly trying to discern what manner of creature he was. Suyun slowly crouched down, signaling that he meant no harm, and retrieved an orange from his backpack, gently peeling it and offering it in his palm. I thought the broadcaster was going to kneel. If he did, I would surely believe he approached wild animals through some ritual. Such a ritual would need a chant. Hello? Your delivery has arrived. Suyun rolled his eyes at the playful banter of his audience, who had wild imaginations. He observed the deer inching closer and softly remarked, roe deer are herbivores, typically feasting on tender twigs, tree bark, or lichen. Occasionally, they may pilfer crops from human settlements. But it seems the food I hold is quite alluring to them. The broadcaster's way of befriending is through feeding. Nearly every wild animal finds it irresistible. Can anyone explain why? From the lynx to the sable, and now to the roe deer, they have all succumbed to the broadcaster's provisions. Is this some special ability? I have told you countless times, the broadcaster is a druid. Why won't you believe it? Did nobody notice how beautiful the antlers on that deer look? I suggest the broadcaster take them. Why on earth did the broadcaster bring an orange to the wilderness? Finally, the leader drew near, curiously inspecting Suyun before tentatively grasping, chewing it with its delicate lips, and savoring the juice that dripped to the ground. Animal affinity level 3, Suyun marveled. Indeed, it seemed the affinity was correlated with intelligence. Why had this silly deer gained so much? He cautiously placed a hand atop the leader's head, gently stroking it. The leader cast him a curious glance before returning to lick the juice from the ground. Animal affinity level 2. At that moment, the animal affinity had risen to 7. Suyun endeavored to elevate it further, but to no avail. Whether through feeding or interaction, no enhancement occurred. He sighed, not overly disappointed, and continued to explore. He observed the leader deer digging in the snow, searching for food buried beneath. Standing up, Suyun patted the deer's back and said, "All right. We've managed to befriend their leader, so the rest of the deer cannot escape our grasp. How infuriating, he has managed to win them over. The broadcaster has charmed both carnivores and herbivores alike. You upstairs must have forgotten that there was still a rabbit eater who didn't give the broadcaster any face. Huang Daxian, Su Yun is nothing. Su Yun winced. His audience never ceased to tease him about the overly cautious weasel that had fled earlier. He thought to himself that had he interacted with it, it would not have run away. This was merely a misstep. It's too late to discuss this now. The creature has already escaped. Desperately seeking excuses, who believes that? So, they wished to see him falter, did they? Su Yun retorted with exasperation, drawing laughter from his viewers. Ignoring their jests, he tapped the leader deer's head and approached the nearby group of deer, which indeed had not fled, seemingly reassured by their leader. Originally, this group comprised 7 deer, but one had been taken by a lynx, leaving 2 females and 3 fawns. The young fawns appeared frail and thin, their spindly legs seeming fragile enough to snap. Su Yun gently stroked one of the females and declared, "I have seamlessly integrated with this group. It seems I am truly gifted." The moment these words left his lips, they triggered a flurry of friendly banter in the livestream. The male roe deer captured previously by the lynx indicates that the original composition of this group consists of 2 males, 3 females, and 3 fawns. Such an arrangement is indeed quite unconventional. Are you familiar with the term silly roe deer? Su Yun opted for interaction. I understand. Silly roe deer is a derogatory term. I only know of the 4 silly roe deer leaping in synchrony beneath the setting sun. Roe deer meat is quite delectable, referring to the farmed variety. The responses varied, yet it was evident that none truly understood the term silly roe deer. Thus, Su Yun continued, "Let me enlighten you." Pointing towards the foraging female roe deer, commonly referred to as the dwarf deer, he explained that it is a small species of deer, with males being slightly larger than females. Females lack antlers, while males possess them, although the antlers of roe deer are not as imposing as those of other deer species, reaching a maximum length of approximately 23 centimeters. He then gently patted the deer's back, noting the difference in fur between winter and summer. Winter coats are light brown or grayish-white for insulation, while summer coats exhibit a reddish-brown hue, advantageous for camouflage. While he had previously introduced their diet, it was not comprehensive, and he admitted to his limitations given that their diet encompasses over 600 plant species, an impossible feat to remember entirely. Wow, is that a kind of benevolence among deer? When encountering roe deer, what is the first thing people observe? Su Yun playfully inquired, and before the viewers could respond, he remarked that it is undoubtedly their rear. Is it? Adjust the camera. So, I'm not the only one. Mainly, the white fur on their rear is strikingly noticeable. With a smile, Su Yun declared, "This is hardly surprising. Therefore, let us discuss the roe deer's posterior." He moved behind the female roe deer and gently patted her rear. The doe gave him a curious glance before returning to her foraging, her affinity towards him increasing to a 7-point scale, perceiving him as a harmless presence. The distant leader of the roe deer also cast a glance his way, but soon disregarded him. Wow, the host is a bit audacious. Patting someone's wife in front of her husband. Host, how does it feel? The viewers here have yet to experience it. Confirmed, the host is a rogue. Why did it suddenly take a turn? Su Yun rolled his eyes and stated that when we first see a fleeing roe deer, our immediate focus is their rear, akin to the deer giving us a heart sign as they escape. He then grasped the doe's tail, explaining that the roe deer's tail is quite short, approximately 3 centimeters in length. When they sense danger, they will immediately lift their tails, revealing their white rears, momentarily pausing to assess whether to flee or remain still. Notably, the inner side of their tails is also white, accentuating the visibility of their rear during flight. As he lifted the roe deer's tail, it indeed revealed the white fur beneath. Impressive, I've learned something new. Goodness. The host is shamelessly taking advantage of the female roe deer. Roe deer, what's the matter? You can't touch a tiger's rear, but mine is fair game? The doe flicked her tail, and Su Yun timely released his grip, inquiring about the purpose of their rear. He answered his own question, explaining that the roe deer's rear plays a crucial role in their lives, serving as a warning signal, a source of confusion for predators, and a visual guide. When one in the group detects danger and lifts its tail, the others become alert. During their escape, the raised tail can also obscure the vision of pursuing animals. Regarding visual guidance, this is particularly beneficial for fawns, preventing them from lagging behind during a chase. The white rear serves as an excellent reference point in the dense forest. I see, today has been a day of enlightenment. Such knowledge is readily available online, but what astonishes me is the host's vast reservoir of knowledge. He didn't search for this animal's information, yet he speaks so fluently about it, not just about roe deer, but also about lynxes and sable martens. The previous commenter articulated it well. The appeal of this live stream stems not only from the host's knowledge, but also from the beauty of encountering wildlife up close and the harmony shared with the host. This epitomizes the relationship between humans and nature. This host is a treasure, there's no denying that. Caught off guard by such praise, Suyun felt somewhat bashful. Throughout his time with this group of viewers, they had engaged in playful banter, and now receiving compliments left him feeling shy. He coughed lightly and said, "Please, refrain from such flattery. Although you are correct, this guy really is shameless. Brothers, let us not compliment him again. I prefer not to see him basking in self-satisfaction. Indeed, I've noticed that this host has a mischievous side." As Suyun interacted with the viewers, the leader of the roe deer ambled slowly to a nearby tree, tilting its head and rubbing its antlers against the bark. Suyun perked up, pointing at the deer and laughing. "Look, this silly roe deer is scraping the tree bark with its antlers. This is a display of territory marking. The secretions from its forehead scent glands will be left on the damaged area. How fascinating. Truly, experience enriches our knowledge. Thank you for the live stream. Here's a gift." It seems the host doesn't express much gratitude for gifts. I've noticed that the gifts haven since the beginning, including valuable items like small televisions. Yet the host hasn't mentioned them. The previous commenter is likely not a long-time follower. During the host's first live stream yesterday, he stated that gifts weren't necessary. Suyun chuckled, acknowledging, "Indeed, I mentioned during my first live stream that gifts are unnecessary. It's a waste of money. My goal is to promote and protect animals. And I hope we can all strive together. Of course, your follows are appreciated. Thank you all." Suddenly recalling something, he continued with a smile. Male roe deer shed their antlers in winter. Yet look, this male roe deer hasn't lost his. The one previously captured by the lynx also retained his antlers. If we spend more time with the roe deer, we might even find the antlers of this leader. As he spoke, a sharp crack echoed, and the antler of the deer grinding against the tree suddenly broke off, falling to the ground. Wow, amazing. I can't believe it. The host is a seer. Leader, little Sue, I'm giving you a favor. You can take my antler without waiting long. The auction begins. I'll bid 10 yuan. I'll bid 10 yuan and 1 mao. Suyun was somewhat astonished. I was merely speaking casually. It must be a coincidence. As he spoke, he sauntered over to the leader, picking up the fallen antler. The leader cast a curious glance at him before moving to another antler to continue rubbing. Suyun aimed a freshly shed antler towards the drone, inviting everyone to take a closer look. It has 3 prongs. And while it may not possess the grandeur of other deer species' antlers, it exudes a certain delicacy. Just as he finished speaking, a sound resonated. And Suyun turned to see that the roe deer behind him had lost all its antlers, leaving another one on the ground. Suyun felt a mix of annoyance and amusement as he playfully tapped the silly roe deer, which tilted its head in confusion before nonchalantly picking up the antler from the ground. Suyun chuckled. Now we have 2 antlers. The foolish roe deer made me laugh. How adorably naive. This roe deer is rather generous, even gifting local specialties. The host, regarding the antlers, mentioned that if they're for sale, he would consider giving them away to 2 lucky viewers at the conclusion of his live stream once he locates the Siberian tiger. It all depends on luck, doesn't it? Suyun chuckled at the barrage of comments lamenting their own misfortune, as many claimed to be the unluckiest of souls. He gingerly placed the antlers into his backpack and approached the leader, determined to hasten their expedition as snowflakes began to fall from the sky. The snow had commenced. Suyun extended his hand, attempting to catch the delicate flakes, only for them to dissolve upon touching his warm palm. We must quicken our pace. The snowfall, though light, may impact our forthcoming endeavors, he remarked, gently patting the leader's head, the snowflakes adorning its fur with a delicate layer. Indeed, the host can rest alongside them for a while. The dangers of the snowy mountains are significant, came the comments. Suyun, however, found no need for such delays. He suggested they venture deeper into the mountains before the snow thickened, making their journey more arduous. Should you encounter peril in the mountains, wouldn't that be catastrophic? Someone inquired. Nonsense. I have adequately stocked provisions and water. We are not in the wilderness without supplies, relying solely on insects, frogs, or snakes for sustenance. We have enough food and water. If necessary, we can scrounge a meal from wild carnivores, Suyun reassured them. With a light-hearted tone, he pointed out the exposed ground, explaining that it served as a resting area for the roe deer, a place they had cleared to retain warmth while lying in the snow. Perhaps this is how they acquired their name. The snowflakes landed softly on the ground, only to melt away moments later. The roe deer, having sated their hunger, now rested. Indifferent to the falling snow, Suyun stood amidst the resting deer, surrounded by a serene tableau of tranquility. A young roe deer approached, curiously sniffing at him before scurrying away with a snort. Rejected. The comments erupted in laughter. Suyun chuckled, recalling a fascinating trait of these creatures. During reproduction, they possess the ability to delay implantation for 4 to 5 months. This adaptation allows them to time the birth of their fawns for more favorable seasons, ensuring their survival against the harshness of winter. Isn't that remarkable? We shall encounter even more wondrous creatures in the future, he mused, inviting viewers to witness the extraordinary moments that were far more captivating in a live stream than in any documentary. As the discussion continued, Suyun addressed the misconception that roe deer bury their heads in the snow when pursued. He explained that while predators such as lynxes are stealthy and pursue with precision, hunters are relentless, often leading to the exhaustion of the deer, which then appears foolish for hiding its head. He humorously imitated the hunter's misguided assumptions, eliciting laughter from the audience. This misunderstanding parallels the erroneous belief that ostriches bury their heads in the sand when threatened, a notion equally absurd. Suyun expressed his intent to observe wild ostriches should the opportunity arise, hoping to dispel such myths. As he stroked the leader's back, he affirmed that while roe deer may seem adorably naïve, labeling them as foolish is a mischaracterization. He recounted instances where deer near human habitation collide with illuminated vehicles, illustrating their inability to connect light with danger. The human race truly acts as parasites upon this earth, he reflected, echoing sentiments that perhaps humanity requires the planet more than it requires us. Suyun felt a warmth in his heart as he realized that slowly, piece by piece, more individuals might come to genuinely cherish these animals. It is time for us to depart from this place. There may still be intriguing tales I have yet to share, yet I cannot recollect many in such a brief span. The snow is falling ever more heavily. We must seek refuge within. If fortune favors us, we might discover a cave. Otherwise, we shall have to resort to pitching a tent. After Suyun spoke, she slung her backpack and ventured deeper into the mountains. The roe deer regarded her with curiosity, and only after she had traversed a considerable distance did they rise to follow. However, Suyun gestured for them to stay and continued on her path. A remarkable scene unfolded as the deer remained in place, watching her retreating figure with keen interest. Around 10 in the morning, Suyun departed from the resting place of the roe deer and meandered his way until approximately 5 in the afternoon, during which he encountered no animals whatsoever. It was uncertain whether his luck had run out or if the snowfall had deterred wildlife. The snowy scenery of the wilderness was breathtakingly beautiful, with snow blanketing the pine trees and icicles adorning the grass, resembling a scene from a fairy tale, where Suyun found himself as the protagonist, albeit somewhat disheveled. Naturally, anyone would struggle after such a prolonged journey, and one could only wonder how he managed to persist with his meager constitution. The viewer count in the live stream showed no signs of diminishing. In fact, it had substantially increased as some astute content creators had edited and uploaded the highlights of Suyun's encounters online, patiently awaiting the subsequent buzz. Exhaling a puff of warm breath, Suyun finally located a suitable spot to rest. Had it not been for the water in his thermos, he feared he might have succumbed to the cold. At that moment, he stood beneath a cliff, where withered grass and trees clinging to the rock face served as mere decorations. At the base, there was a recess in the mountainside that could accommodate half a tent. "Dear friends, I have found tonight's campsite," Suyun exclaimed with excitement as he set down his backpack and plopped down on a snow-covered rock beside the cave, disregarding the snow atop it. Wow, he was a mere viewer before, and now he's a friend. Talk about excessive. The streamer has gone wild. The true self is revealed, and having gained some experience in live streaming, Suyun had developed a thicker skin and was unfazed by the comments. "All right, it's getting dark. That's all for today. I'll stream again tomorrow, depending on the time," he remarked, glancing at the dimming sky with a smile. "Don't go yet. It's not truly dark. Let us see you set up your tent. Is the stream ending already? How short? How can you say it's short? The streamer started at 5 this morning." Ignoring the lamentations in the chat, Suyun cheerfully ended the stream and began to contemplate his current situation, as it was now his time for solitude. He set his backpack down against the cliff. Snow continued to fall from the sky, yet fortunately, the recessed area remained snow-free, providing a small patch of dry ground. Without hesitation, he retrieved his entrenching tool from the side of his backpack and swiftly cleared the accumulated snow. Due to the proximity to the cliff, the snow was not particularly deep, and after clearing it, Suyun skillfully erected his tent, which just barely touched the top of the cave. Not bad, he thought. Having found a sheltered spot from the snow. Had he set up his tent in the open, he would surely have suffocated in it if it snowed overnight. Satisfied with his tent, he cleared another area, dug a pit, and gathered some firewood. The firewood was rather mixed, but Su-Yun deliberately selected the driest pieces from the bottom, ensuring they were not damp like those above. Discovering dry firewood was a pleasant surprise. Had it been wet, it would have created thick smoke, causing trouble for the patrollers and the staff in the lookout tower, and he would certainly have been issued a warning bracelet. After swiftly igniting the firewood and creating a firebreak, Su-Yun comfortably removed his shoes to dry his damp belongings and took the opportunity to heat his food. As time passed, Su-Yun feasted and dried his clothing before extinguishing the fire and happily burrowing into his sleeping bag inside the tent. After a long day, it was time to rest. The blisters on his feet had already burst, and he looked forward to a swift recovery by morning. Gradually, he drifted into slumber. Unbeknownst to him, outside, videos of Su-Yun's live stream had begun to gain traction online. People returning home from work opened their preferred video platforms to unwind. After a long day, they sought to relax by watching videos. When they stumbled upon clips of lynxes coordinating to capture roe deer, with Su-Yun fervently pursuing and daringly approaching the lynx without any weapon, engaging in friendly exchange and posing with a family of martens, they were utterly astonished, struggling to believe the authenticity of what they witnessed. Many sought answers online. Upon discovering the truth, admiration grew, and as they watched in suspense, they yearned for the life Su-Yun led. Reflecting on their own 996 work culture, which suffocated them, they lamented the lack of time to venture outdoors. Thus, Su-Yun's content fulfilled their desires. Consequently, Su-Yun's live stream skyrocketed in popularity. Word spread rapidly, and even if Su-Yun's stream was not currently live, interest in him surged. In the outdoor department of Bilibili, the team leader pointed at Su-Yun's video, exclaiming in frustration to the outdoor staff, "You didn't know about this? Huh? This is happening in our outdoor live stream. If I hadn't stumbled upon this video, I might have remained oblivious for days to the presence of such a remarkable talent on our platform. What? We haven't even signed him yet. What if he gets poached? Am I still going to be the team leader?" The team leader was so incensed that he nearly flipped the table. "Come here, Xiao Xiao. How did you miss such an obvious influx of traffic? Were you playing games all day again? Xiao Lu, I won't even bother mentioning your novel writing during work hours. But could you at least show some professionalism? And you lot, do you think this is a retirement home? Huh, it's practically a nursing home." Xiao Xiao murmured something under his breath. However, the atmosphere grew eerily silent. His words were heard loud and clear, and everyone regarded him with the eyes of warriors. Xiao Xiao felt a wave of discomfort wash over him, realizing he had spoken without thinking. "Zhao Tianhao, what did you say? Don't think I want to reprimand you just because you're my sister's husband." The team leader glared, his expression darkening at the lack of respect from his own relative. Zhao Tianhao, feeling cornered, retorted, "I did not rely on my brother-in-law to get into this company. I'm here on my own merit." His response implied he was unfairly suspected of nepotism. "Our outdoor department has never had many people. It's either hiking, setting up tents, or beachcombing. What's the difference? It's just a recording." The team leader was momentarily speechless, but remained adamant that he was not in the wrong. "I don't care. We must sign this person. It's imperative. I don't care what methods you use. Make contact with this streamer immediately," he concluded, storming out in a huff. The others exchanged glances, returning to their tasks, but they regarded Zhao Tianhao with a newfound curiosity, realizing he had a connection with the leader and deciding to engage with him more in the future. Su-Yun's streaming potential was unparalleled. Thus far, no outdoor live stream had matched his appeal. Therefore, it was crucial to secure his agreement without delay. This was a historic first for live wildlife adventure streaming. Unlike edited videos typical of adventurers like Bear Grylls, which relied on a team behind the scenes. Yet, even those garnered substantial attention. How much more so for Su-Yun, who ventured alone into the depths of the mountains to interact with wild animals. In a peculiar twist of fate, Su-Yun remained oblivious to the events transpiring in the outside world. At this moment, he was deeply engrossed in slumber, utterly fatigued from a day of arduous travel. Though he appeared to be in a profound sleep, even the slightest rustle would rouse him. After all, he was alone now, unlike in the past when he had companions. Ever since the nocturnal wolf attack in Shenangjia, he had to be exceedingly cautious during his rest, remaining ever vigilant of his surroundings, even with guards posted at the camp. Su-Yun had set up an elaborate alarm system outside his tent, utilizing fishing lines strung tightly with bells, ensuring that even a mouse's passage would trigger a sound. granting him precious moments to react should any nocturnal creature breach his defenses. Suddenly, a low, sinister chuckle pierced the stillness, a rasping, deranged sound reminiscent of a deranged murderer admiring his handiwork. Su Yun's eyes flew open, his body paralyzed with fear, wary of making any movements that might betray his presence. His hand, however, instinctively groped for the flashlight nestled within his sleeping bag. He widened his eyes, desperately attempting to stifle his breath. The laughter, he had heard it in his dreams, and he was certain he had not misheard it. The coarse, gravelly laughter echoed once more, sending a chill cascading down his spine. Indeed, he had not been mistaken. There was laughter. Yet, in the depths of the forest, who could possibly be laughing? What malevolent entity could produce such a chilling sound? Was it a forest ranger? No, they would not venture this far into the wilderness. What, then, could it be? Su Yun's heart raced uncontrollably, and he could no longer suppress his anxiety. He gingerly unzipped his sleeping bag and extricated himself, peering anxiously through the tent's fabric, only to find nothing but darkness. The premium material of the tent, coupled with the absence of moonlight in the snowy night, rendered visibility nearly impossible. Delicious. The voice taunted again, emanating from an elevated position. The tone was ancient and raspy, but it sent shivers down Su Yun's spine. Delicious? Was it referring to him? He quickly deduced the direction of the voice, recalling a stout tree nearby that seemed to be the source of the sound. Was it possible for someone with such an aged voice to scale such a tree? Su Yun himself would struggle to climb it. Did that mean the entity could fly? He dared not ponder further. Raised under the banner of materialism, he had never encountered such bizarre phenomena. Yet, there were indeed occurrences that science could not elucidate, compelling him to adopt a mindset of cautious belief. However, this time, he found himself ensnared in an extraordinary situation. Without hesitation, he initiated a live broadcast, reasoning that if he were to encounter something truly bizarre, at least others would know how it unfolded. The day's streaming had garnered him a plethora of supporters, and as he activated the broadcast, a multitude of viewers flooded in. Starting so early? Streaming at 9:30 p.m. after just 4.5 hours of sleep? Such dedication. Not signed yet. Not signed. Come to my doyu. Such a dedicated streamer. We've struck gold on Bilibili. YISNT the streamer speaking. He doesn't look well. As Su Yun commenced his live stream, his outdoor team also entered the chat, enraged by the comments on Douyu. However, they were soon captivated by the sight within the broadcast. The drone footage revealed Su Yun's terror, his eyes wide with fear as he gazed outside the tent. His tension palpable. Holding a flashlight in his left hand, poised to strike, and a dagger in his right, he subtly gestured for silence, indicating that now was not the time for words. In his heart, he had already formulated a theory. It could either be a ghost or a poacher. Both scenarios posed a threat to him. What is happening to the streamer? He has drawn his knife. It can't be an animal. If it were, he would have already acted. How frightening. It's so quiet. I'd be terrified. Is the streamer just here to entertain us? Just as the comments buzzed with speculation, a soft, feminine laugh echoed into the stream. He 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 he. Su Yun's expression darkened instantaneously. The voice had shifted from male to female, signifying only one possibility. A ghost. What the hell is that? I heard the laughter. It's so eerie. Where is it coming from? ISNT the streamer alone? Oh no, what unsavory entity has he encountered? Earlier, the streamer chased a weasel. Is it now seeking revenge? Stop talking nonsense. The more you say, the more frightened I become. Goodness, I can't watch anymore. My light just flickered. The live stream audience quickly grasped the gravity of the situation, realizing why Su Yun appeared so pale and terrified. It was indeed a bizarre encounter. The chat erupted with frenzied comments as no one had ever faced such an ordeal. Delicious is hidden. The voice morphed into an even more sinister, aged male tone. Su Yun's heart sank. Was the voice insinuating that he was hiding in the tent? This was precarious. What else with the sudden shift to a male voice? Goodness, is there truly a ghost? The likelihood of encountering strange occurrences in the depths of the forest is certainly heightened. It must be the weasel from earlier seeking vengeance. Su Yun exhaled deeply, contemplating the necessity to venture outside. Remaining passive was not an option. As a staunch materialist, he believed in science, yet acknowledged the existence of inexplicable phenomena. If the entity were a poacher, he could call for help. If it were something otherworldly, he would choose to confront it head-on. The last remark was a mere rallying cry for himself. Come on, streamer, don't do it. Stay in the tent. Goodness, ISNT this supposed to be an animal stream? How did it turn into something so eerie? The streamer is truly courageous. At that moment, Su Yun hoped that the presence was indeed a poacher, for if it were, he still had a fighting chance. Clearing his throat, he tentatively called out, "Who are you?" Silence ensued. What a cowardly apparition, hiding in the shadows. Mustering his courage, Suyun spoke again while swiftly unzipping the tent and stepping outside. Flashlight aimed at the source of the voice. Yet, nothing suspicious was revealed. "Come out," he commanded, his voice firm. At that moment, the drone captured the scene. Yet Suyun found no sign of anyone. Had the entity fled? With that thought, he sighed in relief. The live chat was flooded with questions. Just as Suyun lowered his guard, a faint sound resonated from behind the tent. It was akin to a heavy object falling onto the fabric, followed by laughter once more. "Hee hee, found you." As the voice of the parrot echoed, Suyun's mind went blank in an instant, leaving him utterly astonished. He had never anticipated that the entity could so swiftly position itself behind him. It was evidently not human. In a state of panic, he hesitated to turn around, fearing that the moment he did so would coincide with the entity's attack, just as depicted in the movies. After swallowing hard, an idea struck him. The drone was capable of panoramic filming. He could simply view the situation from the drone's perspective. He glanced at the barrage of comments. "What a surprise, I thought it was a ghost. I nearly tossed my phone. Thankfully the drone captured the scene. If it can talk, then it's not remarkable. The host looks utterly terrified. Just look at that pale face. Ha ha ha." The host didn't dare to turn around. Let us be honest, if you were here, you'd be even less composed than the host. Someone get the host a new pair of pants. Host, I'm the outdoor group S supervisor. Please respond. Seeing the comments suggested it was not a ghost and did not pose a threat. Suyun breathed a sigh of relief and turned his gaze to the footage captured by the drone. The moment he caught sight of the figure, he froze and instinctively turned to face it. There, he beheld an Amazon parrot, head cocked to one side, wearing an expression of mockery. "Damn it. You scared me to death." Suyun finally relaxed, exhaling deeply. As long as it wasn't a ghost, anything was bearable, especially if it was merely an animal. He was quite adept at handling animals. "Hey, you." The Amazon parrot retorted defiantly. Suyun's expression darkened. It was the parrot belonging to that rascal. And it had come out just to frighten him. "Ha ha ha, this parrot is hilarious. This parrot is amusing, it even curses. What kind of parrot is this? It's so cheeky." The host's face has turned black. "I wonder how its previous owner trained it." "Ha ha ha. Host, I'm the outdoor group S supervisor. Please respond." Suddenly, Suyun furrowed his brow. Logically, if it were an animal, he would have sensed it, as any creature within 100 meters would trigger an affinity indicator. However, while in the tent, relying solely on sound to assess the surroundings, he had not detected any animal affinity. With this thought, unease crept back in. What if it wasn't merely a parrot? Upon glancing at the parrot again, Suyun was astonished to realize it truly lacked any animal affinity. Was there a malfunction in the system? System, are you experiencing issues? He wondered internally. Yet, the system offered no response, leaving him at a loss. "Listen, serve me," the parrot demanded, noticing Suyun's silence. This remark elicited laughter from the viewers in the live stream. "This is too funny." The host picked up a grandfather in the middle of the night. "Ha ha ha, it's this grandfather who came to the host. This parrot is something else. Hello, host. I'm the outdoor supervisor from Bilibili. Please respond." Suyun was annoyed. Having been awakened from a deep sleep and startled, he felt taken advantage of. "Get lost," he retorted, then crawled into the tent, controlling the drone to follow him, and forcefully zipped it up. He turned to the live audience and exclaimed, "You have no idea how frightened I was. I was sound asleep when I suddenly heard a raspy laugh in the depths of the forest. Instinctively, I thought it was a person. The voice was a confusing mix of male and female, nearly giving me a heart attack. Thank goodness it was just a bird. Had we been elsewhere, I might have guessed it was a parrot, but here in Chabai Mountain, I would never have associated a parrot with this place." Just as he finished speaking, the parrot outside persisted. "Hey, I'm hungry." Suyun, teeth clenched, retorted, "Get lost. I owe you nothing. If I didn't love animals, I would have surely eaten you." "Ha ha ha, the host's lifelong rival. This parrot is quite clever." With a dark expression, Suyun continued. "This parrot is probably abandoned by its owner. It's quite the chatterbox." Before he could finish, the parrot chimed in again. "I ran away myself. I'm hungry." Suyun was taken aback. Could the Amazon parrot be clever enough to understand human language? This seemed beyond the realm of normal animal behavior. If it could be tamed to such an extent, it would be invincible. No wonder it lacked animal affinity. Perhaps it was simply too intelligent. My goodness. This parrot can hold a conversation. If you catch it, I'll buy it. Host, ask this parrot why it ran away. This parrot is indeed something special. Curious. Suyun inquired, "Why did you run away?" "Why should I tell you? I'm hungry." The parrot replied. Suyun rolled his eyes, rummaging through his backpack for some nuts. Speak up, or you won't get any. I'll eat first, then I'll talk. Bargaining. If you don't speak, don't expect to eat. Suyun threatened. After a moment of silence, the parrot explained, that old bastard was at home with a prostitute and got caught. I was starving for 3 days and couldn't take it anymore, so I ran away. Suyun burst into laughter. Suddenly, the mixed voices made sense. In recalling the parrot's earlier remarks, they now seemed less terrifying and rather suggestive, such as delicious, hiding, and found you, likely just banter before the battle. Ha ha. Thinking back on what the parrot said, now knowing the truth, I can't stop laughing. Today has been quite the eye-opener. It's my first time seeing a parrot that talks like this. Wow, this parrot is genuinely clever. I've never seen such an intelligent parrot. I'm a supervisor. Show me some respect and respond. How tall is it? Suyun asked instinctively. It's as tall as you. The parrot replied, pecking at the nuts Suyun had tossed. Suyun felt a surge of anger. What kind of comparison was that? Was the parrot mocking him? In a fit of frustration, he had no desire to continue the conversation, angrily zipped up the tent, leaving the parrot outside, and abruptly ended the live stream. The live stream screen went black in an instant. WTF, the host is ignoring us, not even saying a word before shutting down. Am I the only one who noticed that a poor supervisor has been trying to speak? You're not alone, brother. One outside the tent, after finishing the nuts. The parrot declared, I'm still hungry. Get lost. If I'm not full, you're not allowed to sleep. I'll sleep if I want. The next moment, the parrot grabbed the zipper and forcefully pulled it up. Suyun was infuriated, punching the air mattress in frustration. I don't owe you anything. In the early morning, Suyun, still groggy from sleep, reluctantly fed the incessantly clamoring parrot. Its raucous singing had nearly driven him to madness. Unable to endure the annoyance any longer, he surrendered to the demands of his feathered companion. As he sat up, he glanced at the open tent and noticed the parrot, its eyes gleaming with mischief, feasting on nuts in the corner. Frustrated, he kicked the parrot to the ground. Despite his fondness for animals, there are moments when circumstances dictate otherwise. The parrot, undeterred, retaliated by pecking at Suyun's foot. In a fit of irritation, Suyun seized it by the neck and tossed it aside, initiating his live broadcast with a drone taking flight to commence a new day of streaming. You dare to strike me? The parrot squawked, realizing it was outmatched in might. It quickly resorted to verbal jibes. Get lost. You're eating my food and waking me up in the cold. Suyun retorted, recalling that had he not been kind-hearted, the parrot would have been the star of the soup he had prepared the previous night. During their time together, Suyun had discerned the parrot's remarkable intelligence. Its vocabulary rivaled that of a 6th grader, and it exhibited a penchant for banter. If it couldn't gain the upper hand in their exchanges, it would resort to sheer annoyance. Good morning. The broadcaster is quite dedicated. A viewer commented, while another noted, what is happening here? As Suyun packed his belongings, he greeted his audience, explaining that an unexpected occurrence had transpired the night before. He quickly donned his attire, casting a glance at the rising sun. The weather was splendid, with fresh snow deepening the landscape, a testament to the previous night's snowfall. Today, we shall venture further into the mountains. We have already explored the lynx, five-toed weasel, roe deer, and marten. Regrettably, we did not encounter the yellow weasel. Next, let us discover more creatures, depending on our fortune. Our ultimate goal is the northeast tiger. We shall not leave this forest until we find it. As he concluded his statement, the parrot flapped its wings and perched itself on Suyun's backpack, exclaiming, Let us go. Irritated, Suyun swatted his backpack, demanding the bird to leave him be. The parrot, however, clung stubbornly to its spot, gleefully chanting, under the great bridge. A flock of ducks swims by. Suyun's expression darkened. Is this parrot for real? A viewer exclaimed, It's too funny. Another chimed in. The parrot is too clever. I wonder how its previous owner trained it. Suyun sighed, realizing he could not rid himself of this persistent companion. What must I do for you to leave me? He lamented. I have no intention of letting you go. You're quite lonely without me, the parrot quipped. Where did you learn such words? Suyun asked, incredulous. I watch television. It replied, leaving Suyun utterly defeated. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to remain calm. I'll give you my leftover food if you promise to leave me. The banter continued in the live chat, with viewers finding amusement in Suyun's plight. Reluctantly, Suyun acquiesced. Fine, let us embark together, but I must give you a name. As he walked, various names flitted through his mind while the audience offered suggestions. Call it Redneck. How about Greenie? It's mostly green, after all. Naming is the worst. I'd rather be killed. Suyun pondered deeply. The parrot, keenly understanding his thoughts, stared eagerly, awaiting its new name. Yet, he dismissed the audience's suggestions, knowing they lacked seriousness. "What was your previous name?" he asked casually. The parrot tilted its head, adjusting its feathers, and replied, "That scoundrel had no time to name me, always preoccupied with his own affairs." "What affairs?" Su-yun prodded, intrigued. "Soliciting. He even took me along." "And then what? Did he get caught?" Su-yun's curiosity piqued further. "Of course. I called the police," the parrot declared proudly. Su-yun's eyes widened in disbelief. "You called the police? A bird? Child's play," the parrot boasted. Realizing the bird's remarkable ability to converse, Su-yun concluded that its intelligence surpassed that of ordinary parrots. "Can you believe it? The owner was reported by his own parrot," one viewer remarked, while another added. The parrot, concerned for its owner's well-being, chose to intervene. How heartwarming. Amazed, Su-yun continued to ponder a suitable name for his companion. As the sun ascended higher, he trudged through the knee-deep snow, reflecting on the parrot's antics while contemplating the fascinating Amazon parrot for his audience. 24. A change of fortune look, Su-yun exclaimed, pointing at the parrot perched on his arm. Setting aside its foul demeanor, the bird was undeniably impressive in appearance. The parrot, displeased by the remark, tossed its head defiantly, choosing to ignore him. The Amazon parrot predominantly flaunts a vibrant green hue, yet its thighs, eyes, and crest are adorned in striking yellow. Su-yun chuckled as he gestured toward these features. One could deduce from its name that the Amazon parrot is not native to our country. These creatures predominantly hail from Central America, South America, and Mexico. Renowned for their intelligence, the parrot before Su-yun exhibited an extraordinary level of intellect that left him baffled. How could a parrot possess such high intelligence? He pondered aloud, bemused. "I am a unique parrot," the bird proclaimed with an air of arrogance. Su-yun could not help but agree with this assertion, realizing that discovering another parrot with such remarkable intelligence would be quite the challenge. "I searched online, and indeed, I found no parrot of such caliber. This parrot came to me willingly. Why am I not this fortunate? Perhaps it is because you are rather unappealing." Observing the parrot's haughty demeanor, Su-yun chuckled. Such parrots are known for their longevity. The oldest recorded parrot, born in Liverpool, England in 1870, lived until 1975, becoming a true centenarian. Goodness, that's ancient. That's several generations gone. What a gem Billy has found. What a curse. Billy has stumbled upon a ghost. Ha ha. Streamer, are we signing a contract? Please respond, it's urgent. As Su-yun strolled, he shared the knowledge he had amassed about the Amazon parrot, perhaps forgetting a few details due to the sheer volume of information. Initially, his visit to Changbai Mountain was solely to observe its native species. He never anticipated encountering an Amazon parrot, walking with varying depths in the snow. He checked his task progress, which remained at 410, indicating that the Amazon parrot's information was not recognized by the system as part of the Changbai Mountain ecosystem. The parrot, content and comfortable, occasionally soared to the treetops to peck at branches before returning to dance atop Su-yun's backpack. Observing Su-yun converse with himself, the parrot was somewhat skeptical, unable to see the drone but dismissing any suspicions. "Streamer, the moderator has been looking for you for ages. Please respond. The most unfortunate worker is pleading with the streamer to sign a contract." I had no idea the streamer hadn't signed yet. To have such popularity without a contract is impressive. Noticing the comments from his viewers, Su-yun remembered seeing them the previous evening but had been too startled to respond. This morning, he had chosen to ignore them, as it was work time, and he had nearly missed the barrage of private messages accumulating in the background. However, since the viewers had now brought it to his attention, he felt it would be rude not to respond. Is someone looking to sign a contract? My apologies for not noticing. His newfound thick skin allowed him to fib without a hint of embarrassment. I sense the streamer is feigning ignorance. He must have seen the messages long ago. I agree, the streamer has become increasingly shameless. What a pitiful employee. The streamer has mastered the art of playing the fool. Mr. Su, if possible, may we discuss the terms privately? The moderator's special comment stood out prominently, making it easy for Su-yun to notice. Why not discuss it here? Everyone is watching. Indeed, this kind of live stream is one of a kind. We cannot let you be deceived. Gazing at the sun-drenched hillside, Su-yun inquired, "What are your terms?" He opted not to address the private messages directly, as he felt indifferent about signing a contract. He was simply content to have an audience. However, signing would undoubtedly be advantageous, considering the financial benefits. Our terms are exceedingly generous. We assure your satisfaction, the moderator replied promptly. Though the viewers appeared dissatisfied with the vague response. After all that, we still know nothing. What are the terms? You think this is a brothel? First, they paint a grand picture, then they negotiate down, waiting for the streamer to express dissatisfaction before raising the offer again. Classic tactics. The comments echoed their displeasure, while the outdoor team leader's frustration grew palpable as he pointed an accusing finger at Zhao Tianhao. What nonsense are you spouting? Is the contract ready? What are the terms? If you can't keep him, then get out. Zhao Tianhao, on the verge of tears, knew that drafting the contract was not his responsibility. Yet he dared not defy his brother-in-law and could only endure the reprimand. Just as Zhao Tianhao prepared to type the terms again, Su Yun suddenly collapsed into the snow, his backpack parrot tumbling headfirst into the deep drifts, flailing in a desperate struggle. Quick as a flash, Su Yun rescued the parrot. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he could not let it suffocate. Curse you! You were trying to murder me! The parrot screeched, squirming in Su Yun's grip. Don't speak. Su Yun pleaded, suddenly aware that the parrot's boisterous nature could be a liability. The parrot, undeterred, demanded its release, desperate for silence. Su Yun quickly set the parrot down and turned his gaze to the sunlit slope, where a graceful spotted deer grazed, a vision of elegance. The livestream chat erupted in astonished exclamations. Goodness, is that a spotted deer? How beautiful! I always save the stunning moments the streamer captures. Don't forget to share, everyone. Sunshine, hillside, pine trees, and a spotted deer. This is a scene straight out of a fairy tale. Filled with excitement. Su Yun thought, a spotted deer? What a stroke of luck this morning. We are fortunate to encounter it. Let us not approach too abruptly, as it is rather timid. We must stealthily draw near to engage intimately. After stating his intentions, he gently set down his backpack. The parrot, perched on a nearby branch, gazed at the deer with wide eyes, seemingly concocting some mischief. In the next moment, it suddenly launched itself toward the deer. Su Yun was left in shock, horrified at the thought of the parrot wreaking havoc, as the viewers in the chat erupted in concern. Tracking the parrot, which flew clumsily through the air yet at a swift pace, Su Yun found himself lost in thought, pondering whether this rascal would linger or not, a troublesome matter indeed. The vigilant spotted deer had evidently noticed the parrot's presence. It was about to flee a few paces, but upon spotting the parrot, its instinct to escape dissipated entirely. This was simply because the parrot posed no threat to it. How curious that the timid deer did not flee, Su Yun remarked, knowing full well that deer, with their poor eyesight, would typically bolt at the slightest rustle. The parrot fluttered in the air before landing securely on a tree branch, its gaze directed precisely towards Su Yun's position, which made him feel as though he were being mocked. I sense the parrot is mocking the streamer, creating an inexplicable sense of humor. Parrot, I am still the master here. Humans are truly insignificant. Only animals can coexist harmoniously. Seeking a perspective from the parrot. Agreed. Su Yun, uninterested in the barrage of comments from the viewers who thrived on chaos, crouched low to the ground and began to inch forward. However, after a few attempts, he abandoned the effort as the sound of crunching snow beneath him threatened to expose his presence to the deer. Thus, he resigned himself to quickly rising and taking cover behind a tree, hoping that the foliage would provide sufficient concealment to approach closer. Once he was near enough, he would devise a further plan. It was at this moment that Su Yun recognized the disadvantage of having low affinity. Without a score of at least 6, animals would not trust him. Hence, in his previous attempts, he had swiftly raised his affinity. The reason for his earlier successes in approaching animals lay in specific circumstances. The marten at home could not escape. The lynx was bold and belonged to a small family, showing no fear of him. The roe deer, too endearingly naive and curious, and the squirrels were likely oblivious to any approaching presence. These factors had facilitated Su Yun's earlier endeavors. However, the encounter with the weasel had left him disheartened, making him realize the difficulty of approaching animals with such low affinity, let alone increasing it. Su Yun cautiously darted from one tree to another, but his swift movements created a considerable disturbance. The naturally timid deer immediately detected his presence, turning on its heels to flee without hesitation. Su Yun, in a panic, ceased his attempts at stealth and boldly called out, "Wait, don't run. I'm a good person." Yet, the deer paid him no mind, fleeing faster until it vanished from sight. This is hilarious. The druid buff has worn off. The second encounter with the streamer has failed. Let us hope for success on the third try. A devil above. I propose the parrot take over as the streamer. Little Su should retire on the spot. Agreed. The parrot can fly, speaks beautifully, and possesses high intelligence. The entertainment value is off the charts. Su Yun scowled, feeling exasperated by the shamelessness of the comments. Just as he was lost in thought, the parrot fluttered back, landing squarely atop his head in a display of arrogance that was most displeasing. In dissatisfaction, Su Yun swatted the parrot off, glancing at the spot where the deer had once stood, and resignedly retrieved his backpack. "Curse you." The parrot tumbled into the snow, flapping helplessly, unable to extricate itself. "Help." Su Yun crouched beside the parrot, poking its rear and chuckling. "You've made a mistake." "I am not wrong," the parrot retorted defiantly. "Then perish in there for all I care," Su Yun replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the parrot quickly conceded. Finally satisfied, Su Yun helped the parrot free, which promptly shook off the snow and took flight to a branch, vociferously berating him. "You scoundrel, this is murder." Su Yun had anticipated such a reaction, smiling faintly. He would not retaliate verbally. It was only a matter of time before he had the parrot under his thumb in future dealings. Upon seeing Su Yun's smile, the parrot suddenly appeared flustered, falling silent. "Our recent endeavor has proven fruitless. The human skills in concealment in the wild are incomparable to those of wild animals. Even formidable creatures like tigers, lynxes, and black bears can be detected while hunting, especially the timid spotted deer, which is excessively cautious," Su Yun articulated as he approached the deer's former location. The snow here was shallow, and the surrounding footprints were not chaotic. This was a favored area for the deer, who sought sunny slopes during winter. "Let us follow its tracks. We shall surely catch up," Su Yun declared, setting forth on his journey, now focused on the deer. He refrained from elaborating on the deer, for even if he did, the system would not count it towards the task, as it required close proximity. "The deer. I feel my end is near. The roe deer. You shall not perish." Su Yun is a good person. As long as the streamer cannot catch the deer, he will simply follow it. What a shameless pursuit. A stalker. Poor moderator. Even signing a contract is a challenge. Su Yun paused momentarily, chuckling. Earlier was rather urgent. "Let us discuss the contract after the stream concludes this afternoon." After saying so, he continued onward, while the moderator silently replied with an acknowledgement. "The streamer is impressive. It's my first time witnessing someone so eager to sign a contract. How could he not be impressive? He is truly one of a kind. Who else would dare venture into the wild for a live broadcast? No one really." First, Su Yun's live stream is exceptional, allowing interaction with animals. Nearly all creatures he touches become friendly. Second, he is brave enough to approach carnivorous animals. With these two factors combined, even the great Bai would not dare. Thus, the streamer is a treasure. Indeed, a rare gem, stumbled upon by chance. The parrot, humming cheerfully, hopped about on Su Yun's backpack, exuding joy. While the majority of viewers were captivated by the parrot, Su Yun relished the respite, free from the need to narrate, allowing him to observe the surroundings closely. At this moment, he recognized the significant aid the parrot could offer, as it spared him from the monotony of constant dialogue during their journey. Moreover, the viewers were entertained, for the parrot understood the art of streaming well. As the imprints of the deer's hooves began to shorten, it indicated that the creature had slowed from its previous sprint. Thus, pursuing the deer bore similarities to a hunter tracking a roe deer. As long as they continued to follow, they would eventually catch up. Measuring the hoof prints, Su Yun casually remarked. Last night's snowfall had left some branches of trees bent under the weight of snow, and Su Yun noticed gnawing marks on the pine needles above, prompting him to be alert for any nearby animals. It would be fortuitous if he stumbled upon one whose home lay in this vicinity. 26. Tracking 2, Su Yun glanced around, noticing the absence of any other animal tracks. It appeared that the pine needles had been nibbled during the snowfall before being concealed by the thick layer of snow. Without further hesitation, Su Yun resumed his pursuit. In truth, the journey was not far, merely taking 10 minutes. However, the deep snow significantly impeded his progress, even without observing wildlife. Simply snuggling in bed while watching the snowfall is a form of enjoyment. The upstairs dweller is remarkably lazy, still refusing to rise. The broadcaster is working so hard, venturing deep into the mountains to film animals even in heavy snow, truly risking his life for a paycheck. What a fool. If the broadcaster were solely motivated by profit, he wouldn't refuse gifts. You claim he seeks riches? Indeed, it's true. When approached for a contract, the broadcaster dismisses them. His mission is to promote a love for animals, and you should see how ecstatic he is while interacting with them. His joy evident in the way his back teeth show. Upon reading that his joy was so vivid that it revealed his molars, Su Yun felt a bit speechless. Had they observed so closely? In reality, the Sika deer possesses a territory, and with sufficient effort, one can surely locate it. Encouraging himself, Su Yun pressed on. The Chabai Mountain Nature Reserve is characterized predominantly by volcanic terrain, with mountainous landscapes being particularly prevalent. After walking 100 meters or so, he reached the forest's edge. where the Sika deer had already ventured out of the forest into the basin. This area lacked the dense trees found deeper in the woods, with only occasional solitary trees dotting the landscape. Standing at the forest's edge, Su Yun looked down the slope. The basin was modest in size, not too large, yet not small either, making it impossible for him to traverse in a short time. Upon reaching the basin at the forest's edge, he gazed at a small river below, now frozen, and in the distance, a petite waterfall, also encased in ice. What a true spectacle! Su Yun exclaimed with a smile of pure delight. As the drone ascended to capture the scene, footprints emerged from the soft snow, with exposed rocks revealing their yellow-brown soil beneath the snow. The river at the bottom of the valley lay completely frozen, extending to the waterfall that reached for the horizon, all captured in a stillness that seemed untouched by the outside world. Wow, witnessing such a snow scene is an immense blessing. Even if the broadcaster weren't filming wildlife, I would still wholeheartedly support him for showcasing such beauty. After much contemplation, I find myself at a loss for words to describe the view before me, suddenly feeling the weight of my own ignorance. How I long to reside here, away from the city's clamor, living as a recluse. Don't harbor such unrealistic dreams. Your salary won't support such a life. Best to remain a cog in the capitalist machine. Su Yun exhaled a puff of warm breath, observing a series of footprints on the ground. His keen eyesight allowed him to see that these tracks had crossed over to the opposite slope. Those four-legged creatures are remarkably swift. I've been chasing for ages, and they've already crossed to the other side. However, since he had arrived, he decided to set aside the task of tracking the Sika deer for the moment. After all, the tracks remained. The deer could not escape him. I shall first take a look at the waterfall. Sika deer, let me catch my breath first. Oh joy, let us see the waterfall. I have never seen a frozen waterfall in my life. I can't believe the broadcaster has fulfilled this wish for me. Su Yun cautiously took his first step, noting from the deer's hoof prints that the snow on the slope was not overly thick, though a slip was still possible. He treaded carefully, aware that 2 legs were not as stable as 4. As his foot crunched into the snow, he pressed down firmly, finding it solid. A glance across the slope revealed shallow snow, likely due to the wind's influence, exposing faint footprints beneath a thin layer. I must be cautious. This slope is quite steep. Safety is paramount. Su Yun chuckled, preparing to take another step when suddenly, the snow beneath him gave way, and he slid down the slope, landing unceremoniously on his rear, gliding as if down a slide. Amidst the tumble, some deadwood and small stones greeted him roughly. In the blink of an eye, he found himself at the bottom of the slope, just 3 or 4 steps from the river. Lying on the ground, backpack still on, he stared vacantly at the pale blue sky, still startled by the fall. That was quite a rapid descent. Is the broadcaster all right? I hope he is safe. I still want to see the Sika deer. He should be fine. He is still breathing. Goodness, are you confirming his safety based on his breath alone? Yet, concern for Su Yun prevailed, despite the somewhat absurd nature of their comments. After a moment to collect himself, Su Yun sat upright, checking his body for injuries. Relieved to find none, he exhaled deeply. If he had been hurt, being alone in the depths of the forest would have posed a serious dilemma. What if he encountered a pack of wolves that decided to carry him off? No injuries. What a stroke of luck. Su Yun smiled broadly, genuinely relieved. The comments on the screen echoed a collective relief that he was unscathed, as if they had rehearsed their responses. However, the phrase, thankfully he is all right, was followed by a few remarks that if something had happened, they wouldn't be able to see the Sika deer, which caused Su Yun a slight headache. While this rapid descent was indeed swift, do not attempt to replicate it. I am a professional, and thus can choose such a method, while you cannot. Su Yun stood up, adopting a serious tone. Shameless old rogue. Clearly, he slipped and fell, but insists on portraying himself as a professional. Slippery broadcaster. Ha ha ha, someone call the police. The broadcaster has become increasingly shameless. I recall when he first started, he was so shy. Now his audacity rivals that of a fortress. Su Yun felt no embarrassment. If they discovered his shamelessness, so be it. He was not the one to feel awkward. Standing on the icy surface, he jumped up and down, realizing that the riverbed was solidly frozen, quite safe. To his left lay the waterfall. The snow was too thick, so he opted to traverse the ice instead. As he took a few steps forward, glancing down, he suddenly chuckled. What incredible luck. Fortune has turned in my favor. Can anyone guess what it is? He then squatted down, removing his backpack to shield the discovery. His drone cooperating by refraining from filming. What else could it be? Fish, perhaps? Indeed, aside from fish, the river holds shrimp and crabs. Those are the only 3 options. The broadcaster's interaction clearly belittles the vast audience. Su Yun scanned the screen filled with answers, none of which were correct. Of course, had he not discovered it himself, he wouldn't have guessed it either. 27. Tracking 3. You all seem rather inadequate. Su-Yun mocked with a scoff. Who do you say is inadequate? You can try to see if I am adequate, dog head. Why the sudden shift in tone? Su-Yun rolled her eyes. And since no one could guess, I shall reveal the answer. As she spoke, Su-Yun slowly opened her backpack, revealing an object frozen beneath the ice. Before them lay a vividly lifelike capercaillie, imprisoned in ice, its wings slightly spread as if yearning to escape the confines of the water, yet despairingly realizing that it could never break free. Oh my, is this an ice sculpture? I would never have imagined there would be a flying creature in the water. I would never guess that in a lifetime. I can't even be bothered to guess. The host clearly has no good intentions. If it were that easy to guess, the host would certainly not allow it. What on earth is this? Su-Yun smiled slightly, confident that the audience lacked knowledge of this creature. Allow me to enlighten you. Pay close attention and learn well. The host is truly something, starting to mock us. I previously saw a comment claiming, I never would have thought there would be a flying creature in the water. This statement is incorrect. You don't truly believe this creature can fly, do you? Su-Yun chuckled. This creature is called a capercaillie, a nationally protected species, classified as a species of least concern by the World Wildlife Fund, and is a true ground-dwelling bird, not a flying one. As the name suggests, ground-dwelling indicates that it is not adept at flying. Su-Yun lightly tapped the ice surface, producing a dull sound, and judging by its size, it is certainly a male capercaillie. The best way to distinguish the gender of a capercaillie is by observing its size. Males are larger than females, with females reaching a maximum of 90 centimeters, while males can reach up to 125 centimeters. Su-Yun gestured with her arms towards the capercaillie, saying, You see, the length of my arms corresponds to the size of my feet. I wear size 42 shoes, which means my arm span is approximately 26 centimeters. By comparing, it becomes evident that this is a male. I've learned something. My knowledge has truly expanded. I had no idea that arm span and foot size were related. I looked it up and found it to be true. Capercaillie, even in death. I am being introduced so thoroughly. Is there any meaning in that? There is an even simpler method for identification. The male capercaillie's head-to-tail feathers are slate gray. Su-Yun pointed at its head, adding that interestingly, the sounds made by males and females differ when they flap their wings. If we encounter a live one, I shall provide further introduction. Speaking about a silent capercaillie lacks persuasive power. Throughout this half-day, Su-Yun had been monitoring the system tasks and discovered that the capercaillie was not included in the popularization tasks, prompting her to decisively abandon the endeavor. She had ceased engaging in thankless tasks since the age of 3. Now let us extract it. Su-Yun eagerly drew her dagger from her calf and struck it forcefully against the ice. What are you digging it out for? It's already dead. Let it rest in peace. Dog head, if I'm not mistaken, it's destined for the host's stomach. How long has it been dead? Is it still edible? Shall we consider it a natural freezer? The sound of Su-Yun striking the ice echoed through the valley. Observing the comments, Su-Yun smiled and said, Yes. Indeed, I intend to eat it. Otherwise, why would I waste so much time and effort? Encountering this creature is our stroke of luck, or rather, my stroke of luck. In this situation, if we were to abandon this food, it would be utterly wasteful. Moreover, if it were to thaw and no animal were to find the capercaillie, it would simply rot in the water, posing a threat to other drinking animals. Reflecting on this, I am essentially saving many little creatures. The host is becoming increasingly shameless. The thickness of their skin is astonishing. Am I the only one who thinks the host's shamelessness stems from us? This is getting more absurd. Soon it will turn into a wilderness food live stream. Su-Yun's movements were swift. The previously pristine ice surface shattered into white crystalline fluff. She opened her water bottle and gently poured it over the ice to facilitate thawing, making it easier to extract the creature. The viewers in the live stream engaged in their own discussions while watching Su-Yun break the ice, the only sound echoing in the valley. The audience watching Su-Yun's live stream grew increasingly numerous, and those who stayed seemed to do so to please her. Without signing a contract with Su-Yun, they directly pushed her into the advertisement, leading to a natural increase in viewers. Well, I just clicked into Bilibili and was drawn in by the software's advertisement. If I am not mistaken, the host has yet to sign a contract with Bilibili. I believe it is a gesture of goodwill. Shark Live, host. Would you be interested in joining us? The terms are negotiable. Shark Live has been muted by the super admin. This is hilarious. Even the foot draggers have arrived. Su-Yun noticed the comments and replied with a smile, Rest assured, I will discuss terms with you after the broadcast tonight. She then refocused on her task. Super admin. Thank you. Host, we are fully sincere. A parrot hopped energetically across the lake's surface. occasionally pecking at the ice chunks Su Yun had broken or tugging at her shoelaces, seemingly more of a distraction than assistance. The live stream's attention largely centered on it, having already gathered a portion of fans. "This is how we extract it," Su Yun exclaimed joyfully at this moment. Most of the capercailzie's body had been unearthed, leaving only the last two legs encased in ice. This capercailzie met a tragic end, drowning. How rare. In this vast world, there are wonders beyond imagination. Just as Su Yun began to carefully excavate the foremost layer of ice, a sudden cacophony of cries erupted, reminiscent of an old wooden door creaking, accompanied by shrieks. Su Yun abruptly raised her head towards the source of the sound. Not only did Su Yun hear it, but everyone in the live stream did as well. It was the call of a cicada. Su Yun was quite certain, and quickly set aside her work to rush towards the sound. The source was just beyond another hillside, where the footprints had led. "I'm baffled. ISNT at the call of the deer? This sound doesn't seem to fit. They just want to convey a beautiful vision to you. What on earth is happening? Why are there screams?" The parrot hopped along in pursuit of Su Yun, seemingly drawn by the commotion. Su Yun swiftly made her way up the gentle slope, the soft snow crunching beneath her feet. Upon reaching the summit, Su Yun gazed at the scene before her, exclaiming in astonishment. The live stream erupted in excitement. Standing atop the hillside, Su Yun found himself momentarily stunned, while the viewers in the live stream gasped in astonishment. "Goodness. It's stuck. What is happening? Could it be a trap? That's not possible. The area is too limited. What is that dark figure? It seems there's more than just the cicada trapped here. Host, why are you just standing there? Hurry over." Su Yun was equally astonished. He had anticipated a lengthy pursuit of the cicada, yet it seemed to have become ensnared in the snow. No matter how panicked one might be, one shouldn't end up trapped in the snow. What surprised him further was that the cicada was not the only unfortunate creature. Several animals were ensnared, all buried in the snow with only their backs exposed. Given their silhouettes, it appeared that the dark figure was a carnivorous animal of the weasel family. At this moment, Su Yun was quite a distance away from the cicada, and thus the affinity level did not display. "Friends, it seems they are trapped," Su Yun exclaimed, pointing to the cicada at the foot of the hill. "We see it. Stop treating us like fools." "I suspect the host has always considered us fools." Su Yun shrugged. He was merely expressing his thoughts, yet it seemed his good intentions were misunderstood. Glancing back at the grouse that was about to be excavated, he reluctantly made his way towards the cicada. He needed to rescue it promptly. Otherwise, the deer might freeze to death, and that would be a regrettable loss. As for the grouse, it was bound to remain trapped. The cicada was ensnared in deep snow, and the slope appeared steeper than the one he had previously fallen from, indicating that the windward slope had accumulated a significant amount of snow, making the snow at the base even thicker. Strangely, being surrounded by mountains suggested a valley in the center, which would facilitate the accumulation of wind and snow, inadvertently ensnaring the animals. As Su Yun advanced cautiously, each step was taken with care. This slope was steeper and the snow deeper than before. He marveled at how bold the cicada was, daring to run down such deep snow. The snow had already submerged him to knee level, causing him to hesitate, uncertain if he could extricate himself should he fall into the snow. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream recognized Su Yun's predicament. If the host isn't confident, he shouldn't go. After all, this isn't his fault. "I agree. The cicada's panic is unrelated to you." With a smile, Su Yun remarked that it was indeed related. Had the cicada not seen him, it likely wouldn't have fled into the snow. From his observations, it seemed the cicada was quite young. An older deer would possess more experience and would surely avoid such perilous paths. After speaking, he pointed to a pine tree about 50 meters to the left and said, "Our current objective is to reach that tree, secure a rope, and then rescue the cicada. If the animals trapped in the snow pit are still alive, we shall rescue them together." At this point, he could finally see the cicada's affinity level. Tears of joy. The host is truly someone willing to contribute to wildlife. Such individuals are often found in life, quietly making contributions. They are the light that illuminates our existence. Su Yun focused intently on his path, while the parrot, sensing the danger, remained still on his backpack, aware that falling into the snow pit would spell trouble, necessitating another plea to Su Yun. With arms outstretched for balance and to prevent slipping, Su Yun navigated the snow, ensuring a larger contact area with the ground. It seemed that upon seeing Su Yun, the cicada let out a more desperate cry, whether from fear or a call for help. As he approached the tree, approximately 10 meters away, Su Yun caught sight of the affinity levels of the other animals across the snow. Suddenly, his brow furrowed. The affinity level of that dark figure was a mere 1. Could it be that affinity levels were ineffective? A glance at the cicadere revealed its affinity was still 2 points. Just as Su-Yun pondered this, the system conveniently displayed a message. The degree of an animal's traits determines its affinity value. Su-Yun paused, then understood. It seemed to be related to temperament. He scrutinized the dark animal and exclaimed in surprise, "Could that black creature be a wolverine? If it were indeed a wolverine, it would explain the low affinity. Such creatures are notoriously fierce, commanding respect even from lynxes in the wild. What is a wolverine? Look it up yourself. No need to. We'll see it soon enough." Finally, Su-Yun reached the pine tree, quickly unloading his backpack and retrieving a bundle of rope custom-made, sturdy yet thin, measuring exactly 150 meters. He swiftly secured one end to the tree and tied the other around himself. Peering into the snow pit, he observed that one animal beside the wolverine had no affinity, indicating it was deceased, while others still exhibited affinity levels. From this close distance, Su-Yun recognized the animals, 5 gazelles and 1 wolverine, alongside the cicadere. Su-Yun rubbed his face vigorously, exhaling. The warmth of his breath was instantly consumed by the cold. What is a gazelle? Is it tasty? It's definitely a protected species. Don't even think about it. Are you out of your mind, wanting to eat everything? I'm going over now, Su-Yun declared, more as a reminder to himself. I'll be waiting here for you. Without hesitation, the parrot flew up to the treetops, unwilling to accompany Su-Yun into such danger. Su-Yun shot at an annoyed glance. That rascal was truly ungrateful. He then pushed forward through the snow with determination. The parrot watched Su-Yun's retreating figure, hopping and singing a childish tune, annoyingly playful. At that moment, Su-Yun felt far from comfortable. Prolonged exposure to the snow could lead to frostbite. And he was already feeling the chill, his clothes soaked through from contact with the snow. Navigating through the snow proved exceedingly difficult. And he resolved that if he ventured into snowy areas again, a pair of skis would be essential. As he neared the cicadere, he could see the glimmer of hope in its eyes. "You little rascal, I told you not to run, but you didn't listen. Now I must come to your rescue." As he trudged forward, the affinity level of the cicadere unexpectedly increased by a point, reinforcing Su-Yun's belief that proximity to the animal could sway its disposition. Just as he was about to reach out and touch the cicadere, Su-Yun suddenly plunged into a snowbank. 29. Rescue. In the fleeting moment when Su-Yun's foot slipped, he was taken aback, and before he knew it, he had sunk into the snow, completely engulfed in an instant. Damn! Su-Yun cursed as he gazed up at the opening above him. This location was utterly ridiculous. The snow was astonishingly loose and thick. At that moment, Su-Yun truly experienced the limited perspective of a frog at the bottom of a well. The drone hovered quietly above, its lens focused on Su-Yun. "I stepped into thin air. That scared me to death," he exclaimed, as he struggled to push the snow away from around him to free his hands. After exerting considerable effort, he finally managed to stand on solid ground, relieved to find he was no longer sinking. "Goodness, that startled me." One moment the host was in the frame, and the next he vanished. One viewer commented, "I almost wet myself. My manhood shrank a bit." Another added, "What on earth is manhood?" Someone else inquired. "The host is in a dire situation. Thankfully, there's a rope. Otherwise, getting out would be quite troublesome," another remarked. Su-Yun tugged at the rope in his hands, acknowledging the viewer's point. Without the rope, he would indeed be in a predicament. As he spoke, he tightened the rope, pulling himself out. The snow was too deep and exceedingly loose, making it impossible to rely on his legs. He could only use the strength of his arms to drag himself free. Finally reaching the snow's surface, Su-Yun stood beside a tree, confronted with a dilemma. The soft, deep snow would not allow him to assist the animals trapped within. "I can't get through. This is too perilous," he sighed. "Why not call a ranger to check it out?" suggested another viewer. "That's a good idea," someone else agreed. "We could use something to increase our surface area. Otherwise, I think it's best to reconsider." As Su-Yun pondered over the suggestions in the chat, he suddenly remembered the tent pad in his backpack. This pad was specially designed, not only to prevent moisture in the tent, but also to serve as a flotation device, proving to be quite practical. Now, it could function as a makeshift sled. Given the slope of the mountain, the snow would aid in sliding down. Without hesitation, Su-Yun quickly extracted the tent, locating the inflatable pad at the bottom. A small electric pump swiftly filled the pad, and before long, a rectangular inflatable mat was ready. "Hey!" A parrot perched on a branch exclaimed in surprise before flying onto the mat. "Are you going to sleep?" The parrot had seen this contraption before, having spent the night with Su-Yun. Ignoring the bird, Su-Yun understood that even the smartest parrot could not grasp human logic. "Friends, I found a solution," Su-Yun announced cheerfully. We've truly found something with a larger surface area. This backpack is like a treasure trove. Indeed, what a creative way to insult someone. The host is quite something, another viewer commented. The parrot's thought process is quite intriguing, someone else added, grabbing the parrot and placing it atop the backpack. Suyun positioned the inflatable pad on the snow and gently climbed aboard. He kicked the tree trunk, and the entire pad glided forward leisurely. Wow! Suyun exclaimed in excitement, pleasantly surprised by its effectiveness. This time, Suyun faced no previous setbacks. The mattress collided directly with a sick deer, startling it momentarily. Don't yell, Suyun scolded, giving the deer a light slap on its head while affectionately stroking its neck. Affinity level 1, lying on the pad. Suyun quickly cleared the snow beneath the sick deer. Fortunately, the deer had managed to keep its 4 hooves above the snow, avoiding entrapment. This sick deer is rather plump, he remarked as he dug. The host is back. Is he hungry? A viewer quipped. Deer, danger. With great effort, Suyun managed to drag the sick deer onto the pad. Luckily, the pad was large enough. Otherwise, it would have been quite a challenge. The sick deer finally freed itself from the snow's grasp and, filled with excitement, called out twice before bounding back into the snow. Looking back at Suyun with a bewildered expression. Seriously? Suyun exclaimed, exasperated, nearly losing his temper. Haha. This sick deer looks like it's wearing a roe deer's skin. Someone laughed. Roe deer. I'm just playing. Don't take me lightly, another chimed in. Host, so this is what I saved? The sick deer gazed at Suyun with longing. Suyun groaned, resuming his efforts to clear the snow from beneath the deer. Is that a call? A deer's cry? How is that a deer's call? I'm dying of laughter. Why does it sound like na-na instead of the traditional deer call? Let us just call it na-na Luna. I'm truly impressed. If you all don't start a naming booth, it would be a loss for society. You might as well name the parrot. After a considerable amount of time, Suyun, wearing leather gloves, finally managed to pull the sick deer free. Animal affinity 2. This time, the sick deer behaved more obediently, standing on the pad without moving. Seizing the opportunity, Suyun quickly provided some information before letting it go, aware that time was of the essence. As he tugged at the rope, he spoke. We're fortunate to have rescued the sick deer. He glanced at the still trapped animals, who, upon hearing his voice, began to stir but remained stuck, slowly sinking deeper into the snow, with only their antlers visible. This sick deer was male. While pulling it, Suyun nodded at it, and the deer responded with a few calls. Wow, now it's making calls. That's normal. Male sick deer have various calls. When I traveled to Japan, the deer in Nara made a sound like meh. Can you believe that? Suyun continued. As you can see, this male sick deer has antlers, while females do not. The male possesses 2 pairs of true antlers, branching into 4 tines. Similar to roe deer, during winter, their fur changes color. Currently, they have a smoky brown hue with less prominent white spots. In summer, they turn a reddish-brown with distinct white spots resembling plum blossoms, which is how they got their name. Their diet is similar to that of roe deer. Most deer species share a similar diet, so I want to elaborate further. Suyun swiftly glided to a nearby tree. Just as he was about to continue his explanation, a notification chimed from the system. Completion of sick deer information, 510. Suyun felt a surge of joy. This would save him considerable time, which was precious. He needed to continue rescuing the animals. Perhaps this was the system's thoughtful assistance. At that moment, the sick deer's affinity level reached 6, and it was very docile. Suyun patted its rear, signaling it to leave, as the snow in this area was safe. The sick deer intelligently trotted away. Suyun playfully patted its head, teasing, off you go. And try to think next time you run off. Just as he prepared to climb the tree again, the sick deer called out and unexpectedly took a step forward, gently licking Suyun's face with its tongue. Animal affinity 2. Suyun was momentarily stunned. 30. The antelope Suyun was not taken aback by the deer's affectionate gesture. Rather, he was astonished to see that the sick deer's affinity level had reached 8. It was noteworthy that none of the animals he had encountered previously had ever surpassed a 7-point affinity to reach 8. In an instant, he realized that it was not merely about feeding and interaction. Rescue efforts also counted significantly towards building affinity. However, the act of the spotted deer licking Suyun instantly ignited a fervor among the viewers in the live broadcast. Oh my, the druid has returned. Suyun, eternal. I'm envious. Not only can they pet the spotted deer, but they can also make them act like affectionate pets. I've held back my witty remarks for long enough. Let's just say 666. Suyun regained her composure, her eyes narrowing into slits from laughter. Whether it was the newfound ability to increase affinity to 10 points or the intimate gestures from the spotted deer, both brought her immense joy. The act of humans extending love and assistance to animals and receiving gratitude in return embodies a certain romance. Gently, Suyun embraced the deer's neck and patted the back of its head, and in response, the deer nuzzled against her. The deer took a step back, its nose twitching as if it had memorized Suyun's scent, before turning to depart. Suyun watched it leave, her spirits soaring as she dashed back towards the snow pit with renewed energy. For some reason, my eyes suddenly feel a bit moist. This live stream holds profound significance for everyone. I believe that the relationship between humans and animals should indeed be this way. To the one above, go meet a tiger alone and see if your perception of significance holds true. The approach to different animals is certainly not the same. Suyun quickly approached the nearest goral, which was trembling and gazing at her with a mix of fear and hope. She vigorously rubbed its back, providing some warmth, albeit insufficient. She dug through the snow with great effort. Without gloves, her hands would have long lost sensation, yet even so, the cold was biting. The goral and the spotted deer were roughly the same size, about a meter tall, which was advantageous for Suyun's rescue efforts. Exhausted and gasping for breath, Suyun dragged the goral onto the mat. This was no easy task, especially considering her physical condition was only at 0.9. I'm quite fatigued, but I dare not pause. She felt the goral's belly, which was already very cold. If she delayed further, the other gorals would freeze to death here. She anxiously glanced at the other gorals still trapped. Keep going, streamer. Your love for animals is not mere words. Salute. The flood of encouragement warmed Suyun's heart, prompting her to smile as she quickly returned to the tree, pulling the rope with renewed vigor. The goral, still trembling, stood by the tree, glancing at Suyun and then back at its kin. All creatures possess a spirit. It chose not to flee but to stand still and wait. Some humans truly cannot compare to these animals. Does its gaze plead for help from the streamer? Suyun gently stroked its neck, whispering reassurance that she would not abandon them, urging it to wait patiently. Bah! The goral responded obediently. With a determined direction, she slid onto the mat again, positioning herself between the two gorals. While digging, she reflected that the goral was not a member of the deer family but belonged to the bovine family. Known as blue sheep, they are a secondary protected species in our country. The goral she had rescued earlier was female. Oh my, how could it be female? Where are the horns? The streamer seems dazed. Even if the streamer is daft, they are still smarter than you. Suyun caught this comment and chuckled, affirming, indeed. Even if the streamer is daft, they are still smarter than you. This remark incited discontent in the chat, prompting an outpouring of concern. Both male and female gorals possess robust limbs and horns. The simplest way to distinguish them is by examining their reproductive organs, a method applicable to all terrestrial mammals. After joking, Suyun exerted herself to pull the goral up. The trembling creature obediently knelt on the mat, watching Suyun rescue its companion, while the goral by the tree bleated, attracting the ire of a nearby parrot. Their sturdy limbs and strong sense of balance enable them to navigate steep cliffs with ease. Suyun patted the rescued goral, pondering why the goral, typically residing on cliffs, had ended up here and fallen into the snow pit. As she spoke, she curiously looked around, noticing no signs of disturbance, not even footprints, which left her somewhat perplexed without a single clue as to how the goral had arrived. Just as she lowered her gaze, a glimpse of movement caught her eye on the hillside above. Squinting, she discerned a multitude of scattered tracks. She pointed towards them, suggesting they were likely created by the gorals, indicating where they might have jumped into the snow pit. Don't jump to conclusions. You'll end up with egg on your face. Sherlock Sue. The streamer is rambling again. Hurry and rescue the goral, then move on to the wolverine. Wolverine, I'm practically frozen to death. How about rescuing me first? Suppressing her curiosity for the moment, Suyun prioritized rescuing the goral. Let us not save the wolverine just yet. I fear that once it is freed, it may attack the goral. The streamer is truly clever, thinking just like I am. Suyun rolled her eyes, swiftly pulling the goral up. The extra weight of the newly rescued goral did not affect the mat, though it certainly increased the strain on Suyun's arms. Navigating back to the tree with practiced ease, the two gorals immediately leaped off the mat and nestled together. Meanwhile, the parrot stood atop the first goral's horns, proudly proclaiming, "My servant has rescued you. Henceforth, you shall be my tenants." With a swift motion, Suyun brought the parrot back to reality, playfully flicking its head, causing it to hop about in protest. "You little ones, go bite him to death," the parrot commanded from its perch. "Get out of here," Suyun retorted, exasperated. With no time to spare, she rushed towards the last remaining Goral. Originally, there had been two, but the one closest to the wolverine had perished. Thus, she focused on rescuing the only surviving Goral. This one appeared smaller and frail. Without digging through the snow, she simply grasped its horns and lifted it up. Without hesitation, she turned and returned the Goral to safety. Bah! The first Goral, seemingly the leader, called out twice as if expressing gratitude before casting its gaze back towards the lifeless Goral. Su-Yun sighed. The surviving Goral would not leave until it was certain its companion was dead, leaving her no choice but to recover it. Wolverine, you'll have to wait a bit longer. As Su-Yun meticulously recounted her knowledge of Gorals in her mind, she finally received a notification from the system. Goral knowledge completed, 610. At that moment, the Gorals around her were being fed and interacted with, raising their affinity to the highest threshold of 10 points, which brought Su-Yun great satisfaction. She felt as if the Gorals regarded her with the same familiarity as one of their own. There was still one Goral remaining. Su-Yun glanced at the drone but refrained from mentioning the Goral's death, fearing it would seem too unrealistic. After a brief rest to recuperate her strength, she again slid towards the deceased Goral. This one lay near the wolverine but was distanced from the others. The other Gorals had left traces of struggle in the snow, as had the wolverine. Only this Goral showed no signs of having fought. It was evident it had perished upon falling into the snow. Su-Yun approached the wolverine and soon noticed, not far behind it, a towering obstruction, a fallen giant tree, standing beside the colossal trunk. Su-Yun found that it effectively obscured his line of sight. "Look here," he exclaimed, kneeling on the mat and pointing to the spot beside the obstruction that had just concealed his view. "I completely overlooked this area. On the other side of the barrier, the snow traces were even more chaotic, mingled with bloodstains, leading to disordered footprints and dragging marks indicative of the wolverine's path. It was evident from these signs that a fierce battle had transpired. Indeed, the wolverine hunted the antelope, causing it to plunge into the snow pit. With a pointed finger at the wolverine, he muttered, 'You scoundrel, those who commit wrongdoings shall meet their doom.' Su-Yun was astonished. Logically, it seemed implausible. The traces suggested that the wolverine had already killed the antelope, so why was it moving downhill? Shaking his head to dismiss the clutter of thoughts, he reached out to examine the antelope's neck, only to shake his head in resignation. It was lifeless. As expected, he mused. These traces reveal the truth. A gruesome murder scene. The victim's rest is disturbed, while the perpetrator entangles itself in its own web. This was a female antelope, gripping her neck firmly. Su-Yun carefully dragged her, taking care to avoid her sharp horns from piercing the mat. The moment the antelope was freed from the snow, a copious amount of blood seeped into the white expanse. With this volume of blood loss, even divine intervention cannot save her. What wrong did the antelope commit? How tragic. Such is the law of nature. The weak shall perish. Did you not learn this principle in middle school? By now, the injuries had frozen, with a gaping wound on her neck that was both horrific and gruesome. The joints of her hind legs were also severed, leaving her in a state of undeniable distress. Su-Yun positioned the deceased antelope in view of the observing herd, which fell silent for a moment before bleating softly, seemingly bidding farewell to their companion, and then bowed their heads to depart. Su-Yun watched them leave, reminiscent of watching a deer fade into the distance. They stumbled awkwardly, having lingered too long in the snow, their retreat imbued with an indescribable heaviness. "I sense their sorrow," he reflected. "All beings possess a spirit. This is the fate of the weak. Akin to the principle that the unprepared shall suffer, we may empathize with them, but we must not become like them." As the antelope reached the crest of the hill, the leader turned back to glance at Su-Yun, uttering a soft call as if to say farewell before departing. Su-Yun, feeling a profound sense of loss, mused that if one were to search for antelope online, the results would predominantly highlight attacks by snow leopards, crocodiles, and tigers on antelopes. While these narratives serve to illustrate the ferocity of predators, the antelope remains a perpetual backdrop, often overlooked, weak and lacking even the merit to be regarded. This is the role of the antelope, humble yet significant. In my memory, the antelope is often associated with death, such as the poignant tale of the antelope crossing, which we studied in middle school. Su-Yun captured this thought, setting the antelope aside, acknowledging that the story of the antelope crossing is a mere fabrication. Much like the fanciful notion of a sable weasel using its body to warm a fainted traveler in winter, both are illusions. Is the antelope crossing a myth? I was so moved by it during class. I too believed it to be true, considering it was in our textbook. How shocking to discover it's false. The textbook has since removed the tale of the antelope crossing. Having vented his frustrations, Su Yun now faced the remaining creature, the wolverine, the mightiest of the weasel family. Only the wolverine remained. He pointed at the dark figure, noting that since he began his rescue efforts, he hadn't seen it move. Is it dead too? Oh no. I might not see a living wolverine again. For the antelope, it's a fair exchange, blood for blood. Su Yun knew the wolverine wasn't dead, yet feigned uncertainty to test the waters. With this thought, he began searching for something to prod it with, but he remained a distance away, finding nothing suitable. An idea struck him. He rolled a snowball and tossed it gently. Upon striking the wolverine's head, the snowball burst, yet the creature remained immobile. It must be frozen to death, or perhaps merely unconscious. What a waste of such a formidable hide. I wonder how long it has been frozen. After a while, even the thickest skin cannot endure. Quick, someone retrieve the wolverine and see if it can be revived. Su Yun, puzzled, wondered if it were truly unconscious. He hesitated, fearing that if it were merely feigning unconsciousness, he might not win its favor. Though small in stature, the wolverine was undeniably a fierce beast. Tightening the rope around his waist, Su Yun had an epiphany. He had a rope. He quickly untied it, fashioning a knot at one end. Kneeling on one side of the mat, he balanced the other end against the corpse of the antelope to maintain equilibrium. With a gentle swing of the rope, he aimed carefully but awkwardly missed. How embarrassing, to miss from such a close distance. Su Yun cleared his throat and asserted, I am merely attempting to startle it. What if it is only pretending to be unconscious? However, given the circumstances, it appeared either gravely injured or simply frozen. How shameless. Concealing his embarrassment, Su Yun tried once more, this time accurately striking the wolverine's head. Before he could react, the previously motionless wolverine sprang into action, snarling ferociously. Clamping its jaws around the rope, Su Yun's heart raced with anger and fear. This crafty creature had feigned death to mount a surprise attack. With an incredible bite force, the wolverine yanked at the rope, trying to hoist itself from the snow. Instinctively, Su Yun tightened the line. But the wolverine was clever enough to grasp the rope with its forepaws, attempting to climb up. In the distance, a parrot flitted down to land on Su Yun's shoulder, squawking insistently. Realizing the urgency, Su Yun quickly swung the rope with all his might, releasing it with a flick as one would cast a fishing rod. The wolverine was hurled several meters into the air, landing back into the snow, leaving only its shallow back and head visible, still gripping the rope. The astute wolverine hesitated, aware that the more it struggled, the deeper it would sink. Nevertheless, its menacing growls remained fierce. Watching the wolverine tumble, Su Yun exhaled a sigh of relief and collapsed onto the mat, having narrowly escaped a perilous situation. What a thrilling encounter. This wolverine is quite the strategist. Little Su was proven wrong again. I had assumed it was either gravely injured or frozen, yet here it is. Full of vigor. I enjoy watching the host get served a dose of humility. Someone get the host a change of pants. Rolling his eyes, Su Yun suddenly felt his back damp from the snow. Had the wolverine managed to flip onto the mat, the consequences would have been dire. He was unsure he could handle such a confrontation. Moreover, his shovel, dagger, and flashlight were all situated beside his backpack. I nearly lost my life. The parrot chirped, bouncing on Su Yun's belly. The absurdity of the situation irked him. What a ridiculous creature. Yet, he refrained from reprimanding it, for without the parrot's timely warning, he might not have resolved the issue so swiftly. Inside, Su Yun acknowledged that he had been overly arrogant when dealing with a wolverine possessing no affinity. One must tread carefully and with utmost caution. Recalling the earlier encounter with the lynx, it was merely a stroke of luck that offered Su Yun an opportunity to enhance his affinity. After a brief respite, Su Yun turned his gaze towards the badger. The rope was now slack, providing no leverage. Unless the badger sprouted wings, it could only remain there obediently. The badger dropped its pretense, fixating its eyes on Su Yun, baring its teeth in a threatening manner, its throat emitting continuous growls. Kindness is wasted on the ungrateful, Su Yun grumbled, tossing the parrot aside in irritation. Approaching the corpse of the sick deer, Su Yun traced the smooth, black antlers, understanding why affluent individuals favored crafting beads from animal horns. The parrot perched atop the deer's belly, completely unfazed by the cold remains. At this point, the sick deer had stiffened. Even a gentle tap produced a resonant thud. Suddenly, Su Yun noticed the wound on the deer's neck, exclaiming in astonishment that it was not inflicted by the badger's teeth. He promptly flipped the deer over to inspect the other side of its neck. Indeed, the badger's teeth could not have caused such damage. The true perpetrator was someone else entirely. Su Yun's action sent the parrot tumbling aside. Infuriated, the parrot, measuring over 40 centimeters, perched atop Su Yun's head, ready to pinch his ear, only to be swatted away, prompting it to curse in frustration. Su Yun paid it no heed, addressing the drone. Everyone, I have stumbled upon something intriguing. Cicadere, you find this intriguing? Parrot, your idea of intriguing involves stepping on my face. What else could it be if not the badger? Su Yun gently pressed on the wound, comparing it to the injury on the leg joint, noting that the neck wound and the joint injury were identical. But look here, he remarked, revealing the black fur on the deer's nape, which conveniently concealed a bite mark. This bite mark differed from the one on the neck. The badger's canines were shorter, resulting in a shallower mark on the nape. In contrast, the trachea of the cicadere was nearly punctured, indicating that this fatal wound was not caused by the badger. Logical and convincing. So, is the host planning to apprehend the culprit? Detective Su Yun, unable to deduce the animal responsible solely from the bite marks, decided to abandon the inquiry. Casting a glance at the badger still gnawing at the rope in the snow pit, he shivered. His wet clothing was incessantly robbing him of warmth, a considerable disadvantage. Let us return for now. My clothes are soaked. I need to build a fire to dry them. As for the badger, let it remain weak for a while longer. With that, Su Yun tugged on the other end of the rope and swiftly approached a large tree. The badger watched Su Yun depart, powerless to act, yet too intimidated to move. Upon reaching the tree, he retrieved a dagger and a trowel from his backpack, leaving the remaining items by the tree. As there was little chance of theft, and certainly no monkeys around. Making his way back, Su Yun resolved to excavate the unfortunate grouse he had buried earlier. It would serve as lunch. Although his backpack contained some jerky and compressed biscuits, it was prudent to conserve supplies, as he was uncertain how long he would remain in the wilderness. Confidently arriving at the grouse's resting place, he soon unearthed it, deftly using the trowel to strike the ground, quickly bringing the grouse to the surface. Holding it aloft, he chuckled. This grouse is quite plump, weighing nearly 7 pounds. Give or take a little. Look at the host's grin. His molars are showing. Damn it, what luck! A grouse and cicadere for a feast. How enviable. Grouse. Alas, I shall contribute to humanity. Now let us take a moment to admire the waterfall. As I promised you earlier, Su Yun cheerfully carried the beautifully feathered grouse towards the waterfall. The waterfall, though modest in size, boasted a considerable flow, however. It was now frozen solid, resembling a massive block of ice, its surface pristine white. A glance behind the waterfall revealed it to be thoroughly encased in ice, obscuring any view. Indeed, there was little to admire, leaving Su Yun somewhat disappointed, as flowing water was far more appealing. Thus, he declared, "All right, we have seen enough. Let us be on our way." With that, he headed straight for his backpack. Just one glance, and you won't allow us another? Truly nothing to see. Compared to the snowy forest and mist we traversed, this waterfall is merely a frozen block. Su Yun, I only promised you a fleeting glimpse. As Su Yun ascended the slope, he chose a different path, chuckling. There is nothing to see here. Perhaps in future streams, we will encounter flowing waterfalls. Displaying this frozen one would tarnish my reputation. What a clever lad, so articulate. Effortlessly reaching the summit, Su Yun felt a sense of clarity as if the clouds had parted. Just as he was about to compose a verse, he suddenly raised his eyebrows, directing his attention to the slope on his right. Beneath the azure sky and white clouds, Su Yun stood atop the highest hill, gazing towards the right slope, where the snow lay in disarray, marked by numerous tracks. However, the distance rendered them indistinct. Look over there on the slope. There are tracks. Perhaps they are related to the cicadere's fall into the snow pit. Casting a glance at the badger still gnawing at the rope in the snow pit, he added, "Let us investigate that area first." The snow here was quite deep, almost reaching his knees, and Su Yun exerted considerable effort to reach the slope, where he stood beside the tracks, feeling intrigued. Pointing to one particular print, he exclaimed, "You recognize this print, don't you? We just saw it. Is it from the spotted deer?" "You dimwit, the spotted deer never traversed this path. It fell straight into the snow pit. It's clearly from the cicadere." "It is indeed from the cicadere. We observed it near the tree." "Precisely. This is the cicadere's print, characterized by its larger size and similar shape. Much like the hoof prints of the sheep in the cartoon Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf, nearly identical. However, the force with which this print struck the ground was considerable, as evidenced by the surrounding snow being disturbed, indicating that an animal was in pursuit. It was fleeing for its life. Then, the owner of this print leapt into the snow pit, narrowly escaping, yet becoming trapped in the snow. Now, let us examine this area. Suyun advanced a few steps, arriving near one of the many tracks, and grinned. This track should be the culprit. He then pointed to all the similar tracks surrounding it, chuckling, "Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for a guessing game. Can anyone identify the animal from this track? A correct guess earns you a reward, a feather from the grouse." What a tease. The host's laughter is laced with sarcasm. "Suyun, it's now time for you will never guess. How stingy. Just a single feather? With just this one feather, you should be able to figure it out." With this interaction, the chat erupted in a flurry of messages, filled with banter and jest, none taking the guessing seriously. Suyun rolled his eyes, finding the question far too simple, deeming the reward of a cicadeer antler overly generous. A single feather was just right. Are you going to guess or not? If not, I'll retract the reward. Guess. Give us a hint. Looking at this animal as paw print. It's clearly from a wild animal. Are you serious? Suyun pondered briefly before offering a hint. Look at this heart-shaped pad in the center, with 4 tadpole-shaped toe prints above it. Doesn't it resemble the paw prints of your house pet after it frolicked in the rain and returned to tread on your clean floor? This is the animal it resembles. Thanks, my blood pressure is back to normal. Now that you mention it, my blood pressure just spiked. I know. It's a dog. God no. Are there wild dogs in the mountains? It's clearly a wolf. Exactly. It is a wolf. Suyun exhaled in relief, grateful that he had managed to guess correctly. Otherwise, he would have begun to question whether the viewers of his live stream were simply lacking in intelligence. Congratulations to this viewer for answering correctly. It is indeed a wolf, Suyun announced, acknowledging only the first correct response. After all, he had little use for feathers, as even a single one felt like an unnecessary burden in his inventory. The viewers, now even more frustrated, expressed their desire to take action against him, having realized not only his audacity, but also his mischievousness. As Suyun wandered around the hillside, he noticed tracks leading into the dense forest to the south, where a steep mountain loomed ominously. As I suspected, the barrel is an animal that inhabits cliffs and would never venture out of the forest into such a valley, he remarked, pointing to the tracks extending from the forest. The presence of additional paw prints indicated that a pack of wolves had driven the barrel to this location, likely intending to corner it in the snow as a food reserve. As he spoke, Suyun caught a whiff of a metallic scent. His keen sense of smell led him to several dragging marks through the underbrush. Indeed, he soon stumbled upon the carcass of a barrel hidden behind the thicket. Goodness, there is still more here. Are the wolves really this clever? The viewers commented, astonished. The wolf pack can be likened to an army, another added. Suyun gazed at the skeletal remains of the barrel, its flesh reduced to mere strips, lamenting the missed opportunity to witness such a spectacular hunt. What a pity we missed this magnificent display of predation, he mused, imagining the ferocity of the scene. You claim to love animals, yet here you are wishing to see the barrel being killed. How disingenuous, one viewer remarked, while another defended Suyun, stating, the wolves are the hunters, not the streamer. Why cast blame on him? Ignoring the comments aimed at him, Suyun decided it was time to leave the gruesome sight. He ascended the slope again, reaching the dead tree that had previously obstructed his view. There, he discovered that the wolverine had pilfered the barrel from the wolves. With renewed enthusiasm, Suyun examined the chaotic scene. Look here, we have tracks from both wolves and wolverines, along with some dragging marks. They were competing for the barrel's carcass, he explained. The dragging marks revealed that only the wolverine's tracks remained, indicating that the barrel had indeed become its prize. In nature, the wolverine is a formidable competitor, often daring to contend with wolves, bears, and tigers for food. However, this time, the wise wolves had recognized the danger and refrained from pursuing the wolverine into the deep snow. Suyun chuckled, reveling in the irony of the situation. The wolverine clearly underestimated the wolves. It believed it could steal food without consequence. As he observed the wolverine gnawing on a rope in the distance, it seemed to sense Suyun's mockery and responded with a more aggressive growl. Suyun then cleared the snow from the dead tree, revealing the pine wood beneath, an excellent fuel source. He set the pine hen aside, summoned a parrot as a lookout, and prepared to chop the wood with his shovel. I can't eat the pine hen raw. It must be cooked to perfection. Having grown up in the countryside, Suyun was adept at chopping wood and preparing chickens. The viewers in the live stream were captivated as they watched him skillfully prepare the hen for roasting. Nearby, Suyun organized his backpack while the parrot pecked at nuts. He cleared the surrounding snow with his clothing, revealing damp soil and resilient plants. The crackling sound of the fire filled the air as Suyun, now dressed in dry clothes, squatted beside the fire, allowing his wet garments to dry. Taking a sip from his thermos, Suyun expressed, "You cannot fathom the bliss of completing a laborious task, feeling exhausted yet exhilarated by the sight of a whole roasted pine hen before you. The anticipation is exhilarating. Nobody is allowed to leave. You must all witness my feast. The parrot cast a glance at Su Yun, muttering its disapproval. That guy is truly insufferable. It seemed to say, prompting Su Yun to consider giving it a playful tap. As the roasting progressed, the aroma wafted through the air, and Su Yun finally tore off a piece of the crispy skin, relishing the delightful crunch. What a delectable treat, he exclaimed, savoring the unique flavor of the wild pine hen, which far surpassed that of farm-raised birds. This is not your average chicken. It is a wild delicacy, bursting with flavor, he proclaimed, basking in the enjoyment of the moment. As he approached the wolverine, he placed the barrel aside and, upon getting within a meter of it, pulled the rope taut to halt his advance. The wolverine, now intrigued, ceased its growling and began sniffing the air, captivated by the enticing aroma. Seated on his mat, Su Yun ripped off a chicken leg, stuffing it into his mouth with abandon. The wolverine watched, drooling at the sight, clearly unable to resist the temptation. Are you drooling, wolverine? Su Yun teased, tossing a leftover chicken bone nearby. The wolverine remained still, clearly torn between the bone and the prospect of a more substantial meal. Impressive restraint, wolverine. You truly know the value of choice, he commended, watching as the creature continued to salivate, eyeing the chicken hungrily. However, as Su Yun continued to eat, he noticed a sudden drop in the wolverine's affinity towards him, as if it had sensed a change in their dynamic. This was a first for Su Yun, leaving him momentarily stunned. In the past, Su Yun encountered animals with a mere 2 points of affinity. With just a bit of verbal interaction, he could elevate the affinity level to a point where he could touch and interact with them. By petting them, he would raise the affinity to the passing mark of 6 points, at which point the animals regarded him as a non-threatening companion. However, now he faced a ferocious wolverine, not only with a low affinity, but one that could actually decrease it. This left Su Yun feeling rather despondent. If a wolverine was this difficult, how would he manage with a Siberian tiger? He dared not linger too long, fearing that if the affinity dropped to a negative value, it would become even more troublesome. Initially, he thought to starve the wolverine a bit, hoping that offering food later would garner gratitude, and thus a quicker increase in affinity. To his surprise, this ungrateful creature even retaliated by lowering the affinity. He tore off a chicken neck and gently tossed it near the wolverine. The wolverine ceased its low growls, releasing the rope in its mouth to seize the chicken head instead. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yun swiftly pulled back the rope. The wolverine, too hungry to care, devoured the chicken head in a few bites, having been driven by hunger to risk stealing from a pack of wolves. It had anticipated a feast, only to have fallen into a snow pit and encountered a bothersome human. After consuming the chicken neck, the wolverine turned its gaze back to Su Yun, or more precisely, to the spruce chicken in Su Yun's hands. Su Yun raised an eyebrow, tearing half of the spruce chicken apart, pausing momentarily before tearing it again, ensuring it wouldn't fall into the snow, before gently tossing it away. The wolverine snapped it up with precision. The roasted chicken, with its already tender bones, was akin to paper before the wolverine's powerful jaws. Su Yun grimaced, having worked so hard to raise the affinity by just a fraction. Reluctantly, he tossed another small piece toward the wolverine. Watching it eat, Su Yun remarked, "Don't bite me. How about I save you instead?" The wolverine paid him no mind, wholly focused on the food before it. If it had been another creature, verbal interaction would have already increased the affinity. Undeterred, Su Yun continued, "You can make a sound. I'll save you, just don't bite me. Or shall I sing a song for you? Choose between the gift of love and 2 tigers." Su Yun lamented the difficulty of the situation as the wolverine continued to eat, oblivious to his attempts at interaction. As the food dwindled, he left behind a chicken leg, tossing the rest away. The affinity had risen to 2 points, but this was of little use, as he would still be bitten if he got too close. A parrot flew over, landing on Su Yun's shoulder, curiously observing the wolverine in the snow, and chirped, "Shall I sing a song?" The wolverine cast a glance at the parrot, its eyes flashing with menace, before returning to its meal. This amount of food was hardly sufficient for a wolverine. "What is it to you?" Su Yun shot back at the parrot. "I sing beautifully," the parrot asserted confidently. Su Yun contemplated that the exchange between animals might yield unexpected results, and decided to give it a try. "Go ahead, sing well," he encouraged with a hint of anticipation. The parrot began clearing its throat theatrically before singing, 2 tigers dancing, little bunny pulling radishes. Su Yun nearly choked, exasperatedly grasping the parrot by the neck. "All right, enough singing. Go play somewhere else." The parrot escaped Su Yun's grip, indignantly cursing. How dare you? You asked me to sing well. Do you wish to silence me? Suyun felt despondent, having exerted tremendous effort to raise the affinity to 2 points, only for the parrot's shrill song to wipe out 1. What a joke. Your singing is akin to a screech. The parrot retorted, it's good. You're just mistaken. Fine, it's good. Now kindly sing somewhere far away. Suyun shooed the parrot off. With the parrot gone, Suyun fell into deep thought about how to enhance the affinity further. If a wolverine posed such a challenge, how would he manage with a Siberian tiger? And he certainly wouldn't have the same luck if he encountered a tiger while the wolverine was trapped in a snow pit. Is something wrong with the host? You look rather pale, a viewer remarked. Perhaps he hasn't managed to win over the wolverine. Watching him handle the previous animals seemed effortless, even with a lynx. Another speculated. Indeed, it was a challenge. Wolverines were notoriously fierce and difficult to approach, yet he felt compelled to rescue it. Otherwise, survival would be a struggle. Pointing at the wolverine, he found the situation rather tricky. Why not just rescue the wolverine? Climb a tree and wait until it leaves, suggested a viewer. Are you really that foolish? Wolverines can climb trees. Suyun responded, bemused. Climbing a tree would be tantamount to suicide. Wolverines, known as flying bears, are adept climbers. They can easily capture prey several times their weight, and they even include minks in their diet. If I were to climb a tree, I would be effectively binding my own hands and would have no chance to escape, he sighed. At that moment, the wolverine had finished its meal and was once again looking at Suyun, seemingly hoping for more food. Suyun raised an eyebrow. This creature has quite the appetite. The Latin name for wolverine means glutton. After devouring half of the spruce chicken, it still craves more. Just wait, I'll return with some gazelle meat. The last remark was directed at the wolverine. To Suyun's astonishment, the affinity increased to 2 points. He pondered whether the animals could understand his words due to the system's influence. Swiftly, he returned to his backpack, deftly slicing along the contour of a gazelle's thigh with his dagger, smoothly separating it without much effort. Such skill with a knife. This host certainly seems experienced, viewers remarked. Holding the gazelle leg, along with his cup, he approached the wolverine, now within a meter's distance. Here, eat, he said, presenting the entire leg before the wolverine. With the food provided, the wolverine disregarded Suyun entirely, and he was pleased to see the affinity rise again, now reaching 4 points. With just 2 more points needed to meet the passing mark, he observed the wolverine struggling slightly to eat, cautious not to make any tearing motions, lest it sink deeper into the snow. Yet, it was wholly absorbed in its meal. Look, such a close distance. Suyun knelt on a fur mat beside the wolverine, observing its intricate fur patterns. This was the largest member of the weasel family to have ever existed. Seizing the moment, Suyun began to educate his audience. Ding ding ding. The little Suyun's class is now in session. This wolverine is quite robust. It truly is formidable, otherwise, it wouldn't dare to steal food from a pack of wolves. Did you know? The character Wolverine from the comics is based on the wolverine. Suyun pointed at the claws of the wolverine that was indulging in its meal. Known for its prowess in climbing trees, swimming, and maneuvering through dense forests, it is referred to as the flying bear in our country. Its size lies between that of a marten and a bear, embodying an extraordinary ferocity. It is listed as a national first-class protected species, with only about 200 remaining nationwide, making our encounter with it an extraordinary stroke of luck. Discovering it is your fortune. Without my luck, I wouldn't have made it here, especially after encountering a lynx. What was said upstairs is indeed true, but generally, people do not dare to venture into the mountains alone. Around 200? Isn't that more precious than a giant panda? Why is its treatment not on par with that of the panda? The South China tiger is even more precious. The wild population has already gone extinct. The giant panda, with its endearing demeanor, is unique to our nation, which is why it receives such special treatment. Indeed, the giant panda has become a national emblem for us. Hence, one's birth is paramount. Suyun cautiously leaned forward, his hand brushing against the wolverine's back. The wolverine instantly bared its teeth, prompting Suyun to suppress his inner panic and gently stroke its back. Seemingly comforted by Suyun's touch, the wolverine ceased its display of aggression and focused intently on its food, allowing Suyun to breathe a sigh of relief. Animal Affinity 1 brothers, I have made contact. Suyun exclaimed softly, his voice trembling with excitement. No one dares to touch such a fierce wild creature unprotected. If I may boast, I might just be the first. How did you manage that? Why should it be you? I'm feeling envious. ISNT envy your usual state. Did you see that? I told you that feeding can foster friendly interactions with wild animals. Why stay at home? Those who want to pet a tiger should set off immediately. I'm leaving right now. Good heavens, I can't tell if this person is genuinely foolish or just pretending. Su Yun carefully stroked the wolverine, the smoothness of its fur igniting a desire to remove his gloves. After a few gentle caresses, Su Yun directed the drone towards the wolverine's rear. 35. Rescue successful. It's time for the host's favorite rear segment. Always a delight to see. The host seems particularly fond of rears. Stop rambling. I merely intended to introduce you to their behinds, yet you label me a pervert. Su Yun nearly lost his temper, exclaiming, "Did I ever introduce you to the rears of squirrels, lynxes, or roe deer? No, it's because they lack distinctive traits. Just observe the significance of a roe deer's behind compared to that of a wolverine. It holds survival value, which is why I mentioned it. Whatever you say, you're right." He is getting flustered. One must face themselves with courage. What is there to fear? I'm still a gay man, and I take pride in it. Resigned, Su Yun realized that reasoning with these individuals was a futile endeavor, so he decided to stick to educating them. He pointed to the wolverine's behind and explained that it possesses a formidable weapon, its scent glands. In the wild, the wolverine has few natural enemies, and even when faced with one, it can rely on the foul-smelling liquid secreted from its glands for defense before making its escape. Su Yun gently touched the wolverine's tail and chuckled. Moreover, its urine has a uniquely fascinating quality. When it sprays a circle of urine around its prey, the prey will stand still, surrendering without a fight. In times of danger, encircling itself with urine can avert threats. This somewhat unsophisticated skill of urination is a vital means of self-preservation and hunting for the wolverine. Is that true? It sounds like a story. I think it's all nonsense too. Even I, lacking education, can't discern what is real. Su Yun replied earnestly, of course it's true. They can indeed utilize their urine for self-defense and hunting. However, the reasons behind such an effect remain unclear. Some claim that the wolverine's urine contains a peculiar gas that can paralyze the nervous systems of animals, while others absurdly argue that the wolverine's ferocity has instilled fear into many creatures, embedding terror into their DNA, causing them to forget to resist upon sensing the wolverine's urine. Su Yun found this amusing and dismissed such claims as nonsensical, noting that scientists have yet to unravel the mysteries of the wolverine's urine, so it's best to take it lightly. There are many phenomena that scientists cannot explain. It makes one realize how insignificant humanity is. Human insignificance is inevitable. How much of the ocean has been explored, let alone the vast, uncharted territories on land? The roe deer leg had been consumed almost entirely, leaving the wolverine unable to eat any more. After gorging itself, the wolverine gazed quietly at Su Yun, its previous aggression replaced with calmness, devoid of any inclination to attack. Su Yun took out a cup from his pocket, filled it with water, and offered it to the wolverine. "Here you go. Dear sir, let me serve you some water." The wolverine obediently opened its mouth, and Su Yun slowly poured the water into its mouth, ensuring it was well hydrated. Affinity too, Su Yun felt content. The wolverine's affinity had reached a satisfactory threshold of 6 points. Truly, hard work does not go unrewarded. The wolverine is very obedient. The host has captured its heart. Why does the wolverine drink water like that? Shouldn't it use its tongue to lap it up? Because licking would dirty the host's cup. Wild animals inevitably carry some pathogens, but pouring water like that can still cause backflow. It would still contaminate the host's cup. Su Yun realized that this group of friends relished in irritating him, particularly enjoying his reactions. He exhaled deeply, suppressing the urge to curse, and confidently addressed the drone. "Everyone, watch closely. The next moment will be one of miraculous witness." With that, Su Yun leaned forward, gently placing his right hand on the wolverine's nape under its watchful gaze. He tightened his grip slowly, pulling the wolverine back onto the mat with his left hand. Glancing at the wolverine's claws, Su Yun lifted it into his arms. Throughout the process, the wolverine displayed no signs of resistance, merely maintaining eye contact with Su Yun. Well, 666. I'm impressed. Anyone who says the host isn't a druid will face my wrath. Is this the remarkable skill of an animal behaviorist? Excuse me. Does one become as adept as the host by studying animal behavior? Indeed, the host is my classmate, and he is at the bottom of our class. Just kidding to stay safe. Everyone, its fur is incredibly smooth. Su Yun spoke softly. My neck is merely 30 centimeters from the wolverine's sharp teeth. If it wished to harm me, I would stand no chance, but fortunately, we coexist peacefully. And it has accepted me. He added, it's quite heavy. I nearly struggled to pull it up from the snow earlier. Now tell me, which animal does its claw resemble? Wolverine. I meant previously. You fool. Then it must be the marten, as martens and wolverines are relatives. Yes, the marten. Its claws are equally non-retractable and exceptionally sharp, Su Yun remarked, teasingly poking the wolverine's sharp claws. If it were a lynx, Su Yun would have been more daring. But with the wolverine, he hesitated, uncertain if such actions would diminish its affinity, which would be too perilous. I'm placing you back on the mat. Please don't puncture it. I still need to sleep. With that, Su Yun gently set the wolverine down on the mat and prepared to pull the rope and leave the snow pit. However, unbeknownst to him, as he tugged forcefully at the rope, the wolverine suddenly emitted a low growl, startling Su Yun to the core. He nearly lost control of himself, hastily placing his hand on the dagger resting at his thigh. When Su Yun turned to face the wolverine, he noticed it was fixated on the partially devoured leg of a gazelle lying in the snow. Su Yun breathed a sigh of relief, having feared an imminent attack. Do you wish to take the leg? He inquired, pointing at the gazelle's limb. The wolverine glanced at him, then back at the leg, its intentions clear. Indeed. The name Glutton was aptly chosen. Naturally, Su Yun dared not defy the wolverine's wishes. He leaned forward once more to retrieve the leg. But just as he intended to place it on the mat, the wolverine approached, preparing to mark its territory. What are you doing? You cannot use the mat for food preservation, Su Yun protested, raising the leg in protest. The wolverine, puzzled by Su Yun's reaction, could not comprehend why urinating on food was deemed inappropriate. To it, such behavior was entirely normal. The audience in the live stream shared in Su Yun's bewilderment, unaware of the nuances he had previously omitted. Wolverines hold a significant regard for their food. When they cannot finish a meal, they will urinate on the remnants to preserve them, ensuring that other animals steer clear of any food marked in this way. While its food preservation methods were valid, the real issue lay in the wolverine's insistence on using Su Yun's sleeping mat as its personal toilet. With that thought, Su Yun hastily discarded the leg beside a large tree, unwilling to grant the wolverine any further opportunity. Upon arriving at the tree, the wolverine immediately discarded its skin mat and sprinted toward the largest corpse of the gazelle, completely disregarding the leg it had been so fixated on moments prior. A torrent of urine was unleashed upon the gazelle, as if to declare ownership to all who might pass by. This gazelle was his, and his alone. At that moment, the wolverine reveled in its triumph, while Su Yun found himself in a rather unfortunate predicament. As he busied himself with the mat, savoring the satisfaction of having tamed the wolverine, an unbearable stench suddenly invaded his nostrils, leaving him momentarily stunned, his mind blank. Ugh! Su Yun rolled his eyes back and collapsed to the ground, his body seemingly out of his control. What is happening? Am I poisoned? Is this like a seizure? I noticed the wolverine just urinated on the gazelle. That must be the source of the foul odor, no doubt about it. Hey, what is wrong with you? The parrot chirped anxiously, hopping around Su Yun. Unable to articulate a response, Su Yun felt suffocated by the noxious fumes that had infiltrated his lungs, nearly overwhelming him. After a prolonged moment, he finally regained his composure, struggling to sit up. Though the stench lingered, it was no longer as potent as before. Damn it! Su Yun, with tears in his eyes, pointed at the wolverine, cursing it. This stench was nothing short of a biochemical weapon. It burned his eyes. The host is crying from the smell. Is it really that bad? How does it compare to canned herring? The wolverine stared back with innocent eyes. Well, this is your survival tactic, so I cannot entirely fault you. Su Yun waved his hand dismissively, turning his gaze toward the drone. He had been caught off guard. The memory of that odor would haunt him for life. When someone asked how it compared to canned herring, he could only say that the latter was nothing in comparison. This scent was not merely unpleasant, it was positively eye-watering. With that, Su Yun swiftly packed away the air mattress, fearful that lingering odors would cling to it, robbing him of sleep that night. After adjusting his attire and checking the extinguished campfire, he covered it with some snow for safety. Let us go, Su Yun beckoned, suppressing a gag, shouldering his pack and striding forward. The parrot naturally alighted on his backpack, casting a wary glance at the wolverine below. The wolverine had noticed the parrot's presence for some time, but was unable to catch it, merely gazing with longing eyes. What are you staring at? Su Yun called back. While the parrot expressed its discontent at the wolverine, as its instincts sensed danger, it felt as though the wolverine intended to make a meal of it. The wolverine tilted its head in confusion, unable to fathom why a bird would speak, yet this did not quell its appetite. The parrot's singing was simply intolerable. Let us move, Su Yun urged, waving at the wolverine. The creature shifted its gaze from the parrot, trotting over to the leg of lamb, picking it up and placing it at Su Yun's feet before returning to the gazelle's corpse, biting into its neck and dragging it towards Su Yun. Su Yun pondered whether to take the leg, now smeared with foul liquid. If he took it, it would feel akin to hugging a pile of excrement. If he did not, the wolverine might throw a tantrum, jeopardizing their fragile camaraderie. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to cut a portion of his scarf, carefully wrapping it around the leg before lifting it. Turning back to the wolverine, he said, "You can have the lamb leg," tossing it to the creature. He then wrapped the remaining piece of his scarf around the gazelle's last hind leg. The wolverine, displaying its intelligence, clutched the leg and followed closely behind Su Yun. It feels like the host is walking a dog, and this wolverine seems quite polite. It allowed the host to take the smaller piece first. "I have a feeling the parrot's status is in jeopardy. Why are you so kind to it?" The parrot squawked, feeling disgruntled. Su Yun had often scolded it. Though the reprimands were mild, his attitude towards the parrot was far less forgiving. "Because you eat my food, drink my water, and sing atrociously," Su Yun retorted, vexed by the parrot's presence. As they ascended a slope, the wolverine ran ahead, glancing back at Su Yun to signal him to follow. Su Yun towed the gazelle behind him with ease. The wolverine's territory spanned a vast expanse, with males covering up to 1,000 square kilometers and females slightly less, ranging from 50 to 300 square kilometers. Moreover, male wolverines staunchly prohibit any other males from entering their territory, even their own offspring. Once male offspring reach maturity, they are promptly expelled to establish their own territories. Conversely, female cubs, or daughters, are permitted to remain nearby, residing within close proximity to their mothers. It feels reminiscent of foreign customs, where upon reaching maturity, sons are unceremoniously kicked out, while daughters are begged to stay. I saw that video. It left me in stitches. Though male wolverines do not allow other males into their territory, they readily permit the overlap of female territories with their own. This often results in a single male wolverine having overlapping territories with 3 or 4 females, leading to a polyandrous family structure. I'm feeling a bit envious. Female fighters, step up. What are you jealous about? Polyandry is a regression in history. Besides, in our country, could you even support multiple wives? Ignoring the comments, Su Yun continued. As gluttonous creatures, wolverines traverse over 60 kilometers daily in search of sustenance. Mountains, rivers, and forests fall within their patrol areas, and wolverines typically lack a fixed abode. Only pregnant females will excavate burrows for nesting. Yet, despite their polyandrous lifestyle, wolverine populations are dwindling, now reaching endangered status. Perhaps in the future, you will only encounter wolverines in zoos, reduced to mere instruments of profit in a capitalist society. How tragic that is. An irreparable mistake made during humanity's advancement. I can only observe the South China tiger at the zoo, where the entrance fee is 88. Su Yun gazed at the wolverine, which was surveying its surroundings, lamenting the excessive appropriation of natural resources by humanity. With the relentless development of forests, food sources have dwindled, and due to the wolverine's strong territorial instincts and expansive range, conflicts are inevitable. This has resulted in a mere 200 wild wolverines remaining in the country. As for those raised by humans and later released into the wild, can they truly be considered wild animals? Do they still possess their wild nature? The wolverine, clutching a leg of lamb, advanced a few steps before pausing beside a rock. It scanned the area and then began to burrow into the snow with remarkable speed. Su Yun crouched nearby, observing with keen interest. Wolverines indeed have a penchant for hiding their treasures, much like the lynx we encountered previously, storing food for future needs. In a matter of moments, the wolverine had excavated a pit and swiftly dragged the lamb's leg inside, covering it with snow. Su Yun quickly stepped aside, and as expected, the wolverine proceeded to urinate over its cache. This wolverine is quite feisty, someone remarked, noting how the snow had turned yellow. It seems quite agitated. As a doctor, may I request the host to examine its tongue? Su Yun rolled his eyes, thinking, am I to take its pulse as well? What nonsense! Well, it's not entirely out of the question, came the reply. The parrot, curious, glanced at Su Yun, noting his tendency for soliloquy. After burying its food, the wolverine continued onward, and since Su Yun was also heading deeper into the mountains, they decided to travel together. The wolverine moved with nimble steps across the snow, while Su Yun followed. Despite its modest size and weight, the wolverine was fierce and cunning, delighting in ambush tactics. It had previously dared to snatch food from a pack of wolves, for in the wolverine's worldview, all creatures within its territory belonged to it. Even a black bear hunting within its domain would find itself brazenly confronted by the wolverine, seeking a share of the spoils. Is it really that brazen? Won't it get killed? Another voice queried. It seems the rarity of this species is not without reason, came the response. It practically plays itself into extinction, so reckless. Although called a badger bear, it is not a bear at all. Su Yun waved a hand, cautioning against underestimating the wolverine. Its formidable weapon was its foul-smelling secretion, which was sufficient for self-defense. Often, wolverines could prevail against animals many times their size. The wolverine paused again, sniffing intently at the base of a tree, surveying the surroundings before resuming its digging. It quickly created a pit the size of a basketball and, without hesitation, lunged for the antelope. Su Yun. With powerful jaws, it bit down on the antelope's neck and, with a swift motion, severed its head with ease, placing the severed head into the pit. The wolverine covered it with snow and added a final touch of urine. The antelope's body was already frozen, its blood solidified, so no fresh blood gushed forth. "What is it doing? How cruel!" another voice exclaimed. "Dismembering? Is it really that twisted?" Su Yun followed the wolverine as it divided the food into several pieces for storage, ensuring that if discovered by other animals, nothing would remain, a testament to its cunning. After the wolverine had finished securing its provisions, Su Yun finally found a tree to lean against and rest. The wilderness trees stood in solitary splendor. Upon seeing Su Yun halt, the wolverine called out a few times and, realizing Su Yun was stationary, ceased its forward movement. It frolicked energetically in the snow, occasionally circling Su Yun, eager to play. Su Yun cooperatively reached out to pat its head, much to the parrot's displeasure. Suddenly, snow began to fall, a flurry landing on Su Yun's nose. He raised an eyebrow and looked up at the sky, indeed witnessing the gentle descent of snowflakes. The weather was unpredictable. In contrast to Su Yun's concern, the wolverine reveled in the snow, having been born in a snow den and rarely straying far from it throughout the year. The parrot, too, took to the branches, shaking its head in discontent. As an Amazon parrot, surviving in a snowy forest was already a challenge, and the continuously harsh conditions were far from friendly. The snowy landscape in the wilderness is breathtaking, a seamless expanse as far as the eye can see, someone commented, especially while watching a live stream from the warmth of indoors. It's simply delightful. The wolverine, tumbling joyfully through the snow, occasionally scooped up a large handful and tossed it aside, lost in its own world. However, if one observed closely, they would notice that each time the wolverine turned its head, its gaze would flicker toward the parrot perched in the trees. The parrot, preening its beautiful feathers, occasionally swayed its head, its small, round eyes darting around. Suddenly, the playful wolverine shed its innocent facade, muscles rippling as it swiftly scaled the tree, sending a shower of snow cascading down. Clawing at the trunk, it bounded upward, and in the blink of an eye, it was within a meter of the parrot. Su Yun's expression changed, though the parrot could be cheeky and opportunistic. It had been a valuable companion during their journey, and he did not wish to witness its demise. "Run!" he shouted, abandoning the parrot's name in a moment of panic. In an instant, the parrot took flight, cursing, "You scoundrel! I knew you were up to no good. I've been wary of you all along." Yet the wolverine remained undeterred, leaping onto the tree trunk in pursuit of the airborne parrot. The parrot flapped its wings frantically, narrowly evading the lethal strike, while the wolverine landed gracefully on the ground, casting a regretful glance at the parrot as it soared above. Su Yun watched in horror, knowing that had the wolverine been just a couple of centimeters closer, it would have seized the parrot, greeting it with its formidable teeth. That little rascal, attacking its own kind. Su Yun sighed in relief upon seeing the parrot unscathed, his frustration boiling over as he approached the wolverine and slapped its head. The wolverine, unfazed by the reprimand, scooped up a handful of snow and presented it to Su Yun like a treasure. Su Yun sighed, his anger dissipating. He gently patted the wolverine's head again, as if to punish it. "Kill it. Avenge me." The parrot expressed its indignation. "Should I truly strike it? If the wolverine retaliates, who knows who would meet their end?" Su Yun attempted to explain, urging the parrot to forgive the creature, for it was a beast driven by instinct. Besides, neither of us could overpower it. "What nonsense logic is this?" protested the parrot. "Thank goodness I was on guard. Otherwise, I would have been a goner." All right. Next time I'll protect you." Su Yun reassured, acknowledging his misstep, but recognizing that there was no perfect solution, leaving the parrot feeling slighted. "Is this glutton not already full? Why does it still want to eat me? Perhaps it's because your singing is unbearable." The bird nearly met its demise just moments ago. The wolverine is indeed a formidable creature. Its mind is solely fixated on feeding, and for it, the bird is merely prey. This is not a matter of right or wrong, but rather an instinctual drive. It appears the streamer harbors a fondness for parrots. When the parrot was attacked, its face turned pale with fear. Thankfully, the bird is quite astute and has been on guard. The wolverine has resumed its frenzied antics, burrowing through the snow like a playful pig. Donning a guise of innocent charm once more, the parrot sits contemplatively on a branch, yet its gaze remains fixed on the wolverine. Su-Yun suddenly feels a wave of embarrassment. Has he inadvertently caused the parrot to withdraw? Straining for conversation, he diverts the topic back to the bird, which has demonstrated remarkable quickness. The parrot awakens from its reverie, casting a disdainful glance at Su-Yun, snorting in disapproval, clearly indicating that its attention has never strayed from the bird. Su-Yun, eager to flatter, offers a compliment, but finds himself flustered instead. Adjusting his hat, he readies his backpack to continue onward, when suddenly the wolverine halts in its tracks, lifting its head to gaze into the distance. Su-Yun, caught off guard, follows the wolverine's line of sight and spots a vague figure moving through the snow. His vision is sharp, but the details remain elusive. He can only ascertain that it is a deer, distinguished by its grand antlers, though the species remains uncertain. Before Su-Yun can react, the wolverine dashes ahead with incredible speed. Previously, it had restrained its pace to avoid losing Su-Yun, but now, faced with potential prey, it is unwilling to let this opportunity slip away. The wolverine has spotted its quarry. Su-Yun exclaims, pointing at the wolverine, which has already sprinted over 100 meters ahead. He follows suit, eager to showcase the wolverine's hunting prowess. At last, the audience will witness a carnivore in action. A thrilling prospect indeed. The excitement of the live stream surpasses that of nature documentaries, as the latter often suffers from clumsy translations. The wolverine thinks, "It is time for me to shine. Keep your eyes peeled." Su-Yun races through the snow, though not swiftly. Each step sinks him deeper, enveloping his ankles in snow. While the wolverine's tracks remain relatively shallow, he calls out, "Did you see the tracks on the ground?" The parrot peeks out from behind the backpack, asking, "What about them?" Su-Yun, exasperated, clarifies that he wasn't addressing the parrot. The parrot rolls its eyes, muttering about human eccentricities. As Su-Yun continues, he explains that the wolverine's shallow tracks indicate a light pressure, allowing it to sprint with remarkable speed. Compared to wolves, the wolverine possesses paws 3 times their size, which serves as a natural advantage. He quickens his pace, feeling snowflakes invade his nostrils, a chilling sensation. "Come on, Su," the wolverine is closing in. The anticipation builds as viewers hope Su-Yun hastens his pace, lest they miss the wolverine's confrontation. Su-Yun, feeling somewhat like a mere tool, is displeased but maintains his speed, pushing onward. In the distance, the wolverine approaches the deer, and at last, Su-Yun discerns its species, a sika deer. He shouts in excitement. The audience reacts with playful banter, but the deer, seemingly oblivious to the imminent danger, is caught off guard by the wolverine's rapid approach. In a blink, the wolverine leaps and clamps down on the deer's face, causing a brutal scene. As Su-Yun arrives, he is within 20 meters of the fray. The sika deer thrashes in panic, attempting to dislodge the wolverine, but it clings fiercely, inflicting injury with its sharp teeth. The deer desperately spins in circles, managing to throw the wolverine off, but before it can catch its breath, the wolverine rebounds like a spring, latching onto the deer's neck, hanging on like a tenacious parasite. The deer emits a mournful cry, trying once more to shake off its assailant, but the wolverine is relentless, biting down once again, leaving the deer bloodied. Though the sika deer wishes to flee, the wolverine circles it, seeking an opening, while the deer remains terrified of allowing the predator to get behind it. The snowfall obscures Su-Yun's view of whether the wolverine has deployed its foul-smelling spray. The sika deer is at a disadvantage, but if the wolverine were at a disadvantage, it wouldn't have pursued the deer so relentlessly. Su-Yun observes the battlefield while glancing at the barrage of comments, choosing to ignore the naysayers. The wolverine continues its circling maneuver, forcing the deer into a defensive posture. The deer can only hope for mercy, but it knows that is futile. If it does not fight back, its chances of survival are 0. Suddenly, the wolverine changes direction, catching the deer off guard, which slips and falls. In an instant, the wolverine lunges for the deer's neck again. The sika deer, in a desperate struggle, strives to rise, knowing that if it falls, it may never stand again. It manages to throw the wolverine off once more, but the wolverine, like a stubborn shadow, is quick to return. This time, the wolverine refrains from biting and instead growls defiantly at the deer, which stands its ground, unwilling to show any sign of weakness. The wolverine retreats momentarily, and the deer seizes the opportunity to turn and flee, only to see the wolverine charging back. The deer, terrified, crashes to the ground, sliding away. With a swift strike, the wolverine claws at the deer's rear, drawing blood. The sika deer, now sitting in distress, attempts to kick the wolverine off, but the predator remains unfazed, rendering the deer's efforts futile. Again, the sika deer rises, lowering its head and displaying its massive antlers in a defensive stance. Yet the blood on its face and throat betrays its precarious position. The wolverine continues its strategy, never risking itself, leading the deer in a futile dance of defense. Suyun exhales a puff of vapor, watching the drone hovering above as the outcome becomes clear. The wolverine remains firmly latched onto the deer's neck, its grip unyielding as the deer's breaths grow weaker and weaker. Suyun approaches the sika deer, placing a hand on its abdomen, and as its breathing ceases, he can feel its body growing cold. "It's dead," he utters softly. The parrot, perched on Suyun's shoulder, falls silent, acknowledging the wolverine's prowess. Once again, the harsh reality of nature is laid bare, survival of the fittest, devoid of morality. The brutality of existence unfolds before our eyes. Our ancestors too faced such raw conditions. So spare your pity for the deer. It's difficult to disagree with your sentiment. We cannot challenge the wolverine's actions, for humanity has encroached upon their habitat. I timed the battle. It lasted merely 3 minutes and 27 seconds. I have witnessed the cunning of carnivores, and I shall never underestimate wild animals again. I have beheld the beauty of life. The sika deer's struggle commands my admiration. Until its last moment, it fought valiantly, a profound testament to the respect for life. Because of its resemblance to a steed, it is called a horse deer. With the demise of the counterpart, there is no need for further explanation. Suyun patted the wolverine's head, signaling that the adversary was indeed deceased, and it was time to relax its grip. The wolverine released its jaws, sniffed the deer's nostrils, and upon confirming the lack of life, began to joyfully circle around the carcass. Suyun gently caressed the majestic antlers of the deer, their robust form captivating. Yet, its master had now succumbed to the earth. Wolverines possess the ability to hunt prey several times their own size, a fact evident before your eyes. You have witnessed the cunning of a carnivore. The strategies displayed by the wolverine in battle are nothing short of breathtaking. Had you not witnessed that earlier spectacle, you might never have believed that a creature known for frolicking in the snow could display such ferocity and acumen in combat. Suyun mused, reaching toward the wolverine, but the exuberant creature continued its revelry, merely brushing against its tail. Crimson blood stained the snowy expanse, quickly spreading into a vast pool, captured by a drone overhead, the vibrant red stark against the white landscape. The wolverine, having recently dined, showed no interest in consumption. Instead, it contemplated hiding its prize. However, its physical strength was insufficient to drag the deer, leading its gaze back to Suyun. In an instant, Suyun grasped the wolverine's intent and felt a pang of helplessness. It seemed to believe him a Herculean figure capable of hauling the deer away. The wolverine let out a low growl in agreement. "Of course, I shall assist, especially since it requires no effort on my part," he thought wryly. Yet this size presents a challenge, he reflected, assessing the deer's considerable dimensions. With a swift kick to the deer's hindquarters, Suyun estimated its length to be around 1.70 meters, substantial for a male deer, weighing at least 150 kilograms. "Goodness, I cannot possibly drag this creature," he exclaimed. "What if we dismember it instead? We could take the nutrient-rich meat and leave." Suyun shook his head at the suggestion. Dismembering the carcass was not feasible at this moment. The blood within had yet to congeal, and slicing the body would result in a flood of crimson, attracting every animal in the vicinity, a scenario he could not withstand. Furthermore, the area was known to harbor wolves, and he was uncertain of their numbers. The wolverine, visibly anxious, stared at its unconsumed prize, a testament to its relentless effort in the hunt. Meanwhile, a parrot perched on Suyun's shoulder, watching the wolverine with a gleeful glint in its eye, though it refrained from taunting. Suddenly, an idea struck Suyun. He swiftly retrieved an air mattress, exclaiming his relief at the presence of snow, which made it all the more useful. As he inflated the mattress, he marveled at the value of this gift from his mother on his birthday, along with a collection of camping gear that cost a pretty penny. The mattress was remarkably sturdy, capable of supporting the weight of a deer without difficulty. Once inflated, Suyun regarded the deer, now partially obscured by snow, and felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He doubted his strength would suffice to lift the deer onto the mattress. The wolverine watched expectantly, urging him on. Gritting his teeth, Suyun strained to drag the deer, its weight resisting his efforts. After considerable exertion, he finally managed to hoist the deer. At that moment, the blood from the deer's neck had ceased to flow, frozen solid, while the pool of blood beneath lay encased in ice. Suyun retrieved a rope and secured it to the mattress handle, pulling with newfound ease. "Let us move," he declared. weary yet determined to distance themselves from this treacherous place. They had lingered too long. Predators were undoubtedly drawn by the scent of blood. As the wind howled overhead, it carried the scent further afield, intensifying the chill. After a brief trek, the wind grew fiercer and the temperature plummeted. The parrot burrowed into Su Yun's backpack, seeking refuge from the elements. Su Yun gritted his teeth, hastening to keep pace with the wolverine, who thrived in the cold, its fur providing comfort against the frigid air. Su Yun felt his hands nearing numbness and realized the urgency of finding a sheltered spot to kindle a fire for warmth. Otherwise, he risked succumbing to hypothermia. As he opened his mouth to speak, a gust of snow blew in, chilling his teeth. He quickly pulled his scarf higher to conceal his face, leaving only his eyes exposed. In this situation, failing to treat hypothermia swiftly could be fatal, he mused. Why has the storm intensified so? A voice echoed in his mind. The wolverine seemed to sense Su Yun's urgency, glancing back at him. Quickly, can you locate a sheltered area? Su Yun shouted, chastising himself for directing questions at a wolverine. Suddenly, he resolved to abandon the deer and the mattress, prioritizing his own survival. Yet, he could not relinquish the rope. Just as Su Yun contemplated untying the rope to leave the deer behind, a chilling wolf howl erupted behind him. The haunting sound sent a shiver down his spine, as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. The resonant howl echoed across the desolate plains. The viewers in the live stream, initially concerned for Su Yun, froze in shock, their hearts racing as they recognized the ominous sound. This was the unmistakable call of wolves, known for their coordinated hunting prowess. Is that a wolf pack? This is bad. They must have been attracted by the scent of the deer's blood. Su Yun, you must flee. The deer's carcass is of no importance now. Saving yourself is paramount. Su Yun turned abruptly, and the wolverine emitted a growl, glancing back. The heavy snowfall obscured the landscape, hindering Su Yun's visibility. However, the wolverine's aggressive stance indicated that the wolves were closing in. There's no escaping now, Su Yun lamented. Under these circumstances, he knew he could not outrun them. If the wolves delayed their approach, he would be the first to succumb to the cold. Since escape was futile, Su Yun steeled his resolve to stand his ground. He was uncertain if his affinity could withstand the scrutiny of the pack. The chances were slim. The intelligence of a wolf king surpassed that of a wolverine. In cunning, wolves were the masters. If the wolverine struggled to gain their favor, the wolves would be even more challenging to appease. Quickly, he shed his backpack, drawing out a shovel and flashlight, preparing for the impending confrontation. The wolverine, too, crouched low, ready for battle. The wolverine is loyal. It has chosen flight. How commendable. The host is safe. Does the host intend to fight? There is no running from this. The wolverine's demeanor suggests the wolves have encircled them. Seizing the opportunity before the wolves arrived, Su Yun guzzled water from his thermos, realizing that the wolverine's decision to stay was not merely to protect him. Rather, it was likely intent on guarding its hard-earned meal. A gluttonous wolverine would defend its food against even the crows in the sky. It would not yield easily. Moreover, he would not abandon the deer, for doing so would equate to forsaking the wolverine. The wolves would undoubtedly prioritize attacking him, a solitary figure over the wolverine's might. The wolf, a creature well known to all, embodies cunning and strategy, with packs that evoke terror in the hearts of most animals. These packs play a crucial role in regulating the population of lynxes. As the number of wolves increases, so too does the decline of lynxes in the area. The earlier howls were an attempt to intimidate me, urging a hasty retreat. This is a favored tactic of wolves, driving their prey into a state of panic. Pausing briefly, Su Yun ventured a bold hypothesis. The wolves encircling us must be the same ones that previously chased the antelopes, as well as those that had fought with the badgers over food. This is a disaster. They are here for revenge. The streamer is caught in the middle. This is not a good situation. Quickly give the streamer some advice. I really don't want to witness a live broadcast of animals devouring a human. There is no way out. We can only hope the streamer is strong enough. The blustery wind swirled the snow in the air, casting the delicate flakes like mischievous sprites, yet no one was inclined to admire the beauty of the scene. Su Yun squinted his eyes and suddenly glanced to his left, catching sight of a dark figure standing not far away, its gray fur nearly blending into the white tempest. At that moment, the badger merely glanced at its adversary before turning its gaze elsewhere. Only a slight affinity, Su Yun mused, regarding the affinity metric as a mere formality. It indicated no threat to humans, implying that the animal was not particularly intelligent and had a tendency to approach humans. The affinity would align with the system's default of 2 points. However, upon encountering those insidious and cunning creatures, the affinity would plummet, rendering it utterly unreliable. To make matters worse, These treacherous animals were all carnivorous. Tightening his grip on the entrenching tool, Suyun observed the affinity indicator slowly inching closer. Realizing its significance in that moment, he surveyed his surroundings, confirming that there was an affinity indicator near every position. It appeared that the wolves had already received the scent and commanded their encirclement. Isn't the badger supposed to be brave enough to steal food from the wolves? It shouldn't be in too much danger, right? No matter how formidable the badger may be, it is still a solitary creature, and I doubt the streamer's combat prowess can rival that of a wild beast. Thus, their cooperation cannot possibly overpower the wolves, Suyun murmured, acknowledging that while the badger dared to contend for food against tigers, bears, and lynxes, it would typically avoid risking a confrontation with a pack of wolves unless it were in dire hunger. Competing for food with other animals could offer a chance of survival, but attempting to seize it from wolves was a perilous endeavor. Other creatures detested the badger's foul odor, but the wolves would be the first to attack its scent glands. Moreover, when the badger had previously contended for food, it was merely the case that the wolves recognized a trap below and refrained from pursuing. Well-reasoned and compelling. Streamer, stop reading the comments and face the situation at hand. At that moment, the badger ceased its howling and leaped onto the back of a stag, unhesitatingly dousing it in its foul liquid. Suyun's heart sank. His air cushion had been contaminated. Just then, Suyun noticed a different affinity level, 1. Immediately, he surmised that this must be the Wolf King, without a doubt. It looks like a husky. If it were a husky, the streamer would be safe. Wolves are indeed majestic. All the wolves stand still, seemingly awaiting orders. Today has certainly been eye-opening. The wolf pack is truly fearsome. The Wolf King finally appeared in the distance, approximately 50 meters away, its piercing gaze fixed intently on its prey, the assurance of victory almost palpable upon its countenance. Suyun swallowed hard. At that moment, feigning calm was futile. The drawbacks of low affinity were starkly evident. One must always say something. After all, on ancient battlefields, both sides would first negotiate before resorting to combat. Taking a breath, Suyun cleared his throat and murmured, "Hello. Am I losing my mind? Is this truly the time for greetings? I'm quaking. If I were the streamer, I would have already lost control." The Wolf King remained unfazed, however. The affinity of a nearby wolf suddenly increased by 0.5, as if intrigued. Yet, when it turned to regard its king, the affinity reverted to 1, as if nothing had transpired. Suyun's heart sank. While interactions had an effect on lesser wolves, they bore no significance to the Wolf King. Damn this system. Why couldn't Tia be slightly more formidable than the Wolf King? As the audience in the live stream pondered in anxious anticipation, the previously silent badger suddenly charged at the nearest wolf. "Fool!" Suyun exclaimed in exasperation. In the howling wind, the badger's attack startled the wolf, which quickly retreated without engaging. In the minds of wolves, badgers are known for their fierce fighting experience and thick layers of fat. Once they latch on, they do not easily relinquish their grip. Since the pack leader had yet to command an attack, there was no need to engage in a duel. Group tactics are the most effective form of combat. "Come back," Suyun shouted sternly. Allowing the badger to fight alone was unwise. Only by remaining together could their chances of survival significantly improve. The badger cast a threatening glance at the Wolf King and swiftly returned to Suyun's side, clearly aware that he was its best ally in this dire situation. The Wolf King disregarded the badger's threat. To it, the badger was but a weakling, relying solely on its tough skin and foul-smelling urine. The human appeared to possess no redeeming qualities, thus there was no need to engage further. With a low growl, the Wolf King bared its menacing teeth, instilling fear. The previously leisurely pack of wolves surged forward in an instant, following the king's command to charge and kill the prey before them. The chat fell silent. All eyes were glued to the unfolding scene. Fearing the loss of any detail, the collective hope for the streamer's safety echoed among the viewers. Suyun confronted the oncoming gray wolf at that moment. Cowardice served no purpose. Only audacity could secure survival. Swinging the entrenching tool with fervor, he struck the gray wolf, severing an ear. Yet he too was swiftly knocked to the ground. Suyun miscalculated, paying the price of being toppled. For the savage gray wolf would not relent due to a mere scratch. Its formidable physique allowed it to disregard the pain. The foul-smelling maw of the wolf loomed larger before Suyun, and just as he contemplated thrusting his arm into its mouth for survival, the badger roared and collided with the gray wolf, biting down on its nose. Suyun hurriedly regained his footing, assisting the badger by striking the gray wolf's shoulder blade with his tool, eliciting a blood-curdling howl from the creature. Before Suyun could revel in this small victory, he was suddenly sent flying, His shoulder jolted painfully. Before he could assess the situation, he felt a wolf's jaws clamp down on his arm, beginning to tear at it. Panic surged through him as he struggled desperately. Fortunately, his clothing was thick, or he might have lost his arm. Nonetheless, he could still hear the sound of teeth slicing through flesh. Swinging the entrenching tool with reckless abandon, he struck the wolf's snout, causing flesh to explode and blood to spatter, as another haunting howl echoed across the desolate wilderness. With a swift movement, Su Yun brandished a military shovel, successfully intimidating the restless gray wolves and providing timely support to the badger. At this moment, the badger's situation was far more favorable than Su Yun's. Most of the gray wolves dared not initiate an attack, only probing cautiously. The badger curled itself protectively, fiercely lunging at the wolves whenever opportunity arose. Each strike from the badger easily left a gash on the gray wolves, while their tentative bites proved ineffective against the badger's thick layer of fat. Seizing the opportunity, Su Yun swung his shovel decisively at the rear of a gray wolf, unhesitating in his action. His intervention alleviated some of the badger's burdens. In the distance, the Wolf King's long howl reverberated, prompting the previously cautious pack to slowly widen their encirclement. By the heavens, that scared me to death. The moment the host was tackled, I shut my eyes. Is this really the time to keep the livestream open? We nearly witnessed a fatal incident. You mentioned it was close. The moderators are likely waiting for the host to sign a contract, believing he can handle this. The host seems powerless, dragged away by the wolves. The leader of the outdoor team watched the screen, wiping the sweat from his palms. Zhao Tianhao felt his hands tremble and hesitantly asked if they should shut down the live stream. The leader slammed his hand on the table. Shut it down? Trust in Su Yun. If we cut the live stream now, it might shatter his courage. We must believe he can resolve this. His previous encounters with lynxes, badgers, and martens demonstrate his expertise. The other team members exchanged glances, tacitly agreeing with their leader. Yet, the leader was anxious. He could not reach Su Yun, and the weight of pressure bore down on him. If Su Yun fell to the wolves, the flood of negative online commentary could easily ruin him, potentially costing him his job. Su Yun, brandishing the military shovel like a streetwise fighter, exuded a fierce demeanor. He understood that he could not appear weak, for even a hint of vulnerability would invite aggression. The badger, baring its teeth in a threatening manner, seemed to regard the situation as a minor skirmish. Su Yun counted the wolves. There were 13 in total, including the Wolf King, who observed from a distance. Having failed to subdue the badger or eliminate Su Yun in their initial assault, the Wolf King began to reconsider the human before him. Gasping for breath after the harrowing battle, Su Yun felt cold sweat drench his body. The moment he paused, the howling wind sent a chill through him. If he lingered, his body temperature would plummet. Suddenly, the Wolf King advanced, growling in a manner that conveyed an ominous intent. Su Yun could not decipher its meaning, but within moments, four wolves from the encircling pack darted toward the carcass of a deer, disregarding the badger's foul defenses as they worked together to drag the body away. This blatant attempt to steal food enraged the badger. For it, sustenance was a profound weakness, and it had labored tirelessly to secure its. How could it allow the wolves to rob it? With a furious cry, the badger broke away from Su Yun, disregarding the remaining wolves as it charged towards the deer. Panic surged through Su Yun. He had clearly fallen into the Wolf King's trap. The Wolf King understood the badger's instincts perfectly, and while Su Yun, as a human, could see through the deception, the food-obsessed badger was oblivious. The moment the badger moved, Su Yun found himself ensnared. The remaining wolves launched their attack. And despite his bitter struggle to pursue the badger with his shovel, a wolf lunged and seized it from him. Then, other wolves pounced upon Su Yun, sending him sprawling across the snow, his flashlight tumbling from his pocket and landing near his face. Desperation overwhelmed him. Su Yun could almost feel the weight of the wolves pressing down upon him. Before he could react, a powerful bite sunk into his neck, lifting him off the ground. Fortunately, his thick clothing absorbed the impact, but as he dangled helplessly, he felt akin to a chick being lifted by the scruff. In that life-threatening moment, Su Yun's instinct to fight surged. Despite his frenzied struggles, he could not pry the wolf's jaws loose. In the next moment, he felt sharp teeth clamp down on his calf, pain flooding his senses. Damn it, Su Yun cursed vehemently. In the depths of despair, one either resigns to fate or fights back fiercely against the foe. Su Yun was of the latter disposition. With veins bulging on his forehead, he swung a fist at the wolf gnawing at his neck, producing a dull thud, yet the creature remained unfazed, continuing its relentless assault as if unaware of Su Yun's resilience. Meanwhile, the badger found itself overwhelmed, the advantage of numbers becoming painfully apparent. It realized its grave miscalculation and sought to return to Su Yun, but the wolves offered no respite. In a moment of despair, Su Yun caught sight of his flashlight not far away, igniting a spark of hope. How could he have forgotten it? This multifunctional flashlight was his salvation. Equipped not only with a stunning electric shock feature, but also a blaring alarm. The wolves, native to the wilderness, instinctively feared both flashes of light and unknown loud noises. Thus, Su Yun abandoned his futile attempts to fight back, reaching for the flashlight instead, but his arms fell short, grasping at nothing. Desperately, he crawled forward. It's over. The host is dangling in the air, unable to gain leverage. Desperation. Is the live stream really allowed to continue at this scale? Why hasn't it been shut down? Please don't shut it down. I want to see the host escape this peril. Escaping seems quite improbable. In the outdoor team, Zhao Tianhao gripped the mouse tightly, his heart racing with anticipation as everyone gathered around his computer, not daring to blink. Suddenly, a collective gasp erupted from the group as a green figure sprang from the backpack, darting straight for the gray wolf clamped onto Su Yun's neck. With astonishing speed, it charged, targeting the wolf's eyes. The wolf, intent on subduing Su Yun, was utterly unprepared for this unexpected threat from above. Take that, the parrot screeched, its hard beak piercing the gray wolf's eye. The wolf howled in agony, releasing its grip and violently shaking its head, flinging the parrot aside. Seizing the moment, Su Yun scrambled to his feet, quickly snatching up the flashlight from the snow. Without hesitation, he activated the electric shock feature and thrust it into the face of the wolf that was gnawing at his left pant leg. A deafening crack of electricity echoed through the wilderness, leaving Su Yun slightly disoriented but invigorated, while the gray wolf collapsed, rendered unconscious without a struggle. He refrained from shocking the wolf still gripping his calf, fearing the electric current might travel through him and leave him utterly incapacitated. Even so, the electric shock coursing through his insulated clothing was enough to stimulate his cold, numb body. I'm going to die. Clearly, the parrot, having been thrown into the snow, had also received an electric shock, yet it still managed to squawk indignantly, indicating it had survived the ordeal. Stop biting me. Su Yun kicked the gray wolf in the face, sending it sprawling, though he felt a sharp sting on his calf where the wolf's teeth had grazed him. Enraged, he snatched up the parrot and tucked it into his jacket, ruthlessly kicking the unconscious gray wolf another meter away before turning his attention to the badger, now besieged by 5 gray wolves, while the wolf king observed from a distance, where 4 wolves were busily hauling away the deer. Su Yun paid no heed to the one-eyed gray wolf, whose eye had been gouged out. The electric baton in his hand crackled and sparked in the air, while the wolf he had kicked away remained undeterred, letting out a low growl as it charged toward him once more. In this desperate moment, Su Yun became even more ferocious, swinging the electric baton and striking the gray wolf. Come on, he shouted, as the baton connected with the wolf's body. But the wolf managed to pounce on him again. However, the electric shock had drained the wolf of its strength mid-air, causing it to collapse onto Su Yun. Crushed, lamented the unfortunate parrot caught in the chaos. Yet Su Yun swiftly tossed the wolf aside and charged toward the wolf king. He could not afford to show any signs of weakness now. With bloodshot eyes and veins bulging, he rushed straight for the wolf king, ignoring the other minions entirely. The piercing alarm blared to life, and Su Yun felt as if his ears were being deafened. The sudden, shrill alarm startled the seemingly victorious wolf king, who stumbled back a few steps. Su Yun's reckless advance only added to the wolf king's confusion. It could not comprehend the source of the sound, but it recognized the accompanying flashes of lightning. These were the harbingers of thunderous storms, which sent all creatures scurrying for safety, its pack included. The wolf king had come here seeking to avenge the wolverine's theft, not to engage in a life-or-death struggle. This unfamiliar situation unnerved it when the lightning struck its subordinates. They fell lifeless to the ground, filling it with dread. As Su Yun closed in, he felt no fear. If it came to it, he would fight to the bitter end. Who was afraid of whom? With a howl that echoed into the sky, the wolf king instantly fled, evading Su Yun. It feared being struck down by lightning. Upon receiving the wolf king's command, the other wolves scattered, abandoning their assault on the wolverine. The sightless gray wolf also fled without hesitation, while the 2 that lay on the ground were hastily dragged away by their comrades, leaving no trace behind. They had come swiftly and left just as quickly, leaving only a mess in their wake. The fierce wolverine seemed eager to pursue, but was firmly pinned down by the limping Su Yun. Su Yun was momentarily stunned. Was this due to the gratitude for saving its life? Watching the wolves retreat into the distance, he released the wolverine and collapsed onto the ground, every part of him aching as though his lungs might burst. Yet the next moment, a silent grin spread across his face, He had survived. Unbelievable. Against all odds. Suyun had successfully repelled the wolf pack. Damn, watching Suyun roar at the Wolf King had my blood boiling. As long as he's alive. Suyun. Forever a legend. Suyun reveled in the astonishment expressed in the barrage of comments. He had indeed survived the onslaught of the pack, and most importantly, he had done so with an unruly pig teammate in tow. Casting a glance at the parrot nestled in his arms, he staggered to find his entrenching tool. Surveying the desolate white horizon with no cover in sight. We haven't escaped danger yet. Although the wolves have departed, the temperature continues to drop. I can't find shelter from the impending storm, so we must dig a pit right here. Suyun shouted toward the drone. Honestly, I think the host should turn off the alarm. It makes it hard to hear him. I feel the same, scratching head. The host is probably just scared the wolves will return. Suyun recognized the necessity of keeping the alarm activated. It was prudent to guard against a potential ambush from the wolves, and such a deafening noise would certainly deter other animals from approaching. He plunged his shovel into the frozen ground, which was remarkably solid due to the heavy snowfall. He needed to dig deeper to break through the frost. Seeing the wolverines circling a deer, Suyun seethed with frustration. You've had your fill. What are you doing circling that deer? Hurry up and help me. I'm freezing. He shouted. The wolverine, chastened by his words, obediently trotted over to assist him. Having been saved by Suyun twice, now it was time for it to repay the favor. The wolverine easily understood Suyun's gestures. Digging was second nature to it. Its long claws sliced effortlessly through the soil, as if it were cutting through tofu. In mere minutes, they had cleared the snow, excavating a rectangular pit. While it may not have been aesthetically pleasing, Suyun had no qualms about it at that moment. He found a rope, retrieved the windblown mat, and tossed his backpack into the pit, covering it securely with the mat. He then used the rope to secure the mat with tent pegs, ensuring it would not be blown away by the wind. Once assured of their safety, he called for the wolverine to enter. The creature hesitated for a moment, glancing back at the deer, but quickly dove into the pit. As he summoned the drone back, Suyun lifted the mat and squeezed into the pit, inadvertently pressing the parrot once more. What a mess. The parrot squawked. Apologizing hurriedly, Suyun checked the parrot for injuries, relieved to find no broken bones. He nestled it back into his arms, needing the warmth to prevent it from freezing. The parrot merely expressed its displeasure before settling comfortably once again. The pit expanded thanks to Suyun's efforts, and primarily the wolverine's. Now had the creature resting beside him, eyeing the bulging bundle in Suyun's embrace. Suyun smacked the wolverine lightly and quickly retrieved a water bottle from his backpack, unhesitatingly gulping down its contents. In such conditions, drinking warm water was the best way to stave off hypothermia. This water had been heated over the fire while rescuing animals from a snow pit, and now it was a lifesaver. I can't let my viewers know this is an endless supply of hot water. The host finally spoke. He looked incredibly cool while digging that pit. He's racing against time. He doesn't have the luxury to chat, but honestly, he really does look impressive. We're safe now, but this damp earthen pit doesn't exactly scream warmth. After finishing the water, Suyun swiftly found an energy bar in his backpack and consumed it. Supplementing sugar and nutrients was crucial to fend off hypothermia, as the liver quickly burned through glucose in such a state. The energy expended during the recent struggle had not compensated for the chill of the wind, but fortunately, his cleverness in digging the pit had preserved warmth and shielded him from the cold. Exhaling slowly, he finally relaxed, utterly exhausted and on the verge of cramping. After moving about a bit, he felt the cramping ease. In the frigid wilderness, if one experiences shivering, numbness, and stiffness in the limbs, much like his current condition, then caution should be exercised. Suyun took another sip of water, the warmth bringing him immense comfort. Yet he recognized he had only reached a mild state of hypothermia. It was not yet critical. The subsequent details regarding moderate and severe conditions are unnecessary for your understanding. At this juncture, your sole focus should be to immediately seek a sheltered area devoid of wind. If such a place is unattainable, you may resort to digging into the snow, as this could very well save your life. During the excavation process, not only will you be creating a pit, but the exertion will also generate heat, which is beneficial for your body. Furthermore, warm water and sugar are essential, making it crucial to carry some candies when venturing outdoors. Suyun spoke rapidly, quenching his thirst as he conveyed vital information, his brief remarks having already filled his stomach. Most importantly, never rub your hands or feet together. Those from the northern regions are aware that on frigid, snowy days, if you begin to feel cold, grasping a handful of snow and rubbing it in your hands will eventually warm them. However, in the event of hypothermia, such an action could indeed be life-threatening. While rubbing snow on your hands may be acceptable under normal circumstances, in a state of hypothermia, it accelerates blood circulation, which, given that the blood must pass through the heart, can lead to dire consequences when cold blood returns to the heart. This is something you must remember. Host: what you're saying is irrelevant to us. We're all 996 workers with no time to venture outside. Our greatest wish during work breaks is simply to rest and sleep at home. Outdoor adventures are out of the question. The previous comment is far too realistic. The host's job is a dream for many, quite literally, a dream to ponder. Damn, this makes me tear up. When will we workers ever rise? Soo-Yun's lips twitched. He initially thought to impress with a bit of theory, but it seemed his audience was not receptive. As for handling trivial matters, his boots had been bitten, leaving a gash, but fortunately, they remained intact. Unfortunately, his right calf bore 2 bloody puncture wounds, with a 3-centimeter laceration trailing from one of them. Soo-Yun forcefully tore apart the damaged pant leg to reveal the wound. Ouch! He grimaced. It hurt, and the blood had already altered in color. You're injured. That wound looks quite gruesome. Injuries are the best-case scenario. Surviving an encounter with a pack of wolves without losing your life is a testament to the host's prowess. Super Admin: Mr. Soo-Yun, do you require assistance? We can dispatch a helicopter to bring you back for proper medical treatment. Noticing the different font color in the message, Soo-Yun chuckled, deeming assistance unnecessary. The wound would not become infected in such weather, and he had already been vaccinated against rabies before departing home, so there was no life-threatening risk. After all, his previous physical condition had led to numerous dog bites, making him a frequent visitor for rabies vaccinations. Super Admin: that puts us at ease. By the way, he expressed gratitude that the Super Admin had not closed down his live stream. Had that occurred, there would have been no record of his confrontation with the wolves. This also imbued him with courage. Soo-Yun sincerely appreciated this, for even a novice streamer understood that had he perished, the repercussions would have been severe, and this streaming platform would surely have faced public outrage. Thus, he was thankful for the Super Admin's belief in his ability to manage danger. In that moment, as Soo-Yun escaped peril, the entire outdoor team collectively exhaled in relief, particularly the team leader, who bore immense pressure. With Soo-Yun now safe and expressing gratitude, there would be no further obstacles to signing him on, a scenario the leader was eager to witness. His gamble had paid off, and the forthcoming rewards promised to bring him joy. Super Admin: we have always believed in you. Who cannot utter such platitudes? After all, it costs nothing. What a spectacle, an insane streamer being fetched by helicopter. Who else can claim such a feat? I'm genuinely impressed. Talent truly shines anywhere. The host is uniquely brave to venture alone into the wilderness. Thus, his potential value is immeasurable. Even other streaming platforms would be eager to curry favor with him. Buoyed by the praise, Soo-Yun felt elated within. Though he maintained a composed exterior, he needed to cleanse the tainted blood from his wound. Ignoring the pain, he forcefully squeezed the wound, expelling the congealed blood. From the depths of his backpack, he retrieved a rectangular first aid kit containing alcohol, needles, thread, gauze, and antibiotics, supplies he always carried. His previous physical issues had resulted in frequent injuries from animals, necessitating hospital visits, and over time, he had grown accustomed to handling his own medical needs. Now, tending to minor injuries was as simple as eating or drinking, pouring alcohol onto the wound. He winced as it stung, but continued to apply pressure until bright red blood flowed freely. Under the light illuminating the pit, the wolverine curled nearby, watching Soo-Yun's actions with wide eyes, filled with curiosity. This outing had certainly broadened its horizons. He is really tough on himself. I can feel the pain just watching. As he threaded the suture needle, Soo-Yun softly remarked that when addressing a wound, it is best to avoid alcohol if possible. Iodine is the preferred choice for quicker healing. Yet, under the current circumstances, having alcohol was already a luxury. Soo-Yun worked swiftly and skillfully, the suturing of the wound appearing reasonably competent, though it lacked the precision of a professional. What a hardman! Suturing his own wound. He must have done this before. I swear I can hear the needle piercing his flesh. Impressive. Since Soo-Yun repelled the wolves and survived, gifts in the live stream had flowed continuously, only tapering off once he burrowed into the pit. However, as he began to suture his wound with unwavering composure, the influx of gifts surged once more. Having closed the wound, Soo-Yun tossed the parrot into his sleeping bag, stripped off his tattered clothing, leaving only his undergarments, and quickly donned the last remaining outfit, one that had been torn by the wolves and soaked by the snow, hampering his ability to retain warmth. Discarding the ruined clothing to one side, He felt his neck. Thankfully, no wounds were present. Finally, he had completed all necessary tasks. Gifts in the live stream were unnecessary. He would purchase some food and drink for himself. Su-yun waved his hand dismissively. Despite his refusal, the gifts continued unabated. Just now, as the host undressed, I noticed 6 wounds on his leg, all haphazardly stitched. It's clear he did it himself. I'm sorry, but I counted 7. What kind of eyes do you all have? I only found 3. This wilderness stream has turned into a game of spot the difference. You all are something else. Su-yun could only laugh helplessly. His myriad scars were a source of shame, with the bites from the wolves on his calf serving as a badge of honor. Without further hesitation, Su-yun crawled into his sleeping bag, the warmth enveloping him like a return home, a true sanctuary amid the biting cold. Glancing at the wolverine curled beside him, he wiped away the snow from its fur with his tattered clothes and embraced it within the sleeping bag, needing its warmth to combat the chill. Damn it, you're trying to kill me, came the parrot's exasperated squawk. A misstep. Su-yun acknowledged his error, once again cradling the parrot close to him, wrapping it securely against his chest as he held the wolverine. This time, the wolverine was unusually docile, perhaps influenced by the recent events, behaving more obediently than ever. I need to catch some sleep. I'm quite exhausted. Once I wake, we shall resume the live stream. After finishing, Su-yun promptly closed the live stream, zipped up his sleeping bag, and succumbed to slumber. Despite his departure, viewers chose to watch the replay, eager to scrutinize the details of the harrowing situation they had just witnessed. Content creators, having entered Su-yun's live stream earlier, excitedly opened their editing software, ready to seize upon this rare spectacle, a moment that could potentially yield significant rewards from viewers. The tumultuous winds and blinding snowstorm, accompanied by a stirring soundtrack, allowed the audience to immerse themselves in Su-yun's experience, envisioning themselves bravely navigating the snowy wilderness. Within half an hour, a video capturing this moment soared to popularity, drawing viewers who were incredulous at the authenticity of what they saw, leaving a flurry of comments questioning its reality. Is this real or a trailer for a film? When did our country begin investing in such realistic special effects? The details, even the fur on the wolves, are astonishingly lifelike. No, this is not a movie. We have a maestro in the outdoor live streaming sector. I was there in person, and I assure you, when the wolves attacked, I was on my knees watching. I was nearly terrified out of my wits. I couldn't bear to watch when the host faced the wolves, fearing a gruesome scene. Thankfully, the host was remarkable, absolutely legendary. Where can I find this host on Bilibili? The host is currently resting after dispersing the wolves. Just wait. When he resumes streaming, you'll get to witness his prowess. Not only on Bilibili, but other internet users also began sharing the video across various platforms, some even uploading the edited and original footage to foreign sites, where viewers, unfamiliar with such occurrences, were left in disbelief, especially at the feat achieved by an Asian individual. In a university town, a student hurriedly rushed into a building, phone in hand, and ran up 3 flights of stairs, knocking urgently on a door. Who is it? I'm not dead yet. A voice bellowed from within, clearly displeased by the raucous knocking. Teacher, I found Su-yun, the student exclaimed, excitement overwhelming the decorum typically expected in such interactions. The search for Su-yun had its reasons. The teacher, Liang Hua, lived across from Su-yun and was aware of Su-jun's expedition to Africa. Su-jun had entrusted Liang with the care of Su-yun, handing over the house keys. However, after seeing Su-yun that fateful night, Liang discovered the next day that Su-yun had vanished with a mountaineering backpack. Initially, he assumed Su-yun had gone to visit his grandfather in the countryside, but the elder informed him that Su-yun had gone out to clear his mind. Liang, hesitant to reveal the truth, feared worrying the elderly couple. Realizing his inadequacy in the matter, Liang hastily attempted to contact Su-jun, only to find the phone out of service. Thus began Liang's declaration to find Su-yun. Su-yun. The voice quickly approached the door, opening it to peer outside, but Su-yun was nowhere to be seen. Are you messing with me, Xiejimin? You failed this semester's outdoor activities course. Yang scolded, irritation rising. The student, flustered, retorted, Teacher, I truly found him. He hastily brandished his phone. You think you can graduate without passing your exams? The teacher, skeptical yet intrigued, snatched the phone, revealing Su-yun confronting the wolves, his eyes widening in disbelief. This rascal doesn't know his own limits. How could he venture into the wilderness alone? Overcome with concern, Liang couldn't resist clicking play, his expression freezing as he witnessed the perilous situation Su-yun faced. This fool is going to give me a heart attack, Yang exclaimed, deeply worried for Su-yun, who he regarded as family. These gray wolves are only found in northeast China, amidst the snowfields. Is this the Greater Xin'an Range or Chabai Mountain? Yang frantically inquired. Chabai Mountain. Xie Jimin responded. Who is there? Who's there? Yang pondered, recalling the wildlife experts in that region. Gao Aigua. I'll call him to bring Su Yun back. This rascal is driving me mad, Yang declared, rushing into his room to make the call. Teacher, about the extra credit. Xie Jimin stammered. Yang had previously announced he would award 10 points for locating Su Yun. I told you to find him, not to see him. Half off, 5 points, now hurry. Teacher. My phone. Enough chatter, scram. The following morning at 5 o'clock, deep within a snow pit, Su Yun awoke, startled by the stagnant air. Struggling to unzip his sleeping bag, he realized he hadn't considered ventilation, and the carbon dioxide levels were alarmingly high. He glanced at the wolverine, nestled under his arm, which, upon waking, promptly returned to sleep. The parrot, also roused, squawked irritably. Ignoring it, Su Yun reflected on the 13 hours he had spent in the pit, exhausted to the point of oblivion, a state that would have otherwise been impossible without the surrounding safety precautions. Thankfully, no dangerous creatures had approached. Bending to stand, he pushed against the mattress with force. The first attempt failed, causing him to exhale deeply, realizing the air quality inside was severely compromised, resulting in a slight dizziness. With gritted teeth, he thrust upwards, dislodging the snow piled above, creating a narrow gap through which cold air rushed in, sending a shiver down his spine. After a while, once he confirmed the air had circulated, he sat back down in the pit, opened the live stream, and turned on his flashlight, illuminating the snowy surroundings. The moment the live stream activated, a flood of viewers rushed in, and Su Yun noticed the audience count had soared past 20,000, successfully surpassing the 5,000 mark he had aimed for. Checking the system task panel confirmed that he had completed the mission. The host is alive, thank heavens. I was anxious all night without a stream. Looking good. Is the wolverine in there? Oh, it's so adorable when it sleeps. And what about the parrot? Oh, it's busy cursing. After waking up, the parrot began its tirade, chattering incessantly, its vocabulary a puzzlement. Su Yun glanced at his watch. I've slept for 13 hours. I don't have a fever, my wounds aren't inflamed, my temperature is normal. Aside from being a bit thirsty and sore, I'm fine. Next. He resolved to delve deeper into the wilderness. Swiftly gathering his belongings, he broke the frozen clothes into pieces and stuffed them into his backpack. The wolverine, now awake, relieved itself in front of Su Yun. Holding his breath, Su Yun, with a stern expression, sent the drone outside. Once assured of safety, he released both the parrot and the wolverine. The skin cover remained secured by nails, leaving Su Yun no choice but to crawl out. The sky outside remained shrouded in darkness, as daylight in winter is fleeting. Su Yun emerged from the pit, standing on the snow-covered ground, exhaling slowly. In the sky, the moon hung in the eastern horizon, casting a pristine glow upon the snow. It seemed that the weather was splendid today. The heavy snowfall had passed. Su Yun expressed his delight, then pulled out a nail. Indeed, the parrot flapped its wings in agreement. At this moment, the snow reached up to Su Yun's thighs, making movement particularly laborious. It appeared that his experience was lacking. Next time he ventured into a snowy locale for a live broadcast, he would certainly bring along a snowboard. With his backpack secured, he glanced at the wolverine twirling in the snow, aware that beneath it lay the carcass of a deer. The wolverine's exuberance indicated that the deer was still nearby, and it seemed disinclined to relocate the deer, choosing instead to leave it undisturbed. Without hesitation, the wolverine marked its territory, having already done so on the deer yesterday, likely allowing the scent to permeate. Now, it seemed intent on securing a second assurance. Let us go. Su Yun called out, and the parrot returned to perch on his shoulder, elegantly preening its feathers. The freshly fallen snow was quite soft, making it a challenge for the wolverine to traverse, though it fared better than Su Yun. As they walked, Su Yun pointed towards the mountains in the east, declaring, Our destination lies yonder. It appears close, yet one must not underestimate the distance. I hope to arrive by midday. By the way, the signing agreement we discussed yesterday has been delayed, but rest assured, I shall not go back on my word. As time slipped by unnoticed, Su Yun engaged with his audience, while the parrot nestled back into the warmth of the backpack. After addressing a natural necessity, Su Yun finally reached the edge of the forest by 10 o'clock. Upon nearing this area, the snow became quite shallow, likely due to its sheltered location. At this point, the wolverine was reluctant to proceed further and signaled Su Yun to leave the area. What is the matter? Has the wolverine sensed danger and refuses to enter the woods? Quickly, let's go. The wolverine seemed to insist. Perhaps the host should accompany the wolverine for a while? It's time to part ways. How sad. This moment was anticipated. The host has spent a considerable amount of time with the wolverine, longer than with any other creatures combined. Su-Yun shook his head. I cannot follow it. That would not align with my objectives, and I would only hinder its speed. Thus, it is time to say goodbye. He crouched down, stroking the wolverine, gesturing towards the distance. The wolverine glanced back at Su-Yun, whined softly, nudged him, and departed under his watchful gaze. It was not until the wolverine vanished from sight that Su-Yun redirected his attention. Today's tears seem unbidden, he sighed. The iron-hearted host shows no signs of weeping. Parting was inevitable. Su-Yun exhaled deeply. Although he felt a pang of reluctance, there was no alternative. He could not continue to accompany the wolverine indefinitely. Once he departed from the Changbai mountain range, what fate awaited the wolverine? It could not follow Su-Yun home. As he lacked the means, the country forbade private ownership of wild animals. The parrot poked its head out from the backpack, surveying its surroundings. Where's the food? It queried. Su-Yun rolled his eyes at the parrot's audacity. I'm asking you a question. The parrot pecked at Su-Yun's head. Leave me alone, Su-Yun retorted. The parrot fell silent for a moment, then muttered, Doesn't tea know when to stop eating, does it? As Su-Yun ventured into the forest, admiring the wintry landscape. He mused on the allure of freedom, pondering the profound truth that for the sake of liberty, one must be willing to forsake all. Let me enlighten you. Bird, waking up every day with food at hand isn't living. Otherwise, how would you be so reliant on the host? Yet, the bird is indeed clever. The bird has saved the host's life. It is not a mere freeloader, came the retort from the comments. Yesterday, the bird bravely pecked at the wolf that had latched onto the host's neck. Without it, the host would have struggled to retrieve the flashlight. Su-Yun smiled at the comments, acknowledging the parrot's valor. The snow here was sparse, with certain areas entirely devoid of accumulation, indicating that the forest provided some shelter. However, they had no choice yesterday. The distance was simply too great. Had he pressed forward, he would have succumbed to the cold mid-journey. Finding a clean spot, Su-Yun sat down to hydrate and rest. Observing his surroundings, he noted the absence of any wildlife, as no creatures had approached. Even a hibernating snake eluded him, leaving him disheartened. Could it be that his good fortune had run its course? After a brief respite, Su-Yun stood and continued onward, while the parrot hopped about on the branches like a fool. Bird, where was your home before? Su-Yun inquired idly, having abandoned the notion of naming the parrot. For bird sufficed. The parrot tilted its head, replying, How would I know? I flew here and met you. Su-Yun nodded. You were quite fortunate. Had you not encountered me, on such a cold day without food, your fate would have been sealed. The parrot scoffed. Why not mention that without me? You would also be doomed. Su-Yun was at a loss for words, caught in the parrot's logic. As he ascended the rocky hill, navigating the large stones with caution, the path became increasingly treacherous. Just as he was about to crest the summit, he spotted something in his line of sight, a sign of wildlife presence. 47. Arrogant boar, vigilant deer. Before him lay a ravine formed by a landslide, within which a few fallen trees were haphazardly arranged, creating an irregular quadrangle that felt somewhat cramped. Notably, a wild boar was foraging within this makeshift enclosure, resembling a pigsty. Nearby, a deer cautiously grazed, contrasting the boar's nonchalance with its rapid head movements, ever wary of potential predators, an embodiment of the plight of the vulnerable. Su-Yun's excitement surged as he observed both animals, the solitary boar and the deer. Look at that pigsty. The boar appears quite plump, he noted, hiding behind the rocks, whispering, Goodness, that truly resembles a pigsty. Indeed, why should I not enjoy a meal if I find myself in a pigsty? Look, a deer. This time I can finally share some information about it. Using his drone for a closer inspection, Su-Yun observed the peaceful coexistence between the boar and the deer. Do you see? While the deer is cautious, the boar exudes an air of invincibility, leisurely foraging without a care for its surroundings. Though the boar had a tough exterior, it possessed formidable strength. Compared to domestic pigs, wild boars possess formidable tusks capable of easily piercing the protective layers of most animals, rendering them generally unappealing targets for carnivores. This may elucidate the wild boar's audacity. At that moment, Su-Yun observed through a drone that a stag was anxiously scanning the vicinity of his hiding spot, tilting its ears as if it had detected Su-Yun's presence. Any sign of disturbance would prompt its hasty retreat. The stag has spotted me, Su-Yun murmured, realizing his voice had caught its attention. Its alertness was remarkable, considering he was over 50 meters away. Such vigilance. It can hear me from this distance. Why then could the wolverine kill a stag wandering in the open? Someone questioned. That requires the host's insight, Su-Yun replied, pausing thoughtfully. At that time, The blizzards were fierce, impairing the stag's vision. Coupled with the severe weather conditions, it failed to notice the quick and diminutive wolverine. In that fleeting moment, it found itself with no escape. Continuing, Su Yun added, "Now, to compensate for our earlier missed opportunity to enlighten you about the stag, let us delve into it now." He carefully emerged from his concealment, ensuring minimal noise to avoid startling the stag. However, as soon as he revealed himself, the stag bolted into the thicket, causing Su Yun to exclaim in panic, "Don't run." Yet his plea fell on deaf ears, and the stag hastened away, kicking up mud on the damp ground before disappearing into the depths of the forest. Su Yun lamented the drawbacks of encountering skittish creatures. Even the slightest rustle could thwart his approach and hinder his ability to share knowledge. The perils posed by carnivores were far greater, often resulting in dire consequences. He suddenly felt the system might not be as formidable as he had once thought, if only the affinity he had with animals mirrored their own affinity towards him. Setting aside such impractical thoughts, Su Yun turned his attention to the wild boar, which merely glanced at him before resuming its leisurely foraging, seemingly unperturbed by his presence. Its audacious demeanor delighted Su Yun, as it greatly aided his educational endeavors, and he was pleased to note a basic affinity of 2 points. The parrot swooped down onto a fallen log beside the wild boar, its eyes wide with curiosity towards the stout, dark creature. Su Yun cautiously descended the rocky slope, finding it somewhat treacherous but manageable due to his excellent balance. "This creature is truly dark," the parrot remarked in a feminine tone. Su Yun shot at a glance. He was aware of the parrot's ability to mimic various tones, yet the sudden shift in voice left him feeling somewhat disoriented, akin to witnessing a case of split personality. Can anyone guess in what context the parrot learned to say so dark in such a feminine voice? Based on the parrot's background, it must have some connotations. Another chimed in. "Huh, the parrot's experiences far exceed my own," came a laugh. "That parrot harbors unhealthy thoughts," someone quipped. "What does its color have to do with you?" Su Yun retorted, cautiously inching closer to the wild boar, which continued to ignore him, showing no inclination to flee. The parrot, with a hint of pride, declared, "I have a sort of prejudice. I detest the color black. What else do you dislike?" Su Yun countered, "Those who favor black." Su Yun shook his head in disbelief at the parrot's pickiness. He drew nearer to the wild boar, close enough to catch its scent, which was not unpleasant. It lacked the foul odor of domestic pigs and instead exuded a subtle fragrance, likely from tree sap clinging to its bristly coat. In that moment, the wild boar turned its gaze towards Su Yun, intrigued by the human's intentions as he approached stealthily, positioning himself behind a horizontal log for safety. Su Yun greeted it with a bright smile, revealing 8 gleaming teeth. "Hello there, enjoying your meal?" he said amiably. The wild boar remained unfazed, its eyes betraying curiosity. Yet it emitted a low grunt as a warning. Clearing his throat awkwardly, Su Yun realized verbal interaction was ineffective. So he opened his palm to reveal some nuts he had prepared earlier. At this juncture, although the wild boar seemed unbothered, it remained vigilant. Any hint of malice could provoke an attack. He was determined not to make such a fundamental mistake, opting instead to let the boar see and smell the nuts without hurling them directly. "Those are mine," the parrot protested, hopping around angrily on the log. Displeased with Su Yun for appropriating its nuts, and even more so for offering them to a black pig, the wild boar's threatening grunts ceased abruptly, its gaze fixated on Su Yun's palm. Success, Su Yun thought, encouraged by the boar's reaction. He began to subtly move his hand to the left, prompting the wild boar's eyes to follow. Just as it seemed poised to pounce, Su Yun swiftly tossed the nuts into the pig pen. Within a minute, the wild boar's affinity had swiftly increased to 6 points. Su Yun was exceedingly pleased with this audacious creature that displayed no signs of aggression. He hoped for encounters with animals of such temperament in the future. With agility, Su Yun vaulted over a log over a meter high to enter the pig pen, reaching out to gently pat the wild boar's belly. "Let the education commence," he chuckled, as the wild boar had now come to trust him. To ascertain an animal's trust, one can attempt to touch its belly. If it permits such an action, a foundational trust has been established. After consuming the nuts, the wild boar cast a sidelong glance at Su Yun, grunting for more food. Su Yun shrugged, signaling he had none left. The boar, unwilling to accept this, sniffed at Su Yun before reluctantly returning to foraging. Su Yun had left his backpack beside the rocks as he preferred to travel light when faced with potentially aggressive animals. Prioritizing speed, this wild boar was a mature male, typically solitary in nature, known as a lone boar in northeast China. Wild boars are predominantly found in the Chongbai Mountains and the greater Xing'an Range, with their numbers flourishing. Upon encountering humans, they rarely flee, exhibiting an audacious demeanor. Particularly when faced with a solitary mature male, any approach would likely provoke an attack. After a brief pause, Su-yun mused, "Perhaps this boar refrained from attacking me because I possess a friendly appearance, making me seem approachable. The wild boar thinks you resemble a relative. What nonsense. A pig can discern appearances?" Su-yun scoffed at the absurd comments flooding the chat. "When do people generally encounter wild boars?" he inquired, stroking the boar's bristly black fur. "From news reports about wild boars attacking," one replied. "During village feasts featuring whole pigs," another added. "From Stephen Chow's journey to the west, conquering the demons, where the wild boar was truly massive. I've heard numerous tales of wild boars injuring people in the forest, and of village warriors battling them. Indeed, in the eyes of most, wild boars are merely thieves raiding crops or menacing figures lurking in the woods. And the reality often aligns with this perception. Have you all heard the saying, 1 pig, 2 bears, 3 tigers? Do you really believe that wild boars are more formidable than bears and tigers?" Su-yun inquired. "The videos say so," came the reply. "Indeed, an adult wild boar is quite massive, typically possessing tough skin and dense flesh, making it a challenge even for tigers to bring one down." Su-yun remarked with a raised eyebrow. The saying 1 pig, 2 bears, 3 tigers originates from the wisdom of seasoned hunters in the mountains, and it should be interpreted from their perspective. When encountering a wild boar in the wild, it does not shy away. In fact, it may even charge at you. Therefore, when hunters face wild boars, they often find that the boar does not flee after being shot. Instead, it rushes forward, adhering to its instinctual belief that aggression is its best defense. The same can be said for black bears. Their acute sense of smell allows them to detect humans from afar. Upon sensing a hunter, a black bear does not retreat, but rather deliberates whether to confront the threat. However, tigers are a different story. As apex predators, felines exhibit a heightened wariness around humans, instinctively choosing to withdraw rather than engage. Additionally, wild boars are omnivorous creatures that often descend from the mountains to ravage crops. Thus, the saying does not reflect a ranking of combat prowess, but rather a hierarchy of threats to humans. Of course, that is merely my interpretation. Do not contest me, for your disagreement is valid. "Ah, I see now," came the realization from the audience. "So that is the explanation. I always thought that no matter how fierce a wild boar may be, it is still an omnivore, and a Siberian tiger could easily take one down. Even if a wild boar is hefty, it cannot outmatch a Siberian tiger. The tiger simply prefers not to risk injury while hunting. Moreover, the boar's tough hide and fierce desperation when cornered make it a challenging target. If it cannot be subdued quickly, the tiger may abandon the chase, leading to misconceptions about the boar's superiority over the tiger. Wild boars are indeed a nuisance, but they are hardly palatable, being rather tough. The more spices, the better to mask the flavor," someone quipped. "Even domestic pigs are tough if not castrated. Wild boars, unfortunately, have little redeeming value. Their population is approaching overabundance. Had there been proper regulations for hunting them, they would have been eradicated long ago." After succinctly summarizing the wild boar's characteristics, the system notified Su-yun that the task was complete. He then plopped down onto a fallen log to rest. Upon exiting the ravine, the snow-laden forest thickened once more, necessitating trudging through the snow, a considerable strain on Su-yun's stamina, which left him feeling somewhat disheartened. After rummaging through the pigsty, the wild boar ambled away leisurely, continuing to forage near the log, indifferent to the parrot hopping on its back. The parrot only emitted a few grunts when pecked, indicating mild irritation. "I'm thirsty," the parrot exclaimed, alighting beside Su-yun. He reached into his gloves to pat its head, only to be met with a sharp peck that took him by surprise. "Not even a moment for a gentle touch, and you want water?" Su-yun grumbled, donning his gloves in irritation. "I'm no longer thirsty," the parrot retorted, displeased. "Hey, with that temper of yours, the water's in the backpack. Let us go fetch it." Su-yun detested this dynamic, retreating to gain ground. "Huh, the streamer has been outmatched again," the audience chimed in. "Birdmaster, who wants the human care manual? I have insights too." Su-yun stepped over the log, deliberately making his way toward the backpack on the slope. The wild boar merely glanced at him before resuming its business, as it knew Su-yun posed no threat. Yet, only a few strides later, distant sounds of rushing through the snow reached Su-yun's ears, the muffled thuds resonating like rapid drumbeats. He swiftly turned to observe the shadows in the forest, hearing but not seeing the source. The parrot chattered excitedly before perching on a branch to peer into the distance. The viewers in the live stream also caught wind of the commotion, curious about the source of the noise. "I'm not certain what it is," Su-yun replied. casting a casual glance toward the source. Soon, he spotted the figure dashing toward him, a majestic deer, and he knew it would not resist his educational commentary. But in the next instant, a chilling sight sent a wave of dread through him. Not far behind the deer, a striking tiger leapt through the snow, its sleek, muscled form exuding raw power as it closed the distance with alarming speed. Each bound of the deer spanned several meters, surpassing even the finest long jumpers among humans. Yet the Siberian tiger was gaining. When misfortune strikes, even the simplest of actions can go awry. The deer, too, was in peril. If the deer could navigate the ravine and escape uphill, it might evade the tiger's pursuit, targeting instead the slower, more succulent wild boar or even Su Yun himself. Once that occurred, the deer would become a bygone memory, venturing into the snowy expanse in search of a new refuge, perhaps even a mate for companionship. However, as the deer approached the ravine, the fallen trees increased, and some lay obscured beneath the snow. In a frantic bid to escape, the deer charged into the ravine, only to stumble over a snow-buried log, crashing onto the ground. Seizing the opportunity, the tiger sprang forth, sinking its teeth into the creature's throat, violently shaking its head and tearing apart the windpipe. The arteries hidden beneath the deer's skin ruptured, blood gushing forth, splattering the tiger and staining the surrounding snow crimson. At this moment, the wild boar ceased its foraging, charging forward, leaping over a log taller than a meter, and darting past Su Yun, inadvertently knocking his backpack aside as it fled up the slope. Good heavens, a Siberian tiger. We've encountered one. Run, what are you waiting for? The audience urged. This boar runs incredibly fast. I now understand that the saying about 1 pig, 2 bears, 3 tigers is utterly ridiculous. This golden tabby is rather menacing, someone remarked. What a splendid sight, a swift kill. Su Yun stood in utter shock, unable to believe he had encountered a Siberian tiger so soon, and witnessed its hunting prowess firsthand. The tiger released its grip, blood pouring from the deer's neck, as the creature convulsed, teetering on the brink of death. A guttural roar erupted from the tiger, its bloodied visage evoking the visage of a forest specter, lowering its body and fixing its gaze on Su Yun, who stood frozen on the slope. What does it feel like to have a tiger with a familiarity rating of 5 staring at you from less than 50 meters away? One would hardly think of approaching to pet it. Rather, the instinct is to flee. At that moment, Su Yun would not dare to turn his back, for doing so would signify weakness, and the cautious tiger would recognize him as a potential threat. 50 meters was a distance the tiger could close in the blink of an eye. It wants me to stay away. Su Yun licked his dry lips, aware of the tremor in his voice. Yet, it was plain to see that his words quivered with fear. Good heavens, hurry and run. Your voice is shaking. The audience urged. Streamer, you've survived encounters with wolves. Now, you must escape. The Siberian tiger is no joke. I recall the last one crushed car windows with a single swipe. I knew then that a single strike could be fatal. As the situation unfolded, one might think it prudent to distance oneself from the looming threat of the Siberian tiger. Indeed, Su Yun would never approach such a ferocious creature at this critical moment. It would be tantamount to courting disaster. Thus, retreat was the only viable option. It is imperative to remember that when confronted by felines, one must never turn one's back, as this may signal vulnerability and provoke a predatory response. Much like the scenario in a zoo, where visitors sit behind protective glass, the tiger might stealthily pounce, yet here, no such safeguard existed. Su Yun fixated on the tiger's gaze, cautiously backing away while suppressing the tremors of fear surging within. At this juncture, it was vital to maintain composure. Fortunately, he retained control over his legs. Should they falter from fright, it would spell dire consequences. Startled by the tiger's roar, a parrot swiftly took flight to the hillside, now keenly aware of the necessity to escape, its previous bravado entirely extinguished by the tiger's presence. In comparison to the wolverine, the Siberian tiger exudes an unparalleled aura of intimidation, especially when considering the wild specimens. One must never conflate domesticated tigers with their wild counterparts. A tiger accustomed to being fed versus one that traverses vast distances for sustenance are worlds apart. Fortunately, the tiger had caught its meal, and upon witnessing Su Yun vanish over the hill, its attention shifted to a sick deer. Su Yun positioned his camera towards the tiger, lying on the gravel with a pallid countenance, profoundly unsettled, a stark contrast to the serene images he had previously seen on television. Look at my hand, it's trembling, he exclaimed, forcing a smile while displaying his quaking fingers. Is this what Wusong defeated? Surely you jest. Wusong was no ordinary man. A typical person would have faltered at his sister-in-law's challenge. Su Yun stifled his breath, careful to avoid any heavy exhalations that might betray his presence to the tiger, and quietly observe the tiger's movements through the drone. At that moment, the tiger commenced its feast, steam rising from the freshly exposed entrails, with blood pooling beneath the cicadeer. In hushed tones, Suyun remarked that most animals favor the consumption of offal, as it is tender and easy to eat, particularly in the wild where speed is essential to avoid competition. The distant sounds of the tiger tearing into its meal overshadowed his voice, blending into the silence surrounding them. The area was eerily quiet, the parrot now withdrawn, devoid of its former fearlessness. The majestic roar of the tiger resonated through the stillness, leaving even the wind and snow in hushed reverence. Suddenly, the distant sound of yelping akin to puppies caught Suyun's attention. Adjusting the drone's camera, he beheld two tiger cubs frolicking towards their mother, who was occupied with her meal. The cubs, still small and struggling through the snow, bore the unmistakable signs of youth. Wow, look at the little ones. The streamer should go pet them. To pet them, one must first seek the mother's approval. Can you believe I'm witnessing such a rare live event? I feel almost guilty. Don't worry, the streamer doesn't accept gifts, so enjoy the moment. The presence of the cubs indicated a female tiger, igniting a wave of joy within Suyun. The two cubs soon approached their mother, attempting to gnaw at the food, though they struggled to emulate her effortless technique. Realizing that the female tiger was accompanied by her young, Suyun deduced that a male tiger must also inhabit this territory. Much like wolverines, male tigers possess expansive territories of around 100 square kilometers, fiercely guarding against the intrusion of other males while allowing females to coexist within their domain, a strategy that facilitates mating opportunities. As Suyun continued to observe, the foraging tiger remained oblivious to his presence, emboldening him further. The sight of this family unit was heartwarming, albeit with a tinge of sympathy for the cicadeer, which lay lifeless nearby. Indeed, it is quite touching, but one must wonder about the unfortunate fate of the deer, especially with another frozen in the field. Poor deer. It suffers more than the roe deer. Imagine the young deer asking its mother, "Where is father?" and the mother replying, "He is out delivering takeout. Look how cozy they are over there." Suyun winced at the thought. It was not his doing that the deer met its end, in truth. The cicadeer had likely sought to divert danger by running towards him. If it could outrun him, it might live to see another day. Ever since I started watching your streams, I've gained a newfound respect for wildlife. One of the cubs tugged at a piece of flesh, using its strength to pull, but the effort sent it tumbling onto its backside. The other cub pounced playfully, vying for the morsel. They were honing their skills in the art of hunting, an essential lesson for their young lives. Unlike lions, tigers permit their cubs to feed first, regardless of the presence of male tigers. Both genders possess exceptional hunting skills, allowing them to nourish their young. Typically, the female tiger raises her cubs for 2 years before driving them away to fend for themselves, showcasing her remarkable ability to provide sustenance for her offspring. Suyun paused before elaborating, contrasting this with lion behavior where male lions eat first, exhibiting protective tendencies over their food. This might be attributed to their social structure, as most male lions depend on females for sustenance. Once displaced, their survival becomes precarious. Let us not engage in the debate of whether tigers surpass lions. Such discussions have no place in my stream. Indeed, the term mother tiger seems to hold true. They are formidable. Mother lions are equally impressive, balancing child rearing with caring for their mates. Male lions may boast about their roles, but they cannot compare to the tenacity of female tigers. At that moment, Suyun remained focused on the Siberian tiger, fully aware of the need to remain concealed lest he attract its attention. The tiger's appetite was substantial, yet one meal could not fully consume the cicadeer. Thus, it would carry away the remains for later. He observed the tiger as it finished its meal, gripping the deer by the neck and dragging it away, casting a glance in Suyun's direction. Startled, Suyun realized he had been detected. The female tiger had likely noted his presence but deemed him no threat. As the two cubs trailed behind their mother, they formed a charming little procession. Watching the other party depart, Suyun exhaled deeply, gritting his teeth as he seized the backpack beside him and declared, "Let us follow the northeast tiger." Streamer, are you serious? It was one thing to track a roe deer, given their naivety, but now you're pursuing a northeast tiger? Surely. We've already seen it up close. There's no need to risk our lives. I think this is enough. Encountering a northeast tiger is no small feat. Just a glimpse to satisfy our curiosity is sufficient. Let us head back. Suyun shook his head, stating that that's impossible. The title of my live stream is dedicated to observing and educating about the northeast tiger up close. I cannot go back on my word. With that, he picked up the dazed parrot beside him and set off. The parrot, startled, let out a small sound before abruptly stopping, whispering, "What are you doing? Where's the tiger?" As Su Yun watched the northeast tiger retreat, he aimed to trace its paw prints, determined to maintain a safe distance. He replied, "It has left. Are you frightened?" The parrot huffed, leaping onto Su Yun's backpack, unzipping it to burrow inside. "Aren't you thirsty?" Su Yun chuckled, bemused by the parrot's excessive fear. "Besides, you can fly." Receiving no response from the parrot, Su Yun began his descent down the slope, cautiously following the tiger's tracks while conserving energy. As a descendant of the Yin and Huang emperors, the likelihood of encountering a northeast tiger in the wild is a mere 0.0001. Thus, finding one was indeed fortuitous. And he had fulfilled his wish. Su Yun's face flushed with excitement. Some zoologists had spent years in the wilderness without spotting a northeast tiger. Yet he had done so on the fourth day of his expedition. This could only be attributed to luck or the guidance of the system. Therefore, it was imperative to garner more followers. Despite having completed the live streaming task of reaching 5,000 followers, who truly cared if the numbers dwindled? Goodness, who in their right mind would want to encounter a northeast tiger in the wild? The last time I saw a northeast tiger, I was 36. Now, I'm 19. Time flies. The soup of the Mingpu is all water. Reincarnation is becoming increasingly absurd. Reading the comments, Su Yun felt a surge of joy. This group of amusing individuals always had peculiar remarks that could brighten one's day. He meticulously observed his surroundings, hoping to encounter other creatures. Su Yun scanned his surroundings, eager to spot more animals. He still needed 3 more for his educational task, 710. He confidently counted the northeast tiger among them, leaving only 2 more to find. Although he had seen more than 10 species, they had all evaded him, refusing to cooperate. He tapped on a nearby dead tree, its thick trunk cracking with a hollow sound, indicating it had long since dried out. Looking up, he noticed claw marks above him. Grinning as he remarked, these deep scratches were left by the northeast tiger to assert its territory. Given their depth, it would be difficult for those claws to pierce flesh. The northeast tiger enjoys standing and marking trees. Let us compare, Su Yun said, pressing against the trunk. Standing at 1.78 meters and wearing shoes that brought him to 1.82, he mused, rounding up, that's about 1.9 meters. Noting the difference of 20 centimeters, he estimated the northeast tiger's height to be around 2 meters. How shameless, rounding up height. So, 1.78 plus 0.20 approximates to 2 meters. Let us just ignore the streamer's unnecessary comments. Northeast tiger, stand up for a loving hug. Northeast tiger, today, I'm going to guard against James. Su Yun then pointed to a clear paw print on the ground, comparing it to his own hand. Unsurprisingly, his hand was smaller. Continuing onward, he noticed the dried blood dripping along the path. It was from a sick deer, leaving a trace behind. The formidable northeast tiger was unconcerned about its scent being detected by other animals. The journey was silent. He did not encounter any other animals. Nor did he catch sight of the northeast tiger again. Its speed was remarkable, and Su Yun, unable to gauge its pace, was reluctant to hasten his steps. After all, if he could see the northeast tiger, it could undoubtedly see him as well, and the tiger could close the gap in an instant. After intermittent rests, he walked throughout the day, following the tiger's trail until evening. Had he not continually seen the tiger's paw prints, he might have doubted his path. Gazing forlornly at the extending tiger trail beneath him, he exhaled, his warm breath crystallizing into invisible ice crystals upon contact with the cold air. I need to rest. I cannot continue like this. I'm utterly fatigued. Checking the time, Su Yun frowned, noting that excluding rest periods, from 5 in the morning until now, it was already 5:30 p.m. He had walked for over 8 hours. Even a robust man could not endure this. With that, Su Yun plopped down onto a slanted tree trunk. The surrounding trees grew densely, lacking the orderly appearance of cultivated forests, with varying sizes, some toppled, others leaning. Therefore, traversing this terrain required not only treading through snow, but also being cautious of fallen branches, as one could easily collide with a tree. A leaf, unable to bear the weight of the accumulated snow, fell from a tree, dislodging several others, and the snow cascaded down upon Su Yun's neck. He had grown accustomed to such occurrences. Initially startled, he had learned to accept it. Shaking his collar, Su Yun set down his backpack, and the parrot emerged. Clutching a peanut, murmuring, "Why have we stopped?" Exhausted and with aching legs, Su Yun replied curtly, "If we don't stop, I'll collapse." "Where's the tiger?" "I didn't see it." The parrot rolled its eyes, falling silent with a slight sigh of relief. The number of viewers in the live stream had diminished compared to the morning when the northeast tiger was spotted, yet it remained above 30,000, and even without animal sightings. The audience was still engaged in lively conversation. Are you planning to camp here, streamer? I expected today to be filled with excitement. Perhaps a thrilling chase with the Northeast tiger, but it seems we only have the pursuit without the battle. What in the world? What kind of stamina does a Northeast tiger possess? We've walked all day without a sighting. Doesn't he ever rest? It's possible the streamer rested. And the Northeast tiger did as well. Plus, given its speed, not encountering it is understandable. Suyun felt somewhat helpless. Indeed, part of the reason lay with him. For the Northeast tiger was rather fierce, and he hesitated to draw too close, leading to an increasing distance between them. The streamer finally admits the Northeast tiger is fierce and dares not approach. Looks like he is scared, haha. Truthfully, wild Northeast tigers are indeed a bit terrifying. I was frightened today. After watching the first video, one can see it shatter car windows with a single swipe and take down a person in a leap. It's incredibly fierce. Thank goodness it didn't eat anyone, or else. Suyun chuckled, explaining that Northeast tigers rarely attack humans, let alone consume them. Of course, this assumes humans do not provoke them foolishly. After saying this, Suyun retrieved his entrenching tool, dug a small pit in the snow, then surveyed his surroundings. Rising, he located a dead tree and effortlessly chopped off a branch with his tool, preparing to start a fire. In the wild, without fire-starting equipment, igniting a flame becomes exceedingly challenging. The most commonly known method among humans is through friction to create fire. Suyun gestured with the firewood in his hands. But this method was also the most difficult. Essentially, it relied on friction to ignite tinder and dry leaves. Everyone, pay attention. It seems the host is about to put on quite a show. Is the host going to demonstrate the art of friction fire? Although the principle behind it is widely known, few can successfully ignite a flame. Suyun glanced at the barrage of comments, shook his head, and remarked, I only know the theory. If you ask me to perform it, I'd likely fail miserably. As he spoke, he retrieved an alcohol container from a pocket inside his backpack and produced a lighter from another pocket. With a click, the alcohol ignited, and Suyun proceeded to stack some dry wood atop it. I thought he was going to demonstrate friction fire. Who knew he had a lighter and an alcohol container? Impressive indeed. That alcohol container caught me off guard. Truly remarkable. This technique is beyond me. I am impressed. Suyun rolled his eyes, saying, I never claimed I would perform friction fire for you all. As night fell completely, Suyun adjusted the camera to capture the sky, where a deep blue expanse of stars twinkled, unobscured by any clouds, a perfect night. The moon hung large and round on the horizon, and upon closer inspection, one could even discern the craters, surrounded by twinkling stars, creating an atmosphere that drew one into the celestial wonder. The forest was eerily silent. It seemed the animals were too frightened by the Northeast tiger to return, and the usual melodic birdsong was absent. As Suyun observed the flames successfully roaring to life, he clapped his hands and declared, the fire is lit. Time to set up the tent. With deftness, he cleared a patch in the snow to pitch the tent, quickly inflating the air mattress, and in mere minutes, the tent was erected. Setting up a tent is quite straightforward. It merely requires practice. I have pitched many tents, especially during my outings with my father for observations, where I was responsible for setting up the entire team's tents. That experience honed my skills, Suyun explained, devoid of any sense of pride, reflecting instead on how his previous physical state had limited him, forcing him to assist rather than participate fully. Yet, others held a different view. A group of 9-to-5ers and students, none of whom had experience camping, were utterly astonished by the host's speed in erecting the tent. That tent went up remarkably fast. I remember Zheng Xiaoxian didn't set up tents like that. This one looks angular, not spherical. Did you make a mistake? Zheng Xiaoxian, are you praising me or mocking me? 666. Suyun found it amusing. Isn't this just basic operation? He then rummaged through his backpack, producing a box filled with bells. Upon opening it, he revealed 9 bells secured within. Even vigorous shaking wouldn't produce a sound. He continued to dig into his bag, extracting a water bottle with its label torn off, revealing layers of fishing line wrapped around it, and inside was a lure with a small yellow fish and a hook. Choosing a suitable area, he swiftly laid out the fishing line around the perimeter, creating 3 layers that formed a circle over 10 meters in diameter. He then distributed the 9 bells evenly around the circumference. This is my warning line, designed to alert me of any animal intrusions. The slightest disturbance will set off the bells, serving as both an alert and a deterrent, Suyun stated as he affixed the final bell. Moreover, with the absence of wind tonight, the bells will function perfectly. As for the fishing line and lure, should I find myself in need of sustenance, I can easily resort to fishing. 666. I've learned something new. It seems both economical and effective. I'm a sophomore studying zoology. This trap technique will surely be useful for future excursions. Impressive, forever a legend. But if there's wind, won't that render the bells ineffective? Su-Yun chuckled, anticipating the question. Indeed, should there be wind, the bells lose their purpose, but the trap won't go to waste. While I can discern the sound of the bells, animals cannot. Carnivorous creatures become more cautious, and the sound will cause them to hesitate rather than become curious. Furthermore, I possess another tool. Stepping beyond the warning line, Su-Yun produced a rectangular box from his backpack. This is my treasure, an inexpensive yet invaluable asset for solo camping alerts. He opened the lid to reveal several gray square objects, each with exposed wires, about the size of a matchbox, neatly arranged. Can anyone guess what these are? Su-Yun chuckled, lifting the box into view. A prize awaits. Guess correctly, and you'll win a roe deer antler. Here as a hint, it's a common item that produces sound, given its size and wires. I find it hard to believe these aren't explosives. Clearly, these are remote explosives. I'm shocked. The host possesses explosives. Quick, shut down the live stream. Panic erupted as viewers misinterpreted the situation. But a moment of reflection revealed that a zoologist wouldn't likely carry explosives into the woods, nor would they have access to such dangerous items. With a grim expression, Su-Yun sighed. They're not explosives. I mentioned they're commonplace in daily life. Let us narrow it down to items found in stores. Explosives, obviously, in movies. Robbers place remote explosives in stores. These are awfully small for explosives, though numerous. What gives? Mods, keep an eye on that guy above. Yes, definitely up to no good. Displeased, Su-Yun spat in frustration. I've already clarified they aren't explosives. Would I dare present actual explosives? Ridiculous. Ignoring the uproar from the chat, he stepped outside the warning line and approached a tree. Watch closely. He pulled a device from the box, extending a thin white line from either side, securing it to the tree, and then twisted the switch. Observe. He raised an eyebrow, smirking as he walked past the device. With a chime, the contraption activated, proclaiming, "Welcome." The chat erupted in chaos. It's a welcoming chime like those on store glass doors. What kind of thought process leads to using this as a warning system? I'm impressed. Truly, few would think of such a thing, affordable and effective. Haha, impressive. Forever a legend. How come you're everywhere? Meanwhile, Liang Hua, residing in the university dorms, could only stare in astonishment. After over 20 years of outdoor work, he had never conceived of such an idea. The last wolf pack attack had clearly left a lasting impression on the young man. Beside him, Xie Jimin raised an eyebrow. Xiao Su, you truly are something else, then hesitantly asked, Teacher, about that phone you promised me yesterday. Perhaps you could give it to me now? Get lost. With a triumphant grin, Su-Yun basked in the compliments flooding the chat, confident that this ingenious idea would catch everyone off guard. He switched on a flashlight and promptly set up the 20 sensory devices around the camp before joining the fire, adding a few more logs as he retrieved some jerky from his backpack to warm by the flames. After removing his shoes to warm his feet, Su-Yun noticed that the blisters from the last time had mostly healed after being punctured. Yet today, prolonged walking had caused his feet to become slightly damp and pale. Lacking color, the heels and the balls of his feet began to feel rough, and in a few days, calluses would surely form. Time was growing late, so he decided to end the stream here. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, he would broadcast again, but otherwise, it signified he had a peaceful night's sleep. See you tomorrow. Su-Yun waved and abruptly ended the stream. The barrage of comments erupted with chaotic insults. Emerging from the tent at the campsite, Su-Yun found the sky still dim, with the moon quietly overlooking the world from the east. Checking the time, he noted it was 4:37 a.m. He had slept relatively well that night, with no wind, no animal cries, and no wild beasts disturbing his camp. After finding an open area to relieve himself, he opened the live stream. What? Is he streaming already? What time is it? Is it almost 5? I haven't even slept. Just finished overtime at this stupid company. I'll surely collapse at my post one day. I played League of Legends all night. I swear I'll never touch Yasuo again. Good night, streamer. Observing the sparse comments, Su-Yun noted that although the number of viewers was small, they were all night owls, each one resolute in their sleeplessness. Don't you all care for your health? He pondered, bemused. Youth should not be taken for granted. Neglecting one's body would only lead to greater suffering in old age. Got it, but not fully. Stop saying that. I just can't resist staying up late. The games are too fun. Tonight, I played Yasuo's brother. Staying up late is fantastic. It gives me an extra 8 hours of gaming time. which adds up to 240 hours a month, equivalent to 10 extra days. According to your logic, do you have 40 days in a month? Huh. Su-yun shook his head, realizing that this was typical of the youth, and refrained from further comment. He lit a campfire to illuminate the campsite and placed food near the flames to warm it. Quickly, he began tidying up the tent, the caution tape, and the welcome sign. Once everything was in order and the food heated, he extinguished the fire with snow and sat down to enjoy his meal. A new day had begun, and today's task was to continue tracking the Siberian tiger. Su-yun tore off a piece of beef and chewed it thoughtfully. Once the smoke from the campfire had completely dissipated, leaving no chance for revival, he swallowed the last bite of beef. A parrot with bright eyes perched on his shoulder. Captivated by the beam of the flashlight, last night had been peaceful, devoid of any disturbances from animals, which was quite comforting. He walked briskly, occasionally sweeping the flashlight across his surroundings to observe the environment. Suddenly, he raised an eyebrow as the light revealed a set of tracks in the snow. Approaching the footprints, he noticed they were heading directly towards his camp, but had veered off, choosing to circle around instead. Using the flashlight to examine the tracks, Su-yun noted that they originated from a distance and had taken a turn to bypass the camp, continuing onward into the wilderness. Wow, the animal is kind-hearted. It spared the streamer. From the size of those tracks, it's probably not a large carnivore, so it shouldn't pose a fatal threat to the streamer, right? That depends on the animal. Even a venomous snake can kill without feet. Is someone trying to be argumentative here? Gradually, more viewers entered the live stream. Those waking up in the morning or stirred by the notification alert from the streaming platform. Why bring me into your metaphors? You'd love to see me devoured by an animal, wouldn't you? If you don't say who, we're all happy. If you mention someone else, it'll lead to a fight. Su-yun rolled his eyes, irritated by the early morning nonsense, then pointed at the tracks on the ground. The direction and scattered nature of the footprints indicated that the creature had observed for a while, but had not dared to venture further, choosing instead to retreat. A very cautious little animal. What animal are we talking about? Yes, what is it? Can it kill the streamer? Su-yun, somewhat exasperated, replied. Guess for yourselves. I want to tell you. After saying this, he stood up leisurely and continued along the tiger trail. Amused by the uproar in the comments, he found satisfaction in returning the earlier annoyance, which suited his mischievous nature. The discussion in the chat grew more animated, with some viewers beginning to take screenshots to consult knowledgeable individuals, while others resorted to searching on Baidu or forums for answers. They were determined not to relent to the streamer and were hell-bent on uncovering the mystery, as they always felt a hint of disdain in the streamer's tone when revealing answers. However, despite their extensive searching, they couldn't find clarity. Primarily due to the depth of the footprints, the drone hadn't captured the full picture, and the shape of the prints was only partially illuminated, leaving the viewers frustrated. Some viewers were indifferent, finding amusement in the situation, but others with obsessive tendencies grew increasingly anxious, bombarding the streamer with questions about the identity of the creature. With an innocent smile, Su-yun teased, "Want to know? Hurry up and tell us. I'm on the verge of exploding. I'm already feeling uncomfortable. My blood pressure is rising." But he refused to divulge any information. With a mischievous grin, he watched as the comments flooded in with frantic messages, all accusing him of being insufferable. Amused by their collective outrage, Su-yun began to hum a little tune, prompting everyone in the live stream to join in their chorus of disdain. Unperturbed, he remained steadfast, remembering how they had annoyed him that early morning. Today, they did not know how long they would walk, but thankfully, they had a clear goal. As long as they followed this tiger trail, they would eventually find the Siberian tiger. Su-yun said cheerfully, "As long as we are willing to put in the effort, we will surely attain what we desire." In other words, as long as they continued down this path, they would certainly encounter the Siberian tiger. Of course, not all endeavors would yield success. Much like their futile pleas for him to reveal the identity of the creature that made the footprints, which he would never disclose. Just as he finished speaking, the light illuminated the melting snow, revealing pebbles beneath. Moving the beam forward, a river appeared before Su-yun. The tiger trail had vanished. Where did the tiger trail go? It's gone? Why am I so delighted? Ha! Su-yun, as long as you work hard, you can achieve what you want. What a slap in the face. How delightful. Talk about a facepalm moment. Simply exhilarating. The abruptness of this revelation caught Su-yun off guard, leaving him momentarily speechless. The barrage of sarcastic comments filled the chat. The streamer's previous insufferable remarks had only fueled the viewer's delight in his current predicament. Su-yun's expression darkened as he ground his teeth in frustration. Nature had turned against him, just when he thought he had made a comeback. He was thrust back into reality, this time with even greater humiliation. Humph, even if the tiger trail has disappeared. I won't tell you what kind of tracks those were. He huffed. It doesn't matter. My long-standing high blood pressure has been cured. A miracle worker. Thank you, streamer, for this effective treatment. May you continue to be met with face-palming moments to reinforce our healing effects. Oh, for goodness sake. Suyun felt a twinge of melancholy, disregarding the derisive comments in the barrage. He hastily made his way to the riverbank, where a continuous stretch of smooth pebbles had been polished by the flowing water. A thin layer of ice coated some of the damp stones, causing Suyun to slip as he walked. When he reached down to touch the river, the icy water sent a shiver down his spine. This river posed a formidable challenge. Furrowing his brow, Suyun realized that the river blocked their path. It was too wide, making it difficult to reach the opposite shore. However, crossing was imperative, for the Siberian tiger could very well traverse the river to the other side. The tiger's trail disappeared at the bank, leading Suyun to speculate that the tiger had not ventured upstream or downstream, but had swum across. This river is no easy feat. It's too wide, and we have no idea how deep it is. Swimming across seems unrealistic, especially with the water being so frigid, he pondered. What if the Siberian tiger hasn't crossed? Better safe than sorry, my friend. We absolutely must cross this river. By the way, what river is this? I'm not entirely sure which river this is. It's either the Songhua River, the Yalu River, or the Tumun River. I'm not a geologist. Asking me is futile. Suyun replied, deep in thought about how to proceed. Swimming across is definitely out of the question. Don't you have an inflatable raft? You could use it to float over. Good idea. I thought of that too. Suyun nodded in agreement. However, the current is quite strong, and I might struggle to steer the raft, likely missing my intended landing spot altogether. Let us just get to the other side first. Worst case, we'll search for Siberian tiger tracks over there. He picked up a long, slender stick, a dead tree limb, which could serve as a makeshift paddle. After inflating the raft, he placed his backpack in a waterproof bag to protect it and stowed his jacket inside as well. This precaution was essential should he accidentally fall into the water. His belongings would remain dry. He certainly didn't want to sit by the fire in wet clothes. After all, this was the only outfit he had. Suyun secured the raft with a rope, tying the other end to his foot. He placed his backpack on the raft and gradually pushed it into the water. Lying down in the center, gripping the paddle tightly, he thrust it forward, allowing the raft to drift into the river. In an instant, he felt the current swiftly pulling the raft downstream. This raft was a splendid purchase. It serves as a bed, a means of water travel, and now, a boat. What a marvel. Plus, I noticed the streamer's backpack is quite full. Even a waterproof bag is included. I'm curious about the treasures in the streamer's backpack. As Suyun lay on the raft, he turned his head to glance at the opposite bank, only to realize that his intended destination was growing increasingly distant, causing him some distress. Indeed, it was as he had anticipated. He dared not shift his position or move too much, fearing that any sudden motion might capsize him. He spoke softly, cautious not to exert too much force. Well, it's just a raft. It's bound to be unstable. Just maintain this position. If necessary, we can walk a few extra steps on the other side. The streamer looks so relaxed, lying in the river and gazing at the sky. It seems quite pleasant. Suyun frowned. Pleasant, indeed. The dampness of the river made him shiver, and the distance from his intended spot only increased, meaning he would expend more energy walking later. Lying on the raft, he positioned the long stick at its edge, pushing it down into the riverbed with force, then gently propelling the raft forward. This was his rowing technique, not particularly graceful and somewhat awkward. Each time he withdrew the stick, cold water splashed onto his face and stomach, seeping into his sleeves, leaving him thoroughly uncomfortable. If he wished to reach the bank, he could only mechanically repeat this motion. It seems the streamer has lost hope. I feel the same. It's a sense of despair. Yet it makes me want to laugh. Am I being cruel? Then I'm cruel too. Unethical. Get lost. Suyun retorted, irritated with their lack of respect. As the dim sky brightened, Suyun finally reached the shore. He cast aside the stick and clambered up the bank, tugging the raft towards him with the rope tied to his foot. Glancing at his watch, he exclaimed, I can't believe I floated in the river for half an hour. How far have I drifted from my original position? Based on some calculations, if the current flows at 3 meters per second for half an hour, the hypotenuse would be 5,400 meters. Given that the river width is 80, the distance from the original location would be roughly calculated, but I haven't worked out the exact number. Why bother with all that if you don't have a specific figure? I'm at a loss for words. Should I give you a couple of punches instead? Suyun's lips twitched. After all that, he expected a concrete number. only to hear that he hadn't calculated it. Nonetheless, he knew he couldn't be too far off, as the hypotenuse was just 5,400 meters. It likely wasn't more than 10 kilometers. Once he gathered his belongings, Su-Yun set off, chuckling at the math complaints while he walked. After a long trek, he had grown accustomed to the exertion. In the river, he noticed fish swimming, as his affinity level kept indicating, but he couldn't take the time to elaborate. Which was a pity. He could only keep moving forward. The forest was devoid of any wildlife, which left Su-Yun feeling a bit despondent. When would he complete his 2 animal documentaries? Amid the sound of the flowing river, a rhythmic thud-thud echoed from a distance, igniting his curiosity. There was definitely something alive. It couldn't be humans in this secluded area. It had to be an animal. Su-Yun hurried along the bank toward the source of the sound, running for over 20 meters before spotting the affinity level in the woods. He knew that the appearance of the affinity level indicated he was about 100 meters away. Folks, did you hear that? The thud-thud sound. Let us investigate. Su-Yun set down his backpack, pulled out a trowel, and grabbed a flashlight, stealthily stepping into the snow-covered forest. Suddenly, he felt something was off as he treaded on the snow. The crunching noise was too loud in this environment, making it impossible not to alert the creature. Sure enough, the moment the snow crunched underfoot, the thumping noise ceased. Su-Yun glanced at the affinity level, still present, indicating the animal had not fled. He looked at the parrot dozing on his shoulder. Aside from flying during the river crossing, it had remained perched on him the entire time. Hey, birdie, Su-Yun whispered, gently poking its chest. The parrot woke, squinting around suspiciously. What's up? Is there a tiger? Su-Yun chuckled. The poor creature was likely spooked by the thought of the Siberian tiger. No tiger, but I've spotted a bird up ahead on a tree. Would you be so kind as to catch it for me? The parrot, noticing Su-Yun's grin, became increasingly suspicious, asking, why are you smiling like that? Su-Yun's amusement faded. This cheeky bird was back at it again, so he simply pointed toward the distance. The parrot cast a glance at Su-Yun and shook its head, saying, I am not a bird of prey. How can I know the size of the opponent to capture it? Su-Yun pondered this and conceded, that's a valid point. If the creature is large, you should return. But if it is small, could you help me hold it down? The parrot scoffed. Why should it allow me to approach? Su-Yun, feeling somewhat helpless, encouraged, well, it all depends on your skills, esteemed bird. Only then did the parrot appear satisfied and fluttered towards the target. It feels like the bird lord has been tricked by the streamer. I think so too. We don't even know what it is. What if it's a carnivore that could harm the parrot? I'd lose my bird lord. But the streamer is here. They wouldn't send the bird lord if they weren't aware of the creature's nature, so it should be fine. In truth, Su-Yun had already formed a hypothesis. The creature's affinity was high, and it emitted a tapping sound. He initially ruled out monkeys since Changbai Mountain is not conducive for any primate survival. Generally, felines do not make such tapping sounds from trees, nor can canines ascend trees, leaving only birds as the likely candidates. A blind guess, a woodpecker. Su-Yun stood still, awaiting the parrot's return. If it came back, he would proceed. If not, it would imply the parrot could manage on its own. How can you be so certain? I believe. There's no way not to believe. It is a professional. But I really want to know what animal left those tracks at the previous camp. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. Now that you have, my blood pressure is rising again. With a smile, Su-Yun chose not to respond, deciding to keep his thoughts to himself. He needed to properly address this group of eccentrics. Just as he contemplated, a voice from afar echoed, hold it down. Hurry. Upon hearing this, Su-Yun dashed towards the source of the affinity. The parrot's loud calls and the creature's shrieks reverberated, but the parrot's voice overshadowed all else. If Su-Yun were unaware, he might have thought it was the parrot being restrained. Hurry, it's about to escape. Su-Yun's expression darkened. Indeed. He watched as the affinity swiftly faded from view and vanished without even catching a glimpse of the creature. As the parrot's voice trailed off, Su-Yun arrived before it. Gazing at the parrot perched atop a tree, he gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, Bird Lord, you are impressive. You managed to let it get away even while holding it down? The parrot, feeling somewhat bashful, averted its gaze and muttered, it was too small. My claws were too large. I caught it, but not completely. Su-Yun, exasperated, retorted, what are you doing here? Do you think I will forgive you for that box of nuts? Next time it won't happen. Do you even expect a next time? Su-Yun sighed. Did you injure it? The parrot quickly shook its head. I didn't dare apply pressure. If I had, it would have been captured, but it would certainly get hurt. Although we are not of the same kind, we belong to the same species. I couldn't bring myself to do it. Su-Yun nodded, resignedly saying, let us go back to continue our journey. The parrot hopped a couple of times atop the tree, reassured by Su Yun's lack of aggression. Before flying onto his shoulder. That's it. Another unsolved mystery, known only to the Bird Lord. The Bird Lord knows, but doesn't know the name. And my blood pressure is rising again. Su Yun shared in the frustration, feeling a slight compulsion to know more. Not having seen the creature left him feeling uneasy. He thus inquired, how large was it? The parrot contemplated for a moment, glancing at its own claws, and hesitantly replied, I could hold it, but only its body. Its tail and head would be left exposed. Su Yun found the parrot's measuring method rather ridiculous and bypassed that question, asking instead, what color was it? The parrot glanced up, rolling its eyes, I don't recognize colors. Upon returning to the riverbank, Su Yun continued towards his target, remaining silent. Calculating the distance at about 5,400 meters diagonally, he estimated it to be less than 6 kilometers. After more than an hour, he arrived at the designated location. Confirming the solitary island at the center of the river, Su Yun realized he had indeed come to the right place and pointed to the opposite bank, saying, we were just there, now we have finally reached the other side of the river. However, there was unwelcome news. They had encountered no tiger trails along the way, nor had they seen any tiger tracks, suggesting they had lost the trail. What do we do now? Is it possible the tiger never crossed the river? I mentioned earlier that the tiger likely didn't cross. See? I was right. Just stating the obvious. Su Yun waved his hand, insisting, we must cross this river. There's no point in regretting it. Let's continue upstream and see if there are any tracks. As they walked, it was now noon, and the riverbanks were devoid of trees, allowing the sunlight to warm them pleasantly, though his legs grew weary. Approaching a bend in the river, Su Yun still hadn't spotted any tiger tracks, leading him to conclude they had indeed lost the trail. We've lost it. Su Yun lamented, feeling disheartened. After all the effort and toil, there was no fruitful outcome. This time, the comments in the chat did not mock him. Instead, they were filled with encouragement. Lifting Su Yun's spirits slightly. Let us eat first. After lunch, we'll head into the woods. I refuse to believe we won't encounter another northeast tiger. Surely there must be one in this territory. While Su Yun motivated himself, he suddenly caught a glimpse of something shimmering at the river's bend, and immediately recognized the affinity glimmering. 56. Ambush. Su Yun swiftly retreated into the forest, hiding behind a tree to avoid detection, while the parrot, startled, flapped its wings and ascended to the treetops, scanning the surroundings as if preparing for battle. Once assured that there was no danger, it furiously flew back to perch on Su Yun's shoulder, giving his ear a playful twist. Su Yun winced at the pinch, grumpily holding the parrot close. At this moment, he needed to ensure the parrot's commotion did not disturb the animal he was observing. Ladies and gentlemen, I have encountered a national first-class protected species once again, Su Yun declared, beaming with delight. You scared me. The streamer suddenly dove into the woods, and I dropped my lunch. I was startled too. I thought we were under attack. What animal is it? I can't see anything. Su Yun controlled the drone, zooming in on the bend of the river. He spotted 5 waterfowl resembling ducks frolicking along the water's edge, seemingly oblivious to the cold flow. Do you know what this is? Su Yun was about 70 meters away, but didn't dare speak loudly for fear of startling them. They look like ducks. Goose-like heads. The streamer claims this is a first-class protected animal. I bet it must be delicious, or else it wouldn't be protected. The upstairs comment may be crude, but it's not incorrect. Su Yun rolled his eyes, pondering how anyone could know its flavor. Eating one could lead to dire consequences. He continued, these are Chinese mergansers. Just from the name, you can tell they are unique to our country. They can be considered the giant pandas of birds, exceedingly rare. The 5 Chinese mergansers likely belong to the same family, as they were too close to each other to be strangers. They prefer to inhabit turbulent rivers or expansive lakes. The current location was perfectly suited for their activities, nestled in the woods with the rushing river. This was a delightful surprise. Although he hadn't encountered the northeast tiger, he had unexpectedly found these mergansers, which was quite fortunate. In the distance, the mergansers swam gracefully, occasionally shaking their feathers or sprinting across the water, exuding a sense of tranquility and contentment. Their demeanor is exceedingly cautious. Should I appear within their line of sight, they would undoubtedly take flight in an instant, denying me any chance to approach. Su Yun stealthily observed, deeply pondering how to draw near. How might I approach them? Su Yun murmured. Not only did Su Yun wish to observe the autumn sand ducks, but the audience in the live stream shared a keen interest in wild animals. They greatly appreciated Su Yun's content, leading to a flurry of suggestions. I think we should send out the bird master, after all. He can fly and could simply subdue them. But the bird master can't swim. How could he catch them in the water? Just look at how they dive to fish. Your idea is unrealistic. What if we sent the bird master to entice them? He is quite handsome, so it should work. Enticing? That is hilarious. Suyun couldn't help but laugh at their absurd suggestions. After all, how could one entice a creature of a different species? However, sending the parrot to test the waters might not be a bad idea. Resorting to force seemed unnecessary, as the parrot, though visually impressive, might be of little use. Birdmaster, why not go and communicate? After all, we're distant relatives. Suyun glanced at the parrot in his arms. The parrot rolled its eyes in exasperation, retorting that it was an Amazon parrot, entirely unrelated to the Chinese autumn sand duck, distant relatives in name only. Suyun was momentarily taken aback. The parrot's logic was indeed compelling. But why then? Was an Amazon parrot speaking Chinese? Suyun thought, albeit he maintained a polite tone, suggesting the parrot could try to make friends. The parrot dismissed him with another eye roll, indicating a language barrier. Suyun shrugged at the drone, expressing his helplessness, which prompted a wave of disappointment among the viewers in the live stream. Suyun gazed longingly at the autumn sand ducks in the distance, yearning to touch one. Most of his theoretical knowledge and visuals concerning them were acquired in class, and this was his first encounter with their true forms. Thus, he resolved to approach them and forge a friendship. Steeling himself, Suyun decided to gamble on the notion that the animal's affinity would not cause them to flee at first sight. He glanced at the drone and then at the frolicking ducks, declaring his intention to approach slowly, believing that his familiar appearance would prevent an immediate retreat. As he spoke, however, calamity struck. From the thicket, a far eastern leopard sprang forth, swiftly closing in on the autumn sand ducks. The alert ducks failed to react in time, and the plumpest among them was seized and dragged into the water, its neck bitten through in a silent instant. The remaining ducks, now in a panic, attempted to flee, but the leopard, undeterred, plunged into the water, targeting the nearest duck. With powerful muscles propelling it from the depths, it swiped at an already airborne duck, yanking it back down into the water, ruthlessly drowning it. This entire sequence of predation unfolded in less than 10 seconds, leaving Suyun in stunned silence. What the hell? Where did my duck go? What was that? A leopard? A first-class protected species just got eaten? This is so disrespectful to the host. He wanted to educate us. The far eastern leopard observed the remaining 3 ducks retreating before tearing into the fallen duck, its blood swiftly diluted by the river, vanishing without a trace. The leopard then carried off 2 ducks to the shore, shaking off the excess water as it glanced at the astounded Suyun before swiftly departing. What in the world? Suyun was momentarily dumbfounded. Could that truly be a Far Eastern leopard? The size and pattern confirmed it. This was indeed a Far Eastern leopard. As he watched it vanish, he slowly found his voice, still reeling from the shock. A Far Eastern leopard? The one with only around 40 left in the world? Oh, I see why it killed the autumn sand duck. The leopard's protection status is higher than that of the duck. Thus it's a case of level suppression, doge face. At that moment, the parrot in Suyun's arms had already tucked its head away. Relieved it hadn't followed Suyun closer to the ducks, or it might have met a grim fate. Suyun hurriedly grabbed his backpack and rushed to the spot where the ducks had been, only to find nothing in the unwelcoming terrain, feeling a profound sense of loss. He had missed the opportunity. The Far Eastern leopard had likely detected him long before and even glanced back as it left. One must admit, the stealth and ambush skills of felines are remarkably refined. He had not perceived its presence at all. Suyun ventured deeper into the forest, continuing his search for the northeast tiger, knowing that the Far Eastern leopard was now beyond reach, having departed along the riverbank without leaving a trace. Thankfully, the leopard had not attacked him. Had it chosen to do so, Suyun felt uncertain of his chances of survival. He mused that perhaps the leopardess vigilance had saved his life. The speed of that attack was astonishing. It lunged forward and killed the duck in an instant. Is this a cat that can be cuddled and lifted high? The Far Eastern leopard is second only to the northeast tiger in size. I think you should try lifting it. Autumn sand duck. I am rare. Far Eastern leopard. Indeed, I feast on the rare. Suyun stepped over a fallen tree, lamenting the fleeting moment that had left behind less than a minute of footage, exhaling a plume of white breath. He noted the uneven snow in the woods, perhaps due to winter, giving the fallen trees a somewhat desolate air. As he walked, Suyun frequently spotted other animal tracks, most of which he could identify. The viewers in the live stream began a game of guessing the tracks, and whenever they posed their answers to Suyun, he remained silent, inciting their frustration as they sought expert opinions. The parrot hummed a nursery rhyme, merrily tapping its feet. One wondered how a creature from such a disreputable background could emerge as a lover of song. When will we return home? The parrot, seemingly tired of singing, curiously inquired. Su Yun diverted his gaze from the distance, chuckling as he turned to the parrot, wondering why it asked that suddenly. The parrot observed that this place was far less pleasant than home. Don't you find this freedom appealing? The parrot countered, referencing the sheep that had just been killed by a tiger, which certainly would find this freedom appealing. But you escaped from home, enduring hardships. Su Yun chuckled. The parrot fell silent for a moment, positing that anyone with food would wished to leave. That bastard would eventually end up in someone else's belly, and besides, that's not my home. Your home is my home. Su Yun was amused by the parrot's antics, recognizing its behavior as distinctly cheeky. The parrot huffed, asking when they would return home. We will return after finding the northeast tiger. Su Yun replied with a gentle smile, reassuring the parrot, don't worry. I will protect you. Besides, can't you fly? Upon hearing this, the parrot nodded in slight agreement. The birdmaster is feeling homesick. I just realized how pitiable the birdmaster is. He had nothing to eat back home. There might have been food, but the previous owner got arrested for solicitation, leaving the bird hungry for days until it escaped. Why didn't the birdmaster come to find me? I could take care of him. With the parrot accompanying him, Su Yun no longer felt the loneliness that had initially enveloped him, although there were comments. They lacked the warmth of spoken words. Suddenly, Su Yun's gaze fell upon a nearby thicket to his right, narrowing his eyes in curiosity. With a spade in hand, Su Yun pointed towards the thicket, which, although withered and yellowed, remained relatively dense. If it weren't for Su Yun's keen eyes, the anomaly might have gone unnoticed. Look, isn't there a deer antler peeking out from the edge of the thicket? Su Yun remarked curiously. However, the absence of any signs of affinity in the view indicated that the creature had perished. It does seem to be there, blending in with the color of the thicket. I wouldn't have noticed it without the host's reminder, someone chimed in. That's definitely a deer antler. It looks so familiar. Another added. Isn't that the antler of a sick deer? We've encountered it a couple of times. It left a strong impression. A viewer exclaimed. If such a large and distinctive antler didn't leave an impression, one might as well not watch the stream. After ensuring there was no danger around, Su Yun approached the antler with a light jog. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that only bones remained on the ground, the flesh having been licked clean, and there was no blood nearby, indicating that the sick deer hadn't died there, but had been dragged to this spot. Su Yun immediately scanned the area. If he could find footprints, he would uncover the identity of the culprit. Moments later, his brow arched in delight as he stepped onto a footprint, exclaiming, "We've found it. The northeast tiger lady and her cubs. Wow, this direction feels right. What luck." Someone commented, "I just entered and found clues about the northeast tiger? Looks like I'm riding on some good fortune. Host, send me some money. I'll send you my card number privately." Another joked, "I'm not focusing on the northeast tiger right now. Could you please take the antler with you? When you leave Changbai Mountain, please send it to my home. I'll send you my address privately. I hope you appreciate this." Someone else chimed in. Su Yun, examining the small footprints nearby, glanced back at the antler. The sick deer antler had 6 prongs, making it quite sizable, measuring over half a meter in length. He picked it up, stating, "There's only one antler left. It seems the other was lost along the way. You want me to carry it, but it's too cumbersome. It's not as easy to carry as a roe deer antler. I think I'll pass." With that, he disdainfully tossed the antler aside. "Seriously? We're all envious. And you treat it like trash?" Someone exclaimed. "I wish I could hang that antler above my bed." Another added. "Host, I'll send you gifts if you take the antler with you. I'll buy another one." Someone insisted. "Forget it. The host has said multiple times that gifts are unnecessary. Plus, isn't it better to get it for free?" Having finally discovered the trail of the northeast tiger, Su Yun eagerly followed the footprints, causing the parrot to jump in frustration. Observing the comments, Su Yun reiterated, "Let us not send gifts, just enjoy the stream. Of course, if the antler were convenient to carry, I'd take it, but it's too large for my backpack." Seeing Su Yun's stance, wealthy viewers had no choice but to relent. After a moment, Su Yun cautioned, "While it's natural to be envious, please don't entertain any ill intentions. Do not think about hiring someone to hunt animals in the woods for antlers. Let us avoid a path of crime. If I find something I can carry, I'll take it and later give it away through a live stream raffle. Those with the means can bid on it. Then it's out of my hands." Moreover, this was merely the first location of my stream. There are many more places to explore. I certainly don't want anyone to fixate on any part of an animal because of my advocacy for wildlife protection. Please. Su Yun's words resonated with many in the live chat, garnering widespread agreement, which brought him some comfort. The path through the forest was rugged, obscured by snow, concealing sharp fragments of wood or stones that could bruise one's feet. Without the protection of sturdy boots, Su Yun would certainly have suffered on this trek. With a clear objective, Su Yun felt invigorated. At that moment, the parrot remained vigilant, clearly still shaken from the previous encounter with the northeast tiger. "Don't be so tense. It's contagious." Su Yun chuckled. The parrot shot him a glare but remained silent, grasping a protruding tree root. Su Yun exerted himself to climb the slope. This was a gully flanked by 2 mountains, and the path into it was far from smooth, requiring both hands and feet. For Su Yun, it was a manageable task, and for the northeast tiger, it would be even simpler. Following the footprints of the northeast tiger, it appeared that the creature had traversed this gully. Upon reaching the gully's peak, Su Yun leaned on his knees to catch his breath. The exertion of climbing on all fours was quite draining. Just as rock climbers are often regarded as extraordinary due to their stamina, surveying his surroundings, the absence of any signs of danger reassured Su Yun, prompting him to continue onward. Suddenly, a call echoed from a distance, startling Su Yun into crouching low to avoid detection. As the parrot remained silent, only Su Yun's footsteps and breathing filled the live stream, allowing the viewers to catch the sound of the distant call. Narrowing his eyes, Su Yun scanned the vicinity but found no signs of life within 100 meters. Straining to discern the origin of the sound, he saw no silhouette. What animal makes that sound? It seems quite small and innocent. Someone pondered. It's still howling. Could it be a wolf pup? Another speculated. I think it's a wolf. It's coming back for revenge. Host, run. Someone exclaimed. I've never heard of a wolf pack seeking revenge with their pups. Furrowing his brow, Su Yun glanced at the northeast tiger's footprints, pondering for a moment before his expression relaxed into a smile. That is not a wolf. It's a northeast tiger cub. We're very close to them. Is that true? The howling must be from a wolf. Someone doubted. Although I think it sounds like a wolf, if the host believes otherwise, it must be different. After all, we're amateurs. The host is a professional. Watching the parrot burrow into his backpack, Su Yun felt a twinge of exasperation. If you could just fly, you might be safe, but hiding in my backpack won't protect you if a northeast tiger attacks. Such a fool. Pausing, he explained to the viewers, let me elaborate. The reasoning is quite simple. Northeast tigers do not tolerate large wolf packs in their territory. They expel any wolves they encounter. The only wolves that intersect with the northeast tiger's territory are Mongolian wolves, like the ones we encountered. When patrolling their territory, northeast tigers may issue a roar to assert dominance, which typically discourages wolf packs from lingering. As pack animals, wolves require minimal resources and will opt to leave rather than confront a northeast tiger. Thus, the sound we heard is from northeast tiger cubs. Moreover, the direction of the sound aligns perfectly with our intended path, indicating that the northeast tiger is resting while the cubs are likely playfully practicing their hunting skills. That's a sound argument, quite impressive. Someone praised. Are northeast tigers really that fierce? They want to allow wolf packs in their territory. It seems wolves are quite outmatched. You can tell by their size. As the apex feline, northeast tigers are no joke. Su Yun chuckled. Wolves want to easily engage with northeast tigers because if conflict arises, the tigers hold the upper hand. The wolf king wouldn't take unnecessary risks, so they typically keep their distance from northeast tiger territory. Indeed, it is not merely the large packs of wolves. Substantial carnivorous creatures are also expelled by the Siberian tiger, such as the black bear and the far eastern leopard. As the largest feline species extant, the Siberian tiger encounters few adversaries. Neither the black bear nor the far eastern leopard dares to contend with the Siberian tiger. However, within the territory of the Siberian tiger, one might occasionally spot black bears and far eastern leopards, as black bears are omnivorous and have minimal demands for meat. Generally, the Siberian tiger does not engage in conflicts with them, save for instances of predation. The interests of the far eastern leopard and the Siberian tiger are competitive. Yet the former is exceedingly rare and exhibits agility in trees, while the Siberian tiger is somewhat clumsy aloft, resulting in infrequent clashes. Su Yun cast a glance at the barrage of comments, exclaiming with irritation that he was unsure whether lions or tigers were superior. But he was certain that some individuals were merely seeking to incite discord. Turning to the next question, he remarked, the liger? A genetic aberration. Possessing low immunity and lacking reproductive capability, akin to a product of human design like a chihuahua? Such an entity, contravening the laws of nature, is destined for rejection by the natural world. Their lifespans are generally short. Their sporadic appearances are merely due to their high aesthetic value, which can stimulate economic growth and capture attention. It serves as an effective promotional tactic for zoos or circuses. This is merely my personal opinion. Feel free to challenge me. After expressing his views, Su Yun stealthily descended the hillside, striving to approach the subject of his interest. Ligers, indeed, a creation of scientific lunatics. The first one, it seems, emerged from France, rather romantic in its inception, claiming it was a product of free love. In retrospect, it is truly ironic. Would such a creature exist without confining the tiger and lion in a cage and inducing them to mate? Ligers are truly pitiable, akin to mules, incapable of reproduction. Those that cannot reproduce do not deserve the title of a new species. They exist solely as playthings for human amusement. Upon reaching a towering piece of azure stone, marked with numerous cracks and topped with bird droppings, Suyun finally caught sight of the Siberian tiger's full form. Yet, the distance remained considerable. He observed a mother tiger reclining on the ground, her tail flicking erratically, while her two cubs playfully pursued it, exuding innocence and charm. Suyun gazed upon this scene with delight, marveling at the wonders of nature. As the wind began to stir, the drone captured the trio, and a smile graced Suyun's lips. The breeze ruffled the fur on his hat, prompting him to squint at the treetops above, whispering, "Ah, the wind has risen." The mother tiger also lifted her head, surveying her surroundings. Upon sensing the gusts, she gracefully stood and began to move away. The two cubs, momentarily caught off guard, tumbled together, and one cub climbed atop the other's head, hastily following their mother. Suyun furrowed his brow, having finally located the Siberian tiger for a close observation. He was taken aback that the mother chose to depart upon sensing the wind. Hesitant to follow, he feared for his safety, aware that the Siberian tiger would not hesitate to add to her meal. As the majestic creature slipped from view, a sense of frustration welled within him. Is it leaving already? Shouldn't the host follow? Does the host dare to approach so closely? Don't you want him to live? That last comment nearly threw my back out. The wind has picked up. This complicates matters. Suyun cast an exasperated glance at the barrage, bemused by the absurdity of the comments. Observing the snow swirling in the wind, it resembled a fresh snowfall, while the snow on the branches scattered into the air, lingering for a time. This significantly hampered Suyun's visibility, inciting considerable discontent within him. Ladies and gentlemen, the heavens are no longer favoring us. Suyun pulled his scarf over his face to prevent the biting wind and snow from invading his nostrils. When have the heavens ever aided you? Since your entrance into the mountains, how much snow has fallen? The last time, you nearly succumbed to hypothermia. The heavens ask, who are you, and why should I assist you? Suyun, at a loss for words, emerged from behind the boulder and hurried toward the spot where the Siberian tiger had lain. To his dismay, no traces remained. This was the last outcome he wished to witness. The footprints had been obscured by the snow, depriving him of the chance to track the magnificent creature. Suyun's mind raced. He had assumed that after the recent snowfall, another heavy flurry would not soon follow. Yet the wind had proven otherwise. Glancing upward, he observed ominous clouds gathering, casting a dark pall over the landscape. More snow is on the way. As a southerner, I have never encountered such snowfall in my life. Shouldn't you find a place to take shelter? The current conditions are better than before. With no wolf packs in pursuit, and the mountains surrounding us provide options for shelter from the wind. The weather is unpredictable. I am still basking in sunshine here. Winter sunlight is delightful. Suyun had no time to revel into comments. He needed to find a refuge swiftly. Reflecting on the valley he had traversed earlier, he frowned, discerning that it was not a suitable place to linger, as the low mountain slopes would expose him to the fierce winds and snow. He feared a landslide of debris and trees, deeming it unnecessary to endanger himself. Narrowing his eyes, he swiftly set his course toward the distance, where the advantages of the mountains became apparent. The interconnected ranges ensured ample opportunities for finding a windbreak. The wind rustled through the treetops, branches colliding with a crackling sound, and Suyun could hear the creaking of the trunks, as if they might snap at any moment. This not only sent chills down his spine but also heightened the tension for the audience in the live stream. Ordinary individuals had never experienced the rigors of traversing such a tempestuous blizzard, leaving them anxious for Suyun's safety. Though they often jested about him, they would never dare to openly criticize his endeavor. In the blizzard, Suyun's visibility was severely compromised. A moment's inattention could lead to stumbling over fallen timber, and he remained vigilant of the trees, acutely aware that any could collapse. He wished for protective goggles. Tightening his hat, Suyun suddenly spotted an aura of affinity in the snowstorm, startling him. It was precisely 3 affinities, positioned directly in his path toward the nearest shelter. Could it be the Siberian tiger? Panic surged within him as he glanced into the distance. The snowstorm was relentless. Although the snow had not yet begun to fall, the gale-driven flurries posed substantial challenges for his journey. Reluctantly, He rejected the notion of seeking alternate locations, as dark clouds loomed ominously overhead and the forest trails were treacherous, with visibility hindered by the snow-covered debris. Suddenly, he glanced back at the aura of affinity, which remained steadfast at the same location. However, the numbers displayed were not those of the Siberian tiger, but rather 1, 2, 2. Thus, the refuge indicated by the aura was not that of the Siberian tiger, allowing Suyun to breathe a sigh of relief. Standing still, he noted the curiosity expressed by the audience in the comments. Why has the host stopped moving? The silhouettes of towering mountains have emerged ahead, suggesting that the refuge from the wind is near. Why have we stopped? Possessed by a ghost. What are you dazed about? Hurry up. Since it is not a Siberian tiger, and the affinity level is not excessively low, Suyun no longer felt the prior panic. An affinity level of 1 should still be manageable. Carefully navigating through the jungle, Suyun arrived at the edge of the wind-sheltered slope, brushed the accumulated snow off his hat, and focused his gaze on the affinity level, which was located within a cave. Wow, the streamer is quite fortunate. A cave is definitely warmer than a big tent. A cave? Are you sure there are no animals inside? Only those qualified to have a residence in the wilderness are not herbivores. Looking at the cave entrance, it must be a large carnivore. Otherwise, streamer, perhaps consider another location? I support the suggestion above. It's wise to avoid any potential danger. At that moment, Liang Hua, holding his phone while standing at the airport, felt a lump in his throat. As a professional in animal studies, he was all too aware of what creatures might inhabit a cave. If luck were on their side, it could be an unclaimed cave, but it was highly likely that its occupant had ventured out to hunt. If fortune were not in their favor, they would face a creature that was certainly not defenseless. Anxiously, he sent a barrage of comments, hoping Suyun would notice. But his messages were swallowed by the deluge of text, completely unnoticed by Suyun. Behind him, Xie Jiming, dragging his suitcase, was scanning the surroundings when he suddenly spotted a young man waving and approaching. Surprise! Professor Gao sent someone to pick us up. Liang Hua, engrossed in the live stream, was startled and immediately vented his frustration on Xie Jiming, who found himself drenched in exasperation. Suyun inhaled deeply, tapping the outer side of his thigh with the entrenching tool to dispel some of the tension. Bending down, he gently placed his backpack on the ground. Although the howling wind provided some cover, Suyun still carefully set the adjacent bag down. Others might be uncertain about the presence of animals in the cave, but Suyun was resolute. He unzipped his backpack, revealing the parrot nestled within the sleeping bag, who shot him an annoyed glare before burrowing deeper into the bag. Noticing the parrot, Suyun pulled out the last box of beef, a bribe for the carnivorous occupant, realizing that the days ahead would be challenging with only compressed biscuits remaining. Zipping up the backpack, Suyun slowly approached the cave, which had an irregular trapezoidal entrance, approximately 1.5 meters wide. He had to bend low to enter, and the darkness inside evoked a sense of fear. Rather than recklessly entering, Suyun summoned a drone and maneuvered it into the cave. The live stream audience watched intently as Suyun cautiously approached the cave entrance, anticipating an exciting turn of events. To their astonishment, Suyun simply tossed the drone inside. The next moment, the chat exploded with excitement. What the hell? He.S. using me as bait. This streamer is unbelievable. You scared me. There's a bear inside. Wait, not just one black bear. There are 3. It's a family. What rotten luck. While they're still waking, run. Suyun, upon witnessing the scene within, swallowed hard. A black bear, along with its cubs, was inside. He was unsure of how dangerous they might be. Glancing at the raging blizzard outside, Suyun took a slow breath, grinning as he cautiously bent to enter the cave. The storm was intensifying, making it impractical to leave this refuge for another. Suyun resolved to take a risk. The drone quietly settled within the cave, and through the lens, Suyun could be seen bending awkwardly as he peered into the cave. It was evident that he was kneeling. Suyun, are you insane? Why aren't you running? Are you really going into the cave? The streamer is possessed. You again. How come you're everywhere? Get lost. Am I the only one who wants to see the streamer's rear? Ignoring the barrage of comments, Suyun observed the black bear's slow, rhythmic breathing, indicating a state of semi-hibernation. This was advantageous for him. Even if the bear were to awaken and attack, it wouldn't possess its full strength. Suyun felt a glimmer of hope. I'm safe for now, he whispered. It's asleep. As long as I keep quiet, it won't wake up. Black bears are known for their semi-hibernation. Unlike hedgehogs or snakes that enter a state of temporary death, they may awaken at any moment. Suyun's breathing quickened, though he fought to maintain composure. Few would dare to enter a black bear's cave with such tranquility. Please, for the love of all that is holy, just leave. I can hardly watch. The streamer said it could wake up at any moment. I choose to trust the streamer, given his druid-like constitution. He should handle a hibernating bear with ease. Suyun licked his lips, glancing at the cub nestled beneath the mother bear, then reached for a piece of beef. Deciding to offer it to the mother bear, having made up his mind, he acted without hesitation. Supporting himself with one hand while swiftly prying open the bear's lips with the other, pressing the meat between her lips and teeth with uncanny speed. Suyun's unguarded action left the viewers in shock. I thought the streamer was just bold, now I see he is a madman. The bear has woken up. And he dares to feed it beef. What in the world? Is this a special effect? In the warm cave, beads of sweat began to form on Suyun's forehead. As he pried open the bear's mouth, he caught a whiff of the foul odor emanating from it. Ignoring the astonishment of the chat, Suyun anxiously observed the bear's reaction. Fortunately, the black bear remained in slumber. He silently rejoiced. Black bears are known to be somewhat alert even in sleep. Perhaps this one was an exception, not simply a bear that would remain oblivious throughout her pregnancy. This was a precarious situation, especially with Siberian tigers lurking nearby. After waiting a moment with no system notification, Suyun suddenly felt at a loss. His plan to increase the affinity level by feeding the bear while it was asleep seemed futile, as the food did not yield the desired results. Just as he pondered his next move, the bear shifted slightly, turning its head towards Suyun. His heart raced, and he nearly bolted from the cave. But upon realizing the situation, he breathed a sigh of relief. The bear's eyes remained closed as it instinctively swallowed the beef he had offered. Animal affinity level increased by 1. Suyun was elated, seizing the opportunity to quickly stuff more meat into the bear's mouth as it unconsciously chewed. In his flurry of action, he did not hesitate to offer the remaining beef, and soon, the majority of the box had been consumed by the bear. Is this even possible? Are we joking here? What is happening? Can it really eat while asleep? When the bear moved, I nearly thought it was waking up. I think I've uncovered the streamer's secret. If the animal eats his food, it seems they want to attack him. The lynx did it. The sable did it. And even the wolverine. At that moment, the bear's affinity level had reached 5. Suyun deduced that the bear's continued slumber was likely because it did not expect food during hibernation. It must have thought it was dreaming and was reluctant to wake. This must be the reason, Suyun mused with delight. The act of feeding has seemingly lost its efficacy, as the affinity gained has reached its limit. Suyun withdrew a small portion of beef, knowing he would need to bribe the little black bear cubs shortly. Now, it was time to seek refuge within the cave, as the raging snowstorm outside was encroaching. However, before settling in, it was imperative to obtain the owner's consent, otherwise they would be trespassing. Suyun made a jest, deciding to rouse the bear. What the hell, trespassing? Hurry and leave, you fool. It's over, the host is heading down the path of self-destruction. As a long-time viewer, I must responsibly inform you that consuming the host's food will not provoke an attack. You've only been streaming for a few days. And you're already a long-time viewer? I was the first to enter the live stream. At this moment, Suyun was wholly focused. Placing his hand gently atop the black bear's head. Observing his actions, the entire live stream audience instinctively held their breath. Should there be any sign of unease, Suyun would swiftly retreat, his palms dampened with sweat, absorbed by the lining of his gloves. Yet, he could distinctly feel the warmth radiating beneath the bear's fur. It was astonishing. The bear remained undisturbed. Suyun was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that such gentle petting would not awaken it? Its lack of vigilance was almost absurd, rendering its maternal instincts questionable. Is this the legendary head pat? How delightful. The black bear is so unresponsive. I think I could try petting it too. Anyone interested in forming a team? What a heart-stopping moment. My heart is racing. Having prepared himself for the bear's awakening, Suyun was taken aback when it remained asleep. What had initially felt like a courageous endeavor now felt like striking a pillow. He retracted his hand, took a deep breath, and reassured himself. Although anxious, it was manageable. Gazing at the mother bear, who was sleeping soundly, he noted that with an affinity of 5 points, there was no threat of aggression. Thus, Suyun gently patted the bear's head, softly whispering, "Hello, hello, may I seek shelter?" His voice was soft, and the gentleness of his touch only elicited a comfortable snore from the bear. Suyun's expression darkened. Could it be that the bear truly believed it was dreaming? Oh my, it's snoring. This is hilarious. This black bear is just too adorable. Perhaps motherhood has dulled its wits. I never expected such a scene. Shouldn't the host be discovered by the bear and attacked? How did this tense moment turn so cozy? Snow had begun to drift into the cave, indicating a full-blown snowstorm outside. The dim skies contributed to the oppressive darkness within the cave. Moreover, He had a parrot in his backpack that needed to be rescued swiftly, otherwise it might freeze. The mother bear was sleeping rather soundly. Suyun raised his voice, no longer whispering. Despite this, the mother bear remained undisturbed, and had it not been for the visible rise and fall of her chest, the viewers might have thought she had passed away. Hey, wake up! Suyun gently nudged the mother bear, but she remained unresponsive, deep in slumber, ignoring him completely. Unable to contain himself any longer, he gritted his teeth and slapped the bear's back with a resounding shout. Sister, it's time to wake up. This startling clap and loud exclamation jolted the mother bear awake. In a panic, she sat upright, flailing her limbs and colliding with the cave's wall, emitting a heart-wrenching roar. The two cubs, previously nestled beneath her, began to wail, frightened and scurrying toward their mother. Suyun was taken aback by the bear's sudden commotion. He instinctively wanted to retreat but ended up crashing against the wall behind him, wincing in pain yet unable to retreat in time. Meanwhile, the mother bear, now aware of the intruder, roared furiously, her voice echoing menacingly in the confined space, causing Suyun's ears to ring, as the mother bear prepared to pounce on him. Suyun quickly waved his hands and shouted, "Sister, I am not a bad person. I merely seek shelter." His words left the live stream audience dumbfounded. Was he still joking? The bear cared not for distinctions between good and bad. It was merely instinctual. Yet, the anxious viewers observed the mother bear pausing. Her curiosity piqued as she tilted her head towards Suyun. The two cubs, emboldened by their mother's presence, bared their tiny teeth at him, displaying a fierce demeanor far removed from their earlier timidity. Suyun quickly noted that the system had indicated an affinity of 1 point, but now, observing the mother bear, the affinity had risen to 6 points, ensuring she would not act aggressively. "Hello, sister." Suyun cautiously crawled to his feet, still feeling the sting from colliding with the wall. The mother bear emitted a series of deep grunts, curiously approaching Suyun. His nerves were taut. Yet she merely sniffed him and then returned to her spot, suggesting acceptance. However, the cubs were a different story. They swaggered over, growling at Suyun, though their voices still retained a hint of juvenile innocence. Suyun swiftly pushed the leading cub to the ground, causing the others to whimper and retreat to their mother, burying their heads beneath her belly. The mother bear cast a glance at Suyun, offering no response. The toppled cub looked up at its mother, whimpering before joining its siblings and hiding beneath her. "Is that it? This is a joke, right? This can't be real. Just a single sister and they stop attacking? Have they become siblings now? Are you new here?" As a dedicated viewer for 4 days, let me clarify. As long as the host performs 2 actions toward animals, they will not attack. The first is to kneel, and the second is to offer food. Look, the host is still kneeling. Is that true? Then I should try petting bears in the forest. Indeed, go ahead. A fellow netizen asked the same thing, and hasn't he returned for 2 days? He probably succeeded. Suyun, exasperated, addressed the absurd comments, warning others not to heed such foolish advice. As he spoke, the mother bear curiously raised her head, breathing heavily, perplexed by her inexplicable lack of aggression toward this human, coupled with an unaccountable sense of familiarity. The adorably bewildered mother bear could not fathom the reason behind it, and simply accepted the situation as it posed no immediate threat. Noticing the bear looking at him, Suyun hurriedly waved his hands. "Sister, I wasn't addressing you. I was speaking to these 2 fools." "Then how do you explain that after kneeling and offering food, the lynx, wolves, wolverines, and now this black bear have not attacked you, while the wolf pack did when you neither knelt nor fed them?" Suyun was taken aback. This person made a valid point. Annoyed, he retorted, "Why don't you go to the forest and try it yourself?" "I'm allergic to forests," muttering. I concur with the previous comment. These 2 skills are incredibly useful. I tried it on my dog, and it wagged its tail joyfully. Fuming, Suyun promptly muted these 2 imbeciles for 7 days, feeling guilty about leading others astray. After reiterating his warning against mimicking such behavior, he exited the cave, rushing toward his backpack. 62. Mischievous Suyun exited the cave. The mother bear curiously stood up and peeked outside. The 2 cubs, realizing Suyun had disappeared, rushed out, roaring with bravado, celebrating their triumph over the evil intruder. However, before they could unleash another roar, they spotted Suyun, who, with a backpack in tow, swiftly broke through the snowstorm and arrived at the cave entrance. The 2 cubs, startled, scampered back behind their mother. Observing Suyun's return, the mother bear huffed and nodded slightly toward the cave, signaling him to enter first. Suyun, unceremoniously, bent down and slipped into the cave. Once inside, the mother bear resumed her position, while the 2 cubs lay on her back, curiously gazing at Suyun. Unfazed, Suyun shook the snow off his backpack, unzipped it, and called out to the parrot, "Hey, birdie, are you cold?" The parrot lazily poked its head out of the sleeping bag, intrigued. "Is it dark already? Time flies. Why aren't you hungry?" Suyun was speechless. The parrot seemed to lead a charmed life. Comparing it to his own situation, a tinge of envy flickered within him. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he mischievously suggested to the parrot, "How about you come out and stretch your wings? It must be uncomfortable cooped up in there all day. I've got dinner all ready for you." Inside the dim cave, the parrot failed to notice Suyun's sly grin, nor did it catch any hint of mischief in his laughter. However, the drone's night vision feature captured Suyun's expression in perfect clarity. "Oh no, Suyun is up to his tricks again. Birdie is in danger. Birdie, that rascal Suyun is truly something else. I can't wait to see Birdie's reaction upon encountering the black bears, haha." The comments were filled with playful jibes directed at Suyun, but most viewers, after having scolded him, eagerly anticipated the parrot's expression when it discovered the bears. The parrot, with a leisurely demeanor, climbed out of the sleeping bag and hopped onto the backpack, shaking off its feathers. At that very moment, the bear family fixated their gaze on the parrot, merely observing since it was nestled in Suyun's arms, devoid of any inclination to attack. The mother bear had no desire to harm. After all, she was honoring Suyun's presence, and the cubs were too intimidated, having learned their lesson from previous encounters. "Where are we? Turn on the light so I can see," the parrot lazily called out. Suyun's smile widened, and the viewers in the live stream perked up, eager for the unfolding drama. The thrill of teasing others provided an undeniable joy, a guilty pleasure for all. Suyun hesitated, slowly retrieving a flashlight, while the parrot impatiently urged him to hurry. The viewers chimed in, urging him to get on with the prank. "All right, I'm turning on the light, but don't look directly," Suyun declared as he lifted his shirt to shield the light, then clicked the flashlight on. The diffused glow, thanks to the fabric barrier, avoided blinding anyone, yet was sufficient to illuminate the surroundings. The once lethargic parrot's pupils dilated as it caught sight of the bear family, now less than a meter away, frozen in shock. Its beak agape, with feathers slightly ruffled in alarm. The bear family stared intently at it. Even the cubs had drool trickling from the corners of their mouths. Before the parrot could react, the two cubs lunged at it, propelled by their mother's belly. Realizing the imminent threat, the parrot finally snapped back to reality, quickly retreating to hide behind Suyun, furiously cursing, "You scoundrel! You promised to protect me. How could you set me up like this?" Suyun pushed the two chubby cubs aside, grinning. "I said there was danger, but this isn't life-threatening, is it? Aren't those two little black bears dangerous? And there's a big one over there." The parrot squawked, hiding behind Suyun. Suyun, filled with delight, retorted, "Who told you to sleep while we were traveling? This is your punishment." With a joyous demeanor, Suyun retrieved 2 compressed biscuits from his backpack, tearing open the packaging and offering one to each cub. Instantly, the cubs' affection for him surged, skyrocketing their bond to 6 points, completely disregarding the earlier intimidation. The mother bear watched her cubs gnawing on the biscuits, yawned, and fell asleep, entirely trusting Suyun's presence in her den. This not only amazed Suyun, but also reaffirmed the system's wonders. Hearing the calm return, the parrot emerged from behind Suyun, leaping onto his shoulder, eyeing the munching cubs, and resumed its grumbling by nipping at Suyun's ear. Nonchalantly, Suyun brushed it aside, but the parrot persisted, flapping its wings against Suyun's face, only to be subdued once more. "Behave yourself, or I'll toss you into the bear's den," Suyun teased with a smile. Instantly, the parrot, now compliant, perched on Suyun's shoulder, its head drooping in defeat, embodying the essence of a vanquished foe. This sight brought immense joy to Suyun. "I'm dying of laughter. Birdie was utterly stunned just now. What an exaggerated expression. Birdie is furious. This time Suyun has the upper hand. For some reason, I just love watching their interactions. The entertainment value is off the charts." Two people? I declare that Birdie can now be considered one. A bird-human hybrid? Haha. Why does it feel like the host has made the bear den his own home, with the two cubs cowering? Suyun, just a normal operation. The compressed biscuits posed no harm to the bear cubs, and Suyun was well aware of this. He gently grasped one cub by the scruff of its neck, lifting it closer. Initially baring its teeth, the cub's demeanor softened upon recognizing Suyun, its head drooping in submission. It then watched helplessly as its sibling devoured the uneaten biscuit on the ground. Wow, how adorable. It has an oddly endearing, timid vibe. Cub, if you're being kidnapped, just blink, and I'll call the police for you. Police, why don't you go rescue it yourself? Amused, Suyun offered another biscuit to the timid cub, which promptly clutched it and began munching. The parrot, terrified, perched at the very edge of Su-yun's shoulder, visibly anxious. Su-yun gazed fondly at the bewildered cub, pulling it into his embrace. 63. Searching for items, the howling wind frightened the two cubs, prompting them to burrow under their mother's belly, utterly bewildered. Su-yun observed the white snow blown into the cave, the entrance already blanketed. While the fattened black bears could easily weather the wind and snow, Su-yun was not so fortunate. Fire was not an option inside the cave. He could only rely on his body heat to combat the chill. Even cuddling with the bears would be futile in such conditions. After sipping some warm water, Su-yun tucked the parrot into his jacket and ventured outside to search for materials that could shield the cave's entrance. Without fire, a tent was impossible. And even with sleeping bags, both he and the parrot would surely succumb to the cold. The mother bear's breathing slowed, indicating she had fallen asleep, completely unaware of Su-yun's movements. The fierce wind whipped snowflakes against Su-yun's face, causing him to squint and shield himself with his arm. The trees around him creaked ominously, and the sound of cracking branches echoed amidst the tumult. Su-yun dared not venture deeper, fearing to lose his way, and could only search within 100 meters of his surroundings. At this moment, his affinity with the environment was unexpectedly fortuitous. The drone, held in his hands, which had initially been cool to the touch, now felt somewhat warm, likely due to the frigid conditions around him. In comparison, the drone had remained at a constant temperature, rendering it distinctly warmer. What is the host doing? Isn't it foolish to venture out in such a fierce snowstorm? I want to see the bear cubs. I want to see the bear cubs. This snowstorm is something even a northerner might not have encountered. Squinting against the wind, Su-yun muttered to himself that the cave entrance was drafty, and he needed to find something to block it. Otherwise, the relentless storm would prove unbearable, even with a sleeping bag, for both him and the parrot. Just as he spoke, a sudden crack echoed, startling Su-yun. Instinctively, he shielded his head and looked toward the source of the sound, witnessing a sturdy tree finally succumbing to the onslaught of the gale. The trunk snapped abruptly and was hurled aside, crashing into smaller trees along its path. Relieved, Su-yun quickly distanced himself, knowing that being struck would be disastrous. Unable to find anything to provide cover, he decided against risking his life and turned back. As he re-entered the cave amidst the howling wind, he found the mother bear still deeply asleep, utterly oblivious to her surroundings. Watching her, Su-yun felt a mix of disbelief and admiration. Despite the lack of recorded instances of Siberian tigers preying on hibernating adult black bears, her apparent lack of vigilance was audacious. Shivering, Su-yun dragged the black bear cub from under its mother and cradled it in his arms, disregarding its frantic struggles, as warmth was his priority. "You little rascal," he said playfully, giving the cub a gentle tap on the head, which immediately silenced its protests. It had never encountered another creature that would challenge it. And Su-yun was the first to instill such fear, leaving a psychological imprint. Curiously, another black bear cub peeked out from beneath its mother, wondering where its sibling had gone. Upon seeing Su-yun seemingly tormenting its brother, it quickly withdrew its head, frightened. However, Su-yun was undeterred. "Come here," he commanded, pulling the second cub toward him. The cub flailed in a desperate struggle, but with no leverage, its efforts were futile. "The mother bear, your cub is being bullied. Aren't you going to intervene?" Su-yun, specializing in disciplining bear cubs. Poor bear cub, being so roughly held by Su-yun. It just wants to be a bear cub. The ground of the cave was strewn with hay and wood shavings, providing a cushion against the cold earth. Su-yun sat down, finding it quite comfortable. The parrot, wriggling desperately in his embrace, managed to escape by nipping at his collar, careful not to make a sound for fear of waking the mother bear, as it still regarded her as a formidable creature. The parrot's movements caught the attention of the two bear cubs, who turned to stare, startling the parrot, which promptly hopped onto Su-yun's head. The cubs emitted curious grunts, intrigued by this peculiar bird, as such colorful avians were not native to the Chongbai mountain range. Seeing the bear cub trapped in Su-yun's embrace, the parrot gathered its courage. "What are you staring at?" it chirped defiantly. The bear cub paused, astonished that a bird could talk, and scrambled to reach it with its tiny paws, but its limbs were too short, causing it to wriggle in frustration and emit urgent grunts. Despite their small size, the bear cubs possessed considerable strength. Su-yun found it laborious to restrain both, and after a moment, he released his grip. The moment they touched the ground, they clumsily scrambled up Su-yun's sleeves, eager to grab the parrot. "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" The parrot squawked, irate at being threatened. Su-yun rolled his eyes in annoyance. "Do you believe I want to toss you into the bear's den?" The parrot, sensing the threat, quickly tucked its claws back and perched atop Su-yun's head. Though internally it continued to vent its frustration. The bear cubs are so adorable. They seem clumsy and silly. I want to pet them. I really envy the host for being able to cuddle with bear cubs. Can you describe how soft they are? Amused by the barrage of comments, Suyun casually grasped one bear cub by its hindquarters and lifted it, poking its round belly. The cub's belly bounced under his fingers, creating a delightful duong sound that melted the hearts of everyone in the live stream, who wished they could take his place and cuddle the little bear. Despite their discontent, the bear cubs dared not express anger, instead looking up at Suyun with pitiful eyes, as if begging for leniency. It was a comical sight, with the emotion of grievance brewing in their innocent little eyes. Suyun chuckled and set the cub down before it redirected its attention to the parrot once more. That belly, I want to nibble it. So adorably clumsy. Why can't we raise them in our country? Even if we could you afford to keep one? No offense. But do you have a girlfriend? You can't even afford one. With a dismissive comment, Suyun pushed the bear cubs aside and turned to address the issue of the cave. The entrance needed to be sealed against the storm. Kneeling by his backpack, he retrieved an air mattress, which had undoubtedly endured its share of hardships. As he emerged from the cave, the parrot clung tightly to Suyun's hat, intimidated by the two bear cubs below. No matter how tough things get, we must spare the cubs, Suyun thought as he prepared the mattress for use. A resource that had certainly seen better days. Finding a long piece of wood, he tossed it into the cave and quickly secured the mattress with a rope, inflating it with a pump. During this process, he had to hold the mattress down to prevent it from escaping. Once fully inflated, he pulled the rope and carefully positioned the mattress at the entrance, effectively blocking the wind from entering. Suyun grinned, reveling in his own ingenuity. What a brilliant use of an air mattress. No matter the cost, the manufacturer must be lamenting their losses. The bear cub, curious, approached the mattress and attempted to poke it with its paw, only to be scolded by Suyun. If you ruin this mattress, I'll make sure to have a word with you. The bear cub stumbled back, frightened by Suyun's fierce tone, and sought refuge beside its mother. The other cub, not finding the parrot, quickly hid behind its sibling, only to be pushed aside by its brother. Securing the rope, Suyun took a stick and pressed it against the wall, using the rope to tightly bind it, creating a makeshift barricade that firmly held the mattress in place. After retrieving his backpack, he used it to cover the cave's entrance, shielding the bottom of the mattress to prevent the mischievous bear cubs from tearing it apart. He then gently lifted the mattress to allow fresh air to circulate, as the confined space was lacking in oxygen. This is quite an impressive maneuver. The host truly knows how to utilize an air mattress creatively. The bear cubs have been bullied again. Can you show them a little more kindness, host? The bear cubs had to be disciplined. Some lessons were essential, Suyun casually remarked, then moved closer to the flashlight, rummaging through his pocket to retrieve a compressed biscuit. He took a sip of water followed by a bite of the biscuit, savoring his meal slowly. It was now 3:57 in the afternoon. Suyun glanced at his watch and mumbled indistinctly. Today, we have been trekking all day. It has been somewhat unfortunate. We spotted a Siberian tiger, yet we lost track of it again. The tiger is truly fierce, and I dare not approach it. The heavy snowfall caused us to lose sight of the tiger once more. I wonder when we shall encounter it again. Furthermore, my food supplies are dwindling. There is only a small box of beef remaining, and the compressed biscuits will last me merely 2.5 days. The nuts belong to Birdmaster, and I cannot touch them. Unless I stumble upon a squirrel's treasure, losing the nuts would mean Birdmaster has no food source. I lack the wilderness survival skills of Bear Grylls and Demaster, and I might end up hungry, which would be quite troublesome. However, there is good news. We have met Sister Bear, a kind-hearted bear who has graciously offered us shelter and provided us with a warm little nook. She is quite hospitable, even allowing her cubs to approach me. As Suyun spoke, he smiled at the timid bear cubs, who were drawn in by the alluring aroma of food. Their keen sense of smell amplified the enticing scent, yet they trembled in fear at the sight of Suyun's hand, appearing pitiful and wronged like a recently weaned puppy. With a sigh, Suyun tossed out 2 compressed biscuits. No matter how difficult it becomes, we cannot let the cubs suffer. Consider it a fee for staying the night. They can sleep with their mother later. He thoughtfully took out the box of beef, filled it with water to prevent the cubs from choking. Suyun glanced at the narrow crack at the cave's entrance, sniffing. How could it feel even colder with just a small opening? He tightened his clothing and let out a contented burp, while a parrot peeked out from his collar, cautiously eyeing the 2 bear cubs. It quickly retreated, afraid to emerge, for this place felt like a den of tigers to it. The warm glow illuminated the small cave, measuring merely 7 square meters. A classic example of a cavern formed by subsidence. Nature truly is wondrous. Looking at the drone, Suyun decided to take advantage of this idle moment. It was still too early for sleep, so he would educate them about black bears. He squatted beside a little black bear, which was drinking water, and explained that this cub was approximately 3 months old. Given the 7-month gestation period of black bears, it likely came into the world around January of last year. And now both cubs are quite healthy. Black bears are synonymous with hibernation. However, their hibernation is not a state of death, but rather a semi-sleep. In autumn, they seek out food to build up their fat reserves, which they rely on to survive the winter. Hibernation occurs because food is scarce during the winter. During this period, black bears significantly lower their metabolism, repurpose toxins produced in their bodies into harmless substances, and even reclaim water to reuse internally. Remarkably, they can survive winter without excreting urine. If humans were to refrain from detoxifying, accumulating toxins within, they would perish within 7 days. I am genuinely astounded. It is indeed possible to go an entire winter without urinating. Perhaps some scientists should investigate how humans could ignore internal toxins like bears do. Instead of hoarding in corners cultivating mosquitoes, is a 3-month-old cub already this large? Su-Yun pointed at the black bear, continuing, everyone, observe the breathing rate of sister bear. Is it not slow? I take 3 to 4 breaths while she takes just 1. At this moment, she has entered a state of slumber, reducing her breathing rate by 75. Moreover, her body temperature is controlled to lower, conserving more nutrients. Semi-hibernating black bears may occasionally venture out on sunny days, fully awakening from their slumber by March or April. As an omnivorous creature, black bears have poor eyesight. They are born nearsighted. Su-Yun then pinched the little cub's neck and positioned it toward the drone, noting that a black bear's eyes are small and dark, nearly blending into their fur, hence the nickname blind bear. However, nature is fair. While black bears possess poor vision, their sense of smell and hearing are extremely acute. In favorable winds, a black bear can detect scents from 500 meters away and hear footsteps from 300 meters away. Pausing, Su-Yun raised an eyebrow, pondering, logically. Hibernating black bears should be vigilant. When I approached, she should have swatted at me, yet sister bear seems rather unperturbed. Perhaps it is a sign of confidence in her maturity. After a moment's reflection, he added uncertainly, of course. It could also be that pregnancy dulls the senses for 3 years. 2 bear cubs were jostling to dip their heads into the box for water, but their large heads prevented both from drinking simultaneously. The slightly larger cub managed to push the smaller one aside, burying its head in the box and splashing water everywhere, prompting the smaller cub to flip the box in frustration before scampering away. The drenched larger cub chased after the smaller one, engaging in a playful tussle. Su-Yun pointed at the cubs as they stood on their hind legs, saying, upon closer inspection, we can discern which is larger. Let us name them. The bigger one shall be called Bear Big, and the smaller one, Bear 2. Black bears are characterized by a distinctive V-shaped marking on their chests. It may be less pronounced on the cubs, so let us observe Sister Bear. With that, Su-Yun crawled towards Sister Bear, casually nudging the 2 cubs aside, which irked them, but they dared not protest. Sister Bear was lying on her side, snoring softly. Su-Yun knelt down, gently lifting one of her front paws to reveal the V-shaped marking on her chest, perfectly symmetrical, as if painted on. Isn't it fascinating that every black bear possesses such a shape? Su-Yun smiled as he stroked the white V, stating, this is a natural trait. I do not know why, just as humans grow hair. Gently placing her paw back down, Su-Yun noted that she did not awaken, indicating her lack of vigilance. He quietly remarked, observe her claws. They are as formidable as a wolverine's, non-retractable, yet capable of climbing trees with remarkable agility. There is a tale, whether from Andersen's fairy tales or Aesop's fables, where one companion abandoned another to climb a tree upon encountering a black bear. The abandoned one could only feign death on the ground to evade the bear's attack. Ultimately, both survived as the bear spared them. This story speaks of loyalty among companions. However, the notion that one could escape a black bear by climbing a tree or pretending to be dead is utterly absurd. A black bear's climbing ability far surpasses that of a human, so should one encounter a black bear, do not think that climbing a tree will ensure your safety. It would be a fool's errand. And pretending to be dead? That is purely a matter of luck. Before discussing the act of feigning death, we must first introduce the black bear's diet. Black bears are omnivorous, eating whatever they can find, be it flying, growing, swimming, or walking. They will never pass up a meal, and they are scavengers as well. Since black bears do not shy away from decaying food, why would they spare a living? Fresh human pretending to be dead? This is because, when humans lie on the ground feigning death, black bears may assess that the individual poses no threat. And like most animals, they harbor a fear of humans, black bears included. Consequently, it is common for black bears to spare a human pretending to be dead, leading that individual to boast later about their experience, misleading many others. If luck runs out, and the black bear is extremely hungry, it would not hesitate to bite the pretender and feast upon them to satiate its hunger. I have perused this fairy tale, initially thinking how foolish the bear was. However, as I matured, my disbelief waned, and I now comprehend the underlying reasons. Why do most animals harbor a fear of humans? It seems unwarranted. The answer lies in the historical context where humans frequently hunted them. So, what should one do when encountering a black bear? Surely, one cannot simply await their demise. Su Yun gently stroked the bear's abdomen and then approached the bear cub. The cub, overwhelmed with fear, attempted to flee towards its mother but was obstructed by Su Yun, leaving it with no choice but to cower in the corner of the cave, watching as Su Yun drew nearer. Su Yun seized the adult bear, playfully pinching its round ears, and remarked that questioning this was akin to asking a meaningless query. After all, how could a group of 996 wage slaves ever expect to encounter a black bear? Are you still cursing? Damn it, I've been mocked again. This scoundrel is truly insufferable. This rascal is launching verbal assaults. I genuinely wish to strike him. Su Yun chuckled at the barrage of comments and cleared his throat, stating, "However, I am somewhat malleable, so since you have implored me, I shall reluctantly offer some advice." How infuriating. That scoundrel is the one begging for it. Let him come out and face the consequences. His tactics are commendable. They deserve encouragement. This rascal is posturing again. With a huff, Su Yun warned that encountering a black bear would undoubtedly incite panic, but one must never run. This principle extends beyond just black bears, should one encounter other carnivorous creatures. It is imperative to refrain from fleeing unless a sanctuary can be reached before being pursued. To them, fleeing is perceived as an act of cowardice and fear, prompting them to pounce without hesitation. Thus, when faced with a black bear, thoughts of escape should be abandoned. One must remain steadfast. If a lighter is available, igniting one's clothing can deter the animal, as they fear fire and will hesitate to approach. Alternatively, using a stick or metallic object to create noise can instill fear. Carnivorous animals tend to be cautious of unfamiliar sounds or objects. Some may wonder if playing music from a mobile phone would suffice. Indeed, for a black bear, it represents an unknown sound, and while this might work, one should hope that the bear does not enjoy music. If it does, it would be prudent to escape before the phone's battery depletes. I've learned something, though not entirely. Let us play some music and tango with the black bear. The cub managed to break free from Su Yun's hold and scampered towards its mother. Su Yun rubbed his sore thigh muscles after traversing countless mountain peaks, his weary legs unable to find respite. Slowly releasing a breath, he noted that the cave had grown comfortably warm, the bear's exhalation suffusing the confined space with warmth. "Dear friends, I have begun to perspire," Su Yun exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow. His decision to seal the cave had proven wise. Otherwise, he and the parrot would have been overwhelmed. The parrot peeked out from Su Yun's collar, first observing the sleeping bear and then glancing at the timid cub, emitting a satisfied hum. After rechecking the air vents to ensure they would not be blocked by snow, Su Yun nodded, noting that it was now 4 in the afternoon. Time had flown. Nearly 11 hours had passed since he began his journey that day, which he deemed eventful yet safe. Feeling fatigued, he decided it was time to conclude the broadcast. Su Yun retrieved his sleeping bag, approached the mother bear, and gently pulled the 2 cubs from beneath her belly. He then spread out the sleeping bag on the ground, and amidst the cubs' plaintive gazes, he nestled into the bag beside the mother bear. "Well then, it's time for slumber," Su Yun declared. With that, the drone swiftly powered down, hovering silently above as the 2 cubs settled beside the sleeping bag. "Well, that was quick. I'm still on the clock. The host is remarkably swift. I've realized the host is not quite human. He just shoved the cubs aside. Astounding. The host invades another's home and dares to sleep next to their parent. Is this a distortion of humanity or a decline in morality? Tomorrow, I shall report this to the shock department, and the treatment will be commensurate with the director's position." Within the Changbai Mountain Nature Reserve, Liang Hua fidgeted anxiously, tapping his fingers on the table as he gazed out at the raging blizzard. The howling winds outside only exacerbated his inner turmoil. The steam rising from his cup caught the attention of Gao Aigua, who observed Liang Hua and attempted to reassure him. "Hasn't Su Yun already settled down? Look at how harmoniously he interacts with the black bear. There is no danger." Irritated, Liang Hua waved dismissively. "Old Gao, we are professionals in this field. To put it bluntly, a wild animal can turn hostile at any moment. A mother bear with cubs, especially during hibernation, is unpredictable and may decide to seek sustenance." Watching Su Yun's live stream, It was evident that the fierce creatures he previously encountered seemed to coexist peacefully with him, suggesting that there was likely no cause for alarm. Jimin, curled up in a corner, held a cup of water, meekly interjecting, "What relevance do I have?" Silence. "Get lost," Liang Hua retorted irritably. Jimin pouted, feeling wronged, and fell silent. Gao Aigua's students exchanged glances, bemused by their teacher's ferocity. Gao Aigua sighed, recognizing that the tension stemmed from Liang Hua's anxiety. Having observed Su Yun's remarkable interactions, he was confident there would be no issues. "When shall we depart?" Liang Hua inquired again, furrowing his brow. Gao Aigua chuckled wryly. "Old Liang, you have asked this more than 10 times. The blizzard is too severe. Helicopters cannot penetrate the area until the storm subsides. Have we pinpointed the exact location?" Liang Hua pressed. Gao Aigua could only shake his head in frustration. "We have only a general idea of the terrain. It is challenging to locate. As many areas bear resemblance, in some places we have yet to explore." Liang Hua shot a glare at Gao Aigua. "How embarrassing. You've worked here since graduation and still lack familiarity with the terrain. No wonder you were always at the bottom of your class." Gao Aigua's students perked up, intrigued to learn of their teacher's less than stellar academic history. Gao Aigua was left speechless, unable to refute the truth. Annoyed, he shot a glare at his students before sulking into a chair. Feeling despondent, Liang Hua grabbed his phone and began replaying Su Yun's live stream, calling on others to meticulously study the geography to ascertain Su Yun's whereabouts. Gao Aigua also began making calls to recruit experts to help pinpoint Su Yun's location. Jimin, feeling invisible among the group, timidly suggested, "Actually, Su Yun cannot see our comments, but we could reach out to Bilibili's streaming department to have the moderators send comments. That way, they would be more conspicuous, and Su Yun would certainly notice." Upon hearing this, the others turned to Jimin with blank expressions. Liang Hua, incensed, slammed his hand on the table, causing a loud crack. "You little rascal, why didn't you mention this sooner?" Jimin, feeling wronged, replied, "Isn't it because you told me not to speak?" As before, discussions regarding Su Yun's livestream rapidly spread across the internet, especially regarding the wild Northeast tiger, which gained immense popularity following a recent incident where a tiger entered a village, capturing the attention of the entire nation. The sinewy muscles of the golden tabby rippled with ferocity as it leaped through the air, pouncing upon a stag. In mere moments, the stag's throat was brutally torn apart, blood spraying across the tiger's visage. The stark contrast of cold, white snow and the warm, gushing blood rendered the already fearsome tiger even more horrifying. As the Northeast tiger roared menacingly in Su Yun's direction, countless internet users expressed their astonishment, clamoring to know who had the audacity to confront a tiger so boldly. As Su Yun retreated, he followed the trail across the river, tracing his steps until he found shelter amidst the howling winds. This segment was amplified by an exhilarating background score, stirring a surge of excitement. It quickly ascended to trending status, catching the attention of the head of the streaming department, who urged the outdoor team to swiftly secure this remarkably skilled broadcaster. The team's leader was anxious. Although Su Yun had agreed, the contract remained unsigned, and should he flee, there would be no way to reach him. They were utterly helpless. The video concluded with Su Yun commandeering the home of a young child's parents, inciting widespread astonishment. This young man was truly audacious, daring to take refuge with a family of bears, and he succeeded. Consequently, more viewers flocked to his streaming channel, elevating Su Yun's popularity. This incident also caught the eye of international netizens, leading to a dramatic increase in the video's view count. Their inherent admiration for individual heroism resonated deeply with Su Yun's streaming approach, garnering both admiration and envy. The following morning, Su Yun was jolted awake, feeling the numbness in his legs as he struggled to unzip his sleeping bag. To his surprise, he found a bear cub peacefully slumbering on his legs, while a parrot, disturbed by the commotion, burrowed back into his clothing, slightly irritable. Su Yun had a unique talent for sleeping soundly, remaining still once he lay down, which allowed him to comfortably let the parrot rest on his abdomen. Carefully, he shifted the 2 bear cubs aside, and remarkably, they remained undisturbed. A gentle breeze seeped through the cracks, awakening his senses. The winds had subsided outside, though it remained uncertain whether the snowfall had ceased. As he rubbed his legs to restore circulation, he eventually managed to sit up, emerging from his sleeping bag and stretching luxuriously on the hay. The flashlight emitted a faint glow, and upon glancing at his watch, he noted it was 3:20 a.m., indeed, an early hour. Having consumed little water, he felt no urgent need to relieve himself, so he opened the live stream. The moment the stream commenced, A flood of viewers rushed in. "Good morning, everyone." Soo-yoon chuckled softly. He directed the camera towards the soundly sleeping bear and began to hydrate himself for the day ahead. The wind had ceased. A sip of water reassured him, yet he pondered whether the snow had stopped. Within the warm confines of the cave, the rhythmic and deep breaths of the bear's sister resonated clearly in the stillness of the early morning, evoking a sense of nostalgia and warmth. It reminded him of winter evenings spent with family, gathered around the television, the sound of his father's steady breathing accompanying the flickering screen. The bear cub, nestled in the hay, emitted faint snores, oblivious to the world around them. Soo-yoon sighed, reflecting on the family's inherent lack of vigilance. It was alarming. He wondered if the two cubs would survive the next winter once separated from their mother, given their apparent naivety. "Those cubs are so adorable. I want to pet their little behinds. Wait, does that mean they'll split up next winter? Their mother's vigilance is woefully inadequate. I've never seen such defenseless creatures." As he poured water into a cap for the parrot, he explained that the cubs would remain with their mother during their first winter, but by the second, they would need to fend for themselves. Throughout the year, the mother bear would impart crucial skills for hunting, finding shelter, staying warm, and avoiding danger before finally driving them out of her territory. The cubs were still nursing and would likely wean in about a month. If the bear's sister intended to rear her young, this winter would undoubtedly be a considerable burden, and he questioned whether they would survive. For black bears, acquiring food in winter was an arduous task. Nuts, moss, roots, leaves, flowers, fruits, and seeds were exceedingly difficult to find during this season, leaving meat as the only option. However, this was the territory of the Siberian tiger, which would not tolerate a black bear sharing its food sources. If the bear's sister encountered the tiger, she would likely find herself at a disadvantage. Soo-yoon furrowed his brow, contemplating that even if the cubs survived this winter, their lack of vigilance would pose significant risks. While hibernating in their den, if discovered by a tiger, they would be dragged out and devoured. The audience was acutely aware of the news surrounding tigers preying on black bears. Felines undoubtedly possess superior combat prowess. Unfortunately, it was often the juvenile bears that fell victim. Safe only while in their mother's company. Once they ventured into the world alone, danger lurked at every corner. How ironic that beneath this warm scene lies an infinite peril. Listening to the broadcaster, it seems those cubs are in danger. While survival of the fittest is an unyielding law, it doesn't lessen my concern for those two innocent creatures. The mother bear faces immense pressure. We should find a way to assist her. Look at the hardships of raising two cubs. It's hard to imagine how challenging it would be for a third. Soo-yoon wished to help, yet felt powerless, unable to simply watch the cubs grow. Where could he find the resources to assist them? Perhaps he could leverage connections to initiate a research project focused on black bears. But he lacked the authority to lead such an endeavor. He chose to bypass this dilemma and move to the cave entrance, untying the ropes and gently setting aside the stick, opening the valve of the air mattress. The mattress quickly deflated, and Soo-yoon proceeded cautiously, expelling the last bit of air before folding it neatly and stowing it in his backpack. The thick layer of snow was nearly sealing the entire cave. So Soo-yoon burst forth, illuminating the darkness with his flashlight. In the stillness, only the towering trees stood silently in the frigid night. Gazing up at the sky, he beheld a constellation of stars, the air fresh and clear post-snowstorm. Looking around, he saw no signs of wildlife, sending a shiver down his spine, prompting him to retreat back into the cave. "We must leave." Soo-yoon exhaled a puff of white mist, feeling the temperature plummet within the cave. Yet it did not disturb the bear family. "What? We're leaving already? Can't we stay a little longer to watch the cubs? Please. I woke up early just to see the bear cubs. Don't be so cruel. Good times are always fleeting." Soo-yoon quickly donned his gear, asserting, "We must depart. A night's time will swiftly widen the gap between me and the Siberian tiger. I do not wish to be left too far behind, as our ultimate goal is the tiger." The audience expressed their reluctance, yet they too were eager to witness the tiger. Humanity's insatiable greed was evident. Kneeling on the ground, Soo-yoon glanced back at the bear family, gently placing the cubs beside their mother. He affectionately nuzzled the little bear, then embraced the mother bear, placing a soft kiss atop her head before rising to leave. Even without a farewell, I suddenly feel quite moved. I wish I could watch this harmonious family forever. Alas, every time I part from an animal, I feel as though I've lost something. This is why I support the broadcaster. I can always see his genuine love and respect for animals, leading to a harmonious coexistence. That is my vision of humanity and nature, and thus, I will remain the broadcaster's staunchest supporter, unwavering in my devotion. As Soo-yoon trudged into the snow, he quickly became submerged to his waist. making his traversal through the snow increasingly arduous. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all for your unwavering support and encouragement. I hope that in the future, you will all cultivate a love for animals and a commitment to their protection, whether it be stray cats or dogs. As long as it does not pose a threat to our safety, we should lend a helping hand, whether through direct assistance or by promoting spaying and neutering, which is quite affordable at pet shops. Su Yun previously spoke eloquently, but then unexpectedly veered off course, swiftly diminishing the viewer's sorrow over the departure of the black bear. As Su Yun traversed the snow-laden path, he found the journey quite arduous. Thankfully, his trousers were made of quality material that was waterproof yet not breathable. Otherwise, he would have surely succumbed to the cold. Hydrating and walking simultaneously, he had discreetly relieved himself earlier, avoiding the drone surveillance. We have lost the tracks of the northeast tiger. Su Yun exhaled a puff of warm breath, realizing that locating it now posed a significant challenge. Yet there were methods to employ. He pointed towards a tree along their path, declaring, "This is the method." Climbing the tree to observe? Someone suggested, "True, from a height. One can see further. No need to climb. We should look for paw prints left by the northeast tiger," Su Yun replied with a smile. As I mentioned earlier, the new arrivals upstairs may not know this. He continued, "The northeast tiger often marks its territory with paw prints. If we can discover one, it confirms we are within its domain." As Su Yun passed each tree, he diligently shone his flashlight to inspect the branches for signs. This meticulous approach was time-consuming, but he relished the task. Isn't it reminiscent of summer nights in the groves, wielding a flashlight to catch cicadas? Someone mused. Indeed, there are fewer cicadas now. Could it be due to environmental changes? Another pondered. Believe it or not, there are more people hunting cicadas at night than cicadas themselves. Su Yun chuckled at the banter in the comments. Although it was still dark, the viewers remained engaged in lively conversation. These were the true aficionados of Su Yun's broadcasts, while those with a more critical disposition had yet to awaken. Su Yun's streaming style was notably exhausting. Unlike other streamers who might dance or play games, his outdoor escapades often involved fishing, devoid of life-threatening risks. Yet, Su Yun found the perilous nature of his broadcasts manageable. What troubled him most was the monotonous expanse of snow, which quickly lost its charm. He lacked the lofty aspirations and spirit of a great person. Northland scenery. 1,000 miles sealed in ice, 10,000 miles of snow drifting. Gazing at the Great Wall, only wildness remains, the mighty river, now a mere trickle. Mountains dance like silver serpents, plains gallop like wax elephants, yearning to compete with the heavens. Such verses were far beyond Su Yun's poetic capabilities. Thus, the sight of snow became a tedious affair. However, he could not fixate on it endlessly. Fortunately, the comments and trees provided some distraction. Otherwise, the endless white would have induced snow blindness. As night transitioned to dawn, the sunrise in the snowy forest presented a unique spectacle. During this time, Su Yun took a brief respite for breakfast to stave off fatigue. The act of walking was particularly dull and exhausting. His legs had grown sore from the exertion, and he yearned for a hot bath after 5 long days without one. Su Yun shrugged, hoping to alleviate his physical weariness with words. If only there were hot springs in Changbai Mountain. Su Yun chuckled bitterly, wishing for such fortune, but lamented the lack of luck. After all, the best hot springs were located within tourist zones. In the next instant, Su Yun's expression shifted dramatically as he lunged forward, tumbling into the snow. From above, he created a human-shaped imprint in the snow. The stones beneath him struck his elbow painfully, and he landed face first, blood streaming from his nose, the sting causing tears to well up in his eyes. Fortunately, there were no stones where his face had landed. With a pained groan, he cautiously rolled over, hoping to ease his discomfort. However, something obstructed him midway. Clutching his bleeding nose, he furrowed his brow and turned to see a broken tree branch blocking his body. He shifted aside and began to clear the snow from the branch, revealing a splintered limb, over 40 centimeters tall and as thick as his wrist, with a dangerously sharp break at the top. A cold sweat broke out on Su Yun's forehead. Had he struggled even slightly upon falling, he would have landed on that jagged stump. The thought of it sent chills down his spine. That was a close call. I was genuinely startled when the streamer fell. But looking back, what luck he had. Surviving such a perilous situation surely brings blessings. My goodness, I can't tell if it's fortunate or unfortunate, but I'm sweating for the streamer. Su Yun was equally shaken, momentarily forgetting to tend to the blood trickling from his nose, allowing it to flow down his neck. Wow. After a moment, Su Yun managed to utter a few words, and from his backpack, a parrot emerged, startled by the sight of blood on Su Yun's face. With a chuckle and a mild reprimand, he remarked on his remarkable luck. I stumbled over a fallen tree last night, nearly landing on this broken stump. Had anything happened, it could have made the top 10 most bizarre deaths. Gradually exhaling in relief, Su-yun lay back in the snow, attempting to compose himself after such a fright. Just then, he faintly heard a weak wailing sound, soft and intermittent, seemingly lacking energy. Su-yun's hair stood on end. Startled, he sprang to his feet, scanning the area, but saw nothing. Halting his movements, he closed his eyes once more to listen, yet the sound was gone. Surely, I can't be hallucinating, otherwise I wouldn't hear it lying down. Su-yun mused internally. He quickly dropped to the ground, closed his eyes, held his breath, and listened intently. Indeed, the faint wailing returned. What is happening with the streamer? Has he injured his brain? Is he possessed by a ghost? Someone call the police. We must capture this ghostly nonsense. Has the streamer discovered something? His posture resembles that of ancient soldiers listening for enemy movements. Su-yun stood, furrowing his brow as he strained to hear the distant sound, which now seemed like a lament. I knew it. There are many unclean things in the depths of the mountains. Surely, there are ghosts. You're the only ghost here. Go away. Why can't I hear anything? Is the streamer's brain really damaged? I suspect it's from the blood still dripping. Wiping the blood from his nose, which had begun to freeze against his skin. Su-yun grabbed a handful of snow to rub at the stains. We must investigate. Su-yun softly remarked that he had already introduced 8 species of animals, with the black bear being the 8th. Excluding the northeast tiger, he was only 1 species short, and this seemed like a fortuitous opportunity. Not forgetting to kick the fallen log that had tripped him, Su-yun swiftly moved in the direction of his discovery, carrying the parrot along. Once again, they crossed paths. With arms outstretched and body swaying, Su-yun maneuvered through the snow, saving energy while maintaining balance, undoubtedly increasing his speed in the snowy terrain. The trees in the mountain forest were dense and chaotic. To ensure he was on the right path, he often crouched down, holding his breath to listen for sounds before continuing forward. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, Su-yun caught sight of claw marks on a nearby tree. Instantly filled with joy, he hurried over and pointed to the marks, exclaiming that they had indeed found the paw prints of a northeast tiger. This signified that they were heading in the right direction. Upon hearing this, the parrot became furious and pecked at Su-yun's hair. Annoyed that he had found the northeast tiger's sign so quickly, just after emerging from the bear's den, he was about to enter the tiger's lair. Pausing for a moment, Su-yun's heart stirred as he gazed toward the approximate location of the target, pondering whether the wailing sound he had heard could be the cry of the northeast tiger. That can't be. The northeast tiger is the apex predator of the forest. Who could possibly make it wail? What if the northeast tiger tripped like the streamer did earlier and, in a stroke of bad luck, injured itself on a tree stump? The northeast tiger walks on 4 legs. It shouldn't be able to fall. However, the more Su-yun thought about it, the more convinced he became. He could hardly contain his excitement and insisted that they go take a look. After all, they would know once they witnessed it. With that, he hurried toward the target, capturing the interest of the viewers in the live stream. After advancing for 5 minutes, they reached a slope. It was not particularly steep, measuring about 10 meters, but it was somewhat lengthy. Su-yun took 5 minutes to ascend over 100 meters to the top. Just as he steadied himself, he noted 3 indicators of affinity in his line of sight. Coincidentally, the readings were 5, 2, and 2. Su-yun's heart raced. Could it truly be the northeast tiger? Was it injured? Following his gaze, he noticed that the affinity indicators were situated in a snow pit, beneath a stout tree, surrounded by thick, unmarked snow. Clearly, the animal indicated by the affinity markers was located within that snow pit. Yet, the snow was too deep, even from his elevated position. Su-yun could not see the animal within. At that moment, he could faintly hear the weak wailing, and the viewers in the live stream also caught on. Wow, there really is a wailing sound. Where is it? I don't see any animals. It seems to be from that snow pit. The one near the large tree. Could it have fallen in? That can't just be a snow pit. It's merely accentuated by the thick surrounding snow. The snow is too deep to see. Could it really be the northeast tiger? What could have happened to make such a sound? Su-yun gazed down the sloping mountain, realizing that descending would require considerable effort. The sound was emanating from that pit. They needed to investigate. Hoping it was not the northeast tiger, he reassured himself as he carefully descended, holding on to a nearby tree for support. What kind of ears does the streamer have? He can hear the wailing from that distance. He asked, lying on the ground listening. If you did the same, you could hear it too. Ignoring the skepticism of some viewers, Su-yun quickly approached. Just as he was about 80 meters away, the wailing suddenly ceased. Su-yun raised an eyebrow, realizing he had been detected. The The cessation of the wailing indicated that he had been noticed. He whispered to himself, continuing to advance cautiously. The animal must be trapped, which emboldened him to draw closer. The parrot, after hesitating for a moment, jumped onto Su-yun's shoulder instead of retreating into his backpack. As Su-yun moved closer, he removed his pack, taking out his entrenching tool and flashlight, standing firm in place. The parrot hopped onto his head, trembling slightly. "Don't shake," Su-yun chided softly. "I'm not shaking. I'm frozen," the parrot retorted indignantly. Su-yun was at a loss for words, thinking he hadn't accused it of being scared. "This is hilarious. The animal version of no silver here. I'm dying from laughter at the bird. I already made a gif, haha. The bird really claims not to be afraid, but its body tells a different story." Su-yun also chuckled, but quickly recalled the animal he was about to confront, needing to stabilize his nerves. He could not afford to be careless. He directed the drone to hover above the pit, using it to observe. Through the drone's lens, he beheld a magnificent tiger gazing at his position through the snow, its chest rising and falling gently, suggesting a long, soft exhale. Its front legs were crossed, its body low to the ground, and its tail remained motionless, like a poised spear, as if ready to launch a lethal attack the moment Su-yun drew near. However, Su-yun noticed the tiger's hind legs were unusually unsteady. Maneuvering the drone closer to the northeast tiger, the drone's invisibility to the animal was strikingly evident, and the viewers in the live stream had no doubt about it. As the camera focused on the hind legs, Su-yun's expression darkened. "What the hell? Their SA trap? Who set that? Damn, whoever set that trap deserves a terrible fate. To set traps in a wildlife sanctuary is utterly reckless. I must say, this northeast tiger is something else." The streamer could hear its wailing before it noticed him, yet once it did, the tiger concealed its vulnerability and regained its imposing demeanor. Impressive. Under the drone's gaze, two cubs, significantly larger than bear cubs, lay obediently around their mother, prostrated on the ground, devoid of their previous playful demeanor, their gazes shifting towards Su-yun. "We found her." Su-yun frowned, beginning to assess the type of trap. The trap was not one with sharp instruments but a standard animal trap, its circular steel jaws firmly clamped around the mother tiger's hind leg, bloodstains suggesting she had likely scraped herself in a desperate attempt to escape. The trap was tethered to a tree with an iron chain, effectively ensnaring the northeast tiger. Su-yun remained stationary, contemplating their next move. "Let's not approach just yet. We should stay put and conserve her energy. If we rush in, the tiger's movements could exacerbate her injuries. You say whatever you like. Ignore the keyboard warriors. It feels like someone is cursing, but not really cursing." The northeast tiger, massive in size and having endured a night in the harsh snow, now exhibited a lack of composure in its attempted attacks, its body trembling slightly as it fought to suppress its instincts, awaiting Su-yun's approach. Yet, Su-yun did not take the bait. Instead, he used the drone's perspective to wear down the tiger's endurance and heat, seeking a way to enhance their affinity and rescue her. Thus, the two remained in a stalemate. Time passed slowly, and the northeast tiger's front legs began to tremble. As the tremors intensified, the tiger's heavy body ultimately collapsed to the ground in a disheveled heap. With an unwilling roar, it seemed to embody a mixture of defiance and resignation. Su-yun could even see the tremors in the snow. The two young tigers finally stood up, trembling, attempting to burrow beneath their mother's belly. Prolonged contact with the frigid ground had rapidly sapped their warmth, yet their mother, too, was nearing her limits. Their feeble strength was insufficient to penetrate the belly of an adult tiger, leaving them to whimper anxiously nearby. From the initial shock of the trap to the subsequent struggles, and now the low moans that Su-yun could hear, a mighty adult Siberian tiger was battling against the elements, its energy waning while the cold snow sapped its heat. She considered her encounter with Su-yun a stroke of misfortune, for at this moment, she could not ensure the safety of her cubs. She had seen this human before, during her hunt for a deer, and he had followed her, persistently trailing at a distance, never relenting. As a top predator among felines, the Siberian tiger instinctively perceived Su-yun as a potential threat, waiting for an opportunity that had now arrived. Su-yun, too, recognized that the moment he had been anticipating had come, though his intentions differed greatly from those of the tiger. The young cubs were cold, moments ago. They had lain on the ground, their warmth swiftly being drained by the icy surface, leaving them with almost no heat remaining. Su-yun exhaled slowly, glancing at his watch. He had been in a standoff with the tiger for 13 minutes. This duration was considerable, and he surmised it represented the utmost limit a mother would exert for her offspring. The parrot perched atop Su-yun trembled, likely from the cold, but undoubtedly also from fear, as the tiger's earlier roar had startled it into a frenzy. The Siberian tiger, regaining its composure, pulled its two cubs close, panting heavily as it gazed at Su Yun through the snow, tears welling up. The greatness of maternal love. Is Su Yun being perceived as a villain? Strangely, he does resemble one. Why are you just standing there? Hurry and help them. Taking a deep breath, Su Yun steeled himself and trudged through the snow. His decision to wait for the tiger to exhaust its strength and warmth was deliberate. Had the tiger retained any energy, Su Yun dared not approach. For in its protective instincts, the mother tiger could sacrifice a limb in a desperate bid to defend her cubs, leaving him with no chance of survival. Now, seeing that the tiger's strength had waned, he felt emboldened to move closer, as the safety margins had significantly improved. Hello, I know you are watching me. I mean you no harm. Su Yun raised his hands, bending his knees in a gesture of submission. His movements, however, incited discontent in the Siberian tiger, whose growls reverberated ominously. The parrot, frightened, took to the skies, hesitating to return. Su Yun felt a shiver race down his spine. To claim he felt no fear would be disingenuous. No one would willingly confront a magnificent tiger at close range, even if one of its legs were ensnared by a trap. Suppressing the tremors in his legs, Su Yun swallowed hard and spoke in the gentlest tone he could muster. I can assist you and your cubs. I will respect you. The viewers in the live stream silently observed his actions, some already beginning to feel anxious. The tiger's affinity remained at 5. Verbal communication bore no fruit, and Su Yun hesitated, just 2 steps away from entering the snow pit where the tiger lay. However, the low affinity made him uncertain. Unexpectedly, the cub's affinity surged to 4, igniting a flicker of hope within him. If he could not win over the mother, perhaps he could first gain the trust of her offspring, using them as a bridge toward the mother's approval. Su Yun gradually retreated, swiftly retrieving the last of his beef and a cup from his backpack. He had no illusions about the cubs eating compressed biscuits. That was simply unrealistic. Returning to his original position, he softly called out, I have food and warm water. Little tigers, would you like to come over? I harbor no ill intentions. It's starting. I wondered why the streamer wasn't equipped earlier. Seeing him return for supplies reassures me. Wait, didn't the streamer have a military shovel? Why claim he had no gear? Newcomers, the streamer is a druid by profession. His zoology degree is merely a facade. Food is his true equipment. Su Yun felt speechless. What a bizarre notion, dubbing him a druid. The young cub's affinity increased once more, filling him with excitement. The cub softly hummed, suddenly eager to approach the human, seemingly understanding his words. They were tempted to inch closer, yet their mother seemed unwilling to allow it, keeping them tightly tucked beneath her. Seeing the cubs sheltered by their mother, Su Yun felt a pang of helplessness. Without the mother's consent, even divine intervention would be futile. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He scooped up a handful of snow, rolling it into a large ball, and threw it near the tiger. The snowball plummeted to the ground like a cannonball, bursting apart with a loud crack before the tiger's eyes. The alert mother, startled, instinctively lunged forward, sending her cubs tumbling into the snow. This was merely a reflex, unconnected to any other intention. With a sigh of relief, Su Yun realized his stratagem had succeeded, though it had come at the expense of the cubs. The young tiger, unscathed, shook its head and rose to its feet, glancing at its mother before responding to Su Yun's call, its legs moving of their own accord toward him. The first cub, shorter than the snow, joyfully bounded towards Su Yun, with the second following closely behind. A triumphant smile spread across Su Yun's face as he laid the beef on the ground and filled a container with warm water. The mother tiger's growls grew more furious, but the sound lacked its earlier vigor, her body collapsing in exhaustion, perhaps at this moment. Her once fearsome demeanor was more show than substance. Su Yun watched as the cubs feasted, cautiously clearing away the snow before the mother to reveal himself, whispering, I truly mean you no threat. The mother tiger's growls persisted, still harboring distrust towards Su Yun. As an intelligent, cautious large animal, particularly among felines, her wariness was deeply ingrained, explaining the low affinity of 5. Her gaze remained fixed on Su Yun, occasionally darting toward her cubs, while Su Yun stood quietly, refraining from any further movement after offering the food. He hoped that his display of non-threatening behavior would alleviate the mother's suspicions. The beef was scarce. The 2 cubs devoured it swiftly, soon licking the warm water, which was vital for restoring their body temperature after losing so much heat. The container of warm water quickly emptied. Su Yun turned on his drone to capture the mother tiger, ensuring the camera did not focus on the cubs, and hastily refilled the cup with warm water. Uncertain whether the cup's capacity would be discovered, he deemed it prudent to exercise caution. The mother tiger observed her cubs, who had stopped trembling and, after drinking the warm water, gradually ceased their growling. Yet, the affinity remained unchanged, indicating that deep down, the mother still harbored reservations. Suyun felt no disappointment. Rather, he was elated that he had managed to elicit any emotional response from her at all, marking a significant step forward. The warm water remained only partially consumed, leaving a shallow layer behind. One of the tiger cubs gazed up at a parrot that had tired from flying and perched on a tree. The parrot seemed to attempt to conceal itself among the treetops, yet the bare winter branches failed to provide adequate cover, instead accentuating the parrot's vibrant green plumage. In this playful and curious stage of life, the tiger cub immediately spotted the parrot as it fluttered in the air. However, under the watchful gaze of its mother, it hesitated to move. Though it had not fully satisfied its hunger, its thirst had been quenched, igniting its curiosity. Wiggling its little behind, it scampered over to its mother and then gazed at the parrot in the tree. Most of the parrot's attention was directed at the tiger mother, with a fraction of its focus shifting to Suyun, while the little tiger cub was completely ignored. Having previously experienced an ambush from a badger, the parrot felt no fear towards the clumsy cub, but remained wary of the formidable tiger mother. The tiger mother, indifferent to the parrot's scrutiny and vigilance, naturally understood that the weak must be cautious of the strong. In this forest, she had grown accustomed to her dominant position, despite her current somewhat disheveled state. The Siberian tiger cub stood upright, attempting to climb the tree. Both cubs were intensely curious about the vividly colored bird, but after only a few attempts to climb, one tumbled down, landing awkwardly on its back. The tiger mother watched as the little one struggled to regain its footing, gently nudging it with her nose and using her tongue to groom its fur. Suyun felt a surge of joy. It seemed that approaching the situation through the cubs was indeed the right strategy. The little cub was as endearing as a playful kitten, and he comprehended the idiom tiger head and tiger brain in a new light, marveling at its adorableness. Viewers in the live stream, witnessing the tiger mother's absence of threatening growls, gradually felt reassured about Suyun's safety. They could not help but flood the chat with comments, astonished that they were truly observing a wild Siberian tiger. Despite the tiger mother's current calm demeanor, she remained cautious, and it was imperative that they did not approach her. Suyun whispered, his eyes never leaving the tiger mother, feeling an intense tension that rendered every muscle in his body taut, ready to flee or defend himself should any unforeseen circumstances arise. The tiger cub, having failed to climb, became agitated, pacing in circles beneath the tree, its eyes fixated on the parrot, searching for a way to ascend. The parrot, unbothered by the cub's antics, retorted, "What are you staring at?" Glancing at the tiger mother for reassurance, it grew bolder upon noticing her lack of reaction, taunting, "If you dare come up here, I'll have my servant pluck your tails." The two cubs were taken aback, glancing curiously at Suyun, perplexed that a bird could speak. Suyun, with a furrowed brow, muttered in disbelief, "You dare to use my words and call me your servant? I'll pull your feathers out." The parrot tilted its head, proudly denying, "I didn't tee." As the audience watched the cub's astonished expressions, the chat erupted with excitement. What does this mean? It seems like the cub understood the bird's words. I've never seen a tiger look so shocked. Did it really comprehend? It suddenly feels like the bird's words echoed something the host had said before. Indeed, during the bear den incident, the host mentioned plucking a bear's feathers. Hilarious. Truly a master of improvisation. Suyun clarified, "I believe the cubs are astonished that the parrot can speak, not that they actually understand." With the parrot's spoken words, the tiger cub's curiosity intensified, and it climbed the tree with renewed vigor, unfazed by the risk of falling. Even the tiger mother, who had been focused on her offspring and Suyun, began to show a hint of curiosity. After exchanging glances with the tiger mother, the parrot felt a bit intimidated. Once it realized the tiger mother bore no ill will, it relaxed. Suyun directed the drone's focus on the two cubs and the parrot, then cautiously stepped forward, filling a box with water. The tiger mother lowered her gaze, glancing at Suyun, her expression unchanging, yet he understood that she was keenly aware of his presence. Undeterred, he continued to move slowly, taking painstaking care not to emit any signs of danger. His heart raced, a testament to his inner turmoil, as the blood surged through him, lending a slight flush to his cheeks. The steam rising from the box of hot water swirled into the air as Suyun softly spoke. "Drink some warm water to warm yourselves. I will find a way to rescue you." At a mere meter away from the Siberian tiger, Suyun paused, lowering his body and taking small, careful steps, ensuring his balance to avoid stumbling into the tiger's embrace. He gently placed the box on the ground, only half a meter from the tiger. This position ensured that the tiger could not reach him, yet he dared not push his luck further. Carefully, he extracted a shovel from his belt, opting to use the handle to present the box to the tiger. During this time, the tiger remained silent, its teeth hidden. Yet Su Yun felt an overwhelming sense of threat, far more potent than any growl. Faced with the silent yet potentially explosive presence of the Siberian tiger, he displayed remarkable courage. Anyone weaker would have been paralyzed by fear. I am a druid. I am a druid, Su Yun mentally reassured himself, using this mantra to bolster his resolve. If he did not serve the tiger mother well, he could not hope to save her offspring. Meanwhile, inside a helicopter, Liang Hua adjusted his headset, turning the volume to the max, his grip tightening around his phone as he watched footage of the tiger cubs climbing trees. With neither Su Yun nor the tiger in view, he had gone an entire night without rest. The conference room lights burning brightly as he endeavored to pinpoint Su Yun's location. However, the heavy snowfall obscured many areas, complicating their efforts significantly. Once the storm subsided, Gao Aiguo promptly organized a helicopter expedition with Liang Hua and several students to survey the mountains. Liang Hua was on the verge of breaking down from the weight. Where is Su Yun? What has he been doing? He inquired, his voice dry. Gao Aiguo, equally puzzled, could only offer vague reassurance. You should trust Su Yun. Liang Hua, frustrated, retorted, trust him? That little rascal has sabotaged numerous research projects. Animals seem to have a vendetta against him. Has the Bilibili livestream contacted us? Liang Hua pressed again. Gao Aiguo scratched his head. Those rascals mistook us for representatives from other platforms. They thought we were trying to poach Su Yun, so they blacklisted us. And we can't even get through on the phone. Use a different phone to call. Liang Hua exclaimed, slapping his thigh in frustration. Beside him, Xie Jiming gasped. The student's plight was indeed dire. They are currently rejecting all calls, likely fearing someone might discover Su Yun, Gao Aiguo lamented. When did this little rascal become so popular? Liang Hua was taken aback and suggested contacting the headquarters, leveraging connections to find someone. I've already reached out, don't worry, he reassured. Just as they were conversing, Gao Aiguo's phone vibrated insistently, prompting him to answer. Old Gao, the team leader from Bilibili Outdoor just sent you a message. Check it out. When can we get together? It's been 3 or 4 years since we last met. Gao Aiguo's eyes brightened at this news, and amidst the cacophony of the helicopter, he responded loudly, sure. Let us grab a drink when I have time, but I have matters to attend to right now. The caller's head buzzed from Gao Aiguo's booming voice, and before they could respond, the call ended abruptly, leaving them speechless. Sipping that drink seemed unlikely. The northeast tiger gazed at the warm water in front of it, glancing up at Su Yun, and after a moment of silence, quickly licked the hot water. It understood the significance of the warm water at this moment. The drop in its body temperature had a substantial impact, necessitating a replenishment of warmth, an instinctual need. In truth, even facing the snowstorm from the previous night, the northeast tiger would not have lost its warmth. The primary issue lay in stepping into a trap, which, during its struggles, resulted in wounds that bled profusely and drained its internal heat. The warm water disappeared swiftly. Su Yun, mustering his courage, knelt down, gripping the bottom of the cup, and slowly poured the hot water into the box. He experienced a peculiar sensation, as if he could hear the tiger's breath. The northeast tiger remained focused on the water, allowing the warm liquid to splash against its face as it greedily drank. Su Yun continued pouring from his cup, which eventually ran dry after half a minute, prompting the northeast tiger to cease its drinking. With a sore jaw, Su Yun retreated, realizing he would have to find water for himself today. His efforts had not been in vain. He felt the northeast tiger's gaze towards him had softened slightly. However, this was merely an illusion. He was not foolish enough to approach, as the current affinity level was still quite low. The drone slowly ascended, capturing the 3 tigers, 1 bird, and 1 person within its frame. The tiger cub continued to climb, but upon reaching the center of the tree, it was unceremoniously kicked down by a mischievous parrot, landing with a thud and emitting a series of displeased sounds directed at the parrot. Yet, the cub's high-pitched growls did little to intimidate the parrot, which continued to hum a tune, aggravating the little tiger further. As Su Yun packed the box back into his backpack, he stared at the colossal creature before him, feeling it was a daunting challenge. Conversational attempts yielded no results. Affinity levels remained stagnant, and without food and water, what could he do? Touching the animal, did he dare? It seemed there was no way forward. In the live stream, comments scrolled by as Su Yun emptied his mind and contemplated ways to enhance the tiger's affinity. Suddenly, a comment caught his attention, its distinct color standing out. Administrator, Mr. Su, Mr. Liang Huashing requests that you swiftly distance yourself from the northeast tiger. He will arrange for further assistance. Su Yun was momentarily taken aback. Liang? Uncle Liang. How did he arrive? Unaware that Su Tsongjun had entrusted him to Liang Hua while he was still unconscious, Su Yun had yet to respond when another comment appeared. Administrator, Mr. Liang also advises you not to act impulsively and to prioritize your safety by leaving the northeast tiger. Well, it seems they are here to lend support. Su Yun thought, glancing at the northeast tiger, which was focused on its cubs. He admitted to himself that he was indeed in a predicament. Yet it had not reached a life-threatening level. The real challenge stemmed from the lack of food. Retreating now would only lead to future dilemmas. Would he always withdraw when faced with formidable creatures during system tasks? It appeared he could not afford to retreat, since retreat is not an option. Should I still consider it? He pondered. I refuse to back down. Su Yun smiled brightly at the drone's camera, his expression then gradually sobering as he stated. I don't wish to leave. Retreating is not in my nature. When I encountered the lynx, I did not back down when faced with the wolverine. I stood my ground, and when confronted by a pack of wolves, I remained resolute. I dared to approach the wild boar and sought to track the leopard under its watchful gaze. Now, in the presence of the northeast tiger, I am equally determined to approach it and earn its trust and respect. If I retreat this time, the next time I encounter a challenging and unresolved situation, I will find excuses to withdraw again, just once. Then it becomes a cycle. Once, twice, thrice, countless times. Su Yun inhaled deeply, pulling down his scarf. Hence, I choose not to retreat. This is my streaming style, and I have an audience that supports me. I cannot let them down. I do not wish to rely on tranquilizers to treat the animals, nor do I want to resort to such methods. It is not that tranquilizers don't harm animals. After all, humans must undergo checks when administering them. However, these are standard procedures, all for the well-being of the animals, to better understand their characteristics and aid them further. Yet, the first sight they see when hit by a tranquilizer is a human, and when they awaken, they again see a human, instilling an instinctive fear and distrust towards us. I do not want that. I believe I have the ability to connect with animals. It may sound mystical, but I can sense whether they trust me. Therefore, he declared firmly, I do not wish to retreat. Upon finishing, Su Yun stood confidently, feeling an overwhelming sense of assurance as if he could conquer the magnificent beast before him. Such a powerful statement. I admire him. The host previously mentioned that every seemingly obvious truth is backed by silent sacrifices. I believe the host and his mentors contribute to animal restoration, while a small faction remains in the shadows, and I applaud them. I wish to be the host's most loyal supporter. Inside the helicopter, Liang Hua watched the live stream, captivated by Su Yun's newfound confidence. The individual who had once been disheartened by animals now appeared to be cherished by them, shedding the previous gloom, embodying vitality. He felt no need to worry about Su Yun's safety, but rather should cheer for the path he was forging. This rascal, Liang Hua, who had endured a sleepless night, suddenly felt invigorated, his fatigue dissipating as he smiled. That rascal Su Tsongjun is indeed lucky. Xie Jimin glanced curiously at his teacher. Puzzled by his lack of anger, wasn't he Su Yun disobedient and deserving of reprimand? Liang Hua noticed Xie Jimin's odd expression and darkened his face. What are you looking at? Scram. Xie Jimin complied, retreating to the side with a soft whimper. Gao Aigua winced at the scene, wishing his student could be a bit kinder. Why be so fierce? Suddenly, Gao Aigua's three students exchanged glances, sensing something peculiar about Xie Jimin's demeanor. Let us inquire with the streaming department about Su Yun's current location, Liang Hua suggested lightly, his earlier worries evaporating. If Su Yun believed he could succeed, why shouldn't he, as a mentor, offer support and faith? Gao Aigua's hesitant agreement resonated in the air. Against the formidable backdrop of the northeast tiger, Su Yun appeared exceedingly frail, even with the tiger lying low. In that moment, Su Yun exuded confidence outwardly, yet internally. He felt a profound sense of helplessness, as if he had not discovered a viable solution. Thus, his confidence seemed futile. The little kitten is easily dealt with. But this great feline is quite a challenge, he thought. The northeast tiger indeed seems difficult to manage, unlike yesterday's bear sister, which was effortlessly subdued by the streamer. Streamer. Execute a slide tackle, came a comment. Super Administrator, Mr. Liang wishes for you to inform him of your location. Upon reading the Super Administrator's words, Su Yun chose silence. Why disclose his position? Revealing it would only lead to his capture. With a furrowed brow, his confidence waned once more. What plan could he devise? The northeast tiger scrutinized Su Yun, gradually regaining its strength, seemingly sensing that he bore no malicious intent. Super Administrator, Mr. Liang assures he will not interfere with your treatment. He merely wishes to escort you away once you have completed your task. At this, Suyin chuckled. Well, that's what you said, Uncle Liang. Everyone is watching in the stream. If you go back on your word, it would be quite the betrayal. Casting a glance around, he added. My location should be at Laoi Mountain. If you're coming to retrieve me, it should be by snowmobile or helicopter. Please keep your distance and do not disrupt me. Liang Hua, taken aback, felt slighted. After stating his conditions, Su Yun turned his attention away from the chat, focusing on the tiger mother. Sister, I can help you remove the trap and treat your wounds, but could you refrain from biting me? The northeast tiger regarded Su Yun with indifference, while a playful cub tumbled from a tree, scampering over to cling to Su Yun's leg. Just as Su Yun bent down to embrace the cub, the tiger mother sprang up, the iron chain on her hind leg tightening with a clatter, and she lunged forward, her powerful paws kicking up dirt. However, the pain in her rear leg forced her to halt. With a fearsome roar, she expressed her discontent, a ferocious sound that startled Su Yun, causing him to tumble to the ground and scramble away. The parrot perched above remained unfazed, soaring into the sky. The cub glanced at its mother in confusion, then hurried over to offer comfort. The tiger mother licked her cub and lay back down, as if the previous roar had never occurred. Su Yun exhaled a sigh of relief, nearly overwhelmed by fear. He had truly believed his end was near, grateful for the chain that restrained the tiger. Damn, that startled me. This tiger is fierce. I nearly met my end. My hair stood on end. Streamer, did you wet your pants? Flustered, Su Yun released his grip on the entrenching shovel, pondering why the tiger was so aggressive. Mother tiger, he muttered, retreating cautiously as he contemplated his next move. His only recourse was to rely on his passive ability. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, arms crossed, Su Yun stared at the northeast tiger. Why does the streamer seem so pouty? This is the first time I've seen the streamer exhibit such a perplexed expression, clearly at the mercy of the northeast tiger. Su Yun, quite the predicament. The northeast tiger rested its head on its forepaws, tilting its head to the side. Yet Su Yun was aware that its vigilance was still intact, although it sensed no danger from him. It did not show any overt aggression, nor did it accept his presence. The tiger cub, having watched the parrot fly away, approached its mother with a forlorn demeanor, wishing to frolic with Su Yun, but was restricted by maternal authority to remain close by. The mother tiger, noticing her cub's mood, gently swayed her tail, prompting the two cubs on the ground to spring into action, playfully pouncing at their mother's tail. An original cat toy, how amusing. I thought only house cats enjoyed such playthings, but it seems northeast tigers do too. Is this a trait shared by all felines? Just curious if the big cat enjoys it. Inspired by the comments, Su Yun's mind ignited with possibilities. Yes, he had been trying to leverage his passive skill all along. And now he had a breakthrough. His passive skill allowed him to enhance affinity through feeding, interaction, and healing. With no food available, that option was off the table. Healing was currently impossible due to the negative affinity, and he dared not approach the tiger, fearing for his life. Thus, only interaction remained. He had nearly given up on this, having spoken to the tiger without any increase in affinity. However, considering the potential for physical interaction, he realized he could create a toy. No matter how large, regal, or fierce, the tiger was still a member of the cat family and would undoubtedly possess a curiosity. With renewed purpose, Su Yun felt invigorated. Without delay, he rummaged through his backpack and retrieved a bundle of feathers intended for a viewer. The long and beautiful feathers of the grouse, perfect for crafting a toy. Next, he found a bell and threaded the feathers through its opening, securing them together. Spotting a suitable branch on a nearby tree, he approached it, searching for a flexible yet sturdy limb. With the parrot observing in confusion, Su Yun climbed the tree with agility, snapping off the selected branch. "What are you doing?" the parrot inquired, puzzled. "Training a cat," Su Yun replied confidently. Once on the ground, he tied the long feather and bell together with a length of fishing line, completing an improvised cat toy. Can it really work like this? Is this a cat toy? Haha, will it even be effective on a tiger? Tigers are still felines. It should work. Besides, the cubs enjoy playing with their mother's tail, indicating that such instincts are in their DNA. Shaking the toy in his hands, the bell chimed melodiously. This feather was promised to a viewer who has provided their address. I assure you, I will send it, but whether it arrives intact or in pieces is beyond my control. With a mischievous smile, Su Yun approached the northeast tiger, gently placing the toy before the tiger mother. The northeast tiger regarded him, curious about the human's intentions. With a gentle shake, the bell rang out, and the feather danced enticingly, capturing the attention of the two playful cubs who had been batting at their mother's tail. The mother tiger too was drawn to the sound. Su-yun's heart soared at the sight. It was working. He waved the toy around, the flexible stick darting about, as the two cubs pounced excitedly, often missing their target. He remained vigilant, observing the mother's reactions, yet she merely watched, not engaging. With a surge of courage, Su-yun extended the toy closer, nearly brushing it against the mother tiger's face. The tiger's head followed the bell's movement, demonstrating remarkable agility, while the cubs struggled to keep pace, often being flung aside by their own momentum. This is the head-shaking cat. So adorable. The host's trick is simply marvelous. They can create all sorts of peculiar things. The tiger mom has fallen. The host is about to succeed. The little brain is tossed away, making me laugh to death, looking like a fool. Just as Su-yun felt on the verge of success, the previously foolishly swaying tiger mom suddenly sprang into action. With a swift swipe of her massive paw, she left behind a fleeting shadow and directly captured the bell feather dancing in the air, severing the long strip in the process. Su-yun was momentarily stunned, nearly cursing in frustration. What speed was this? It was astonishingly fast. He could only hurriedly retreat, watching helplessly as the bell was cautiously pawed by the tiger mom, who approached the large object with utmost care. Su-yun felt as if he were observing Shaquille O'Neal playing table tennis. The cubs swiftly arrived, eager to compete with their mother for the bell, clearly intrigued by the strange sound. Seemingly losing interest, the tiger mom allowed her cubs to fight over the bell she had just acquired. Animal affinity increased to 1. Upon seeing the animal affinity rise to 1 point, Su-yun's displeased expression eased slightly. You've been pulled down. As a seasoned cat litter officer, I believe you should swing the cat wand with a bit more vigor. I've always thought the host was courting disaster. This orange cat is quite fast. Indeed, the speed of the Siberian tiger was too rapid. Su-yun could hardly register it. He inhaled sharply, pained to see that feather torn in two by the two cubs, who then eagerly fought over the bell. Su-yun cleared his throat, addressing the audience. Congratulations to the viewer who got the feather. It has transformed into 2. After saying this, he dared not look at the barrage of comments, pondering whether he should craft another cat wand. He still had 8 bells left. If each bell could enhance the affinity, then this endeavor would be worthwhile. Sticks were easy to find, but tying on the bells felt monotonous. It would be better if adorned with feathers for a more striking appearance. Yet, the feather was right next to the tiger mom, making it impossible to retrieve. After a pause, Su-yun's gaze suddenly darted to the parrot perched in the tree. 74. Frequent blizzards. The parrot, feeling uncomfortable under Su-yun's gaze, immediately sensed ill intent and angrily exclaimed, "What are you staring at, you rascal?" Su-yun coughed lightly. "Dear bird, let us negotiate. Lend me 2 feathers. Get lost." The parrot retorted in anger, confirming Su-yun's suspicions of its uncooperative nature. With a sheepish smile, Su-yun moved aside, contemplating other strategies. If the bird refused to cooperate, he would have to think of alternative methods, unless he caught the parrot and forcibly plucked its feathers, but he feared the bird would retaliate fiercely. The Siberian tiger occasionally curled up its injured leg, but each time it dared not move too much. If one observed closely, the tiger's hind legs trembled slightly. The pain from the trap was certainly unbearable. Just as Su-yun decided to use the bell as bait, the top layer of accumulated snow around him was suddenly whipped up by the wind, swirling like mist and blowing away into the distance. Su-yun looked up at the sky, noticing dark clouds encroaching from afar, with the wind blowing directly towards him. The land he occupied was now beneath the shadow of the ominous clouds. What bad luck! Su-yun frowned. The blizzard is returning. The frequency of these storms was alarming. Ever since Su-yun entered the mountains, the snow had scarcely ceased. He had initially thought today would bring good weather, with clear skies and the sun rising brightly, which would have aided his efforts to tend to the Siberian tiger. However, the weather shifted unexpectedly. The wind has picked up again. It seems it will snow once more. Snow is coming. I live in Changbi City, and the weather forecast warned of frequent heavy snow lately, urging residents to prepare when going out. The host is in a tough spot, having entered the mountains without checking the forecast. What should we do? Why not have the host carry the 2 little tigers? If we don't leave, I fear the little tigers won't survive this blizzard. The big tiger is trembling. I cannot dare to carry the little tigers away. If I attempted to move, the tiger mom would surely sacrifice a leg to fight me. Su-yun promptly dismissed the suggestion. He glanced at the playful little cubs, oblivious to the impending storm, then at the immobilized Siberian tiger, wondering if the cubs would survive the blizzard. Would they seek refuge under their mother's belly? Yet, the tiger mom was also trembling in the wind, Thus, the Siberian tiger's situation was dire, with slim chances of survival. I cannot leave this place. If I do, the little cubs may not withstand the blizzard, Su Yun declared, grasping his entrenching tool and heading towards a nearby dead tree. The Siberian tiger, naturally suspicious and cautious, rendered Su Yun's efforts to gain its trust futile. As he spoke, he swung the entrenching tool, intending to fell the entire dead tree. After all, it awaited nothing but decay, so he might as well benefit from it. The entrenching tool struck the trunk with a thud, startling the tiger mom, who instinctively arched her body and looked at Su Yun. Only when she sensed no danger did she lazily lie back down. The cold wind swept over the tiger mom's fur, causing her body to lower even further. The little cubs, witnessing Su Yun's actions, instinctively wanted to approach, but a low growl from their mother called them back. Su Yun smirked slightly. Her wariness was remarkable. I need to dig a pit, similar to the one I dug with the badger, and this time I must start a fire. I have run out of hot water. Well, I need it. This family of 3 needs it even more. Felling the tree requires skill. Su Yun worked efficiently and swiftly, bringing the dead tree crashing down. As it fell, it emitted a piercing wail, and Su Yun quickly began to break down the branches. The wind intensified, and the swirling snow frightened the 2 cubs, who remembered all too well the previous night's blizzard when their mother had been trapped. These were the Siberian tiger cubs born this year. Su Yun glanced at the whimpering cubs huddled beside their mother. They were terrified, perhaps still haunted by the fear from the previous night when their mother had stepped into the trap. Su Yun quickened his pace, feeling the warmth generated from the friction of his palms against the gloves. He hastily chopped what that could burn, carrying the firewood to a spot 3 meters away from the Siberian tiger, exposing himself to the tiger mom's line of sight to prevent her from making unfounded assumptions. He quickly retrieved the alcohol container and lighter from his backpack, igniting the alcohol and tossing it onto the woodpile. The flames, whipped low by the wind, refused to extinguish. Su Yun deemed this to be the most prudent item he had brought, proving invaluable in the blizzard. The ground was frozen solid, and Su Yun lacked the strength to break through the hard earth to dig a pit large enough to accommodate himself. The slightly damp branches caught fire, and the smoke was blown away by the wind, with the orange flames flickering. Su Yun could only use his backpack to shield the flames from the wind, allowing the fire to finally begin to show. This position was ideally situated in the wind's path, unobstructed by snow, serving as a passageway to the Siberian tiger. Su Yun had painstakingly cleared it out, but now the wind was too strong. He could only use his backpack for cover. Thankfully, the tiger mom had noticed what he was doing. Frowning, Su Yun felt it was unstable and tossed another alcohol container into the flames, feeling more at ease to continue chopping wood. The flames startled the Siberian tiger. Despite its current need for warmth, wild animals instinctively fear fire, which could not be changed. The cautious tiger mom quickly backed away, seeking refuge beneath the snow, thus avoiding much of the biting cold. The entire sky was starkly divided into 2 halves. One side was heavy with dark clouds, pressing down menacingly upon the other side's tranquil sky. Su Yun quickened his pace once more. The tree stood at over 10 meters tall, its trunk not particularly robust, yet sufficient for Su Yun's needs. He divided the lengthy trunk into 10 segments and laboriously stacked the wood beside the campfire, which was now ablaze. He tossed his backpack aside to prevent it from catching fire and used his entrenching tool to shift the flames to one side, revealing the frozen ground beneath. Su Yun struck the sun-baked earth with the shovel. It was somewhat dry, and he easily created a pit. Without pausing for breath, he resumed digging. At that moment, dark clouds loomed overhead, and it was uncertain when snowflakes would begin to fall. A sudden gust of wind scattered the flames, sending embers crashing into the nearby snow. Su Yun hurriedly gathered the still-burning wood and added small twigs to the fire. The task of digging the pit and managing the campfire left Su Yun utterly exhausted, akin to a laborer constructing a house. Eventually, his arms began to cramp. He squatted in the pit, quickly stretching his arms over the edge. What on earth is happening? He muttered. It must be cramps. The exertion today feels like an entire month's worth. The intensity of the physical labor had caused his muscles to seize. After a considerable stretch, he finally regained his composure. However, the moment he paused, his muscles ached intolerably, perhaps even strained. Lifting the entrenching tool slightly sent sharp pains shooting through his arms. Gazing at the 1.5-meter deep circular pit, he felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. How he wished for a wolverine's assistance at that moment. It would have alleviated his burden significantly. Snowflakes began to descend, blanketing the sky, casting a shadow over everything in sight. After rubbing his chest muscles to relieve some tension, he glanced at the cub nestled beneath the tiger mother's belly. resigning himself to the necessity of continuing his labor. To be honest, he longed for the Wolverine. Soo-yoon stood in the snow pit, vigorously pounding the surrounding earthen walls. The earlier massage seemed to have worked, as he no longer felt as miserable while working. Yet he understood that if he stopped, he would be unable to wield the entrenching tool again. Thus, he dared not halt for even a moment. The campfire blazed, shielded by the surrounding snow, mitigating concerns about the wind for the time being. However, he remained wary of the melting snow potentially extinguishing the fire. As time passed, the snowfall intensified, and the Siberian tiger's focus remained fixated on Soo-yoon. It shivered uncontrollably, its prolonged inactivity preventing its body temperature from rising. Even its proud fur could not retain warmth after significant blood loss. Despair washed over it as the wind and snow returned. Immobilized by the cold iron trap clinging to its flesh, every movement sending sharp pangs through its body. Casting a glance at the trembling Siberian tiger, Soo-yoon muttered curses and continued digging. He needed to excavate 2 pits and connect them. One would serve as a fire pit to provide oxygen, while the other would be his sleeping area, accommodating the Siberian tiger as well. Struggling to climb to the surface, Soo-yoon pushed all the firewood into the pit, using the flames to dry out the damp earth inside before digging again on the surface where the fire had dried the ground. If only this Siberian tiger would cooperate, perhaps his task would be easier, and he might have finished the excavation by now. Soo-yoon felt a pang of frustration. He harbored no ill intent. Yet the large cat remained overly cautious. The snow continued to fall heavily, and the trees swayed more violently. Soo-yoon diligently added fuel to the fire in the pit, which roared vigorously. This time, he had created a favorable refuge, with flames shooting skyward, causing the falling snow to vanish before it could settle. The new pit required neither great depth nor size. Soo-yoon halted at just under a meter, then angled his shovel downwards at a 45-degree angle to carve a tunnel connecting the 2 pits. This incline would prevent smoke from leaking inside, as Soo-yoon had no desire to suffocate in the pit. Observing the roaring fire, its glow illuminating his face, he felt the surrounding snow rapidly melt away, contrasting with the cold, damp earth beside the Siberian tiger. At last, he had finished digging. Soo-yoon's arms trembled. Although he had engaged in physical labor with his parents in the wilderness before, he had never experienced such intense exertion. The streamer has been digging for over half an hour, and it's truly exhilarating to watch. It's a race against time. The snow is intensifying, and the wind is fierce. This pit is incredibly timely. How will the streamer enter this large pit? With such a fierce fire, why add more wood? Soo-yoon's lips twitched, and he cast a forlorn glance at the still-burning fire in the pit, realizing that he had mistakenly believed the wood would burn quickly. He had been so focused on maintaining the fire that he had overdone the fuel. Now we must extinguish the fire, he declared, swiftly grabbing nearby wood to throw into the flames. The damp wood had an unexpected effect, quickly reducing the fire's intensity. Without pausing, he continued until the roaring flames were extinguished, leaving only glowing embers. He scooped snow into the pit and carefully doused the remaining embers before cautiously stepping into the corner. It's hot, Soo-yoon exclaimed, feeling the sweat evaporating from his face. Using a stick, he transferred the glowing embers to the surface until he exposed the dark bottom of the pit. Rolling over, he hurriedly moved the embers to another pit, gently nurturing a new flame. Once it ignited, he swiftly retrieved his air mattress, rope, and securing stakes from his backpack. Tossing the bag into the pit and inflating the mattress, he tied the rope around the handle, covering the pit securely. At that moment, a parrot took the opportunity to dive into the pit, infuriating Soo-yoon. He quickly secured the 4 corners with stakes and finally sank onto the ground, breathing a sigh of relief. The streamer is so busy, but it's a pleasure to watch. Are you tired, streamer? Would you like a cup of coffee? The commenter above is quite the character, but you're doing great, huh? Soo-yoon rolled his eyes, taking a moment to rest before approaching the fire pit. He glanced at the sloping pit and, reassured by the absence of smoke, began piling the excavated earth beside the fire pit to raise its height. Only after completing these tasks did he notice the Siberian tiger lying on the ground, its gaze fixed on him. The tiger maintained a calm demeanor, devoid of extraneous expression, yet its trembling body betrayed its weakness. The indifference it projected was shattered by its uncontrollable physical state. The cub, too, trembled beside its mother, appearing fragile and helpless. Streamer, please help them. They look so pitiful. The tiger mother still doesn't trust Soo-yoon, alas. The tiger mother is somewhat uncooperative, at the very least. She should bring her cub closer to avoid making it suffer. Soo-yoon licked his dry lips. inhaling deeply as he realized that dealing with the Siberian tiger was the most challenging task yet. Trust me. The Northeast tiger gazed calmly at Su Yun. Yet its body trembled uncontrollably, the young tiger beneath it quivering in unison. Follow me to the pit. Su Yun urged softly, stepping forward and crouching to point at the pit concealed beneath an air cushion. At that moment, a delicate layer of snow blanketed the cushion, merging its once distinct colors with the surrounding landscape. The Northeast tiger remained motionless, seemingly distrustful of Su Yun and reluctant to accept his offer of assistance. Su Yun furrowed his brow, recognizing the challenge at hand. While the pit could be conquered with sheer physical effort, persuading the tiger mother proved to be an insurmountable task. Come on, Su Yun insisted, his voice laced with irritation. You can't just freeze to death here. What about your cubs? Even if you believe you can survive this storm, can your children? They will perish beside you. He pointed accusingly at the tiger mother, abandoning his previous gentle demeanor. The Northeast tiger appeared incensed by Su Yun's words, a deep growl emanating from its throat, revealing menacing yellow fangs. Su Yun sensed the murderous intent in its eyes. The wild Northeast tiger, in that moment, showcased its most formidable aspect, akin to a malevolent specter in the snow, a sovereign of the mountains. Frustration welled within Su Yun. He had tirelessly provided warmth and sustenance, prepared a refuge against the impending blizzard. It was met with utter distrust. No one would retain a pleasant demeanor under such circumstances. This time, Su Yun refused to back down. What of the Northeast tiger? What of the fierce matriarch? Today, he would confront this challenge. Cease your display. Who do you think you're intimidating? I owe you nothing, Su Yun shouted, pointing at the Northeast tiger's nose. The audience in the live stream was taken aback by Su Yun's sudden outburst. They had always perceived him as a peaceful, humble individual, brimming with affection and tenderness towards animals. He had never exhibited such fury before, usually opting for gentle nudges and playful interactions, never this level of anger. The host is angry, the tiger mother distrusts him. But perhaps his anger stems from the unwillingness to let the cubs approach him. The cubs are trembling excessively. With the mother tiger trapped, they lack nourishment to generate warmth. The warm water Su Yun provided is but a drop in the bucket, and even the mother is beginning to shiver. If only there were a tranquilizer. They could be dragged into the pit. But what then? Is the host prepared to face the tiger mother's wrath? Can he even move her? The Northeast tiger, caught off guard by the human's sudden ferocity, seemed to pause, perceiving it as a challenge, and let out a more intense growl. Roar all you want, Su Yun retorted, his ire escalating. You refuse to take shelter in the pit, yet you deny your children the chance to escape this storm? Do you think I would harm them? Have I ever wished to cause you harm? Ignoring the tiger's menacing glare, he stood his ground, assured of his safety. Is this your form of protection? Am I the one in danger? It is the weather, the wind, the snow, the cold. I am not the threat. He pointed to himself, indignantly asking, why have I toiled to dig this pit? Was it not to save your lives? Your goodwill is misplaced. Do you truly believe you can shield your cubs beneath your own body from this storm? If you were in peak condition, I would concede. But you are injured and trembling. You lack the capacity. The Northeast tiger clawed at the frozen ground, its sharp claws tearing through the surface, fixating on the human before it, as if struck at a sensitive nerve, and shouting resolves nothing. Suddenly, the tiger's tone softened, the aggression and ferocity that had marked its features evaporating, returning to a state of tranquility. Taking a deep breath, Su Yun boldly stepped into the tiger's range, speaking gently. Do you wish to witness your offspring perish in the cold? Do you long to escape the snare? I can help you truly. I have never intended to harm you. The Northeast tiger, bewildered by this sudden shift in Su Yun's demeanor, displayed a flicker of confusion, unable to grasp how the once ferocious human had transformed into such a gentle figure. This emotional inconsistency left her perplexed. I believe the host should pursue a career in acting. His expression changes are astonishing. Haha, I can't believe I saw a human-like expression of bewilderment on a Northeast tiger. Bro, I've captured this moment as a meme. I could laugh for a year. The host's words are persuasive, but can the tiger mother comprehend human language? The host speaks the language of druids. The tiger mother can understand. Isn't the host's position rather perilous? Look at your cubs. Su Yun implored softly. They are shivering. Can you bear to witness this? After uttering these words, the Northeast tiger actually turned to gaze at her young, affectionately licking the two cubs. No way. She can truly understand. It seems only I can save you now. You should trust me. Su Yun bravely advanced a step, fully aware he was gambling with his life. Compelled to elevate his rapport with the tiger, delaying further would mean the cubs would endure more time in the biting cold. This time, however, the Northeast tiger refrained from growling in protest. The audience held their breath as they observed Su Yun's actions. He had recklessly approached the northeast tiger's attack range. Noticing the tiger's subdued aggression, Su Yun did not exhale in relief, for his rapport remained at a mere one. With renewed determination, he disregarded the rapport. Gritting his teeth and kneeling before the northeast tiger, one hand on the ground while the other slowly extended toward the tiger mother. Trust me, please. Success. The live stream captured Su Yun reaching toward the tiger's mouth, leaving Liang Hua in a state of utter disbelief. What was he doing? Had he lost his mind? The tension caused Liang Hua, aboard the helicopter, to tremble slightly. Had he not possessed a strong constitution, he would have been unable to bear witnessing the unfolding scene. The people around him also held their breath, fixated on the live stream. In the outdoor broadcasting department, Zhao Tianhao wiped his brow, pointing at the screen. Should we cut the feed, leader? Xiao Zhao was terrified that the northeast tiger might lash out, which would spell trouble. The leader, wide-eyed, finally uttered two words: trust him. This was not the first time they faced danger. Previously, they had encountered a wolf pack, and now they stood before a wild northeast tiger. Despite the tiger's apparent desire to eliminate him, Su Yun boldly extended his hand without hesitation. What else could the leader do? Cut the broadcast? That would jeopardize their contract with Su Yun. They had no choice but to trust him, this extraordinary youth capable of forging bonds with animals. The audience in the live broadcast room watched with bated breath, some timid souls already retreating from their phones. Su Yun raised her hand and threw her gloves. She felt an almost surreal warmth from the breath of the Siberian tiger. In that moment, time seemed to stretch infinitely for Su Yun. Yet her gaze remained steadfast and gentle, locked with that of the tiger mother. Finally, the Siberian tiger responded, leaning forward slightly, sniffing Su Yun with its nose, and then delicately extending its tongue to lick her hand. Tears welled in Su Yun's eyes. All her efforts had not been in vain. She took a couple of steps closer and gently wrapped her arms around the tiger mother's neck, lovingly stroking the fur along her spine. Observing Su Yun's actions and the content expression on the tiger's face, there was no sign of aggression, and the barrage of comments in the chat exploded to life. Success. Su Yun, you're incredible. Am I witnessing a monumental moment? Could it be that druids truly exist? Unbelievable. I cannot fathom how a human earned the trust of a wild Siberian tiger. Hey, did you see? Su Yun scolded the mother tiger, and it worked wonders. Wow, Liang Hua exclaimed, tossing his phone aside and exhaling deeply with relief. Zhao Tianhao clicked his tongue, then heard their leader's defeated sigh. Su Yun inhaled the scent of the tiger, which was not particularly pleasant, more damp than anything, gently patting the tiger mother's head before lifting one of the cubs by the scruff of its neck and swiftly placing it into the burrow under the watchful gaze of the tiger mother. As she lifted the cushion, a warm breath enveloped her, and Su Yun dropped both cubs into the pit. The previously whimpering cubs ceased their sounds upon landing. One curiously gazed towards the flames on the other side of the passage, while the other suddenly turned to the parrot rummaging through her backpack for nuts. The parrot, noticing the unexpected guests, locked eyes with the two animals. Su Yun, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but smile, clearing her throat to address the parrot. Hey, we have visitors at home. Please entertain them. With that, she placed the cushion firmly over the pit. In an instant, the parrot took flight, desperately heading towards the gap Su Yun had created, attempting to escape. But in the next moment, the cushion was placed down, and the parrot collided forcefully against it, crashing to the ground. With no time for words, the parrot quickly regained its composure and soared to the highest point, trying to break through the cushion to escape. However, no matter how hard it tried, the cushion remained unyielding. Su Yun, you've got to be kidding me. The parrot screeched, its cries echoing through the passage. Let me out. I want to let you off the hook. Stay in there, Su Yun retorted. I've been working tirelessly outside while you're in the backpack munching on nuts. Life isn't that easy. With that, she ignored the parrot and hastened towards the Siberian tiger. The parrot clung to the earthen wall, bracing itself as the temperature in the pit rose, causing the young tiger to stop trembling and instead become lively, reaching out to touch the parrot. Each time the cub leapt, the parrot screeched in despair, cursing Su Yun for her actions. What is happening? Why is the parrot crying so pitifully? The host threw the cubs inside, and now the parrot can't escape. Ha ha ha. Su Yun suddenly found enjoyment in the parrot's cries, delightfully making her way to the Siberian tiger, gently stroking its fur and directing her flashlight towards its injured leg. The wind and snow intensified, the cold air seeping through her sleeves. Su Yun wedged the flashlight between her neck and shoulder, beginning to examine the animal trap. It was a blunt contraption, mercifully devoid of sharp edges. This trap is quite primitive and lacks finesse, she noted, the live stream capturing the moment as she spoke softly. the camera lingering on the injured thigh of the tiger. The tiger mother lay on her side, glancing at her wound, her body trembling in discomfort. The trap appeared rusty and poorly crafted, with evident signs of amateur construction. "You've been fortunate," Su-Yun remarked, stroking the tiger's belly. "I'm lucky as well. The shoddy device didn't manage to ensnare you completely." The tiger let out an annoyed snort, urging Su-Yun to free her from the trap. Without further ado, Su-Yun gripped the sides of the trap and forcefully pried them apart, inadvertently tearing some flesh from the tiger's leg in the process. The tiger let out a pained grunt and quickly withdrew her leg, while Su-Yun hastily retracted her hand, feeling a spasm in her chest due to the sudden exertion. The closed trap emitted a metallic clang as she tossed it aside. The tiger mother struggled to her feet, and Su-Yun quickly guided her towards the cushion, forcefully lifting it to create the largest possible opening. Suddenly, a voice erupted from within the burrow, and a green figure darted out, colliding with the tiger mother's face before plummeting to the ground. The tiger mother shook her head in annoyance and gracefully leapt into the pit, causing the parrot to faint from fright. Su-Yun found the situation both amusing and infuriating. The parrot had fainted. She quickly crouched down, snatching the parrot into her arms just before the two cubs lunged at it, then withdrew from the pit. With a chuckle, Su-Yun cradled the unconscious parrot and checked the state of the campfire, adding more wood before finally descending back into the burrow. The drone followed, hovering in one corner. The burrow was cramped, and with the Siberian tiger's massive size, Su-Yun had little room to lie down, so she settled in a corner, stretching her legs across the tiger mother's belly. The tiger mother, reclining, glanced at Su-Yun before settling down again. The warmth within the burrow escalated quickly, and soon Su-Yun felt beads of sweat forming. She hastily opened a small gap to let in some cooler air. Her back ached, her arms felt unnatural, and her fingers trembled uncontrollably. With a wry smile, she stretched her back and removed her gloves, revealing blisters on her palms. Some had burst, seeping blood, while others remained intact. Furrowing her brow, Su-Yun wondered why her calloused hands were still developing blisters. "Given the intense labor you've been enduring, it's only natural for new blisters to form. But fear not. They will eventually turn into tougher calluses," she reassured herself. With a heavy sigh, the sting of her wounds and aching muscles reminded her of her struggle. She rummaged through her backpack for a first aid kit, using tweezers to puncture the blisters and expel the fluid before disinfecting and bandaging the wounds. The two young tigers stood before her, their eyes fixed on the bulge in her arms, glancing at her with hopeful expressions. Rolling her eyes, Su-Yun swatted the two cubs away playfully, sending them tumbling to the ground. The cubs, bewildered by her sudden action, began to cry out, confused by Su-Yun's apparent change of demeanor, as she had previously been so affectionate towards them. Ignoring their protests, Su-Yun gathered the dazed cubs aside and approached the tiger mother's injured leg, examining it closely. "Let me see if your bones are intact." Su-Yun tugged at the parrot on her chest, which constantly threatened to slide down, a rather bothersome predicament. She proceeded to cleanse the wound with hydrogen peroxide, observing as white foam bubbled over the injury, prompting tiger mother to wrinkle her nose in mild discomfort. "It might itch a bit," Su-Yun remarked to herself, gently wiping away the bubbles with gauze, revealing an extensive wound. Fortunately, no bone was exposed. Merely the fur had been scraped away during the struggle. Su-Yun patted tiger mother's rear and said, "Just bear with it. Let me see what your bone looks like." Tiger mother extended her tongue to lick her nose, then fixed her gaze on Su-Yun as she began her examination. "How obedient. Why is it so different from what I saw on television?" Su-Yun mused. "This cat is truly massive compared to the host. I reckon if this orange cat were to bite me, I wouldn't utter a sound. The upstairs is speaking nothing but the truth," she added. Su-Yun placed her hand on the area caught in the trap, applying gentle pressure, moving her hands slightly apart. Tiger mother's tail swished, indicating slight discomfort. There was no indication of dislocation. The preliminary diagnosis suggested that the tiger's leg was not fractured. Su-Yun nodded, satisfied. "Shall we try standing?" she inquired tentatively, raising her hand to signal tiger mother to rise. Compliantly, tiger mother stood up, filling the cramped space with her impressive size. Despite her stature, the northeast tiger struggled to find room to maneuver. The northeast tiger is indeed a colossal creature, with a tail measuring approximately 2.9 meters and a body length of about 2 meters. The pit I had dug was based on my height, measuring roughly 1.8 meters in length and 1.5 meters in height. Yet even so, tiger mother found it difficult to move freely. Su-Yun gently touched the injured area of tiger mother before instructing, "Take a few steps. Let us see you move with vigor." Tiger mother, ever docile, stepped carefully within the confined space. her movements resembling a gentle dance rather than a powerful stride due to the limited area. The two playful cubs hopped and jostled beneath tiger mother's belly. Observing the injured leg, Suyun noted that it did not limp upon landing and appeared strong and steady. "All right," Suyun exclaimed with a smile, and tiger mother promptly flopped down lazily, resting her head on Suyun's backpack. "I believe there is no significant issue," Suyun remarked to the drone. The firm placement of her footsteps and the absence of limping indicated that only her flesh was bruised and the bone remained intact. Suyun fondled tiger mother's fur, feeling the layer of fat beneath her coat. "We want to bandage the wound. We'll leave that to the staff in charge of the Chambai Mountain Nature Reserve, who will take good care of tiger mother." With time to spare, they resumed their educational discussion about the Northeast tiger. "Where did we leave off last time?" "Last time we discussed CAB. Please move to the study area upstairs. Thank you." Suyun pushed aside the juvenile tiger that had been perched on tiger mother's belly, comfortably resettling her legs atop the mother tiger. The juvenile, vexed, charged at Suyun, only to be restrained by her grasp on its nape, pressed to the ground. This little tiger, around 3 to 4 months old, posed no threat to Suyun. Indifferently, she tossed the cub aside once more. As long as the affinity level was adequate, neither the bear sister nor tiger mother would show any aggression towards Suyun's interactions with their young, exhibiting an utterly indifferent attitude. The juvenile tiger, feeling aggrieved, retreated to cower beneath its mother, glancing warily at Suyun. The other cub quickly followed suit, adopting a similarly timid posture. Initially, Suyun had aimed to gain the young tiger's trust to ease tiger mother's wariness. Now that tiger mother had been sufficiently reassured, the juvenile tiger held little significance, serving only as a means for Suyun to tease. "How delightful," Suyun boasted. "Impressive, as expected of you, such a cheeky demeanor. A cowardly creature that fears the strong. I'm intrigued. I wish to tease the little tiger too. Grant me the opportunity." Suyun cleared her throat. Returning to the subject at hand, the Northeast tiger, also known as the Siberian tiger, is the largest extant carnivorous feline species. In the wild, during winter, the Northeast tiger's coat appears a pale yellow, the hue we observe now, adorned with narrow black stripes along its back and sides, resembling tattoos. There are also black stripes on its forehead, sometimes forming a pattern reminiscent of the character, earning it the moniker of King of the Jungle. In ancient times, the tiger was referred to as Mountain Lord, as noted in the text Pianya, Explanations of Beasts. Did you know? Perhaps this knowledge feels distant to you, and it's understandable if you've never heard of it. Suyun waved her hand dismissively. Does the host think he is mocking us, believing we can't comprehend? This rascal is insufferable, seizing any chance to ridicule us. How have you survived this long without getting beaten? Suyun chuckled. Ignorance should not shield one from critique. One must confront their shortcomings, my friends. While speaking, she gently patted the large tiger's head. How about it? Are you envious? Can you share in my joy? Jealous indeed. I'm so frustrated. There is no way to counter this. Are you accepting disciples, host? I'm quite wealthy. I only wish to pet cats. Suyun ignored the comments, continuing her discourse on the differences in the claws of felines compared to those of weasels and black bears, explaining that the latter's claws cannot retract, while the Northeast tiger's can. With that, she lifted tiger mother's forelimb, exposing her paw to the camera. Look at her paw, larger than my face. A swipe from this could send anyone flying. The pads are coarse yet, when squeezed, reveal a remarkable texture, making you want to squeeze more. Observe her claws. They retract when not in use, minimizing noise while walking. Suyun gently tapped tiger mother's paw, then extended her hand slightly, signaling her to reveal her claws for all to see. Tiger mother regarded Suyun with a look that seemed to say, "You simpleton." Before all 5 of her serrated claws extended simultaneously, displayed for everyone's gaze. Suyun reached out to touch the claws, each around 10 centimeters long. Formidable weapons capable of effortlessly tearing through prey. My domestic cat can do that too. So cool. The way those claws pop out is absolutely mesmerizing. Next, they examined her teeth. The Northeast tiger typically possesses around 30 teeth, excluding the incisors and molars. Only the canines are noteworthy. Suyun gently parted tiger mother's lips, revealing her cone-shaped canines, approximately 6 centimeters long, slightly curved backward, akin to the saber-toothed tiger teeth depicted in textbooks. Turning to her tongue, Suyun unceremoniously pried open tiger mother's mouth. She could not bite back, exuding an air of resignation. The Northeast tiger has far fewer taste buds than humans, leading to a non-discriminating appetite for meat. As long as it is filling, the tiger remains unfussy. In contrast, adults possess around 10,000 taste buds, which is why humans often seek out and are particular about delicious food. Su Yun then pointed out the barbs on tiger mother's tongue, noting that while domestic cats also have them, they pale in comparison to those of a tiger. These barbs greatly assist the Northeast tiger when feeding. Remember the deer we discovered earlier? Su Yun chuckled, recalling how it had been reduced to mere bones, entirely stripped of flesh by the tongue's barbs. Sometimes we observe tiger mother grooming her cubs. Do they not feel pain? After all, the barbs are long and sharp. The truth is, they do not cause pain. For the tiger's fur is exceedingly coarse. Not only does it remain unaffected, but it also derives great pleasure from the sensation, as the barbs assist in grooming its coat. Goodness, it's as if a comb has grown on its tongue. You're killing me with laughter. What a ridiculous thought. What kind of logic is that? Su Yun resumed his seat, recalling their previous stay at Sister Bear's home. Interestingly, the tongue of a black bear also possesses barbs, serving a similar purpose. Everyone has heard tales of bears licking faces. If a black bear were to lick your face, it would effortlessly scrape away all the flesh, leaving nothing but bone, pristine and free of any remnants. The same holds true for tigers. This is merely a customary action in their daily lives. However, should they develop a habit of licking humans, it could prove fatal. I want to see Tiger Mom give Su Yun a lick. Me too. Hurry up and lick. I want to see. Su Yun rolled his eyes. Why would I lick you? He then picked up the gloves he had discarded earlier and held them under the drone, revealing the white marks left by Tiger Mom's trust when she licked them. If he exerted any more pressure, the gloves would surely tear. Wow, was it really that dangerous back then? Dealing with such large creatures. Even the slightest careless action could spell disaster for the weaker party. You were incredibly reckless, daring to extend your hand. If it weren't for Tiger Mom's trust, your live stream would likely have been shut down. Watching the streamer interact with carnivores always makes me anxious, fearing they might take a bite out of annoyance, only to find it quite tasty and go for another. Su Yun chuckled, choosing to remain silent. He had genuinely panicked at that moment, driven solely by a reckless impulse that overwhelmed his senses. The Northeast tiger can consume approximately 50 kilograms in a single meal. Su Yun playfully patted Tiger Mom's belly, causing the cub to stand upright in surprise and retreat. He cast a disdainful glance and remarked that as the king of the forest, any visible animal could become the tiger's prey. For instance, the Far Eastern leopard, black bear, lynx, and wolf are all included in the Northeast tiger's diet. From the moment they are born, all they know is the pursuit of sustenance. As for wild boars, they are regulars on the menu. It is absurd to claim that Northeast tigers cannot hunt wild boars due to their thick skin and aggressive nature. Let the wild boars come out and face off. No matter how fierce they are still just pigs, and as the streamer mentioned, the ranking of combatability is not based on that. The Northeast tiger is nocturnal, resting during the day and hunting at night, with night vision 6 times better than that of humans. This implies that in the dark, it will notice you first. Su Yun gently stroked the tiger's head, its round ears twitching occasionally, seemingly quite content. Animal affinity at 3. Northeast tiger knowledge completed, 9/10. Su Yun felt a surge of joy. The animal affinity had reached 9 points, and he was on the brink of completing the tiger's task. Furthermore, he was nearly finished with the educational tasks, eagerly anticipating the rewards. However, he was troubled by the final animal needed for the task, which was elusive and unapproachable. Su Yun lay atop Tiger Mom, cradling a small cub, while another cub lounged beside her, gazing curiously at its sibling. Indeed, they were siblings, though the brother was a bit plumper. Tiger Mom was deep in slumber, undisturbed by the howling wind outside. The campfire at the other entrance crackled, and Su Yun occasionally ventured out to gather firewood, determined not to let it extinguish. The fire not only maintained the cave's warmth, but also served as a marker, allowing helicopters to locate them quickly. The parrot had awakened, trembling slightly in Su Yun's embrace, while the little tiger's sister curiously stood on his belly, occasionally reaching out a paw to touch the parrot, which remained silent. Despite Su Yun's prolonged silence, the livestream's viewership continued to surge, all drawn to witness the wild Northeast tiger. Just as Su Yun was about to tease the parrot about being cold, a tremendous roar resonated in his ears. Startled, he sat up quickly, prompting Tiger Mom to awaken instantly, entering a defensive stance. Messages from the stream flooded in. Mr. Liang says he has arrived. Su Yun rolled his eyes. Such a loud noise was impossible to miss. The abruptness of the machine's roar was jarring after the familiar sounds of birds and wind in the mountains, and hearing machinery felt rather disorienting. Shaking his head in bemusement, he gently placed the little tiger down and, feeling sore, carefully rose to his feet. All is well, no danger, he reassured, patting Tiger Mom's back. Just lie down. Help is on the way. Upon receiving his soothing words, Tiger Mom relaxed, resuming her place by the fire and licking her startled cubs. So well behaved. May I ask which school the streamer graduated from? I am preparing for the college entrance exam this year and must study zoology. I hope to possess such skills in the future. Tiger Mom trusts Su Yun so much. My cat doesn't even trust me this much. What a disparity. Do you believe that if I brought my cat to Su Yun, it would undoubtedly follow him? I can already picture that. Su Yun awkwardly crawled out of the inflatable cushion, leaving the drone behind, and painstakingly stood up. The helicopter's wings were gradually slowing down. Yet the wind it generated sent snow swirling into the air. 6 figures emerged from the snowstorm, with Xie Jimin leading the way, laboriously forging a path through the thick snow, while 5 others followed closely behind. Upon finally spotting Su Yun, Liang Hua pushed Xie Jimin aside and strode through the snow to confront him. You reckless boy, what gave you the audacity to wander alone in the mountains? He slapped Su Yun's shoulder playfully. Su Yun inhaled sharply, nearly cramping from the impact, and retorted, I can't just sit idle at home. My father abandoned me for Africa and knocked me out with medication. Is that how a father behaves? The others gasped at Su Yun's words, realizing the severity of his father's actions. Liang Hua's expression twisted in disbelief. He had never known Su Yun to be so harsh. It seemed that his father had truly pushed him to his limits. Yet it appeared that Su Yun had improved in the past. He would have been doomed when confronted by a lynx. Are you all right? Liang Hua inquired tentatively. Ever since he began watching Su Yun's live streams, he had replayed them multiple times, finding it surprising that Su Yun had not faced any animosity from the animals. Su Yun smiled slightly. I'm perfectly fine. And everything I was owed has been returned to me. Liang Hua chuckled softly, patting Su Yun encouragingly. Their conversation left the others in confusion. Is the northeast tiger in the pit? Xie Jimin, covered in snow, suddenly asked. As soon as the words fell, the others were stunned, their gazes turning anxiously towards the inflatable cushion. They had been following Liang Hua, and in their haste, they had completely forgotten about the Siberian tiger beside Su Yun. Liang Hua himself was somewhat flustered. Having seen Su Yun so agitated earlier, he had entirely overlooked the lurking danger. Su Yun quickly waved her hands, reassuring them that everything was fine, exclaiming, She won't come out. She trusts me. A student of Gao Igor raised his phone, stating that the live stream showed the tiger was asleep. Su Yun was taken aback as she glanced at the screen, questioning how there was a signal in such a remote area. The student chuckled, explaining that the helicopter had a signal source. Su Yun suddenly understood, then asked, By the way, where's the medical kit? Did you bring it? Here. A student stepped forward, handing over the kit. Is everything inside? Su Yun inquired. All complete. Good. Then I'll go in and tend to her. Su Yun declared, preparing to lift the inflatable cushion to enter. Wait. Both Xie Jiming and Gao Igua spoke simultaneously, calling out to stop Su Yun. She paused, curious about their intentions. She recognized Xie Jiming, but was unfamiliar with Gao Igua and wondered why they were calling her. What is it? Gao Igua and Xie Jiming exchanged glances, and Xie Jiming quickly smiled. Mr. Gao, you go first. Gao Igua chuckled. No, you go ahead. I'm not in a rush. Throughout their journey, Gao Igua had observed that Xie Jiming was genuinely pitiful, often receiving harsh treatment from Liang Hua, who would berate him without hesitation, threatening to deduct credits, leaving the boy nearly despondent. In this moment, it seemed kinder to allow the child some grace, as he was quite unfortunate. Liang Hua also looked at his student with curiosity. Despite his many redeeming qualities, the boy had a knack for exasperating him in bizarre ways, which had led Liang Hua to see him as a sort of emotional punching bag, resulting in a love-hate dynamic. Xie Jiming scratched his head, muttering a thank you before turning to Su Yun. Little Su, where's the parrot? Liang Hua immediately darkened, thinking how foolish this kid could be. Gao Igua found the situation amusing, recognizing why the boy was often scolded. Was this really the right time to ask such questions? Before Su Yun could respond, the parrot suddenly popped its head out from her chest, surveying the surroundings before locking eyes with a few onlookers. It puffed up its chest, boldly declaring, Where's the tiger? Damn it, if it runs fast, I'll just have to kill it. Su Yun couldn't help but laugh. She hadn't realized the parrot had such a penchant for bravado. Previously, it had gone unnoticed. Perhaps it lacked an audience. The others, aware of the parrot's antics in the pit, joined in her laughter. The parrot tilted its head in discontent, demanding, Are you sure you want to kill that tiger? Su Yun chuckled softly, glancing down at the parrot. It looked back at her, then scanned the vicinity before suddenly noticing the roaring bonfire. In an instant, it leaped from Su Yun's embrace to perch on her shoulder, indignantly exclaiming, You trickster! You thought you could fool me. Su Yun retorted, It was you who said if it doesn't run, you'll kill it. Why don't you give it a try? Saying this, she reached to lift the cushion. Without hesitation, the parrot soared from her shoulder, darting towards Xie Jiming's head, and then casually began preening its feathers. The others erupted in laughter. The parrot was utterly hilarious, with a thick skin to match, showing no sign of embarrassment. Su Yun shot a disdainful glance at the parrot before turning to Gao Aigua. Mr. Gao, do you have something to say? He quickly rummaged through his bag and produced a collar tracker. Please help me put this on Tiger Mom. Su Yun hesitated, wanting to refuse. Sensing her reluctance, Gao Aigua swiftly added, our aim is to track Tiger Mom's movements, but primarily to monitor her injuries. Realizing she couldn't decline, as they had found her weak spot, Su Yun reluctantly nodded. Without further hesitation, she accepted the tracker and slipped into the cushion. The parrot, seeing Su Yun enter the cushion, grew smug, stomping on Xie Jiming's head and boastfully asking, Kid, do you wish to be my servant? Xie Jiming's face darkened. Despite his foolishness, he would never agree to such a thing, especially after being called kid. No way, get off my head, he retorted angrily. The parrot shook its head, confidently proclaiming, Silly child, serve me, and you shall be invincible. Xie Jiming scoffed, can you defeat a Siberian tiger? The parrot fell silent, casting a disdainful glare at Xie Jiming. Then looked towards Liang Hua, puffing up its chest to address him. Liang Hua's gaze met the parrot's, instantly silencing it. Su Yun returned to the pit, examining the Siberian tiger's wounds, smiling as she noted, the injuries are beginning to heal. What a formidable healing ability. It had been roughly 4 hours since she rescued Tiger Mom, and the wounds were already clotting. The bones had merely been bruised, which wouldn't hinder high-intensity activities like hunting. Pausing, Su Yun gently wiped the area around the wound, chuckling. However, to ensure Tiger Mom's safety, she should receive a tetanus shot, as the traps were rusted. Although there were no signs of infection, it was prudent to administer the shot. Su Yun took out a scalpel, carefully shaving the fur from the thigh area before swiftly preparing the injection, a simple procedure she was adept at. Bear with it, it might hurt a little, she reassured Tiger Mom, who responded with a soft sound. Su Yun carefully inserted the needle, injecting the liquid, which caused a small bump to form under the skin. Look at those muscles. Su Yun marveled at the Siberian tiger's muscular build, noting how it exceeded that of a human. Humans seemed to have merely evolved their brains. Without regular exercise, their muscle mass would dwindle, while primates like gorillas maintained their muscle even during sleep. With a light-hearted comment, she ruffled the tiger's fur and playfully tapped its head. Outside, zoologists from the Chabai Mountain Nature Reserve had arrived, waiting to monitor the wild Siberian tiger, which was quite fortunate. As she spoke, Su Yun took the collar tracker and, under Tiger Mom's watchful gaze, fastened it around her neck. This would allow experts to track the tiger's movements. This is a special tool, one that could save your life, she said while patting Tiger Mom farewell. The tiger shrugged her shoulders, seemingly indifferent. Host, don't forget about Sister Bear and her family. You stayed at their home. So although you can't tend to them personally due to your circumstances, you can delegate it to the zoologists responsible for this area. I also thought of Sister Bear. She is under immense pressure. If possible, please assist her. I believe Sister Bear isn't lacking in vigilance. Perhaps she is just exhausted from tirelessly foraging to support her family, which is why she sleeps so soundly. Upon reading these comments, Su Yun recalled the 2 little ones she had playfully tormented, finding them amusingly adorable. If I can, I will try to persuade them. Success isn't guaranteed, but I will do my utmost. 15 minutes later, Su Yun observed that the Siberian tiger hadn't exhibited any allergic reactions, and she proceeded with the muscle injection of the tetanus vaccine. Su Yun exhaled deeply, feeling that the mission concerning the Northeast tiger had been thoroughly accomplished. After an initial period of difficulties, subsequent tasks had unfolded with such remarkable ease that it felt almost dreamlike. He gently embraced the Northeast tiger, expressing gratitude for the trust bestowed upon him by the tiger mother. The tiger mother yawned widely, shaking her neck, then rose to observe the air cushion, extending her paw to gently nudge it. Leaning against the wall, Su Yun questioned her intentions. Do you wish to go outside? The Northeast tiger silently regarded him. Raising an eyebrow, Su Yun took the initiative to climb out of the pit, glancing at a few individuals in the distance. Step back, he instructed, then removed the tent pegs and lifted the tent. The Northeast tiger, gripping one of her cubs by the scruff, leapt onto the ground, lowering her gaze towards the distant figures and emitting a discontented growl. Instantly, Liang Hua and the others began to cautiously retreat. Su Yun, crouching to retrieve the tiger cub, placed it beside its mother. The Northeast tiger called out to Su Yun, then slowly made her way forward, with her 2 cubs following closely behind, mewling in unison. The tiger mother did not look back as she forged ahead through the snowstorm. A sense of reluctance filled Su-yun. This time he did not take the initiative to depart, hoping instead to spend more time with the tiger mother. After all, this was his ultimate mission. And he had not expected the proud Northeast tiger to choose to leave on her own accord. Watching her traverse the snow-laden landscape, he exhaled a breath of warmth, bidding her farewell. As Su-yun observed the Northeast tiger family disappear into the dense forest, Liang Hua approached, softly remarking, "This truly is their rightful home." Su-yun nodded, gathering his emotions to begin packing his belongings. "It must have been quite a hardship living in the mountains," Liang Hua commented, squatting by the campfire for warmth. Showing no inclination to assist, Su-yun, while packing, replied, "It hasn't been too arduous, merely that I haven't bathed in ages. I feel quite rancid. How about I treat you to a hot spring later?" Gao Igwa chimed in, his face lighting up with a smile. He was exceedingly eager to befriend such a remarkable junior. For those unfamiliar with Su-yun, it might be inconsequential. But once one learned of his extraordinary ability to harmoniously coexist with wild carnivores, it was nothing short of astonishing. Therefore, Gao Igwa was confident that Su-yun would inevitably evolve into an impressive figure. "I have accumulated quite a bit of grime. What if the hot spring is filled with it?" Su-yun responded with a chuckle. Gao Igwa playfully pointed at him. "You little rascal. Do you think I could possibly chase you away?" Liang Hua burst into laughter at this. Gao Igwa's students swiftly joined in the packing efforts, demonstrating remarkable efficiency as they soon had all their belongings secured. Even the pit was filled in with their assistance. After extinguishing the campfire, one student eagerly slung his backpack over his shoulder. Su-yun expressed his gratitude, appreciating the help as he felt achy all over. Liang Hua and Xie Jimin led the way, placing surveying instruments around to monitor the local wildlife, primarily to observe the departing tiger mother, as this was indeed her territory. A parrot perched on Xie Jimin's head turned to glance back at Su-yun. "By the way, Teacher Gao, may I request a favor?" Su-yun inquired. Noting the influx of messages from viewers, Gao Igwa smiled. "Are you asking me to check on the black bear family?" Su-yun paused, recalling that these individuals were also watching his live stream, and thus decided to be forthright. "That is indeed my intention. I wonder if it would be feasible. If not." Gao Igwa swiftly waved his hand. "Coincidentally, our current research topic involves the peculiarities of black bears. It would be ideal to use the black bear family as a case study, particularly since giving birth during the food-scarce winter is of significant research interest. Rest assured. Moreover, after your live stream, that black bear family has practically become a sensation online. Promoting them could very well attract visitors to our natural reserve." Su-yun was immensely grateful, feeling that having the host's assistance would alleviate any concerns regarding the bears. As for the black bears becoming internet celebrities, he had neither the energy nor the inclination to manage that aspect. "Who's that old man? Quite impressive. The person above is too audacious. Can't you see everyone is addressing him as teacher? I find myself waking up in the middle of the night thinking about the black bear family. Now that I see this situation, I can finally sleep soundly. Is it really that serious?" The parrot, now perched on Su-yun's shoulder, suddenly shivered and emitted a series of sounds before flying directly onto Su-yun's shoulder. "Excuse me, old Su, could you check if there's anything on my backside? I seem to have an upset stomach." Gao Igwa, closest to Su-yun, heard the parrot's words and looked over with curiosity. Su-yun, intrigued, gently lifted the parrot from his shoulder, inspecting its rear. "No mess there. It's all clear. Now go play." He then tossed the parrot into the air. The parrot soared upwards, circling above Xie Jimin's head twice before landing back on Su-yun's shoulder, looking quite relieved. "Thank goodness, no mess on my backside." It all landed on that rascal's head. Su-yun and Gao Igwa simultaneously froze, instinctively glancing towards Xie Jimin, who was being guided through the snow by Liang Hua. Liang Hua had a firm grip on Xie Jimin's belt to prevent him from tripping over hidden obstacles beneath the snow. "You sent it to his head?" Su-yun whispered urgently, stealing a glance at Xie Jimin, unable to see what was atop his head. "Indeed, that rascal refused to be my servant. Just a little punishment," the parrot declared with pride. At this remark, Su-yun, Gao Igwa, and his students erupted in laughter, drawing the attention of the four individuals ahead. The livestream audience joined in the merriment. "What just happened?" Liang Hua, unaware of the joke, inquired, his face breaking into an involuntary smile. Just as one student was about to point at Xie Jimin, Gao Igwa quickly covered his mouth, and Su-yun preemptively said, "The parrot just shared a joke." Liang Hua looked at Su-yun with curiosity and skepticism, but chose not to pursue the matter further, allowing Xie Jimin to continue leading the way. Xie Jimin, puzzled, continued trudging through the snow, sensing that the student's gaze bore a hint of mischief and that the parrot was overflowing with mockery. The journey ahead involved setting up monitoring devices, and Su-Yun assisted in the installation while also educating the livestream audience about the purpose and significance of such instruments in human observation. All the while, he remained hopeful that an animal would soon cross his path, as he was only one species away from completing his entire mission, which made him slightly anxious. During a break, they cleared the snow and began preparing food in a pot, while Su-Yun sat quietly beside them, waiting patiently. "What's the matter?" Liang Hua curiously spoke up, sensing that Su-Yun was somewhat agitated. Su-Yun glanced at Xie Jimin, who was busy taking selfies, and chuckled. "What makes you think I'm restless?" As soon as she finished speaking, Su-Yun suddenly heard a series of thuds, stirring her interest. The sound resembled that of the unfamiliar woodpecker they had encountered earlier. The parrot quickly turned to Su-Yun, and upon locking eyes, they both confirmed their suspicions. Not only did Su-Yun hear it, but the others present also detected the faint knocking sound, prompting them all to cease their activities and direct their attention toward the source of the noise. Among them, Liang Hua and Xie Jimin had the best view of Su-Yun's live stream and recognized the familiar sound, turning their gazes toward her. The absence of a friendliness indicator in Su-Yun's view signified that the sound originated from over 100 meters away. Just as Su-Yun was about to speak, the parrot interjected, "This time, I must catch him." The parrot remembered the previous encounter where it had failed to capture this target and had been ridiculed by Su-Yun. And now that fate had presented itself again so suddenly, it was determined not to let the opportunity slip away. It aimed to make a triumphant comeback before Su-Yun. Without waiting for Su-Yun's consent, the parrot soared up into the trees, darting swiftly among the branches. That sound is eerily familiar. Isn't that the sound of the bird that Birdmaster failed to catch last time? Someone even called it a mystery of the world. Indeed, I recall that sound. My obsessive-compulsive tendencies make it hard to forget. Yet, what troubles me the most is still the identity of the owner of the footprint Su-Yun discovered outside the camp. Just thinking about it raises my blood pressure. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would be almost forgotten. Now I feel like I could strangle you. What is going on? Gao Aigua, who was watching Su-Yun's live stream halfway, didn't he fully grasp the significance of the sound? "There's a vendetta," Su-Yun replied with a smile, and swiftly followed the parrot's path into the woods. Gao Aigua was taken aback and curiously inquired, "What does this have to do with the woodpecker? Did you hear it?" Liang Hua asked, intrigued. "This is my territory. How could I not recognize it? However, I can't tell which woodpecker it is. Could be a little star, or a white-backed, or perhaps another species. But what vendetta could there be?" Gao Aigua looked curiously at Su-Yun, who was leaping through the snow. Liang Hua pointed to Su-Yun's back and addressed the curious students. "You all go help her." "Understood." Upon hearing this command, the students dashed off. During the outdoor exploration, all students were required to heed their teacher's instructions. Straying from the group without permission could result in disciplinary action, and more importantly, it could mean not being taken along on future explorations by the teacher. Watching the students rush to assist, Liang Hua smiled as he filled a bowl with fragrant soup and remarked, "Last time, that parrot was sent by Su-Yun to catch that bird. It managed to capture it, but was ultimately thwarted when the bird escaped, leading to a severe reprimand from Su-Yun. The parrot must have been holding on to that frustration all this time, and it seems now it is seeking revenge. There's more to it than that." Gao Aigua chuckled. "That parrot certainly holds a grudge. After all, its intelligence is evident." Liang Hua concurred. Su-Yun merely felt a soreness in her upper body. Her agility on foot remained unaffected. Before she could reach the scene, she heard the parrot's loud exclamations from ahead. "Bastard! So it's you again, old rascal. This time I've caught you." The comments flooded in, filled with amusement. Clearly, the audience adored Birdmaster's antics. "We've got him, but remember not to harm him," Su-Yun called out. "I'm on my way. No need to rush. This time, I guarantee he won't escape," the parrot declared confidently. Ever since the last failure, the parrot had been haunted by Su-Yun's taunts and had secretly vowed to capture this bird. Finally, the moment of revenge had arrived. In a frenzy, Su-Yun finally spotted the parrot, which had extended one claw to pin down a bird while gripping a branch tightly, effectively trapping it. "Little one, now you know my might," the parrot boasted, swaggering like a little rogue. Su-Yun shot it an exasperated glance before taking a closer look and realizing it was indeed a little star woodpecker. She turned to Xie Jimin, who was approaching, and called out, "Xiegu, do you have any bugs or food for birds?" Xie Jimin paused, looking slightly bewildered. "Who brings that sort of thing on a survey?" "We're not here to feed birds." "I have some," chimed in a nearby student timidly. Xie Jimin was caught off guard. Su-Yun's eyes lit up. "Could you spare me some bugs?" I have a great use for them. Sure, just wait here. I'll grab some from the camp. The student eagerly responded before hurriedly heading off. Jimin rubbed his nose, feeling a bit slighted. Talk about lack of appreciation. My luck hasn't been great lately. Observing the tree trunk towering over 4 meters high, Suyun felt a pang of frustration. In the past, she could have scaled it effortlessly in a few strides. But now, with soreness in her upper body muscles, even a slight effort could lead to cramping. Climbing the tree to catch the little star woodpecker seemed impossible. What are you standing around for? Get up here. The parrot grumbled, eyeing Suyun, who was rooted at the base of the tree. Suyun sighed. Realizing it was an impossible feat, just then, Jimin arrived alongside 2 students. Go, please help me climb the tree and catch that little star bird. Suyun implored. Jimin looked up at the parrot's feet and nodded, then spat into his palms and swiftly scaled the tree. For a student of zoology accustomed to fieldwork, climbing a tree was as simple as eating or drinking. The parrot disdainfully regarded Jimin, particularly eyeing his hat, which was now speckled with frozen droppings. Keep your distance, the parrot complained. Jimin was taken aback. Aren't you being a little petty? I'm your servant after all. Just hang tight. Once Go catches that bird, your job will be done. Suyun interjected, hoping the parrot wouldn't suddenly loosen its grip. Reluctantly, the parrot nodded, while Jimin carefully approached and gently grasped the little star woodpecker's wings. Seeing that it had accomplished its task, the parrot hopped onto Suyun's shoulder, grumbling, "What bad luck." Jimin's expression darkened. That little rascal is truly insufferable. One of the students, aware of the situation, stifled a cough to suppress an impending laugh. The parrot turned its head to look at him, causing the student to shiver and refrain from further amusement. As Jimin gingerly descended the tree, the student who had gone to fetch the bugs returned. Mission accomplished. During this exploration, I had specifically chosen the plumpest bugs from the warm house, thinking that if I encountered a bird fainted from the cold in the mountains, I could rescue it. Who knows, perhaps it would remember my kindness and repay me in the next life. The student panted as he handed the box of bugs to Suyun, leaning on his knees, exhausted. Jimin, still holding the bird, looked bewildered. Brother, are you serious? Suyun grimaced slightly. You expect gratitude from it? Just look at how feeble you are. You're only hindering it. The other 2 students were unfazed by such antics and instead eagerly focused on observing Suyun unleash her skills. According to online rumors, Suyun merely needed to kneel and offer food to coexist peacefully with animals. They wished to experiment with this esoteric phenomenon. A parrot perched upon Suyun's shoulder, casting a disdainful glance at the struggling little starling, its eyes brimming with triumphant pride. Suyun opened the box, revealing the coarse sorghum flour within, and delicately prodded it, exposing the plump, white maggots hidden inside. The flour was still somewhat warm, keeping the maggots quite lively. He placed the box upon the snowy surface and cautiously took the little starling from Jimin's hands. This was the ultimate goal of his scientific endeavor, and it was imperative that he succeeded without allowing it to escape. Gently, Suyun stroked the starling's head and whispered, I invite you to a meal. Please don't fly away, all right? As soon as he uttered these words, the others turned to him with expressions of incredulity, while Jimin, somewhat intrigued, asked if it truly worked. Suyun shot him a glare, asserting, what I do is effective, what you do is not. He glanced at the barrage of comments and then pushed the others aside, exclaiming, you are obstructing my live stream. These kids are still too young to believe in the streamer's abilities. Streamer, when will you kneel? Let them witness your prowess. Little starling, no kneeling. Suyun extracted a small maggot from the box and gently placed it near the starling's beak. The little starling hesitated, glancing at Suyun before shifting its gaze to the larva. Go on, eat. Once you've eaten, I'll set you free. Suyun coaxed softly. Just then, a system notification chimed in. Animal Affinity Level 2. The little starling swiftly pecked forward, gulping down the maggot with remarkable speed. Animal Affinity Level 3. In a mere moment, the affinity surged to 7 points. It appeared that the elevation of affinity indeed depended on the intelligence of the creature in question. 4 cunning and cautious beings like the Siberian tiger, wolf king, or wolverine, a simple meal would not suffice to enhance their affinity. A moment's carelessness could even risk a decline in their trust. Once the affinity reached 7 points, Suyun placed the little starling on the edge of the box, saying, Go ahead and eat. You can leave once you're done. True to his expectations, the little starling did not flee but hopped into the box to search for more maggots. Goodness! The other 4 were taken aback, their eyes wide with disbelief. This was a bird they had just captured, and it had already placed its trust in him? Even domesticated birds typically took years to become obedient. Is this for real? Jimin asked, his eyes bulging in astonishment. The others were equally dumbfounded. They had found the whole situation bizarre during the live stream, but witnessing it up close was even more surreal. Had Suyun somehow acquired supernatural abilities? Country bumpkin. The parrot scoffed, its tone rife with contempt. 666. The streamer has truly impressed us this time. Honestly, this maneuver by the streamer is unbeatable. The little starling that was just struggling to escape was pacified with a few words and a maggot. The astonishment of the others only underscores that even if you are a student of zoology, success in this field often depends on luck. I believe other formidable zoologists are graced by fortune, while Suyun is pursued by it. No kneeling, poor rating. Ignoring the awestruck remarks, Suyun knelt beside the little starling, gently rubbing its beak with his finger. The little starling reciprocated, nuzzling Suyun's fingertip. Time for some science. Suyun chuckled. The little starling woodpecker is a species of least concern. He elaborated, however, it is a bird recognized by the state as beneficial, possessing economic value and research significance. In other words, capturing such birds is illegal. Exceeding a quota of 20 could lead to incarceration. Teacher Luo Xiang had mentioned in his legal lectures that any creature with economic value, if captured in numbers exceeding 20, could result in charges of illegal hunting. Frogs and geckos are examples of such creatures. So, dear friends, when you encounter wildlife, enjoy observing them but refrain from capturing them. You might find yourself unknowingly committing a crime. As for the appearance of the little starling woodpecker, I shan't elaborate. You can see for yourselves. Except during the breeding season. These birds are typically solitary. Suyun continued sharing his knowledge, fully aware that the topic was somewhat limited, yet he diligently imparted information about the species. After finishing, he turned to the four observers and inquired, "What do you think? Anything to add?" "Not at all. No. Su teacher, your explanation was quite thorough." One student quickly responded, his gaze towards Suyun akin to that of a disciple regarding a druid, utterly impressed. Suyun was taken aback. When did he become a teacher? Jimin hastily asked, "Su, can I really not use your trick?" Suyun nodded towards the woodpecker, grinning. "Why not give it a try?" Thus, Jimin found himself pecked sharply by the little starling before it swiftly took flight. Suyun chuckled, leading the way as he left the box in its place. Being made of wood, it posed no environmental threat. And the maggots could serve as a reward for the little starling's cooperation. Upon returning to the campsite, Jimin trudged off with a mournful expression to tend to his wound, while the other three students nearly deified Suyun, marveling at how effortlessly he had tamed a wild bird, something even television dramas fail to portray convincingly. Amused by their flattery, Suyun quietly ate, while the parrot on his shoulder regarded the three naive individuals with a look of disdain. All tasks completed, rewards being calculated. Rewards will be automatically issued upon leaving the Changbai mountain range. Suyun stretched leisurely, concluding nearly a week-long journey in the Changbai mountains. He had finally shed his previous frailties and gained the favor of the divine. During this time, he had made many acquaintances, lynxes, wolverines, sable, and so forth. The only lament was the brief interaction with the Siberian tiger. "It's time to go home," Suyun whispered to himself. Closing the door, Suyun unloaded his backpack, tossing it aside, and collapsed onto the sofa, sinking into its embrace, utterly enveloped in comfort. The parrot darted into the house the moment the door opened, fluttering to the balcony railing, chirping, "Finally home." Suyun buried his face in the sofa, replying, "This is my home, not yours. This is our home." The parrot retorted indignantly. At this moment, it was already 3 in the afternoon, since returning to the workstation in the reserve the previous evening at 7:30. After being invited by Gao Aigua to bathe, dine, and rest, Xian opted to head straight home. Liang Hua had no objections. As his sole aim was to escort Suyun back, Gao Aigua had initially contemplated inviting Suyun to tour their work site. But upon seeing Suyun's fatigued expression and the glimmer of eagerness in his eyes at the mention of home, he decided against it and exchanged phone numbers instead, hoping for future collaboration. As Suyun boarded the plane, the task rewards finally arrived. Main quest completed. Reward: Animal Affinity Level 1, Physical Fitness 0. 3. Side Quest 1 completed. Reward: Physical Fitness 0. 1. Side Quest 2 completed. Reward: 1 portion of affinity food. Upon receiving his task rewards, Suyun felt disappointment. He hadn't anticipated that his affinity had only increased by a single point. After toiling tirelessly in the wilderness and nearly losing his life, he had only achieved a meager increase in affinity, while his physical fitness was even lower, at just 0. 4. As for the affinity food, the system had indicated that it could directly elevate his affinity to the passing mark of 6 points, which Su-yun found somewhat gratifying. At this moment, Su-yun's animal affinity had reached 3 points, and his physical fitness had improved to 1. 3. Old Su, I'm hungry. The parrot hopped onto the coffee table, surveying its surroundings. Su-yun muttered that there was pork in the refrigerator and urged it to cook. The parrot immediately fluffed up in indignation, proclaiming that it couldn't cook and, furthermore, it didn't eat meat. With a look of frustration, Su-yun reluctantly got up from the sofa, leaning against the back of the chair, exclaiming that it was treating him like a human. He then walked into the kitchen, retrieving a bag of nuts from the refrigerator, 3 mice worth, and carelessly tossed the unopened packet onto the sofa. The parrot, possessing high intelligence, easily tore open the packaging. Su-yun rubbed his belly and glanced at the braised pork in the fridge and the congee on the stove, unsure which had been tampered with. As both were on the verge of spoiling, anger bubbled within him. Was this how one treated him? Who could concoct such a devious scheme? Disgusted, he left the kitchen and slumped onto the sofa, snatching a nut from the parrot's beak, lamenting his hunger. The parrot glared at Su-yun as he chewed, huffing off to the television cabinet with the bag in its beak. When would the live streaming department arrive to sign the contract? It wasn't a small company. They couldn't even provide a specific time. Hurry up. If a meal is to be had, he certainly didn't wish to cook. Su-yun slumped on the couch, speaking weakly. The parrot pecked at the nutshell and suggested, "Why not go to your Uncle S for a meal?" Su-yun replied that he had just turned down the offer, and going now would be a matter of pride. Dying for pride. Serves you right. The parrot chided. "Hey, you little rascal." Before Su-yun could finish his retort, his phone vibrated in his pocket. He hurriedly pulled it out. It was an unfamiliar number. With excitement, he answered, "Hello, is this the Billy live streaming department? Where are we going to eat?" Zhao Tianhao stood outside Su-yun's building, suddenly lost in thought. So, this was what it meant to be treated to a meal? Shouldn't the host provide food? However, he quickly regained his composure, introducing himself as Su-yun's supervisor and requesting that Su-yun come downstairs, as he had driven over to take him out for a meal and discuss the contract. Zhao Tianhao felt his words were quite astute, prioritizing the meal over the contract. Upon hearing that someone was waiting downstairs, Su-yun grabbed a cushion from the sofa and tossed it at the parrot, joyfully exclaiming, "Let us go, bird. We're dining out." Bastard. The parrot watched as the nuts scattered everywhere, angrily snatching one and flying back towards Su-yun. Downstairs, Su-yun trotted to meet the sharply dressed Zhao Tianhao. With the parrot perched on his shoulder, Zhao was easy to recognize, resembling a real estate manager. "Hello? Are you the one treating me to dinner?" Su-yun called out from a distance. Zhao Tianhao quickly recognized Su-yun, noting the unique parrot on his shoulder, and rushed over, saying, "Yes, I'm your supervisor. Let us head out for a meal first, if that is all right with you." "Sure, let us go. Where's the car?" Su-yun replied without reservation. Acknowledging the effort Zhao had made to come out for him, Zhao Tianhao promptly directed him toward a business vehicle. Su-yun tossed the parrot into the car and followed closely behind. "Where are we eating?" he asked, glancing at the car's interior and gently ruffling the parrot's head. "I've made a reservation at a nearby restaurant, ensuring your satisfaction," Zhao Tianhao replied, having called ahead while Su-yun was coming down. Fortunate to secure a table since it wasn't peak dining hours. "Don't be so formal. You look young. Just call me Little Su or Su-yun." Su-yun waved his hand, disliking formal titles. "Call me Birdmaster." The parrot insisted, craving attention. After a hearty meal, the parrot stood on the table, blowing bubbles in a glass of water, while Su-yun perused and signed the contract, finding the terms exceedingly favorable and generous, with a short duration that allowed for considerable freedom and respect. Satisfied, he tossed the pen aside and handed the contract back to Zhao Tianhao, stating, "Since we've finished eating, I'm off. No need to see me out. I'll take this bird master and buy some nuts. Farewell." With that, he exited, leaving Zhao Tianhao in a state of disbelief. After a moment, Zhao Tianhao murmured to himself, "Was it really that simple? The contract is signed? Goodness, this was far too easy." He hurriedly dialed his sister-in-law to share the good news. Su-yun stood on the street, gazing at the bustling city, momentarily disoriented. The system spoke once more after 2 weeks of silence, displaying a virtual projection in front of Su-yun as he sat on the sofa. The next destination was the Mongolian grasslands. Su-yun muttered in confusion, "This season is winter. The snow in NMG is deeper than that in the Changbai Mountains. Are we really heading into the snow? Can we not go somewhere sunny?" "What did you say?" The parrot, perched nearby, casually tossed a couple of coins to a content creator, causing Su Yun to wince in pain. This little rascal had decimated his hard-earned coins over the past 2 weeks, giving away coins indiscriminately. In a fit of anger, Su Yun snatched the tablet from beneath the parrot's feet and smacked it under the sofa. Are you a philanthropist? You've spent all my 3,000 coins in just 2 weeks? Su Yun glared at his coin balance, his vision darkening with rage. Do you have any idea how long it took for me to accumulate that many coins? You practically live on Billy, and in 2 weeks, you've blown it all. Su Yun trembled with anger, feeling betrayed as a proud free user. If I want a tip, I will. It's my choice, and freeloading is shameful. The parrot, frightened, darted from under the coffee table and flapped up to the television, squawking at Su Yun. Su Yun sprang up, pointing an accusing finger at the parrot, yelling, "Then why not use your own account to tip instead of mine? I'll have you for this." The parrot replied defiantly, "I have a level 1 account. Where would I get coins? If I don't use yours, who should I use?" Su Yun glared up at the parrot perched on the chandelier, frustratedly stamping his foot before slumping back down onto the sofa. This clever creature was far too astute. It learned how to operate electronics after just 2 or 3 views. Watching Su Yun browse Billy, it had picked up the habit, and Su Yun had carelessly shared his passwords with the parrot, enabling this little rascal to indulge in his newfound obsession. Opening his Billy homepage, Su Yun saw only 1 coin left, his face darkening as he exited the page. He clicked into his recommended videos, only to find a slew of dance videos featuring scantily clad women. What have you been watching? Why does the algorithm recommend these videos? Anyone would think I'm a pervert. Su Yun facepalmed, suddenly questioning whether adopting the parrot had been a mistake. The parrot, unashamed, proudly declared, "Aesthetic appreciation is the nature of all beings. I'm no exception." As Su Yun experienced a sudden toothache, he casually opened his live streaming page and updated the content for his next broadcast, scheduling it for the following day. In the live stream room, a few scattered viewers sent messages, an absurdity in itself. Exiting the live page, he clicked on trending videos to see if anything fresh had emerged recently. Suddenly, a video caught his attention, featuring a parrot on its thumbnail, prompting him to instinctively click on it. "Hello, everyone. My name is Kai Dajuan," began the video, revealing a middle-aged man with an oiled hairstyle and a face adorned with powder, clearly exhibiting some peculiarities. "Due to personal reasons, I was away for 15 days, he lamented. "And my parrot, my only companion, ran away." The video showcased several selfies with the parrot, where the man smiled broadly, yet the parrot's gaze was filled with disdain, mostly captured in the man's embrace with no space to escape. "I love my parrot dearly. The moment I discovered its absence, my heart shattered," he continued, his eyes brimming with tears. Just as he thought he had lost it forever, a ray of hope appeared. He found a parrot online that looked exactly like his. As he delved into information about this parrot, joy surged through him as he realized it was indeed his beloved pet, now adopted by a kind-hearted Mr. Su. If Mr. Su sees this video, please contact me. I am willing to pay a reward. I truly love my parrot, and I believe it loves me too. The title of the video was a fervent tag for Su Yun's live stream. As the video concluded, Su Yun perused the comment section. "So, you were reported for soliciting by your own parrot? What audacity you have to seek your bird back. This is hilarious. All I see in those photos are forced embraces with the parrot. Look at that disdainful expression. As someone who knows the backstory, I honestly can't see any love from the parrot towards this old man. This old man exemplifies the greasy, powdered visage. He looks like a ghost." I timidly ask, "Who is this parrot? Have I fallen out of touch with the world?" The speed of change on the internet is astonishing. At the moment the video began to play, the parrot leapt onto Su Yun's shoulder, watching the entire segment, and immediately began to squawk in outrage. This scoundrel infuriates me. Nonsense." The parrot unleashed a tirade of insults. Amused, Su Yun glanced at the parrot and asked, "So?" The parrot retorted, "So this scoundrel wants to trick you into returning me. But he has no good intentions. I reported him for soliciting. He means no good." Then, the parrot anxiously inquired, "Will you send me back?" Su Yun chuckled, "Do you want to go back?" The parrot rolled its eyes. "Of course, I don't want to." "Then I certainly cannot return you, according to your words. This fellow has ill intentions. Sending you back would be a disservice." The parrot relaxed, then insisted, "Record a video for me. I want to confront him. This scoundrel thinks he can deceive me back." With a grin, Su Yun activated the front camera of his tablet and aimed it at the parrot. "Speak up. We're rolling." The parrot promptly faced the camera and began its tirade. "Old scoundrel, you're truly a piece of work. You think you can deceive me back? Are you hoping to keep a lookout for your solicitation activities? You didn't expect it, did you? I reported you. I managed to escape. And you think you can trick me back? A 58-year-old man constantly thinking about soliciting. How shameful, you worthless thing. Hearing this, Su-Yun shook his head in disbelief, pushing the parrot aside. Can you not curse so much? What about your manners? Turning the camera to himself, Su-Yun looked at his slightly disheveled reflection and pursed his lips. Hello, Kai, my friend. After some contemplation, he chose the term friend, as other titles like Sir or Mr. seemed inappropriate for someone with such dubious activities. Based on my understanding from the parrot, it appears you have no legitimate endeavors. Let us just say you have a penchant for solicitation, as it's widely acknowledged, and your 15-day absence was clearly spent in custody. I consider myself well-versed in various experiences. I've heard of parrots aiding in capturing criminals, and even in drug trafficking. But this is the first time I've heard of one helping to keep watch for solicitation activities. You have truly opened a new chapter. Honestly, after learning about the parrot's ordeal, anyone with a shred of dignity would never dare to show their face online seeking to reclaim it. How humiliating. Now the entire nation knows about your solicitation. How will your family and neighbors perceive you? Su-Yun remarked, shaking his head in disapproval. You old scoundrel. Originally bought the parrot from a bird seller. The means were hardly legitimate. The parrot chimed in. Su-Yun paused. How much did you spend on it? The parrot puffed with pride. I cost 30,000 when he bought me. Money swindled from his son. Su-Yun was astonished and then pulled out a breeding certificate from the drawer of the coffee table, revealing it to the camera. Did this friend of yours provide you with such documentation? It was expedited last week through Uncle Liang's connections. The parrot thought for a moment and replied, no certificate. Su-Yun facepalmed, then addressed the camera. Dear friend, without a breeding certificate, you cannot legally keep an Amazon parrot. In our country, private ownership is illegal. And judging by what the parrot has said, your acquisition methods are dubious. Therefore, not only will you not reclaim the parrot, but I shall also report you. You are in violation of the law. With that, Su-Yun abruptly ceased recording, edited nothing, and posted it directly to his account. With a surge of attention on his live stream, which already boasted nearly 300,000 followers, he had no worries about viewership. After posting the video, Su-Yun promptly took out his phone and called the police. Is that it? The parrot asked, tilting its head in surprise. Initially, he thought it would be worthwhile to express his stance, allowing the parrot to choose its fate, resolutely refusing to return. However, given the other party's illegal activities, it was more convenient to have them incarcerated. Su-Yun nonchalantly opened his video, his first one. How many years will he get? He pondered. At least 3 years for illegal breeding and trading, plenty to keep him occupied. Upon viewing his video, Su-Yun was taken aback as a flurry of comments flooded the screen. Missing person returns. Goodness, that old man involved in solicitation posted a video 2 days ago. I thought Su-Yun wouldn't respond, but here we are. That old fellow is truly disgraceful. I must see what the host has to say. Little Su, are you still going to stream? Su-Yun grinned, astonished at how quickly his video garnered over 1,000 views. The audience, having watched the brief clip, rushed to comment below. I initially believed that the streamer would negotiate with the other party and then spend money to acquire the ownership of the bird. However, I was taken aback when the streamer seized upon a flaw in the opponent's argument and swiftly turned the tables, leading to their downfall. This unexpected turn of events truly caught me off guard. Your audacity remains unmatched. I was utterly amused, feeling sympathy for the bird seller who lacks legitimate channels. Once apprehended, that old man will undoubtedly seek to redeem himself. The old man lamented, that's rather lacking in sportsmanship. Can't we just have a chat? Why escalate this to the legal realm? The final frame of the video, showcasing Xiao Su's incredulous expression, left me to wonder if he thought the old man was a fool. Hilarious. Xiao Su, is tomorrow's livestream truly happening? Su-Yun expressed gratitude for everyone's support in the comments, announcing that they would indeed be live streaming tomorrow with aspirations to observe wolves on the Mongolian steppe. After typing, Su-Yun set aside the tablet. Glancing at the clock, he realized it was nearly noon and, feeling his stomach grumble, decided to prepare a meal. Suddenly, a rhythmic, gentle knock echoed at the door. The parrot perched atop the tablet remained transfixed on the screen, oblivious to the commotion. Su-Yun raised an eyebrow, perplexed, and inquired, who is it? It's me, Xiejiman. Open the door, Xiao Su, came the voice from outside. What does this rascal want? The parrot remained focused on the screen, captivated by a lady's dance. How should I know? Su-Yun rolled his eyes and stood to open the door. What's up, brother Xie? What brings you here? Su-Yun asked, bewildered. Xiejiman, unceremoniously entering the room, placed the fruits he was carrying aside and grinned. Teacher Liang saw the update in your live stream and, realizing he couldn't persuade you, entrusted me to accompany you to the grasslands. I'm here to be your companion. The The parrot suddenly lifted its head, curiously eyeing Suyun, as if to ask, "Are we going out?" Suyun, feeling exasperated, thought, "Do I really need you tagging along? You're nothing but a burden. I prefer to go alone. It's more convenient. Especially since the step can be perilous. It would be best if you didn't come, brother Xie." Suyun politely declined. Xie Jimin waved his hand dismissively, sitting beside the parrot. However, upon receiving a glare from the bird, he awkwardly scooted away. "Absolutely not. I'm aware of your capabilities, but it's winter, and the steppe is covered in snow. If we go together, we can look out for one another. If we encounter a pack of wolves, you must protect me. I promise I won't slow you down. We can scare them off with firecrackers if necessary." Suyun rolled his eyes, thinking, "I should be the one protecting you. In fact, I could simply not take you along, which would indirectly safeguard you." Just as Suyun was about to voice his thoughts, Xie Jimin hurriedly interjected, "All right, no more discussion. It's settled. We'll look after each other. Are you hungry? Have you cooked anything? Let me have a taste." As he spoke, he made his way into the kitchen. Suyun sighed, feeling as if everyone treated his home as their own, and began pondering how to handle Xie Jimin's presence. "I haven't cooked anything. I thought I could share a meal," Xie Jimin said, returning from the kitchen looking disappointed. Suyun's mind sparked with an idea, and he cheerfully suggested, "Brother Xie, why don't you sit on the sofa for a moment? I'll prepare something to eat, and we can discuss our plans for the grassland trip. Then I won't be polite." Xie Jimin grinned, plopping back down on the sofa. The parrot shot him a disdainful look, but resumed watching the video. Suyun entered the kitchen, opened the fridge, and retrieved 2 plates of leftover food. "Brother Xie, this is what I packed from the restaurant last night. Is it all right to make do with this?" "Sure," Xie Jimin replied, reclining on the sofa and turning on the television. "I'm not picky. I can eat anything." Suyun chuckled as he lit the stove. "All right, brother Xie, just wait a moment while I heat these dishes." "Sure, no rush." Suyun carefully cleaned the pot, and once it was hot, he added the leftovers, creating plumes of steam as the cold food met the heated surface. "Brother Xie, do you have any hereditary diseases or other health issues?" Suyun inquired casually as he stirred the food. Xie Jimin glanced at the television, puzzled. "No hereditary diseases. I'm quite healthy. Why do you ask?" "I just want to be informed, considering we'll be heading to the Mongolian steppe together. If you have any hereditary conditions that flare up, I'd like to know the reasons," Suyun replied nonchalantly. "Rest assured, I'm in excellent health, with no hereditary history. I had a checkup last week, and everything was normal. I won't be a burden," Xie Jimin assured, patting his chest. "That's good to hear," Suyun smiled in response. Casting a glance at Xie Jimin's back, Suyun poured some water into the pot to prevent burning, turned on the exhaust fan to mask his movements, and stealthily slipped into his father's study. "Since your health is robust, I won't worry about any complications from the anesthesia." Suyun swiftly opened Su Tsongjuan's safe, revealing a small refrigerator within, from which he quickly retrieved a small vial of anesthetic. Closing the safe, Suyun mused, "You've left me no choice. I never intended to resort to this, but I cannot afford to have a burden. This moment truly embodies the legacy of my father, gratitude for teaching me how to eliminate encumbrances." Having reflected on this, Suyun cautiously returned to the kitchen, where Xie Jimin remained engrossed in the film, oblivious to any oddities. Turning off the heat, Suyun opened the vial and poured the liquid into the pot, stirring it thoroughly before plating the food. Grabbing a pair of chopsticks, he called out, "Brother Xie, the food is ready. I apologize for the lack of hospitality. We're just making do with yesterday's leftovers." Upon hearing that the food was ready, Xie Jimin felt tempted but still insisted. "I'll wait for you to eat together. As a guest, I can't be rude. Please, don't be so polite. Once we're on the steppe, I might rely on you, so go ahead and eat. I'll heat the second dish. It won't take long." With that, he returned to the kitchen. Seeing that he had made such a statement, Xie Jimin felt compelled to comply and eagerly sat at the dining table. The parrot, curious, glanced toward the kitchen, thinking, "Today, Suyun seems unusually eager." Suyun meticulously cleaned the pot again, this time with great care, before heating the second dish, which happened to be his favorite. "What do you think of this dish, brother Xie?" Suyun casually inquired. "This dish is quite good, delicious. Which restaurant is it from?" Xie Jimin praised. Suyun chuckled. "I'm glad you like it. Enjoy it while you can." As Xie Jimin chewed, he paused, momentarily bewildered by Suyun's remark about enjoying it while he was still clear-headed. Suddenly, he felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. "Huh, did I drug you?" Suyun teased, peeking from the kitchen as he noticed Xie Jimin becoming increasingly groggy. "You." Before he could complete his sentence, Xie Jimin collapsed onto the table. Suyun winced at the thought of how much that must have hurt, and he calmly finished plating the food. turning off the gas before bringing his favorite dish to the table. Brother Xie, I truly didn't want to do this. Suyun spoke in a low tone. But the smile on his face was undeniable, reminiscent of his father. Feeling for Xie Jimin's pulse, Suyun relaxed when he confirmed it was still beating. The parrot, witnessing the entire scene from the sofa, stared at Suyun with wide eyes, incredulously stammering, You drugged him to kill him? Suyun rolled his eyes. How could a fine young man like me commit murder? He merely succumbed to the effects of my drug. Pausing to glance at the clock, he noted that he had administered too much anesthetic. It acted far more swiftly than last time, leaving him without a proper countdown. With that, Suyun retrieved rice from the fridge, combining it with the dishes as he began to eat. Birdmaster, I must make a trip to NMG. Will you accompany me? Or shall you remain at home? As Suyun spoke while dining, he added, if you choose to join me, hasten to finish your meal and select the provisions you wish to bring. If not, you may stay at home. I have entrusted Uncle Liang with your care. The parrot immediately fluttered from the sofa to the dining table, casting a glance at the unconscious Xie Jimin and declared, that fellow will certainly accompany you. He has promised to protect you. Suyun smiled and said, then quickly choose your food. Do not select too much, just enough for a week's practical needs. After Suyun's words, the parrot took flight to a nearby cabinet, beginning to sift through the nuts Suyun had been stockpiling for him. Taking advantage of the meal time, Suyun proceeded to book a flight ticket online. The parrot lacked a quarantine certificate and failed to make a reservation 24 hours in advance. Thus, he could not enter the cabin with Suyun and had to be checked in instead. Birdmaster, you must be checked in. Is that acceptable? Suyun inquired. What is checked in? It means you will be confined in a cage for 2 hours before being released. During this time, you may have to share space with other checked animals or luggage, Suyun explained. Absolutely not. The parrot vehemently opposed. You either fly with me or endure 2 hours in check-in. You do not wish to stay at home, so these are your only options. Suyun shrugged in resignation. Time is of the essence. We must depart today. The parrot huffed in discontent but ultimately acquiesced. Suyun swiftly organized his gear, now armed with experience. He was aware of what to bring for the snowy expanse. After efficiently packing his backpack, Suyun checked the utilities in the house and nodded in satisfaction. Glancing at Xie Jimin, who lay slumped over the table, Suyun beckoned the parrot to open the door to leave. At the school gate, Suyun settled into a taxi, the vehicle honking as it sped towards the city airport. This mission bore singular importance, amplifying Suyun's nerves and excitement as he prepared to face the disciplined and cunning Mongolian wolf pack. With the added challenge of earning the trust of the astute wolf king. Eagerly, Suyun ruffled the parrot's feathers, chuckling softly. Seated by the window, Suyun gazed at the sea of clouds outside. The parrot was confined in the cargo hold beneath his feet, its exact position unknown, and thus it had to endure some discomfort. The parrot, perched atop its cage, found itself surrounded by an assortment of pets, from dogs to cats, particularly a Labrador on its left that barked incessantly at the parrot without pause. To the right, a gray British Shorthair stretched its paw toward the parrot's cage, emitting threatening meows. Through the bars of the left cage, a small gray mouse scurried wildly along the track, appearing rather foolish. The parrot glanced at the surrounding animals and scolded, Suyun, you wretched scoundrel, is this a suitable place for a bird? They are all utter fools. It then turned to the Labrador, fuming, what on earth are you barking about? Silence. Hearing the parrot speak, the Labrador barked even more enthusiastically, digging at the ground in an attempt to escape and approach the parrot. As the Labrador's barks grew louder and more frantic, the other animals in their cages began to join in the cacophony. Enough. Be quiet. At that moment, the parrot truly felt ensnared in a den of imbeciles. Unable to contain itself any longer, the parrot unleashed a mighty roar. This roar, learned from witnessing a northeast tiger hunt deer in the Changbai Mountains, had terrified the parrot back then. The essence of the tiger-esque growl was one of dominance and intimidation. The contrasting roar from the parrot resonated throughout the cargo hold, plunging the cabin into an eerie silence. The Labrador whimpered and cowered into the corner of its cage, desperately distancing itself from the parrot, its gaze cast down, trembling in fear and releasing a foul odor. The British Shorthair, equally frightened, pressed itself against the wall of its cage, as if seeking an escape from its confinement. The little gray mouse had retreated to its nest, quaking in terror, while the other animals emitted mournful cries, as if faced with an unspeakable horror. Satisfied, the parrot nodded and muttered, truly worthless. You are worthless. Liang Hua slammed his hand on the table, pointing accusingly at Xie Jimin. Where is Suyun? Where has he gone? Liang Hua's neck veins bulged, his hand striking the table with increasing force, as if devoid of pain. The dishes rattled, a testament to the intensity of his frustration. He had initially tasked Xie Jimin with shadowing Su Yun, instructing him to prevent Su Yun from venturing deeper into the grasslands, with a reward of 5 credits. Yet, who would have expected this incompetent Xie Jimin to be incapacitated? You let a junior student overpower you? Liang Hua demanded, his eyes blazing with fury. He promised to let me accompany him to Mongolia. Who would have thought he would drug me? We were familiar with each other. How could I possibly suspect Su Yun? Xie Jimin weakly protested, then added in frustration, what normal person would conceive such a devious plan? It appears this is a legacy. Upon hearing this, Liang Hua was left incredulous, laughing in disbelief. Indeed, Su Yun was no saint. He had agreed to the trip, then quickly resorted to drugging. It seemed he truly inherited his father's legacy. You are something else. Liang Hua pointed at Xie Jimin. If you manage to earn enough credits this semester, consider me an incompetent mentor. With that, he stormed out, leaving Xie Jimin sulking at the table, lamenting his misfortune. Su Yun disembarked from the taxi, standing by the roadside. The driver gave a curious glance at the parrot perched on Su Yun's shoulder and said, "Young man, it's nearly dark. Are you camping here? Your accent suggests you're not local. Take my advice and go back. It's not safe at night, especially in this cold weather. Won't your parents worry?" Su Yun exhaled a breath of frosty air and replied with a smile. "Old uncle, you need not worry about me. My classmate lives nearby, and I'm just visiting for the night. Nothing will happen." Upon hearing this, the driver nodded. "That's fine. Take my card. If you need to leave, feel free to call me." He handed over a business card and drove off. "That old man is quite nice," the parrot muttered from Su Yun's shoulder. "Indeed, there are still good people, but one must always remain vigilant." Su Yun responded. Gazing at the endless expanse of white snow, Su Yun slowly exhaled, feeling the biting cold once again after 2 weeks. Nearby, the poplar forest lay scattered, embraced by the prairie. All was silent as Su Yun closed his eyes, savoring the farewell to the city's clamor. "Where to?" the parrot inquired, hopping into the hood of Su Yun's jacket. "Let us walk along the road and scout for a suitable entry point into the wilderness," Su Yun replied, glancing at the snow piled along the roadside before stepping forward. Mission location reached. Please activate the live stream. Su Yun sighed in resignation. He had intended to stream tomorrow, but upon reaching the mission location, the system demanded he initiate the stream immediately. Very well, if it must be done early, then so be it. Su Yun retrieved his drone from his backpack, softly uttering the command to activate it, as the drone slowly ascended, and the barrage of comments began to illuminate his vision. "Woohoo first. Early stream? Is this a feint?" Upon seeing the system notification, "I couldn't help but emerge," Zhao Tianhao remarked, covering his face with his hands, feeling somewhat disheartened. He hadn't anticipated that Su Yun would play a trick on them. They had already confirmed the streaming schedule with Su Yun, only to be backstabbed. Su Yun, feeling awkward, forced a smile and explained, "I intended to stream tomorrow, but I arrived early today and decided to go live." She continued, "My supervisor asked if I would be streaming tomorrow, to which I affirmed. Thus, I inadvertently caught everyone off guard today. I apologize, it won't happen again." Afterward, Xian introduced their second live stream, stating, "This time, our objective is the Mongolian wolves. I aim to blend into their pack, to accompany them on their hunts, migrations, and frolics. I will exert every effort to integrate into a wolf pack, taking you along to witness their military-like organization." On the black concrete road, the white dashed lines stretched endlessly toward the horizon, while a light dusting of snow clung to the pavement, the impressions of wheels clearly visible. The red sun, shyly half-hidden behind the mountains, cast a warm glow, and the artificially planted trees by the roadside stood quietly, their yellow leaves ablaze in the sunlight. A small mound of snow, evidently the work of a snowplow, lay just meters away. As dusk approached, Su Yun glanced at the setting sun, contemplating their urgent need to locate a suitable camping spot. "Traveling by night is not feasible due to the low visibility, which could pose dangers for me," she stated, eyeing the power lines along the road. "Let's continue along the highway. If we don't find a suitable camping site before the sun fully sets, we will clear a space by the roadside for our camp. Those who won the last giveaway should have received the antlers and feathers by now." As I dispatched the package the very next day after returning home, "I've received the feathers. Thank you, host, for transforming them into 2. I simply adore you. Your last giveaway of feathers to the little Northeast tiger was hilarious. It seemed the winner was grinding their teeth in envy. I received the antlers too. Someone asked for the price. but I didn't sell them as they hold significant meaning for me. Besides, I'm not short on cash. Soo-Yun chuckled. You can't blame me for the feathers. I did mention it at the time. If you want to blame someone, blame that little tiger. If you have the chance, go give it a punch in the mountains as a lesson. Is this even humanly possible? I suspect the host has ulterior motives, wanting the feather recipient to feed the tiger. As Soo-Yun ambled along, engaging with her audience, she suddenly heard the faint rumble of an engine. Instinctively, she turned toward the source of the sound. The dimming light obscured details, but she discerned a dark silhouette in the distance. It appears someone is stuck in the snow, she exclaimed, quickening her pace toward the figure. As she sprinted, she reflected on her enhanced stamina. This time, her load was heavier due to the additional food she had packed. Yet she felt remarkably agile. The closer she got, the more certain she was that a black pickup truck was indeed trapped in the snow. Hello, do you need assistance? She called out, stopping a dozen meters away from the vehicle. The engine noise subsided, and a burly man emerged from the driver's side, holding something in his hand. Backpack traveler? He inquired in a slightly accented Mandarin, eyeing Soo-Yun. She pointed toward the drone hovering above and quickly clarified, Uncle, I'm a small up master from Bilibili. Here for some footage, consider me a backpack traveler. Pausing, she pulled out her student ID and added, Here's my student ID. I'm still a student. Student IDs often engender trust, as most view students as trustworthy individuals. A student? A student out here filming? The man's voice carried a hint of skepticism, but he seemed to relax, tossing whatever he held into the truck. Soo-Yun couldn't see it, but the sound suggested it was a knife. Feeling a pang of anxiety, she realized how lacking in safety she truly felt as he casually carried a weapon. Are you a local? She cautiously inquired, taking a couple of steps closer. The hefty man glanced at Soo-Yun's petite frame and chuckled. Yes, I'm a local. You seem to be looking for a place to stay. Help me push the truck, and I'll take you home for the night. Soo-Yun hesitated, suddenly wary of the situation. What if he were dangerous? Sensing her apprehension, the man reassured her. Don't worry, I'm a retired soldier from 97, stationed at the border. As he leaned back into the truck, she caught a glimpse of him retrieving a small booklet from the glove compartment. He approached, holding it out to her. Soo-Yun squinted, unsure if it was a trick or genuinely a discharge certificate. Instinctively, she stepped back, adopting a defensive posture. It's wise to be cautious, she recalled her father's teachings. Despite her small stature, her athleticism gave her confidence in her ability to escape if necessary. All right, I want to push, the man laughed, understanding her hesitation. He tossed the document aside and returned to the vehicle. Soo-Yun quickly caught the floating booklet, flipping through it to discover it was indeed a discharge certificate, reminiscent of her father's. Uncle, I believe you now. My father has a similar document, also discharged in 97, which led to my birth. She replied, laughing as she approached. As a soldier, you can be trusted. Initially, I didn't trust you, and you didn't trust me, but it's smart to be cautious in the wilderness. I carry a knife too, he responded, placing the certificate back into the glove compartment. Soo-Yun couldn't help but chuckle at the irony. Can you drive? The man asked, opening the driver's side door. With your small frame, you can drive while I push, once we get the truck out of the snow. I'll treat you to authentic Mongolian lamb for dinner. Before she could confirm her driving skills, he propelled her into the driver's seat, humming a tune as he moved to the back of the truck, urging her to step on the gas. Sitting in the front passenger seat with a drone cradled in her arms, Soo-Yun observed the uncle driving the car. It was then that she noticed he was adorned in an authentic Mongolian robe, the inner lining a soft charcoal hue, suggesting exceptional warmth. On his head sat a conical hat that thoroughly covered his ears and neck, though Soo-Yun could not recall its name. As Soo-Yun discreetly studied this formidable Mongolian man, he broke the silence, addressing her as child. My name is Dashi, what is yours? Quickly, Soo-Yun replied, Uncle Dashi. You can simply call me Xiao Su. Are you genuinely here to photograph the snow scenery? Dashi suddenly laughed, turning his gaze toward her. Raising an eyebrow, Soo-Yun chuckled. Uncle Dashi, do I not seem like a photographer of snowy landscapes? Who would venture into the snow without a means of transportation? Even if you claim to be a backpacker traveling on a budget, I would still find it hard to believe that you are here to capture the snow without a vehicle. Dashi chuckled knowingly, then mischievously added, I've seen many who photograph snow. They nearly all drive and launch their drones to follow and capture the scene. As for budget travelers, he scrutinized her gear. You hardly appear to be one of them. Thus, I suspect you have other intentions. Speak the truth, Xiao Su. With a resigned smile, Soo-Yun retorted. Is it now a prerequisite to have a car to take snow photographs? In reality, I am an outdoor streamer. A streamer? Dashi inquired. His curiosity piqued as his gaze lingered on the drone nestled in Su-Yun's arms. In that case, I can believe you. He continued, but are you alone? Isn't that a bit perilous? This area is home to wolves. Su-Yun laughed. Actually, I'm a wildlife streamer, passionate about capturing wild animals up close. If I encounter a pack of wolves, it would be even more exhilarating. Boasting. Dashi scoffed, eyeing her petite frame with skepticism. With such a small stature, encountering a pack of wolves would surely be perilous. A lone wolf could easily bring you to the ground, leaving you without the strength to resist. I can attest, he added, that a streamer I know was indeed knocked down by a wolf in Changbai Mountain. If not for his thick clothing, he would have been finished. Su-Yun was rendered speechless. Her honesty was met with disbelief. She leaned back, about to retort, when suddenly a piercing scream erupted. Ouch! Su-Yun, you're going to crush your bird, cried the parrot, squawking in distress as it struggled to escape from the hood. Startled, Su-Yun quickly leaned forward, allowing the parrot to climb out, having momentarily forgotten about it in her nervousness when meeting Dashi. The disgruntled parrot perched on her shoulder, ready to complain, but then turned its gaze toward the driving Dashi and exclaimed, "Who are you, grandson?" The parrot's screech startled Dashi, causing him to jerk his gaze away. In that instant, the acceleration of the car intensified, sending it careening off course. Road, Su-Yun shouted, pointing ahead. The previously navigable path became treacherous as the vehicle veered into deep snow, plowing forward with reckless abandon. Upon realizing the parrot was speaking, Dashi, hearing Su-Yun's frantic voice, quickly attempted to regain control by slamming the brakes and steering wildly. Yet the speed was too great, and the sudden jerking in the snow caused the pickup truck to flip over, landing in a snowbank. Whoa! Su-Yun found herself dangling from the seatbelt, a knife careening from her feet to crash against the roof. She hastily released the drone, letting it hover in the air while the parrot wisely flew aside. Ceasing its chatter, "Dashi, are you all right?" Su-Yun asked, beads of sweat forming on her brow, having narrowly avoided disaster. She was concerned for Dashi, hoping his substantial girth had not placed him in peril. Dashi hung upside down, his face flushed from the pressure. "I'm fine. Just loosen the seatbelt," he gasped, struggling to catch his breath. Before he could reach for the buckle, there was a loud snap, and the seatbelt broke, sending him crashing against the roof of the car. Su-Yun's face paled at the realization of Dashi's weight exceeding the limits of the seatbelt. Dashi, being quite tall, had enough height to avoid serious injury. But the impact caused the steering wheel to jolt. "Good grief," Su-Yun muttered, pushing the knife aside before unbuckling her own seatbelt, landing with a thud against the roof as well. "Dashi, stay still. I'll come to help you," she urged, pushing open the car door and struggling to crawl out. The parrot hastily followed suit. What a catastrophe triggered by a mere bird. "You've caused quite the mess." Su-Yun chastised the parrot, rushing around to the driver's side. She yanked at the door, but it was locked. Quickly, she knocked on the window. "Dashi, unlock the door." Gasping, Dashi managed to raise a trembling hand to unlock it, allowing Su-Yun to pull the door open. "Please tell me your neck is unharmed," she inquired cautiously. No, Dashi replied with difficulty. Relieved, Su-Yun grasped Dashi's leg, pulling with all her strength. Moments later, she collapsed in the snow, gasping as she gazed up at the stars, while Dashi slumped to the ground, breathing heavily. The parrot stood cautiously on the wheel, remaining silent. "Blast it," Dashi cursed, and Su-Yun braced herself, expecting a reprimand. She had prepared for the worst, knowing one must accept their mistakes. However, Dashi surprised her, saying, "In the past, I would have managed on my own without your help. But now I'm too heavy. Today is truly embarrassing." Feeling even more awkward, Su-Yun offered, "Dashi, perhaps I should compensate for the damage to your vehicle?" Dashi chuckled. "What nonsense. This is not your fault. I was startled and pressed the accelerator instead of the brake. Besides, I have 3,000 sheep and a pickup truck. It's no great loss." Then Dashi glanced at the parrot on the wheel, astonished. "Is this your bird?" Quite the impolite fellow, unfamiliar with the world. The parrot perched disdainfully on a nearby bench, observing a family of 3 engrossed in their mobile devices. From the parrot's scorn, "Isn't it hilarious?" Uncle Da is fixated on his phone, cursing nonstop. "Is there anyone from the meme community here? Hurry up and get to work." How on earth did Uncle Da manage to walk home while staring at his phone? Ridiculous. Am I the only one who noticed the host drinking mutton soup? It looks so appetizing. Mind your words. Su-Yun shot a glare at the parrot. "That's right." The parrot replied in a delicate tone, slightly dissatisfied. Once Su-Yun had his fill, Uncle Da's family finally put down their phones, their faces a mix of astonishment as they gazed at Su-Yun. "With your small frame, how did you manage that?" Uncle Da looked at Su Yun as if he were a peculiar creature. Su Yun waved his hand nonchalantly. Just a normal operation. You may interpret it as an extraordinary talent. Damn, I was outsmarted by Su Yun. I'm not pleased. Uncle Da, hide your astonished expression. It's quite embarrassing. Don't let Su Yun show off. Uncle Da rolled his eyes and then settled down by the stove. Are you really going to search for wolves? Su Yun nodded. My target this time is the Mongolian wolf. Do you have any leads on wolf packs? Uncle Da shook his head. I have no news of wolf packs, but I do have information about wild donkeys. The day before yesterday, around 300 wild donkeys crossed the border from Mongolia, migrating south. Such situations generally attract predators. If you think it's feasible, you could follow the wild donkeys and perhaps encounter a wolf pack. CNS mind stirred at the mention of wild donkeys. The day before yesterday? Can I still catch up? There's a natural pasture to the south. It might be their destination. Uncle Da handed Su Yun a cup of milk tea and speculated. Su Yun silently nodded. He had no other leads, so he decided to track the wild donkeys. Are you full? Aunt Da smiled as she placed a steaming bowl of mutton in front of Su Yun. Don't be shy, young man. You're incredible. Eat more. I'm full, Aunt Da. I've already been quite gluttonous. Uncle Da's youngest son gazed at Su Yun with sparkling eyes filled with admiration. Su Yun smiled back and then turned to Uncle Da. Uncle, have you heard any news about wolves recently? Uncle Da shook his head. Not lately. I don't wish to encounter wolves. Last year, my neighbor faced a pack of wolves that killed over 70 sheep in their pen. When the pack arrived, the couple didn't dare step out. The shepherd dogs roaming around the pen were annihilated in an instant. Only after the wolves left did the couple cautiously emerge with a flashlight. Thankfully, they had insurance. Otherwise, it would have been a wasted year. Su Yun's eyes brightened, and the audience in the live stream chat became animated, eager to engage in such an interesting topic. Shall we visit your neighbor? I'd like to inquire about what happened, Su Yun said with a gleam in his eyes. Uncle Da raised an eyebrow. That neighbor is quite far, about 50 kilometers away, on the other side of the mountain. We want to make it tonight. I'll accompany you tomorrow. Su Yun was taken aback. Is it that far? Is that still considered a neighbor? Do you have a misunderstanding of the term? Forget it. Let us skip that. I need to chase the wild donkeys tomorrow. Su Yun quickly declined the suggestion. Where can I watch your live stream? Aunt Da asked as she refilled the milk tea, smiling. Mori is eager to see your stream. In the outdoor section of Bilibili. Su Yun winked at the little chubby boy, who was amiable but a tad overweight. Despite his chubby appearance, being overweight is a significant burden on health. Uncle Da's youngest son quickly clung to Aunt Da's arm. Mother, I want to watch Big Brother's live stream. All right, I'll find it for you. Aunt Da laughed as she quickly navigated to Bilibili. Just as she entered the live stream section, she stumbled upon Su Yun's recommendation page. Su Yun had become a prominent figure in the outdoor section of Bilibili, attracting many who wished to bask in his popularity. Seeking to get close to the wild animal streams, yet lacking the ability to do so. Upon entering Su Yun's live stream interface, Mori saw himself on screen and excitedly exclaimed, Mother, look, that's me, that's you, that's father. That's Big Brother, and that's Big Brother's bird. Su Yun felt a pang of annoyance. Is there something wrong with the last sentence? I'm on TV, Mori exclaimed, filled with excitement. Uncle Da leaned over to take a look and laughed. Scooping Mori into his arms, see, the viewers say you're a little chubby. You should hurry and slim down. This little chub is indeed quite plump. He needs to lose some weight. This one do. Is this a little chubby? The previous commenter was too mild. Please remove the little. He really needs to shed some pounds. This little chubby is adorable, just a bit too adorable. One's words can be more impactful than 1,000 others. Enough. He has even eaten your family's mutton. Besides, it's not that I look down on you. A bunch of wage slaves can't afford mutton every day, Su Yun retorted, then turned to the little chubby boy. Mori, you truly need to lose some weight. Once you do, you'll be as capable as I am. Upon hearing that losing weight would make him as capable as Su Yun, Mori immediately declared, I'll start dieting tomorrow. I must be as impressive as Big Brother. That's the spirit. Su Yun smiled in approval. Su Yun, that rascal, is mocking people. If you want to strike him, sign up with me. Su Yun is clearly belittling us to elevate himself, while gaining the admiration of little Mori. That scoundrel, utterly despicable. Su Yun was speechless, thinking they were overthinking things. After chatting a bit longer with Uncle Da's family, he was arranged to sleep in a corner of the yurt. Tomorrow would be another day of long travel. A good rest was essential. At 6 in the morning, the parrot nestled in Su Yun's armpit was roused by Su Yun getting out of bed. Time to rise. Su Yun whispered. So early? Let me sleep a bit longer. The parrot didn't even open its eyes, its tone slightly irritable. Su-Yun playfully swatted it out of the bed. You've forgotten your roots after 2 weeks of comfort, haven't you? When we were in Changbai Mountain, you could rise at 3 in the morning. The parrot huffed in discontent but remained silent, obediently hopping onto Su-Yun's shoulder. Upon stepping out of the lodging area, Su-Yun saw Uncle Da and Aunt Da preparing breakfast. Up so early? Not going to sleep a bit longer? Uncle Da stirred the soup pot over the fire, steam billowing upwards. Good morning, Uncle Da and Aunt Da. I'm not sleeping anymore. I've had enough. Su-Yun greeted with a smile, the parrot on his shoulder lethargically chiming in. Where's Mori? Su-Yun leaned closer to the fire. That little rascal won't be up at this hour, Uncle Da joked, then casually handed over a cup of milk tea. Su-Yun hurriedly accepted it, placing it on a nearby table. I'll step out for a moment. The restroom is to the west. It's easy to find. After taking care of himself, Su-Yun immediately began his live stream. Good morning, host. How did you sleep? Why does the parrot seem a bit listless? Are we going to search for wild donkeys today, host? Our goal today is to locate the wild donkey herd. Uncle Da mentioned yesterday that their migration would attract predators, meaning the wolf pack would likely set their sights on the migrating wild donkeys, and then I will devise a way to integrate myself into the wolf pack. However, first, I should fill my stomach. By the time I got out of bed, Uncle Da and the others had already prepared breakfast. After we eat, we'll set off, Su-Yun remarked as he entered the yurt. In the early morning, Su-Yun was taken by surprise to find herself eating lamb buns, a rather greasy meal for breakfast. Although she struggled to swallow such food, the prospect of a physically demanding day ahead encouraged her to indulge in 2 buns alongside some milk tea. As she began to wipe her mouth, Uncle Da chuckled and asked if she was about to leave. Pausing for a moment, Su-Yun replied with a smile that she indeed had to set off. Very well, I shall accompany you to the pasture and return afterward, Uncle Da asserted as he prepared to rise. Oh no, it's quite unnecessary. I can manage on my own. It would be too much trouble, Su-Yun quickly declined. Moreover, I intend to observe animal tracks along the way, and the road is quite challenging for driving. 1 night of inconvenience is already more than enough. Upon hearing her resolute words, Uncle Da ceased to insist. Su-Yun promptly organized her belongings, and Uncle Da escorted her to the entrance of the yurt. Uncle Da, I'm off now, and I sincerely apologize for the incident with the vehicle yesterday, she said. No worries, just be safe and hurry along. I'll cheer you on during the live stream, he replied, and Su-Yun nodded appreciatively, following the direction he indicated. Uncle Da had instructed her to continue southward until she encountered a low earthen mound. Standing atop this mound, she would be able to see a camel hump mountain, surrounded by grasslands where some forage would always remain, regardless of the wind and snow. Glancing back at the diminutive yurt that appeared as small as an ant, Su-Yun continued, especially in the area between the earthen mound and the camel hump mountain, an abundance of fresh forage can be found year-round. Thus, this pasture serves not only as a winter feed storage for herders, but also as a dining area for wild herbivores and a hunting ground for carnivores. That is our destination, stretching approximately 40 miles. As Su-Yun trudged through knee-deep snow, she cast her gaze around, hoping to spot traces of other animals. Although this mission lacked side quests, she yearned to discover additional wildlife for educational purposes, as she had a fondness for encountering wild creatures. The main focus of her expedition, however, was the Mongolian steppe wolf. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as she fixed her gaze on a small mound of earth about 100 meters away. The snow atop the mound was disheveled, revealing patches of the ground below and some withered grass. Around this mound, 7 other similar heaps were clustered, each boasting no fewer than 8 signs of activity, with the highest count reaching 12. Feeling invigorated, Su-Yun pointed towards the distant mound, exclaiming, I believe I've discovered some animals. Look at that disarrayed snow. It must belong to creatures dwelling in burrows. My guess is it's a groundhog. With that, she dashed towards the location. Is that really it? I want to hear it call. The host merely guessed. It doesn't necessarily mean it's a groundhog. To those doubting the hostess' judgment, it has been flawless thus far, and it will remain so this time. Upon arriving, Su-Yun soon noticed dark openings in the ground, and the snow surrounding them was in disarray. She set down her backpack and approached a clear set of footprints, chuckling. Indeed, it's a groundhog. Just look at these tracks. Thus, we have stumbled upon a gathering of groundhogs. The numerous burrow entrances indicate that many of them reside underground. With that, Su-Yun stood atop one of the mounds and pretended to stomp her feet casually. The vibrations startled the groundhogs below, causing them to tremble. And while their instinct urged them to scatter, they ultimately chose to huddle together. Now, I must devise a method to lure the groundhogs out so you can witness them. The ear-piercing cries in those viral videos were merely dubbed sounds, not the genuine calls of a groundhog. This time, You shall hear their true voices. With that, Su Yun retrieved an apple from her backpack, provoking the parrot's displeasure. What do you need my apple for? She retorted. She sliced the apple into 4 pieces, stating, I'll use this apple to attract the groundhogs. I brought it myself and purchased it with my own money. What is wrong with that? The parrot was left speechless. Ignoring the bird, Su Yun chose the gathering with the fewest groundhogs, only 8, and crouched down at the entrance of their burrow. With an apple piece clenched between her teeth, she laid the remaining 3 pieces on the ground. I have something delicious here. Come out and enjoy the apple, she called, munching on an apple slice herself. The crisp sound of the apple being consumed caught the attention of the groundhogs, and gradually, Su Yun began to hear faint chattering sounds emanating from the burrow, although the activity indicators remained unchanged. Did you hear that? It sounds quite similar to a magpie's call, a chattering sound. That is the true voice of the groundhog. Of course, they emit sharp cries when frightened, but they are far less robust than the exaggerated sounds in those viral videos. After a while, as Su Yun finished her last bite of apple, rustling noises began to arise from within the burrow. They're coming out, she whispered to the parrot, who tilted its head and widened its eyes, eager to witness the appearance of these burrowing creatures. In the next moment, a round-headed creature suddenly emerged from the burrow, immediately seizing an apple piece and defiantly calling out to Su Yun. Before she could react, it hurriedly attempted to retreat back into the burrow, clearly startled. However, before it could fully escape, it was pushed back by another groundhog, landing unceremoniously on its backside and losing its apple to yet another groundhog that snatched it away. Before the first groundhog could express its frustration, it was trampled by others rushing out of the burrow. That poor groundhog was the first to emerge for an apple, only to have it snatched away. It sat right down in confusion, looking utterly befuddled, like a fool. Wasn't he just threatening Su Yun moments ago? Now it's been unceremoniously ousted by its peers. What a comical sight. The other groundhogs began to scramble for the remaining apple pieces, while the toppled groundhog quickly sprang back up, squeaking in indignation as it pushed down the one that had stolen its apple. Soon, a skirmish broke out between the two. Su Yun was left speechless, astonished that a squabble had erupted so quickly. The remaining groundhogs, now finished with their share of apples, sat in a row to watch the brawl unfold. Goodness, I thought only humans enjoyed spectacles. It seems groundhogs share this penchant as well. Su Yun mused. Fool. Just grab it by the neck. The parrot exclaimed in exasperation. You two are merely pushing each other around. Is this a contest of strength? As if comprehending the parrot's words, the unfortunate groundhog took a step forward, its claws seizing the rival groundhog by the neck, preparing to bite down. Unwilling to back down, the other groundhog retaliated, grabbing the first one's neck in return and delivering a kick to its opponent's belly, sending it sprawling. Get up. Give it a kick. Yes, just like that. The parrot was visibly excited by the unfolding drama. Su Yun sighed, realizing the parrot was reveling in the chaos. Goodness. This is hilarious. These two fools are fighting over nothing while the remaining 6 groundhogs sit back, enjoying their apples and watching the spectacle. 2 adorable creatures were engaged in a quarrel. Although I recognized the seriousness of the situation, I couldn't help but chuckle. Tears streamed down my face from laughter, as one creature attempted to choke the other but resorted instead to kissing in a rather grotesque manner, only to realize that the more it kissed, the more inappropriate it felt. The unfortunate one tried once more to grab its opponent by the neck, only to be easily pushed away and sent tumbling to the ground again. Enough of this brawl, Su Yun exclaimed irritably. Is it really worth fighting over an apple? The unfortunate creature swiftly scrambled to its feet, pointing accusingly at the bandit while chirping rapidly, as if in condemnation. The bandit, unwilling to back down, retaliated by pointing back, and soon the 2 creatures were at it again. With a scowl, Su Yun intervened, seizing the unfortunate creature by the scruff of its neck and lifting it into the air. Startled, it let out a high-pitched squeal, its plump body wriggling in panic. The mutual accusations are quite amusing, Su Yun thought to herself. Oh, how tiny that sound is. So this is how it is. In a fit of annoyance, Su Yun playfully thumped the unfortunate creature on the head. Were you just threatening me? The unfortunate creature immediately covered its head and continued to chatter incessantly, gesturing wildly. Su Yun, bewildered, instinctively glanced at the parrot. What did it say? The parrot pondered for a moment before replying. I am your grandmaster. In response, Su Yun swatted the parrot to the ground, exclaiming, Get lost. The parrot rolled on the ground before hastily jumping back up. Aware that the nearby creatures were eyeing it with malicious intent, being caught would not end well. These adorably clueless creatures had consumed Su Yun's apple and immediately raised their affinity to 6 points. their wariness seemingly evaporated. In fact, even if one encounters a groundhog on the road and tempts it with food, some of these creatures would dash over, appearing particularly eager to befriend humans, utterly unafraid. With the commotion subsided, the remaining groundhogs turned their attention to Su Yun, chattering eagerly, as if hoping for more food. Su Yun, generous as ever, retrieved a bag of walnuts for 3 mice from her backpack. Once the groundhogs spotted the food, they all clung to Su Yun's legs, each one desperate to be the first to claim a treat. The bandit, now distracted by the food, ceased its accusations against the unfortunate one and rushed over to Su Yun, eagerly anticipating a share of the bounty. The unfortunate creature, unwilling to be outdone, attempted to squeeze into the crowd of mice but was once again shoved to the ground. Line up. Su Yun expressed her dissatisfaction, shaking her legs and pushing the clingy little creatures aside. After making her point, she picked up the smallest groundhog and placed it at the front of the line, instructing, "Stand behind it and come one by one, or there will be no food." Upon hearing this, the audience in the live stream erupted in laughter. Can they understand? Why not just toss the walnuts out for them to fight over? One viewer suggested playfully. The streamer, being a druid, should be able to communicate with them. Having previously achieved miraculous feats during her broadcasts, most viewers believed in Su Yun's ability to command the groundhogs. Indeed, as soon as she finished speaking, the groundhogs dutifully lined up behind the smallest one, with the bandit swiftly positioning itself just ahead of the unfortunate creature, which then begrudgingly took its place at the end of the line. Satisfied with the sight of the neatly arranged groundhogs, Su Yun nodded approvingly. The first groundhog, upon receiving 2 walnuts, immediately abandoned the queue and darted off to the side, prompting the others behind it to stir restlessly. Witnessing the obedient scene before her, the viewers were convinced, trusting Su Yun was the right choice. After handing 2 walnuts to the bandit, it quickly scampered away, leaving only the unfortunate creature staring longingly at Su Yun. Glancing at the bag of walnuts, Su Yun tipped it over and handed it directly to the unfortunate creature with a mischievous grin, saying, "It's all gone. There are only 14 walnuts left. Just enough for you to finish." The unfortunate creature, bewildered, clutched the empty bag and let out a small cry of despair. In the end, Su Yun kindly offered the unfortunate creature a solitary apple, which it joyfully clutched as it scampered away. After carefully surveying its surroundings, it began to nibble on the apple. Su Yun crouched beside the unfortunate creature, which, while munching on its apple, glanced at her as if questioning her intentions. Encountering one is fate. Allow me to introduce you to this groundhog. Su Yun chuckled as she gently grasped the unfortunate creature by the scruff of its neck. This is a groundhog, also known as a marmot, the largest member of the squirrel family. They are social animals and hibernate. When temperatures consistently drop below 10 degrees Celsius, they enter a state of hibernation. Their hibernation can last up to 3 months, and they awaken naturally when temperatures rise. Su Yun continued, observing the creature she held, still munching away, and quipped, "It seems quite possible that I startled this groundhog awake, only for it to be lured by the aroma of food. Oh, so it is a foodie, waking from hibernation for a snack. How amusing." Another viewer laughed. "Look at its plumpness. It must have been preparing for winter." If one travels to high-altitude regions, they may be fortunate enough to discover these creatures, who are unafraid of humans and easily attracted by food. As omnivores, groundhogs are quite amenable to domestication and pose no threat to humans, boasting strong resistance to diseases, though they are sensitive to sunlight. As Su Yun set the groundhog down, it plopped onto the ground, continuing to munch on its apple. Isn't it adorable, so fluffy? But do not be deceived by its appearance. Marmots can carry severe viruses, such as plague and rabies. Although they do not harm humans, one must be cautious, as their sharp claws could inadvertently cause injury when they reach for food. Thus, it is best to admire them from a distance. While they may not be dangerous, accidents can always occur. Su Yun playfully poked the creature's belly, eliciting an indignant response from the groundhog. Oh, by the way, groundhogs are monitored and targeted for extermination by health and agricultural departments. Why would they want to kill such a cute creature? A viewer questioned. Because they are not protected animals. Another chimed in. Ah, the groundhog squeaked in protest. Su Yun flicked the creature's tail lightly, explaining, groundhogs not only carry viruses, but also pose a threat to farmlands. Of course, they can be domesticated. Vaccinated groundhogs are relatively safe. Viewers with the means might consider keeping one. They're quite endearing. The unfortunate creature quickly devoured its apple before once again casting a hopeful gaze at Su Yun. In response, she playfully pushed it to the ground, advising, "That's enough. Go to sleep now." She then stood up and gently kicked its rear. The creature squawked in protest, rising to its feet to angrily point at Su Yun. Before dashing away, the parrot perched on Su Yun's shoulder squawked, "That little rascal just insulted you." Su Yun shot at a glare, retorting, "It seems you are the one using its voice to insult me." As the unfortunate creature scurried into its burrow, the other groundhogs swiftly stood upright, scanning their surroundings before. Upon sensing uncertainty, they too hurriedly followed the unfortunate one into the hole. They are social creatures with a distinctive language, and when faced with danger, their very dialects convey different meanings. However, researchers have yet to decipher their complex communication system. After observing the complete disappearance of the ground squirrels, Su Yun approached her backpack, slung it over her shoulders, and continued onward. Upon reaching a mound of earth, she suddenly halted, crouching down to examine the clear footprints in the ground, chuckling at the discovery of black bear tracks. It appears that these bears also frequent the territory of the ground squirrels, a difficult life for them indeed. My goodness, are there black bears here? Is it truly possible for black bears to appear in this vicinity? How absurd. Su Yun ventured further into the snow, lightly laughing at the notion that the greater Xing'an range was not far off. The presence of black bears was hardly surprising. Yet, she hoped not to encounter one, as a bear foraging for food in the winter would not hesitate to consider her a source of sustenance. With a jest on her lips, Su Yun pressed on, her gaze drawn to the undulating mountains in the distance, resembling the contours of Camel Peak. However, she knew those were not the peaks she sought. Uncle Da had said that once one beheld those mountains, the true meaning of Camel Peak would become apparent. Traveling to Inner Mongolia in winter is quite delightful. Though the chill may be biting, at least there are no pesky insects. In contrast, a summer visit would mean being relentlessly pursued by bugs that collide with one's head at night. Spring brings gusty winds, and autumn transforms the grasslands into a tapestry of colors. Thus, she chose winter to witness the migration of certain wildlife from Mongolia, such as wild donkeys. Leaning forward, Su Yun ascended a gentle slope and stood at its summit, glancing at her compass. "We must press on," she declared. Uncle Da mentioned that wild donkeys could be heading toward that natural pasture over there. Yet, thus far, I have found no signs of their migration. Descending the slope, she continued her journey, confronted by an unbroken line of hills ahead. She had no choice but to traverse the slopes in search of traces of the wild donkeys. We can only pursue the tracks of the wild donkeys. Should we find their trail, there might be a chance of encountering carnivorous beasts, with a considerable likelihood of stumbling upon a pack of wolves. Just as Su Yun reached the summit, her eyes sparkled with excitement as she hastily stepped forward, discovering a vast area of snow scattered with tracks, heading south from the northwest. That must be the trail of the wild donkeys. Let's investigate. If there are tracks, I am confident we can follow them. With that, she swiftly descended the hillside. Since the host set out at 7 this morning, it is now 10:30. This dedication is truly remarkable. After over 3 hours of walking, how do they still have energy? I would have collapsed by now. They are, after all, zoologists. Navigating the wilderness is second nature to them. Finally, we've found the wild donkeys. I have never seen one in my life, only domesticated ones. Su Yun quickly reached the area where the snow was disturbed and, upon spotting a clear footprint, nodded with a smile. Indeed, these are the tracks of wild donkeys. We have finally located them. Moreover, the direction they were headed confirmed Uncle Da's indication of the natural pasture. She wondered if they had already arrived, hoping they had not. After all, they were in search of the pasture, and even with a lead donkey, they could easily become disoriented, potentially taking a longer route. In contrast, they knew the pasture's location, giving them a distinct advantage, and she hoped to reduce the gap in distance between them and the wild donkeys over the next few days. Exhaling deeply, Su Yun set down her backpack. Since we have found their tracks, I shall take a moment to rest and replenish my energy.